Chapter 1. Self-Recommendation. Gloria Cerezo sat at her desk, gazing at the man before her, her heart devoid of any tumult. As the youngest daughter of Enrique Cerezo, the president of Atlético Madrid, Gloria undoubtedly possessed her own share of pride. From a young age, she had exhibited a remarkable acumen for business. Completing her MBA at the Wharton School in just 2 years to be by the age of 23, she had assumed the role of commercial director at Atlético, swiftly steering the club, which had long been in the red, towards a state of financial equilibrium. All of this rendered this 25-year-old woman exceptionally impressive. However, it was evident that the man before her was equally remarkable. "Panda wai?" Gloria inquired. The man across from her was not particularly striking in appearance, bearing the typical features of an Asian visage. Yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, meeting Gloria's gaze directly without a hint of evasion. This was something she admired. She was accustomed to men regarding her with either ulterior motives or averted glances. "You may call me Panda, though I prefer to introduce myself in Chinese. My surname is Wei, and my full name is Wei Xiongmao. Perhaps my parents were too enamored with pandas, which led them to bestow upon me such a name. I have often been the subject of jest due to it," Wei Xiongmao said with a shrug and a smile. "Indeed, it is a rather charming creature," Gloria replied, chuckling as she picked up a resume before her MR. "Wei, you come highly recommended by our technical director, Mr. Amoroso. You possess a coaching certificate issued by FIFA, which states that you completed all courses and assessments in just 2 years. This is truly admirable. Many coaches in the Premier League have taken much longer without achieving such a credential, yet you accomplished it with apparent ease," Gloria remarked, her respect evident as she perused his resume. "I excel in examinations, though I acknowledge there are areas in practical application where I still have room for improvement," Wei Xiongmao replied with a slight smile. Gloria set the resume down, nodding thoughtfully to Mr. Wei. "This is precisely what I wish to address. This year has not been favorable for Atlético. Following the departure of our former coach, Aguirre, to manage the Mexican national team, we lost a stabilizing force. The subsequent coach, Resalo, managed the team for only 3 months, accumulating merely 6 points over 7 matches. I had high hopes for Flores, given his successful tenure at Valencia. Yet regrettably, before the winter break, he secured only 8 points from 8 matches. I had intended to afford him more opportunities, but he suffered a car accident at the onset of the winter break, necessitating a 6-month recovery. Atlético's fortunes have been dismal of late, and I believe it unwise to place my hopes in yet another newcomer." Throughout Gloria's discourse, Wei Xiongmao maintained a composed demeanor, his hands clasped, with his index fingers and thumbs rhythmically tapping, a testament to his steady state of mind. The predicament of Atlético Madrid does not stem from the mere expenditure of a few million euros on signings this year. In fact, the extravagant spending of previous years was both unreasonable and unsustainable. Regrettably, this modest investment and stable squad ought to be managed by a coach well acquainted with the team, such as the former manager Aguirre. However, due to his discord with the management, he departed. Under such circumstances, any renowned coach, when hastily assuming control of a team meticulously crafted by another, must undergo a familiarization process. Unfortunately, neither Rosino nor Flores is suitable for this squad. Rosino excels in defensive tactics, while Flores, despite being an accomplished coach, achieved his prior successes at Valencia. His expertise lies in defensive strategies, yet this Atlético Madrid possesses one of the league's weakest defenses. In the first 15 rounds, Atlético scored 21 goals, ranking 9th in La Liga, and this tally was achieved despite a heavy reliance on defensive tactics. Conversely, they conceded a staggering 27 goals, with only 3 teams in La Liga surpassing them in this regard. I can resolve this issue, for I alone comprehend the crux of Atlético's challenges. The team's overall caliber is commendable after years of cultivation. It is time to yield results. If further turmoil persists, much may be irrevocably lost." After articulating these thoughts, Wei Xiongmao began to elaborate on his ideas, having previously convinced Atlético's technical director Amoroso regarding the current composition of the team and the tactical strategies to employ, while also suggesting a reduction in personnel to save on wages and transfer fees, which could be utilized to acquire several cost-effective yet quality players. This last point particularly resonated with Gloria. Mr. Wei, I believe you have persuaded me. However, from a financial perspective, it is challenging for me to take a risk on someone with no prior coaching experience, she pondered. Thus, the terms of the contract will be quite stringent. I hope you can understand. Not a problem. Money is not my primary concern. I can agree to sign a 6-month emergency contract with an automatic 2-year extension. In this way, all the control lies with Atlético Madrid, not with me," Wei Xiongmao replied with a smile. Gloria was genuinely taken aback. As a businesswoman, she understood the significance of contracts, yet this arrangement undeniably safeguarded only the interests of Atletico Madrid, rather than those of Wei Xiongmao himself. Can you provide me with a reason? Gloria inquired. Certainly. As you mentioned, I'm a coach devoid of any coaching history, and I am rather impatient to start from the lower leagues. Moreover, as a Chinese individual, it seems there is yet to be an Asian coach in European football. Thus, I require this position to demonstrate my capabilities to all. Wei Xiongmao replied with a subtle smile, exuding an aura of immense confidence. You have convinced me. At present, Atletico has no suitable candidates, and what you have demonstrated encourages me to take a risk. Moreover, as long as we avoid relegation, it cannot be deemed a true loss. Wouldn't you agree? Gloria beamed with an enchanting smile. Wei Xiongmao erupted into hearty laughter. Such a smile was evidently audacious and starkly contrasted with the demeanor he had previously displayed. Gloria furrowed her brow. I must admit, despite having interacted with you on numerous occasions, it is rather astonishing that I must always present such requests to elicit your agreement. Once Wei Xiongmao ceased laughing, he let out a sigh and continued. What are you implying? A flicker of anger ignited within Gloria. Regardless, I had no intention of taking that step today. I simply wished to converse with you. Rest assured, I do not pose any threat. Wei Xiongmao glanced at his watch, then adjusted his attire, speaking in a leisurely manner. Chapter 2. A pleasant collaboration. What exactly do you wish to convey? Gloria scrutinized Wei Xiongmao. Though he was a robust man in his 30s, she considered herself physically fit from regular exercise. Furthermore, they were at Atletico's headquarters, surrounded by staff. Even a lunatic would likely not pose any real danger. I merely wish to inform you that today's dialogue has occurred no less than 10 times before, Wei Xiongmao said with a smile. Gloria fell silent. She found it difficult to engage with such disjointed remarks. Before delving into this tale, allow me to present something to you. Wei Xiongmao rummaged through his pocket and produced a 4x4 Rubik's Cube, placing it on the table. Are you familiar with this? He inquired. Gloria offered a slight smile. It's merely a 4x4 Rubik's Cube, nothing unfamiliar. And do you know the world record for solving a 4x4 Rubik's Cube? Gloria nodded, her keen intellect piqued. In September of this year, a Chinese individual achieved a time of 39.28 seconds. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. If scrambled, I can solve it in under 20 seconds. Gloria's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The endeavor of solving a Rubik's Cube has long been pursued by those of high intelligence. While the mechanics of the puzzle are grounded in mathematical logic, surpassing the current world record by nearly double seems an insurmountable feat. It is akin to the 100-meter dash, where athletes strive to break the 10-second barrier. One finishing in 5 seconds is unfathomable. Do you doubt me? A simple test will reveal the truth. Wei Xiongmao's smile deepened, tinged with a hint of mockery. Feeling a flicker of irritation at his sardonic expression, Gloria seized the 4x4 Rubik's Cube and began to scramble its configuration. She scrambled the order. Wei Panda tilted her head to the side, indicating that she would not observe the sequence altered by Galia. Once Galia felt it was sufficient, she placed the Rubik's Cube on the table. Shall we check the time? Wei Panda picked up the cube and inquired of Galia. Galia nodded. Ready, set, go. At the moment she uttered go, Wei Panda's hands commenced their swift movements. The second hand of Galia's wristwatch ticked steadily, while the Rubik's Cube in Wei Panda's grasp underwent rapid transformations. As Galia silently counted in her mind, she gazed in astonishment at Wei Panda's dexterous actions. Having attempted the cube herself and successfully solved a 4-layer version, she had never achieved such remarkable speed. When the initially chaotic surface of the cube transformed into an orderly arrangement, her mental count had just reached 12 seconds. In no time, Wei Panda placed the restored 4-layer cube before her. Her internal count had only reached 18. But how did you manage to do that in 18 seconds? Galia asked, somewhat dazed. Wei Panda shrugged. It's not particularly difficult. The cube follows patterns that I merely learned to master those patterns, and my physical abilities surpass the ordinary due to rigorous training. That's not something explainable by science. Galia shook her head. Indeed, it isn't scientific. To achieve this, what I required was more time. Wei Panda chuckled bitterly. I've been practicing this for a full decade. But you're only 28 this year, Galia paused. So you're telling me you've been playing with this from 18 to 28? No. Wei Panda shook her head. Today is December 25th, 2009. A week ago, on December 18th, 2009, I became trapped in this 1 week, confined for an entire millennium. Galia was taken aback. There's an old film called Groundhog Day. Have you seen it? Wei Panda pondered before asking. Galia nodded, beginning to comprehend. So you mean to say you were like that protagonist, trapped in a single day for 1,000 years? Galia queried. That I am slightly luckier. I have been ensnared in these 7 days for a millennium. Wei Panda replied with a smile, yet her eyes reflected profound bitterness. Incredible. But why are you telling me this? Is it because a reset is imminent? Galia asked curiously. Sort of a reset is indeed on the horizon, and I do not intend to reset again. Wei Panda smiled. Can you control this yourself? Galia exclaimed in surprise. And oh, throughout this millennium, I have endeavored in myriad pursuits. I exercise daily, and now my physical condition is exceptional. I may very well possess the finest stamina in the world. My strength is considerable, and my hands exhibit remarkable dexterity. I am fluent in 10 languages, including Latin, which is now scarcely spoken. I have acquired countless skills, such as playing the piano, swimming, and even honing my football abilities over several centuries. Currently, my prowess in the sport surpasses that of any individual on the globe. Wei Xiongmao smiled wryly, yet despite my vast array of skills, I remain ensnared in this singular day. Giulia nodded with a hint of sympathy. Indeed, I would likely go mad as well. In a decade prior, I fervently attempted to persuade you to become the head coach of Atletico Madrid. Upon achieving success, I awoke to a new day. Wei Xiongmao's eyes gleamed with fervor. Do you have any idea how exhilarated I was? I knew I could possess it all. Giulia was entranced, and then, Wei Xiongmao chuckled bitterly. Then I found myself back in his very week once more. Giulia was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. How could this happen? Wei Xiongmao replied with a wry smile. I made numerous attempts, and then a voice informed me that I must relinquish all physical skills, piano, football, everything retaining only the knowledge within my mind to escape this cycle. Goodness, I had envisioned becoming an unprecedented emperor of the football realm, playing and coaching simultaneously with my own skills. What are your thoughts now? Giulia could not suppress her laughter. I must forsake everything to be solely a coach. The voice instructed me to spend 10 years as a coach to fulfill my mission. I cannot confide this to anyone else, or I would surely lose my mind. So I chose to share it with you. Wei Xiongmao admitted with a bitter smile. Then I am truly honored, Giulia replied with a playful huff. Given the constant resets, you must surely have discerned all my preferences to tailor your approach, even pursuing me multiple times. Correct. Not quite, Wei Xiongmao responded, momentarily taken aback as he waved his hand dismissively. In this millennium, I have accomplished many things, but I have never toyed with people's hearts. Giulia was taken aback. Really? Indeed, Wei Xiongmao affirmed sincerely. Well, if it is false, there is little I can do about it. However, I am pleased to hear you say so, Giulia sighed, extending her hand toward Wei Xiongmao. Welcome. Our collaboration from here on will surely be delightful. It shall indeed be delightful. Wei Xiongmao vigorously shook Giulia's hand. Chapter 3. The Unfortunate Atletico Madrid. Giulia regarded the man before her, extending her hand toward him to Mr. Wei. Although I still harbor some doubts regarding your capability to assume the role of head coach for Atletico Madrid, your recent performance and familiarity with the club have compel me to take a leap of faith. Rest assured, should you subsequently demonstrate your coaching prowess and innate talent, I will not hesitate to offer you a new contract. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. That is splendid news. However, I have one additional request, and I hope you might be amenable to it. Gloria raised her hand. Please go on. Wei Xiongmao patted his pocket. I intend to reside directly at the Atletico training facility, so I would appreciate the club providing me with accommodation. Additionally, I will require a computer, a reliable internet connection, a large desk, and several spacious cabinets to accommodate all my necessities. Gloria nodded. That is certainly manageable. While I am not the technical director, I am well aware of the requirements of a head coach, and we will ensure that all these provisions are arranged in your residence. I look forward to a long-term collaboration. Wei Xiongmao smiled. That works for me. I am not one to boast, but I assure you that hiring me will not lead Atletico Madrid to any disappointment. Having uttered these words, Wei Xiongmao nodded at Giulia before turning on his heel and striding out of her office. Giulia chuckled softly. Yet a peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if something about the preceding scene was amiss. She shook her head. After all, this was their first meeting. So how could anything be wrong? An hour later, in a room at the training base arranged by the Atletico Madrid club, Wei Xiongmao let out a hearty laugh directed towards the heavens. At long last, after a millennium of cyclical existence, he had finally been granted the opportunity to break free from that interminable loop. Yet, the path to this moment had not come without considerable sacrifice. All of his nearly perfected combat skills, every sporting ability, musical talent, and even his culinary expertise had mysteriously vanished. This is the price he must pay to escape the endless cycle of reincarnation. Wei Xiongmao does not feel regret. As long as he can liberate himself from the monotony of eternal recurrence, he is willing to sacrifice anything. Although the skills he acquired required countless hours of dedication, time was never the limitation he faced in those cycles. Thus, despite a tinge of regret, he remains elated. As for coaching a team, he harbors no concerns. Throughout those epochs, he amassed a wealth of knowledge. What he lost was merely physical prowess. The wisdom and expertise embedded in his mind remain largely intact. He is well versed in various training methodologies, particularly in physical conditioning, having undergone innumerable workouts over the past millennium. His passion for football has led him to meticulously analyze countless tactics, mastering an array of coaching courses. In the realm of football knowledge, even the combined wisdom of all FIFA instructors pales in comparison to his proficiency. Of course, Wei Xiongmao is acutely aware that theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. FIFA boasts many instructors whose erudition allows them to enlighten frontline coaches annually. However, when it comes to actually leading a team, they may not necessarily outperform an ordinary coach. Wei Xiongmao has long prepared himself for this reality. Regardless of the circumstances, to break free from that endless cycle, he must strive for excellence in his forthcoming coaching career. This is a long-term endeavor, extending over a decade. The task lacks specific requirements, presenting only an indistinct mandate to undermine any potential achievements of greatness. After considerable contemplation, Wei Panda resolved not to dwell on the interpretation of this directive. If the aim is to obliterate all that is extraordinary, then his own ascendance to greatness would suffice. All other teams' accomplishments would inevitably bear flaws, while he would emerge as the preeminent figure. Wei Panda harbored immense confidence in this conviction. Regrettably, others appeared to hold a differing perspective. On December 26, 2009, the day following Christmas, the rather unfortunate Atletico Madrid announced a piece of news since the commencement of this season. This season, Atletico Madrid has indeed encountered a series of misfortunes. In fact, last season, the team performed admirably, securing the highest position since their promotion, finishing fourth in the league. Regrettably, following the conclusion of the season, the Mexican coach Aguirre, who had been at the helm for 3 years, chose to resign due to conflicts with the management. The departure of this coach, who had consistently led the team to fourth place for 2 consecutive years, has profoundly impacted Atlantic Tico's performance this year. Before the winter break, having completed 15 league matches, they managed to secure victory in only 3, accumulating a mere 14 points and languishing in 15th place. At first glance, this ranking might not seem dire, as they are positioned 15th among 20 teams, seemingly free from relegation threats. However, aside from the bottom place Serres, whose points tally is merely half that of Atletico's, the 4 teams ranked below them possess scores of 13, 13, 12, and 12 points respectively. This implies that with just one poor performance, Atletico could find themselves perilously close to the relegation zone. This is the most profound nightmare for Atletico Madrid fans. After all, a decade ago, the team, once adorned with a constellation of stars, faced the tragic descent into relegation in La Liga, a haunting memory that fans wish never to revisit. Yet, it seems that this nightmare has come to the fore once again. Following the dismissal of Rosino, the performance under Flores has been lackluster, albeit slightly improved, allowing fans a semblance of patience. However, just as the winter break commenced, misfortune struck Flores, who suffered a car accident on the street, resulting in a leg fracture. Though his life is not in peril, he faces a lengthy recovery period of 6 months. Upon hearing this news, Atletico supporters felt a chill descend upon their hearts. Surely, one cannot expect a coach confined to a hospital bed to continue leading the team. This would mean 3 coaches in a single season. The last time Atletico employed 3 coaches within a season was a decade ago during the fateful 1999-2000 season, the very season they faced relegation. In that nightmarish year, Atletico boasted talents such as Baraja, Hasselbank, Kiko, and Solari, yet were guided by 3 different coaches, Ranieri, Antic, and Samorano, and ultimately, they were relegated. Must we endure such a fate once more? A decade later, the nightmare resurfaces. At this juncture, Atletico Madrid announced the appointment of a new head coach, delivering a tremendous shock to all Atlantic Tico supporters. Chapter 4. The Terminator of Mysticism. The front page of Marca on the 27th was sensational, yet for the general public, names like Wei Xiongmao and Panda Wei remain unfamiliar. Marca is one of Spain's premier media outlets. While it may appear to be the voice of Real Madrid, it is, in fact, a comprehensive sports newspaper renowned throughout Europe, frequently covering Atletico Madrid as well. Many of its editors and journalists are, in fact, devoted Atlantic Tico fans. Thus their biases towards Real Madrid do not overshadow their reporting on ATL Tico. Nevertheless, even the most ardent ATL Tico supporters find it hard to accept the appointment of an obscure coach as the third head coach of the season. This scenario is eerily reminiscent of the past. In that season a decade ago, the first two coaches of ATL Tico possessed considerable renown. Ranieri had achieved remarkable success with Valencia, while Antic was the celebrated coach from Atlantic Tico's double-winning era. Yet, following their failures, the club resorted to hiring the largely unknown Fernando Semorano in a desperate attempt to cling to survival. And what was the outcome? ATL Tico was relegated. This season appears to be on the verge of repeating the misfortunes of the past, as ATL Tico Madrid has once again appointed an obscure figure, Panda Way, as their coach, evoking memories of a decade-old nightmare. Consequently, José Carlos Domingo, a devoted ATL Tico supporter, expressed his profound anger by penning a scathing article directly targeting the club. ATL Tico Madrid, a club of considerable stature, boasts shareholders such as the influential Gil and the current president, Cerezo, who wield substantial financial power and enjoy significant support in Madrid. Yet, the question arises, why does the club continue to decline? The answer lies in the unprofessionalism and incessant infighting within the management. Consider the previous coach, Aguirre, who performed admirably. However, due to conflicts with the management, he was abruptly dismissed, leading to a downturn in this season's performance. Although Domingo refrained from immediately criticizing the newly appointed Panda Way, it is evident that the latter has encountered skepticism right from the outset of his tenure. Nevertheless, Domingo maintains a commendable professional attitude. While he voices concerns about ATL Tico Madrid, he swiftly gathered comprehensive information about Panda Way. At 28 years old, this Chinese national possesses a European green card and holds a coaching certificate issued by FIFA, enabling him to coach professional teams anywhere in the world, provided they are willing to hire him. Although he possesses the qualifications, he remains an unknown entity. As for the ATL Tico players, who are still enjoying their holiday, they seem indifferent to the coaching change. Regardless of who the coach is, their performance on the field ultimately determines success. The previous coach, Flores, had only a fleeting 2-month tenure, lacking the opportunity to forge meaningful connections with the players, and his unsatisfactory results did little to endear him to them. While his unfortunate circumstances may evoke sympathy, they hardly warrant deep sorrow among the Atlantic Tico players. Alas, it is the loyal fans of ATL Tico Madrid who bear the brunt of this turmoil. Since the commencement of this season, discontent has already brewed among the fans, and the recent events have only intensified their ire, directing it toward the newly appointed head coach. Amidst this tempest, Wei Xiongmao finds himself perusing the latest edition of Marca in his room, a sly grin adorning his face. His hacking skills have not gone to waste. He has crafted an identity so compelling that none can discern its authenticity. The more they question him now, the more gratifying the feedback will be when his team eventually triumphs. Wei Xiongmao reflects with a sense of pride, harboring no concerns regarding Atletico Madrid's prowess. The former coach, Aguirre, had laid a commendable foundation. The current struggles are merely a consequence of losing a coach familiar with the team, coupled with the new coach's discordant tactics, resulting in fluctuations in performance. Not to mention, the formidable attacking duo of last year's European Golden Boot winner, Uruguayan forward Forlán, and the Argentine prodigy A.G. Aero, is already a force to be reckoned with. In midfield, they boast talents like Maxi Rodriguez, Sim-O, and Reyes, although their defensive capabilities leave something to be desired. However, this shortcoming is not insurmountable. For La Liga aficionados, as long as the matches are captivating, they are generally forgiving of minor fluctuations in results. Atletico Madrid inherently possesses the capacity to deliver such entertainment, and thus, Wei Xiongmao remains untroubled. Moreover, after sacrificing so many of his skills, he not only secures the chance to escape the ceaseless cycle, but also gains access to a system shop within his mind. This system store offers not mere items, but a plethora of buffs, beneficial states. These buffs can be personal or collective, and they come in various forms, including interception buffs, shooting buffs, stamina buffs, and heading buffs. Each buff manifests its effects during the match when employed. For the adept coach known as Wei Xiongmao, these buffs serve as nothing short of a game changer. Akin to an external enhancement, what is a coach's greatest concern? It is the player's form, an elusive concept akin to metaphysics that often breeds superstitious beliefs. However, Armed with these buffs, metaphysics will hold no sway before Wei Xiongmao. The players he selects will inevitably showcase their finest form, and he shall become the harbinger of the end of superstition. Of course, acquiring these dazzling and varied buffs comes at a price, a currency known as stamina coins. Wei Xiongmao earns 1 stamina coin for every 100 meters he runs. Previous runs during his reincarnation do not count. The tally begins once he breaks free from that cycle. As for the buffs, the most basic level 1 personal buff starts at a cost of 100 stamina coins. This implies that should he run 10,000 meters each day, he could accumulate enough stamina coins for a single level 1 personal buff. This compels me to run 10,000 meters daily. Upon encountering this regulation, Wei Xiongmao's initial reaction was one of astonishment. Fortunately, Wei Xiongmao is undeterred by running. During his years of reincarnation, he developed a habit of exercise, and although his physical prowess has been retracted, his daily running routine remains intact. He mused, "This will serve as a daily check-in for my stamina training, and as a coach, I can lead by example. Surely, the players will heed my guidance." The day for Atletico Madrid to reconvene is December 28th, just 2 days after Christmas. Ordinarily, they would regroup after the New Year, but due to their subpar performance, the former coach, Flores, announced an early end to the holiday. Wei Xiongmao, of course, seized the opportunity to bring the team back a few days early, allowing him to train his players effectively. "Just wait and see. I will show you what devilish training truly means," he grinned ominously. Chapter 5. The unfathomable coach. As the members of Atletico Madrid's first team began to assemble, a sense of apprehension lingered among them. The team boasts a commendable roster of players, all of whom are notably dedicated. Despite Flores's tactics not aligning with their preferences, none wished for turmoil within the squad. However, Flores met with misfortune in a car accident, leading to the appointment of a new coach. This situation inevitably gives rise to their concerns. Diego, now faced with a new coach, remains an enigma. In the changing room, upon spotting Diego Forlán approaching, a freshly attired Jos Reyes straightened up and greeted him. The two share a certain familiarity. Reyes, having risen to fame in his youth, joined Arsenal early on, while Forlán was still with Manchester United at that time. They had clashed on the Premier League stage, and years later, they became teammates at Atletico Madrid, fostering a relatively amicable relationship. "Rest assured, Jos, we just need to focus on playing well. The first half of the season has been dismal. As long as the new coach makes the necessary adjustments, we will undoubtedly perform better," Forlán reassured, patting Reyes on the shoulder. Reyes nodded in acknowledgement, yet he remained unconvinced. Atletico was beset by more than just a few misfortunes. Following the departure of former coach Aguirre, the captain, Maxi Rodriguez, who had been at odds with the club's management, was resolute in his intent to leave. His contract had expired, and it was rumored he was negotiating with Liverpool to depart as a free agent, meaning he would no longer be seen in Atletico's first team. Additionally, the prodigious talent Agüero was still recovering from an injury and uncertain if he would be fit for the match on January 3rd. Both Maxi Rodriguez and Agüero had been pivotal in the first half of the season, which left the new coach in a rather unfortunate predicament, Reyes pondered. Over the years, his own fortune had not been much better. While he gained recognition at Sevilla, Forlán was a mere substitute at Manchester United. Now, however, Reyes found himself struggling to secure a starting position at Atletico, whereas Forlán had just clinched the European Golden Shoe, basking in the limelight. Sighing at this thought, Reyes exited the changing room. On the training ground, a sparse number of individuals had begun to arrive, and Reyes quickly noticed a youthful Asian face standing at the sidelines. "Jos Reyes?" The individual approached and inquired. "Yes, are you Coach Panda?" Reyes politely responded. Although still shy of 27, his tumultuous career had imbued him with a certain maturity. "Indeed, that is I. You are the 6th to arrive at the training ground. Proceed," Coach Panda smiled, giving Reyes a gentle nudge towards the training field. Soon, members of Atletico's first team gradually assembled. Aside from Rodriguez, whose contract had expired, and Agüero, who was still recuperating, all 21 remaining first team members were present. Even if Agüero returned, the first team would consist of only 22 players, including 3 goalkeepers. How could my predecessors be so confident that such a small squad could compete on 3 fronts? Reyes wondered. The Panda, Wei Xiongmao, spoke to his assistant coach, Igor, who responded with a wry smile. Originally, there were supposed to be 23 players, but unfortunately, Maxi Rodriguez had departed. Never mind. You will lead them in ball training shortly to help them regain their form. I will go to the second team to bring a few players in. The upcoming physical training will be crucial. I do not wish for my team to be incomplete, Wei Xiongmao asserted. Physical training? Igor was taken aback. After all, the season had just begun. This was merely the end of the winter break, with only 5 days remaining until the next league match. Conducting physical training at this juncture seemed absurd. My training methods will differ from the norm, so do not be surprised, Wei Xiongmao said mysteriously, shaking his finger at Igor before placing the whistle in his mouth and blowing it forcefully. The players gathered around, standing before Wei Xiongmao. With a sly smile, he declared, "My surname is Wei, and my name is Wei Xiongmao, not Panda Wei. Of course, I understand that Xiongmao may be somewhat difficult for you to pronounce, so you may call me Wei or simply Coach. I am your new head coach, poised to lead you into the forthcoming La Liga battles. Your performance in the first half of the season has been dismal. Having been eliminated from the Champions League, you now face the Europa League. And your current standing in La Liga is merely 15th. I can guide you out of this quagmire, provided you heed my instructions. Understood?" "Understood," came the hesitant murmurs from the players, most exchanging glances, while a few responded awkwardly before falling silent. Yet, Wei Xiongmao seemed unfazed. "As long as you comprehend, I will impose a rather rigorous training regimen upon you, which may prove exhausting, but the benefits you will reap from it are immeasurable. For now, you will engage in ball training, following your usual routine. The real training will commence in the afternoon." With that, Wei Xiongmao nodded at Domingo and departed from the training ground, leaving behind a group of bewildered players. The head coach appears to be somewhat enigmatic. As the coach declared, he will commence physical training from the afternoon. He has already assessed your physical condition. Gentlemen, brace yourselves for what lies ahead, as it is likely to be quite exhausting. Domingo exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Mr. Domingo, what training regimen does the new head coach intend to implement for us?" Juanito inquired. He is a veteran on the La Liga stage, having recently transferred to Atletico Madrid, yet he carries considerable experience. I am not entirely certain, however. Judging by his tone, it seems he will enforce a rigorous physical training regimen upon you, Domingo replied. The players collectively sighed. As primarily offensive players, they harbored concerns regarding physical training, especially given that the previous two head coaches placed significant emphasis on this aspect. Have we not endured previous physical training sessions? Should we really be worried about this? Domingo encouraged the players. At that moment, Wei Xiongmao had arrived at the training ground of Atletico Madrid's second team. His presence here was no mere coincidence. He had prepared well in advance. The youth training program of Atletico Madrid has consistently been commendable. After the disbandment of the youth team by the former coach, which elevated RAL to the status of a Real Madrid icon, Atletico Madrid took a hard look at their training initiatives and invested considerable effort into their youth system. Currently, the first team is short on personnel, and Wei Xiongmao's tactics necessitate a substantial number of capable first-team members, yet the current roster remains insufficient, given the statement of no new signings. Tapping into the potential of the homegrown talent becomes an imperative endeavor. How many hidden gems might Atletico Madrid's second team possess? Anticipation now rests on the shoulders of Wei Xiongmao to unearth hidden talents. Chapter 6. Training identifying promising young players is undoubtedly a formidable task, and even the most discerning talent scouts frequently misjudge potential. However, Wei Xiongmao chose not to rely solely on his own judgment. Instead, he approached the head coach of the reserve team. "Identify for me the 10 most outstanding players," he instructed Luis Silva, the coach of Atletico Madrid's second team, leaving him somewhat taken aback. 10? Are you treating this like a wholesale market? Mr. Silva exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Yes. You have been with the reserve team long enough to recognize the finest talents. Provide me with a list of 10. As for their actual prowess, we can ascertain that once they train with the first team for a while," Wei Xiongmao replied nonchalantly. It was then that Silva grasped the rationale behind the request. Although it may have appeared somewhat naive, it held a modicum of merit. After all, Wei Xiongmao had only recently assumed his position. While he might be somewhat familiar with the first team, the second team was undoubtedly less known to him. Moreover, for the players of the reserve team, the opportunity to train alongside the first team would prove immensely beneficial. As Silva prepared to compile the list, Wei Xiongmao added, tall strikers and mobile midfielders, even if you think they are slightly lacking, should be included as well. Consequently, after an hour of ball drills, the first-team players of Atletico Madrid were astonished to see Wei Xiongmao arrive at the training facility, accompanied by a substantial number of newcomers. "Is our new coach planning to replace half of us?" Forlan quipped, although it was a concern shared by many. Currently, we are short on players, excluding the 3 goalkeepers. Even with Aguero's return, we only have 19 players available. Moreover, we have certain deficiencies in various positions. Thus, I have brought along some exceptional youngsters from the reserve team, who will train alongside you. My tactics require a multitude of players, although only 14 can participate in a match. I firmly believe that every individual retained in the first team has the potential to be utilized, Wei Xiongmao articulated. Listening to his words, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the Atletico players, though unbeknownst to them, this hope would soon be shattered in the days to come. Following the morning's ball drills, which served as a warm-up for the Atletico players, they faced an excruciating training regimen that commenced in the afternoon. A variety of physical conditioning exercises ensued: sprints, shuttle runs, long-distance runs, essentially an array of running activities. The players, having just returned from their winter break, were vocally distressed. However, regardless of whether it was the star striker Forlan or the most seasoned vice-captain, Antonio Lopez, who was likely to ascend to the captaincy, no one dared to voice dissent. This was largely due to the fact that Wei Xiongmao participated in the conditioning exercises alongside them, and indeed, he outperformed them all. When they faltered, Wei Xiongmao refrained from reproach and instead resorted to mockery. Is it not within your abilities, as professional athletes, to accomplish what I, an ordinary individual, can achieve with ease? He shouted as he sprinted. The Atletico Madrid players, witnessing his remarkable pace over 2,000 meters, could only seethe with frustration. Is there truly an average person like you? Yet, it must be acknowledged that this exemplary approach, at least in this moment, commanded their respect. Indeed, regardless of whether the new head coach was eccentric or not, they remained professional athletes. There was no justification for them to fall short of what their coach could achieve. Was there? Thus, despite their exhaustion, they gritted their teeth and persevered. And when one of them neared the brink of collapse, the new head coach would promptly identify him and instruct him in a series of recovery exercises to help him regain his composure. This leaves the players with even less reason to complain. As the sun dipped in the west, the Atletico Madrid players concluded their training for the day, filled with hope, only to hear the most unwelcome words. Tomorrow, we continue. Despite their evident fatigue, the calm Wei Xiongmao smiled and uttered a remark. The players collectively sighed and departed with a sense of resignation. Wei, your approach to physical training is unprecedented, Domingo remarked with a hint of admiration. He, too, was an exceptional assistant coach, possessing a fair understanding of this domain, yet the methods employed by Wei Xiongmao in conditioning were remarkably novel to him. I possess a profound understanding of the human body, Wei Xiongmao shrugged. However, if we continue at this pace, will it affect our performance in the 16th round match in 5 days? Domingo inquired. We will only train for 3 days, followed by 2 days of tactical drills. Their condition will be adjusted in time. Sevilla is a commendable opponent, and if we can secure a victory against them, our morale will undoubtedly rise, Wei Xiongmao responded. Domingo nodded, yet doubts lingered in his mind. The current state of Atletico Madrid was indeed dire. Maxi Rodriguez had been an indispensable mainstay and midfield linchpin for the past 4 years, while AG Aero had consistently showcased his prowess in the offensive front. With both Argentine players now absent, could they truly overcome Sevilla? Not to mention this year, Atletico had consistently ranked below Sevilla over the years since their return to La Liga. Even last year, while Atletico secured 4th place, Sevilla finished 3rd. And this year, Atletico was a mere 2 points away from the relegation zone, while Sevilla remained steadfast in 3rd place, despite being distanced by the exceptionally performing Barcelona and Real Madrid. Nevertheless, they remained the most formidable challengers to both Barcelona and Real Madrid. Such a team is indeed formidable. However, upon witnessing Wei Xiongmao's confident demeanor, he found himself at a loss for further words. Over the next 2 days, Wei Xiongmao continued to lead the players in relentless physical training, gradually enhancing their endurance thresholds. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern when the players had genuinely reached their limits, promptly allowing them to recuperate. Following the conclusion of these rigorous sessions, the prepared masseurs would immediately provide the players with much-needed relaxation. Thus, 3 days passed before Atletico Madrid resumed genuine ball training. During this phase, Wei Xiongmao refrained from introducing any eye-catching tactical drills, opting instead for routine training exercises. Chapter 7. The first battle. David De Gea, Coke, Keiko, Borja Bastin. You 4 shall remain with the first team. The others may return to the second team. Of course, those returning should harbor no misguided thoughts. The training of these past days will benefit you for a lifetime. In the time to come, I shall closely monitor your performances and seek opportunities to employ you. Prior to announcing the starting lineup for the forthcoming match, Wei Xiongmao undertook one notable action. He reinstated 6 of the 10 second-team players, retaining 4 in the first team. These 4 individuals have demonstrated exceptional potential in physical and tactical training, earning the admiration of Wei Xiongmao. In this regard, Wei Xiongmao possesses an unwavering confidence in his discerning eye. Over the course of a millennium of cycles, he has lost count of the numerous matches he has attended worldwide, gaining profound insights into what constitutes an exceptional player. This acumen is his alone, needing neither external assistance nor numerical evaluations. 5 days is ample time for him to ascertain that these 4 young players possess remarkable potential. De Gea, an imposing goalkeeper with commendable reflexes and exemplary goal line skills, appears to have few deficiencies, perhaps only a lack of experience. Currently, Atletico Madrid's starting goalkeeper, Sengoku, is also highly regarded. Being merely 3 years older than De Gea and already showcasing impressive performances, often hailed as the next Casillas. However, following his transfer to Atletico, his performances have been rather mediocre. With De Gea as a backup, Wei Xiongmao believes he can provide the necessary motivation to elevate Sengoku's game. Naturally, should Sengoku continue to falter, Wei Xiongmao would not hesitate to replace him with a younger goalkeeper. Koke is a central midfielder whose stamina and passing vision align with Wei Xiongmao's preferences. Currently, several midfielders at Atletico do not meet his aesthetic standards. Although Koke is only 18, he is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Keiko, a winger, finds himself amidst a wealth of talent in this position at Atletico, with players like Sim-O and Reyes standing out. Yet, following Maxi Rodriguez's departure, the winger role has become a matter of opportunity, with only a 22-year-old Senegalese substitute, Ibrahim, remaining. Keiko is certainly not without prospects. As for Borja, he is a tall center forward, and Atletico's available strikers consist mainly of Foul-In and Aguero. Although the young substitute, Pongol, gained early fame, his contributions have been rather average at Atletico. Despite his youth, Borja is also a viable option. Now, I shall announce tomorrow's starting lineup against Sevilla. Wei Xiongmao smiled. Goalkeeper Sengoku, left back and captain Antonio Lopez, right back Barella, central defenders Juanito, and Czech defender Ujvalusi. Midfielders are El Gark A and Thiago, with Josh Gerardo pushing forward and Simo roaming the flanks, partnered with Foul-In and Reyes in attack. This is a rather conventional lineup. Compared to the previous starting 11, the only notable changes are Reyes replacing Aguero and Gallardo taking the place of Maxi Rodriguez. The other positions remain unchanged, which is rather unremarkable. Upon receiving Atletico Madrid's starting roster, Sevilla's coach Jimenez contemplated this in silence. Having been at the helm of Sevilla for 3 years, Jimenez realizes that to win the hearts of the fans, as his predecessor Ramos did with 2 UEFA Europa League titles, he must achieve tangible success. This season, Sevilla has accumulated 30 points. In previous years, such a tally would have been commendable, yet when juxtaposed with Barcelona's 39 points and Real Madrid's 37, it falls considerably short. This disparity has left Jimenez somewhat perturbed. However, it does not deter him from seeking to trample upon Atletico Madrid, who are perilously close to the relegation zone, thereby augmenting his own points total by 3. After all, prior to this match, both Real Madrid and Barcelona had drawn in their first encounters post-winter break, each held to a stalemate by Villarreal and Osasuna, respectively, fixing their tallies at 40 and 38 points. Should Sevilla triumph over Atlantic Tico, their points would rise to 33, rekindling their aspirations for the championship. Thus, he deployed his strongest lineup, intent on decimating Atletico. The latter, too, are proficient in offensive play. Welcome to the Calder. This marks Atlantic Tico's inaugural match following the winter hiatus. What transformations might the newly appointed coach, Pandev, bring? The anticipation is palpable. Alas, he did not introduce any significant alterations. Sengoku, Lopez, Barella, Juanito, Waifarusi, Gark A, Thiago, Gerardo, Simin, Reyes, and Fran. Does this selection differ in any meaningful way from those of his predecessors? The ESPN commentator wittily critiqued the arrangements of the Panda, while Sevilla's lineup remained entirely first choice, featuring the formidable duo of Can-Out and Fabiano up front. Complemented by the wings of Navas and Capel, these elements have been the bedrock of Sevilla's success in La Liga over the years. A new coach invariably incurs certain costs in La Liga. Jimenez resolved to provoke the rookie, hoping that he might succumb to impatience and make a blunder, after all. To gain experience, one must endure lessons. It is no surprise that a person of such limited vision, having led Sevilla for 3 years without securing a single title, now reveals himself as merely deserving of a perpetual third-place finish. The sharp retort from the panda momentarily startled Jimenez, yet soon he found amusement in it. Such a fierce counterattack is bound to upset the equilibrium of this young coach. At that moment, the dialogue between the two coaches had already been translated by the lip-reading experts invited by the television network. Wow, even before the match commenced, there was already such palpable tension between the two coaches. However, I believe there is no fault in Jimenez's words. A newcomer must sometimes endure failure to glean valuable lessons. Yet, Pandai's retort seems somewhat excessive. It is essential to show respect to one's predecessors, especially for a newly appointed coach. While Wei Xiongmao may be oblivious to the commentator's discourse, it is of little consequence to him. He is acutely aware that this match marks his inaugural encounter as the coach of Atletico Madrid. His position will inevitably be subject to relentless scrutiny. A victory would significantly mitigate such doubts, while a loss would amplify the pressure manifold. Furthermore, the players, already harboring reservations, would be less inclined to heed his directives. Despite being merely his first match, it feels akin to a decisive battle. Thus, he will promptly retaliate against Jimenez's provocation. Chapter 8. The failed first half. The Calderón Stadium was filled to capacity. Despite a lackluster performance this season, the loyalty of Atletico Madrid's supporters is beyond question. They will steadfastly back the team, even in the face of relegation, their passion undiminished. Although the tactical approach this year has been somewhat dreary, the fans remain unperturbed. As long as there is a match to behold, they will be present. As the game commenced, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd, a resounding testament to their unwavering support. The new head coach elicited little sentiment from them. They would reserve their applause until they gauged the outcome of the match. Wei Xiongmao, however, was anything but calm. Throughout the game, he paced restlessly within the confines of the coaching area, his movements betraying a palpable excitement. Pandai appeared equally anxious, which is understandable given that it was his first time coaching a team, let alone a top-tier one. It is hard to fathom what the Atletico Madrid hierarchy is thinking. Observing Wei Xiongmao darting back and forth along the sideline, Miguel Gil, the club's largest shareholder and son of former President Gil, commonly referred to as Little Gil, could not help but furrow his brow. This behavior seems rather unbecoming, he remarked. Beside him, Cerezo chuckled. Well, he is young. He has passed both Amoroto's technical assessment and Goliath's financial scrutiny, indicating he meets our criteria to some extent. Given Atletico's dismal performance this season, we ought to afford the new coach a measure of patience. Little Hill let out a snort, thereafter falling silent. Despite being the largest shareholder of Atletico Madrid, his skills paled in comparison to those of his father. Over the years, the presidency has remained firmly in the hands of Cerezo, leaving Little Hill somewhat impatient with a situation where he contributed significantly yet reaped little glory. Cerezo has adeptly fortified his position within the club, surrounding himself with his own choices for both the technical and financial directorships, which has left Little Hill with no recourse. Despite his discontent, on the field, amidst the fervent cheers of Atletico supporters, the players exhibited an unwaveringly positive demeanor from the very outset of the match. They ceaselessly sprinted, whether they were offensive players at the forefront or defenders at the back, with the latter, particularly the four in the defensive line, employing a nearly rigid man-marking strategy, diligently shadowing the opposing team's four attackers. This defensive strategy may appear somewhat foolish, yet it proves remarkably effective against Sevilla's offensive maneuvers. Sevilla's attacks primarily rely on their fullbacks surging forward and the wingers executing breakthroughs to generate threats, ultimately providing opportunities for their two exceptional strikers to take shots. However, at present, these four players find themselves closely marked by four defenders from Atletico Madrid. Whenever others attempt to advance offensively, they are met with persistent defensive pressure. Such a man-to-man marking system effectively stifles any attempts to launch a successful attack. This transpires during defensive maneuvers in the backfield. When on the offensive, the players engage in a constant exchange of positions, perpetually on the move, compelling the Sevilla players to match their pace. As both teams accelerate their movements, the tempo of the match intensifies. However, this brisk pace results in numerous errors from both sides. Sevilla's attack appears disjointed, as their key offensive players are closely marked. leading to a lack of continuity in their forward thrusts. When the fullbacks join the fray to support the attack, they often find no one to receive their passes. Conversely, Atletico Madrid focuses intently on the singular point of attack, Fran. Indeed, during their offensive plays, they continuously pass the ball to the frontline attackers, who then endeavor to deliver it to Fran. Once Fran receives the ball within 30 meters of the goal, he unleashes long-range shots without hesitation. His ability to strike from distance is commendable. However, such reckless attempts seem akin to gambling on luck, given the limited space he has to maneuver. As Atletico's primary striker, Fran is invariably pressured by Sevilla's defenders the moment he gains possession. Consequently, he must shoot within the shortest time frame, which often results in poor execution. After 30 minutes of the first half, Atletico's pressing allowed Sevilla only 3 shots on goal, while they themselves managed 5 attempts, all taken by Fran. Among these, 4 were wildly off target, with only 1 on frame, easily caught by the opposing goalkeeper. The audacity to gamble on luck baffled Jimenez, who finally crystallized his thoughts, realizing that he had underestimated the opponent's lack of technical finesse in their attacking strategy. Atletico boasts numerous capable forwards. If the strategy hinges solely on Fran, defending against them becomes a manageable task. As for Atletico's defense, one might assume that mere man-marking could stifle their offensive prowess, Jimenez mused coldly. The first half approached its 41st minute when Brazilian fullback Adriano surged forward, attempting a breakthrough. The ball was deflected out of play by the returning Sim-O, granting Sevilla a corner. Navas executed the corner kick, and amidst the cover provided by 2 forwards and an advancing center-back, Brazilian midfielder Renato leaped ahead of Barella to head the ball toward goal. Asensio's reaction was a fraction too slow, and the ball sailed into Atletico's net, granting Sevilla a 1-0 lead away from home. As the ball found the back of Atletico's goal, the roar of thousands of traveling fans momentarily drowned out the home supporters. Atletico's fans were incredulous, unable to comprehend how, amidst such a tense stalemate, they had fallen behind. The chaos of the first half had merely been a spectacle. Conceding a goal now was truly unbearable. At present, it remains unclear how many Atletico Madrid fans have begun to vent their frustrations, nor is it known precisely whom they are directing their ire towards. Some are chastising the club's management, others are denouncing the players for their lack of effort. And of course, there are those who are criticizing the newly appointed coach, Pandaway. Way glanced towards the stands but offered no reaction. Jimenez, on the other hand, cast a triumphant glance at Way, silently mocking him with the thought, "You still have a long way to go." Jimenez harbored a simmering resentment from Way's earlier disrespect. Nevertheless, he urged himself to focus on the match. Way clapped his hands and shouted loudly towards the pitch. The ensuing minutes of the game swiftly passed. While Atletico sought to launch an offensive, Sevilla kept a close watch on Fran. Simon executed a long pass, switching play to the opposite flank where Reyes awaited. Reyes returned the ball to the advancing Helado in the center, who, without pausing to control it, unleashed a powerful shot that veered off the baseline. This also marks the final shot of the first half. Chapter 9. We're doing well. During the first half, Atletico Madrid did not perform admirably, nor did Sevilla. However, they swiftly adjusted their attacking strategy and succeeded in scoring, demonstrating their remarkable prowess. Atletico's exertion during the first half depleted their energy reserves significantly, and unless an unforeseen event occurs, they may face a collapse in the second half. The ESPN commentator reflected on this, noting that a more renowned coach might not have voiced such sentiments. Yet it seems to have become a tradition to be critical of newcomers everywhere. In the locker room, the players had performed commendably during the first half. Do not feel disheartened because we are trailing by a goal. Our capabilities are exceptional and we are not inferior to Sevilla. More importantly, we are in excellent form, said the coach, Wei Xiongmao, as he regarded his players. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Do not look at me like that. I am not being stubborn, Wei Xiongmao continued. The players continued to gaze at each other, and it was unclear who initiated it, but someone could not help but chuckle. In a setting like the locker room, laughter is invariably contagious, and before long, all the players inexplicably burst into laughter, which lasted for a full 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. You see, this is precisely why I assert that we are in great form, Wei Xiongmao remarked once their laughter had diminished. Some players began to ponder thoughtfully. Mr. Domingo, please provide me with the technical statistics, Wei Xiongmao instructed Domingo. Domingo handed over a notebook, which Wei Xiongmao accepted and examined before raising his gaze. Today, in the first half, excluding the goalkeeper, our average running distance is 6,350 meters. In the past, our average running distance in the first half didn't exceed 5,000 meters. So theoretically, you should be quite fatigued by now. However, in reality, Wei Xiongmao blinked and continued. The players were momentarily taken aback. Laughter also consumes lung capacity. If one's stamina is lacking, prolonged laughter can leave one breathless. Yet, after each of you has run 1/5 farther than usual, you are still able to laugh so heartily. What does this indicate? Wei Xiongmao seized the opportunity. It indicates that our physical conditioning has significantly improved over the past 3 days. Reyes exclaimed involuntarily. Congratulations, you are correct. Wei Xiongmao pointed at him and burst into laughter. The players could not help but laugh once more. According to the statistics, Sevilla's players have run a distance similar to yours, exceeding their usual levels as well. They may not have realized it yet, but as the second half progresses, they will gradually come to this realization. Hence, I assert that we shall prevail. We performed admirably in the first half, managing to hold them back. Although we are a goal down, our advantage has already been established. With that, Wei Xiongmao strode confidently to the tactical board, drawing an arrow upon it. In the second half, we must intensify our attack. In the first half, all our breakthroughs were aimed at delivering the ball to Diego, creating a defensive inertia on their part. In the second half, our focus will shift to Joss. Wei Xiongmao's hand pointed directly at Reyes. Reyes was momentarily stunned. He had indeed achieved early fame, and at under 28 years of age. He was in the prime of his career. However, since leaving Spain to join Arsenal, his performance had consistently fallen short of expectations, whether on loan at Real Madrid, transferred to Atletico, or previously loaned to Benfica. While he occasionally displayed flashes of brilliance reminiscent of the prodigious talent of his youth, his overall consistency remained insufficient. This season, he has made numerous appearances for Atletico Madrid, yet his performance has been rather mediocre, having failed to score a single goal thus far. Had it not been for Aguero's ongoing recovery from injury, he believed he might not have been granted a starting position. However, now, the focus of the attack has been declared to be on him by the coach. This instilled a shiver within Reyes' heart. Indeed, Jose, I have observed your remarkable condition during training these past few days. Your physical recovery is commendable, and your ability to break through has returned to its peak. A Reyes of such caliber is precisely what I require. In the second half of the match, during our offensive maneuvers, I urge everyone to pass the ball to Reyes whenever possible, and as he makes his breakthroughs, surround him, ready to receive his passes. Jose, I trust you understand when to break through and when to pass. Wei Xiongmao continued, rest assured, coach, I will fulfill your expectations. Reyes trembled, gritting his teeth. Summoning all his strength, he calmly articulated this promise. Wei Xiongmao nodded, and Reyes returned to his position. Fran patted him on the shoulder. In stark contrast to Reyes' fluctuating performance, Fran's trajectory was one of steady ascent, having joined Manchester United at a young age. He found little opportunity until he showcased his talents after moving to Villarreal. He understood the exhilaration of receiving validation after enduring continual setbacks. Moreover, Reyes hailed from Sevilla's youth academy. When he departed, Sevilla was merely a team recently promoted from the Segunda División. Yet now they stand as one of La Liga's formidable forces, having become a bulwark against Real Madrid and Barcelona following the decline of Valencia and Deportivo La Coruña. Certainly, Reyes yearned to demonstrate his prowess before Sevilla. In the second half, intensify our offense while maintaining our stamina. Inspire them to run alongside, exhausting our opponents. Let everyone recognize that Atletico Madrid ranks as the third most successful team in La Liga history. Before the 1990s, Barcelona's overall performance was scarcely superior to ours. Wei Xiongmao exclaimed, gesturing passionately. While he animatedly rallied the players, Jimenez was orchestrating the tactics for the second half, emphasizing that the marked attackers should keep moving to draw defenders out of position, leaving the offensive duties to the advancing midfielder Renato and the two fullbacks. While defensive responsibilities were assigned to another defensive midfielder, Duschel. In orchestrating this strategy, Jimenez overlooked the physical condition of his players. In truth, the Sevilla players did not feel excessively fatigued at that moment. However, their exertion had indeed surpassed the norm. Chapter 10. The buffoonery of Reyes. When Reyes stepped onto the pitch, he was somewhat agitated. He was acutely aware of how previous coaches, including Aguirre, perceived him. Last season, he had only made a handful of appearances for Atletico Madrid, and subsequently, he was loaned to Benfica. Upon his return this season, despite having played numerous matches, He understood that the coach's utilization of him was primarily due to his hefty transfer fee of 12 million euros, a burden no one was willing to assume. Young as he was, if he continued to be sidelined, the investment Atletico had made would have been in vain, which was the only reason he still found himself with opportunities. Thus, lacking a suitable strategy or specific instructions, he played with a certain awkwardness on the field. Nevertheless, his heart was brimming with determination. Although the coach was relatively unknown, the attention he bestowed upon Reyes was something he needed to seize. The second half commenced. For the players of Sevilla, their lead in the first half was a matter of course. In the second half, their objective was merely to extend that advantage and secure the victory, thereby narrowing the gap with the top two teams. Atletico had proven to be formidable opponents last year, but this season, they were a shadow of their former selves. However, as the second half kicked off, Atletico Madrid swiftly launched an offensive. After a series of exchanges in midfield, Gerardo received a pass from Thiago, and upon noticing Reyes had found space just beyond the halfway line, he lifted his foot and sent the ball soaring towards him. As Reyes received the ball, he felt the immediate presence of Dusher closing in. Renowned for his formidable reputation as a defensive midfielder in La Liga, Dusher was most infamous for injuring Beckham during the Champions League, nearly causing him to miss the 2002 World Cup. Although his move to Sevilla did not guarantee him a starting position, his relentless movement and tenacious defense remained exceptional. As he approached, Dusher harbored disdain for Reyes. Having risen from humble beginnings, compensating for his lack of innate talent with sheer grit and determination, he had little respect for Reyes, a prodigy like Joaquin, who had achieved fame at a young age yet seemed perpetually fearful of confrontation. Football is a war in times of peace. What the battlefield demands are warriors, not cowards. In the first half, Reyes had appeared as a coward. Positioned as a second striker, connecting midfield with the forward line, he consistently relinquished possession the moment Dusher applied pressure. Terrified of the impending collision, the more he acted in this manner, the greater Dusher's contempt for him grew. Once again, the scenario unfolded similarly. Although he was somewhat slow in his approach, Reyes swiftly turned after receiving the ball. Nonetheless, Dusher relentlessly pressed forward, exuding an aggressive demeanor. As expected, Reyes lifted his foot. Preparing to release the ball, Dusher raised his foot, intending to disrupt Reyes's pass. This is the essence of defense, even if one cannot intercept the ball. Influencing the quality of the opponent's pass holds significant value. However, just as Dusher lifted his foot, Reyes deftly flicked his ankle, retracting the ball, which was nearly sent away, and swiftly maneuvered it to the left of Dusher, breaking through. In a breathtaking display of agility, Reyes executed a series of movements with the swiftness of lightning, evoking memories of the prodigious talent he once showcased in Sevilla. Although primarily recognized for his technical prowess, Reyes possessed commendable physical attributes. His height was comparable to that of Dusher, with a slight difference in weight. Yet, once he established a favorable position, Dusher found it exceedingly difficult to defend against him. Following his breakthrough, Reyes accelerated, surging towards the heart of Sevilla's territory. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears, harmonizing with the fervent cheers of the Atletico fans. Such a feeling has not been experienced in a long time. The hastily substituted Renato was skillfully deceived by Reyes, who executed a sudden stop and turn, launching yet another breakthrough. The cheers from the stands rose to a heightened pitch. Reyes deftly maneuvered past two defenders, an exquisite display of skill. Compared to his performance in the first half, he seemed like a different player entirely. The commentator's voice soared in excitement. On the sidelines, Wei Xiongma watched Reyes intently. Fully aware of the reason behind Reyes' remarkable resurgence, he had accumulated 700 stamina points in recent days and had just purchased a basic breakthrough buff, applying it to Reyes. Although Reyes had always excelled at breakthroughs, his form in recent years had been lackluster. However, with the addition of the breakthrough buff, he was finally able to showcase his former brilliance. What was most unexpected was that after consecutively bypassing two defenders, Sevilla's defense began to falter. While tearing through the opponent's defense with precise passes is undoubtedly more technical, relying on breakthroughs to penetrate the defensive line remains the simplest and most straightforward approach. The center-back who had been marking French shifted to track Reyes instead. Although Reyes had skillfully evaded two players, he knew that he could not score solely through this maneuver. During his breakthrough, he scanned his surroundings and noticed that Fran was unmarked. Reyes executed a sudden stop, lifted his foot, and sent the ball soaring to Fran at the edge of the penalty arc. Fran, meeting the rolling ball, struck it fiercely without allowing it to come to a halt. His long-range shot had always been somewhat enigmatic, Yet he consistently managed to score astonishing goals, thanks to the accuracy of his strikes. In this unguarded moment, Fran's shot reached an exceptional standard. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Palop, made an impressive save, leaping into the air and barely deflecting the ball away. Just as the Atletico Madrid fans were about to exhale in disappointment, the ball, deflected off the recovering center-back Squalassi's calf, ricocheted back toward the goal. With Palop still suspended in midair, he had no chance to react and could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. 1-1. The Atletico Madrid supporters were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter and fervent cheers. An own goal, per Squalassi, but what luck for Atletico Madrid. To equalize under such circumstances was a stroke of fortune. Reyes' breakthrough and Fran's shot were both magnificent. They were truly deserving of this goal. Oh, what was the newly appointed Atlantico coach doing on the sidelines? Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, nearly all the fans witnessed Wei Xiaomao, clad in a black trench coat, open his arms and dash toward the goal line, racing to the edge of the coaching area. There, he came to a sudden stop, then pivoted and sprinted in the opposite direction to embrace his assistant coaches and substitute players. Was this coach's enthusiasm perhaps a tad excessive? The commentator managed to articulate a remark after much contemplation. Laughter erupted, as long as he could lead the team to continuous victories. Any manner of celebration would be deemed appropriate. A fellow Atletico Madrid supporter chuckled heartily. Chapter 11. A glimmer of hope, what do you think? I told you that your breakthroughs would prove beneficial, didn't I? Subsequently, bold incursions must be executed, while remaining cognizant of one's surroundings. Disrupting their defensive formation with these breakthroughs and timely passes will create threats, thus enhancing the potency of our offensive maneuvers. As Reyes concluded his celebration and embraced the Panda Guardian at the sidelines, the latter laughed heartily and remarked to Reyes, who nodded emphatically, acknowledging that his recent breakthrough had rekindled a long-lost sensation. With confidence restored and tactical support in place, matters became considerably more manageable. As he returned to his position, the Panda Guardian contemplated the significance of confidence for a player of Reyes's caliber. It can indeed elevate one's performance. Although the breakthrough buff lasts merely 10 minutes, it suffices. Following the celebration, the match resumed. The Atletico players began to sprint with increased vigor, initiating a high press in the midfield. Sevilla, having equalized, was eager to mount an immediate offensive to reclaim the lead. They had never entertained the notion of defeat in this match. However, as they launched their attack, they encountered relentless pressure from Atletico players, who shadowed them closely. Regardless of which defender, they exerted considerable effort to track their opponents, compelling Sevilla to expend more energy during their assault. While Sevilla boasted commendable offensive prowess, their scoring largely depended on the forwards and two wide midfielders, complemented by Renato's incisive runs. Regrettably, under Atletico's close marking, their passing became disjointed, significantly hampering their offensive efforts. It is essential to note that although Sevilla's attackers possess notable skill, they do not rely solely on individual brilliance to orchestrate their offense. Instead, their attacking strategy hinges on teamwork, with effective interplay among the forwards being paramount. Once this synergy is disrupted, their offensive threat diminishes considerably. Moreover, their stamina began to wane. Having covered the equivalent of 60 minutes worth of distance during the first half, they felt little fatigue during halftime. Yet, after merely 10 minutes in the second half, their energy levels began to decline. Suddenly, Sevilla's collective mobility faltered, and Atletico players immediately sensed this shift, launching a highly threatening attack. Upon receiving the ball, Reyes once again breached Duscher's defense, compelling Duscher to bring him down and receive a yellow card. Rising from the ground, Reyes remained undeterred. While his breakthrough may not have felt as exhilarating as before, its effectiveness was unmistakable. His form had returned. At this moment, Reyes was brimming with confidence. He was, of course, unaware that the effects of the breakthrough buff were waning. However, the defensive intensity of Sevilla was also diminishing due to a decline in stamina. Jimenez had also noticed something amiss. This was a detail he had previously overlooked, but now that it had caught his attention, it was clear that fatigue was setting in. Unfortunately, he could only substitute 3 players. Jimenez swiftly made 3 changes. He brought on 2 defenders to bolster the defense, while introducing Negrito in place of Canut to enhance their offensive prowess. Jimenez had devised a commendable strategy. The 2 defenders would stabilize the defense, and Negrito's impact was anticipated to surpass that of the starting forwards. Even with a greater reliance on energy-saving long passes from the back, they could still execute their attacks effectively. Wei Xiongmao glanced at the substitutes bench and called upon the young defender Domingos to warm up, preparing him to enter the game. Alvaro, get ready, Wei Xiongmao instructed. The 20-year-old Domingos hesitated. Me? Am I replacing the captain? Domingos played as a left back. No, you will replace Juanito and play as a center back. Your sole task is to mark that newcomer. Don't claim you can't play center back with your height of 1.9 meters. It would be a shame not to. At this point, Wei Xiongmao gave Domingos a light slap on the back, sending him onto the field in a daze. Next, Wei Xiongmao surveyed the substitutes bench. He had limited options for this match and did not intend to make all substitutions at once. After a brief warm-up, Domingos entered the pitch and positioned himself beside the newly introduced Negrito. Negrito looked at the young, towering defender and shook his head in mild exasperation. Although the opponent was slightly taller, Negrito was confident in his extensive experience and exceptional physicality, believing he could still secure a few headers. Indeed, this was the case. Despite the young center back being 4 centimeters taller than Negrito, this height advantage proved insufficient for him to assert dominance. In several aerial duels, he found himself overpowered by Negrito, leaving him in a rather embarrassing state. The substitution made by Wei Xiongmao was debatable, although Juanito stood at only 1.83 meters. His wealth of experience would ensure he could contend effectively against Negrito. In contrast, Domingos' youth and lack of physical acumen could lead to vulnerability should Atletico concede another goal. It would likely be through Domingos' misstep. As the commentator criticized Wei Xiongmao's decision, he turned to Juanito and inquired, "How is your stamina holding up?" Juanito nodded. Slightly fatigued. At 33 years of age, his stamina was not particularly remarkable, and having run thus far in the match, he was indeed beginning to struggle. He had intended to request a substitution himself, unaware that the head coach had already perceived his condition. His insight was truly astute. He was a remarkable coach. In his mind, Juanito pondered. At this moment, Sevilla had managed to regain some control of the match, particularly after employing a series of straightforward long passes, which fully showcased Negrito's advantages while conserving their stamina. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within Jimenez. Regrettably, he was not truly hopeful. As Sevilla expended significantly more energy than usual in the first half, his defeat had already been sealed. A decline in stamina would cause attacking players to miss opportunities. Conversely, defenders might resort to more fouls to withstand the opposing offense. As the match reached the 75th minute, Reyes received the ball on the flank and surged towards the center. After evading Adriano's defense, he skillfully distributed the ball wide to the advancing right-back, Barella. Barella, unlike the captain Lopez, who was known for his strong assisting capabilities, rarely ventured forward. His expertise lay in defense. However, it was precisely this infrequent advance that made his foray all the more unexpected. Chapter 12. Initiation and Conclusion. Good, thought the panda in his heart. Barella's decision to seek opportunities to push forward in the second half was something he had suggested during halftime. A strategy aimed at catching the opponent off guard. During a phase of diminished stamina, defenses often become predictable or constrained in their thinking. In such circumstances, an unexpected offensive maneuver could yield remarkably effective results. As Barella received the ball, he prepared to dart directly into the penalty area. At that moment, both central defenders of Sevilla were distracted by Fran's movement. As he penetrated the penalty area, he was bound to pose a significant threat. Duschel swiftly lunged forward. Yet it still fell short by a fraction. Just as Barella was about to carry the ball into the box, Duschel, in a moment of desperation, executed a sliding tackle from the side. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air, followed by the furious shouts of over 40,000 Atletico fans. In a moment, Barella was sent flying, appearing utterly wretched, while Dussel, who had never enjoyed a good reputation in La Liga, found himself at the receiving end of the utmost disdain from the Atletico Madrid fans. However, at that instant, Dussel was unconcerned with anything else. Upon the referee's whistle, he rushed over, intent on helping Barella to his feet. It was not out of a desire to prove anything, but rather to demonstrate that his foul was not as egregious as it seemed. Yet, Barella clutched his ankle, rolling on the ground in apparent agony. The referee approached, stern-faced, and brandished a yellow card at Dussel. At that moment, Dussel was already carrying a yellow card for a technical foul, and this latest infraction was far more severe. 2 yellows equated to a red. Dussel was sent off. "Well done," Wei Xiongmao exclaimed, vigorously waving his arm. As for Barella's injury, he genuinely did not worry. From their earlier contact, it was clear the lad was merely putting on a show, though a foul had indeed been committed. Sure enough, as Dussel trudged off, His spirits low, Barella was already slowly rising from the ground, limping back as if genuinely injured. That lad has a bright future, Wei Xiongmo thought to himself. Then turned to call for the substitutes, Coke and Keiko. Warm up, prepare to take the field. The two 18-year-old players exchanged glances, completely taken aback by the prospect of playing. Until now, they had only served in the youth team. Keiko had fared slightly better, having spent a year with the second team, whereas Coke had only just been promoted this season and was now unexpectedly thrust into the first team against the formidable Sevilla, who stood third in the league. Don't wish to play? Then skip the warm-up, Wei Xiongmao remarked nonchalantly upon seeing their stunned expressions. Think about it. Both Coke and Keiko nodded simultaneously and dashed out to begin their warm-up. As they assisted each other in stretching their joints, they felt their bodies trembling. This was entirely normal. Neither had yet appeared for Atletico Madrid's first team, and now, having made the matchday squad, they were presented with the opportunity to play. How could one not be exhilarated by such a moment? Initially, they believed that their inclusion in the roster was merely an opportunity to experience the atmosphere of professional competition. However, in truth, Coach Wei intended to utilize their talents. Cork, a midfielder with commendable stamina and solid defensive skills, excels particularly in his ability to deliver exquisite passes from deeper positions, whether through distribution or incisive through balls, accurately placing the ball at the feet of his teammates. Meanwhile, Keiko, an adept right winger, significantly enhances the offensive capabilities on that flank with his exceptional dribbling skills. As for Borja, he presents a formidable striking option, distinct in style from both Fran and Agüero. Although he may not secure a starting position, his presence offers tactical versatility. Now, the decision to introduce Keiko and Cork onto the field serves multiple purposes: to sustain midfield mobility, to heighten the threat of direct passes from the back, and to create an additional avenue for breakthroughs in the attacking front. The previous hesitation to deploy Keiko stemmed from the considerable pressure exerted by the opposing offense. Reducing defensive players would have intensified the defensive burden. With a numerical advantage and enhanced stamina now at their disposal, what is there to wait for? Substitutions are in order. The two young talents will replace Thiago and Barella, swapping midfield for midfield and winger for fullback, thus fortifying the offensive thrust. The substitutions undoubtedly please the fans. How can a coach possess any ambition when, despite having a numerical advantage, they hesitate to decisively vanquish their opponents? Although such sentiments may not be entirely justified, it is the prevailing mindset of the majority of supporters. With a numerical and physical advantage secured, Atletico Madrid's offense surged with newfound ferocity. Reyes frequently dropped back to retrieve the ball, either dribbling past defenders or distributing it to the flanks. Simultaneously, Sengoku coordinated with Lopez, seeking to create opportunities for Forl to capitalize on in the penalty area. On the opposite flank, Coke, undeterred by the daunting challenge, charged toward the box with determination after gaining possession. Faced with such a relentless assault, Sevilla was compelled to tighten their defensive line. However, they had already exhausted their 3 substitutions, leaving them with a plethora of attacking players but insufficient defenders. Even as Negrito and others retraced their steps to assist in defense, maintaining their composure proved to be a formidable challenge. More critically, their stamina had severely waned, and even their efforts to defend were becoming increasingly unsustainable. The solitary factor sustaining them was their steadfast perseverance until the 80th minute, with the scores still locked at 1 apiece. Even if the match cannot be won, securing a point under the circumstance of being a man down seems somewhat acceptable. However, Wei Xiongmao is not inclined to accept a draw, no matter how splendid the performance. If 3 points are not acquired, it holds little significance. What he desires is nothing less than 3 points. As the clock approached the 86th minute, time was running short. Despite Atletico Madrid's relentless offensive efforts, they still could not find an opportunity to score, causing growing anxiety among the fans. Reyes received the ball. His liveliness in the second half had already garnered significant attention from Sevilla. After scanning for a breakthrough route and finding none, he turned and passed the ball back to Coke. Before receiving it, Coke noticed Keiko making a forward run along the flank, a combination they often executed during their time in the reserve team. Without hesitation, Coke instinctively lifted his foot and sent the ball forward. Keiko, perfectly timed, intercepted the pass within the penalty area. Squilassi lunged desperately to obstruct Coke's path. Yet Coke refrained from advancing further, instead lifting his foot to return the ball to the edge of the arc. There, waiting, was Reyes. He initiated the offensive. He would be the one to conclude it. As the ball rolled back to him, Reyes struck it with precision, The ball skimmed past the mass of bodies in the penalty area and into the bottom corner of the net. The cheers from the stands surged to new heights, reminiscent of a roaring tide. Chapter 13. My name is Wei Xiongmao. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. 2-1. Atletico Madrid achieved a remarkable comeback victory at the Calderón Stadium. It was nothing short of miraculous. Prior to this match, Atletico was perilously close to the relegation zone, while Sevilla had the opportunity to chase the top two positions. And now, the team mired in relegation troubles emerged victorious. Before the match, no one had faith in a team that had already changed coaches twice, lost a captain, and was without their leading scorer. Yet the newly appointed coach, Pandavi, led the team to triumph over Sevilla. This victory may not drastically alter Atletico's fortunes, but it is certainly enough to allow them a moment to breathe. Pandavi was fortunate. Atletico's first goal came from an own goal by the opposing defender, and the second was scored while down a man. During the match, he did not display any extraordinary tactics. Rather, it was the players' relentless effort on the field that shone through. According to statistics, every player who completed the match, aside from the goalkeeper, averaged over 11,000 meters of running, significantly more than their usual average of under 10,000 meters. This victory was less a testament to Pandavi's prowess and more a reflection of the players' indomitable spirit and desire for victory in the face of adversity. After all, the current roster is quite similar to last season's, when they were on par with Sevilla. Reyes has erupted. He delivered his most outstanding performance since joining Atletico Madrid, contributing both a goal and an assist that led the team to victory. Various commentators are reflecting on this recently concluded match, which undoubtedly merits discussion. Prior to the match, the team's forms were strikingly disparate. One was soaring high while the other was languishing below, yet it was the latter that triumphed over the former. Furthermore, Atletico's victory in this match inadvertently provided a boost to their rivals, Real Madrid and Barcelona. Such a match certainly warrants discussion. The players of Atletico Madrid were celebrating fervently, although they won by a mere goal, considering the caliber of their opponents. This victory marked a significant turnaround for a team that had not experienced such elation since the season commenced. The fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers, having restrained their enthusiasm for half a season. A splendid triumph. With this victory secured, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief, Cerezo remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Little Hill nodded in agreement. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction with the coach being someone other than his preferred choice, the prospect of Atletico's success brought him joy. As a major shareholder, his fortunes were intricately tied to the team's performance. Success would elevate his wealth, while failure would diminish it. Thus, even though he felt slighted by Cerezo's decision, he could not help but take pleasure in the team's victory. Wei Xiongmao joined in the celebrations, blending in with the players as if he were an unheralded substitute. "Boss, thank you for this opportunity," Reyes exclaimed excitedly to Wei Xiongmao. "You always possess this ability. We all have remarkable potential, we just need to unleash it. And I am here to help you with that," Wei Xiongmao declared, thumping his chest with conviction. His words resonated with an increasing number of players at that moment. "All right, lads, let us head to the locker room to shower and change. It's chilly out. Don't catch a cold. A cold could jeopardize your position on the team." Wei Xiongmao clapped his hands, signaling the players to return to the locker room, while he prepared for the upcoming press conference. "Jose, Diego, join me for the press conference." In the locker room, Wei Xiongmao summoned Fran and Reyes to accompany him, opting not to include the two young players who had contributed to the second goal, believing it prudent to shield them from the spotlight at such an early stage in their careers. Upon arriving at the press conference venue, he found the journalists gathered in droves, though the opposing coach, Jimenez, had yet to arrive. Wei Xiongmao remained unconcerned, taking his seat and observing the audience with keen interest. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet this experience of attending a post-match press conference as head coach was new to him. From his vantage point, all eyes were upon him, and he reveled in the sensation. Just as Wei Xiongmao was enjoying this moment, Jimenez finally made his entrance. The head coach of Sevilla exhibited a noticeably flushed demeanor, clearly having lost his temper in the locker room. Upon sitting down, he refrained from shaking hands with Wei Xiongmao and began speaking to himself. "We did not perform well in this match. Our luck on the field was also lacking. The opponent's aggressive actions disrupted our offense, and they escaped several fouls. We will take heed in the future," he stated with a stern expression. His discontent was understandable to all, as no one could maintain a positive mood under such circumstances. However, Wei Xiongmao was not inclined to indulge him. "I do feel a bit sorry for the Sevilla players. They have been exerting considerable effort on the field. According to the data I previously obtained, Sevilla players covered a total distance exceeding 100,000 meters in this match, which surpasses their season average of 94,000 meters. Clearly, their defeat was not due to poor performance, but rather the hindrance of an outdated coach, Wei Xiongmao remarked. He found it amusing that a coach who has been in La Liga for over a decade still had to pay tuition like a novice. His unabashed sarcasm astonished the reporters present, who relished such pointed commentary, although Wei Xiongmao's relative obscurity made it easy for many to be put off by his remarks. As a journalist named Mr. Pandaway attempted to pose a question, he was promptly interrupted by Wei Xiongmao. My name is Wei Xiongmao. According to Spanish custom, you may also call me Xiongmao Wei. Panda is my name, and thus should not be translated. It requires transliteration. I do not go by Pandai, do you understand? I believe in a civilized society. Addressing others by their correct names is fundamental. Xiongmao Wei. The journalist struggled to repeat the name and then broke into a wry smile. It's a bit awkward. It will become less so with practice. Come, everyone, repeat after me. Xiongmao Wei. Excellent. If I were a language teacher, I would reward you all with a little red flower, Wei Xiongmao said with a smile. Chapter 14. Is it impossible? Wei Xiongmao's inaugural press conference was one of victory and honor, revealing to all a glimpse of his less than gentle demeanor. Often, people tend to be soft on those who are kind and more cautious around those who are not, and Wei Xiongmao showcased his irritable side during the press conference. Aside from correcting the pronunciation of his name, he asserted that the victory was the result of his strategic planning, noting that the players of Atletico Madrid were not markedly superior to those of Sevilla. Rather, he was simply a tad more competent than Mr. Jimenez. The journalists, reveling in the delight of witnessing a fall from grace, eagerly anticipated the moment of his failure to unleash their critiques. Tomorrow would grant them a fleeting respite, followed by 3 arduous days of physical training, as Wei Xiongmao addressed the players before their dispersal. The athletes hurriedly sought to relish their rare moments of leisure. While Domingo reminded Wei Xiongmao, in 4 days, we face the 5th round of the King's Cup. If we rest for a day and then undergo 3 days of physical training, our stamina will undoubtedly suffer for that match. It's merely the King's Cup, so it matters not. 3 days of training will yield results we cannot cease. Even if it impacts our performance in the King's Cup, we must maintain our physical regimen. Primarily, we lack the time for a summer training camp, thus we must proceed this way. In comparison to the league and the latter half of the Europa League, the King's Cup is of little consequence. A loss is simply a loss, Wei Xiongmao replied nonchalantly. Domingo pondered this for a moment before conceding to Wei Xiongmao's perspective. Furthermore, the opponent in that match would be the Segunda División team, Real Valladolid. Even if ATL Tico's players were fatigued, victory was not out of reach. Thus, ATL Tico's players embarked on their grueling training, with even the recently recovered Agüero pushed to the brink of nausea. The head coach is remarkably astute, possessing an uncanny ability to discern whether you are genuinely unable to endure or merely feigning fatigue. Throughout the training sessions, he relentlessly pushes you to the brink of despair. Yet somehow, you find yourself unable to succumb. With the previous successes serving as a backdrop, the players of ATL Tico Madrid grit their teeth and persevere. The initial days of a new beginning are invariably the most excruciating. They toil so intensely that they lose track of time, only realizing the impending match when Coach Wei announces the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. Their SA match tomorrow? A surprised Reyes inquires regarding their physical condition. Just give it your all in the match, Wei replies with a faint smile, subsequently unveiling the starting formation. Almost all of the previous match's starters have been rotated out. The goalkeeper remains Asenjo, while the entire defensive line comprises substitutes, right back Pablo, left back PEA, and center backs Dominguez and Pereira. In midfield, only Simon retains his starting position, accompanied by Coke, Keiko, and the Brazilian defensive midfielder, Asuncel. The forward line features the returning Agüero and the young prospect Borja. This is an entirely new lineup, one that has scarcely collaborated in the past. Moreover, they underwent 3 days of rigorous physical training, leaving them almost incapable of movement on the field. Although Velva is a team from the second tier of Spanish football and lacks remarkable players, their underwhelming performance in such a state is indeed astonishing. Initially, they approached the match at home with caution, but it did not take long for them to realize that their opponents could barely move and exhibited a complete absence of synergy. As the saying goes, it is easy to strike a drowning man. Thus, they launched a fierce offensive. Subsequently, they astonishingly scored 3 goals against Atlantic Tico Madrid, who had recently achieved a splendid comeback against Sevilla, the third-ranked team in La Liga. only to falter at the hands of Velva, who occupy the 15th position in the second division. The striking contrast immediately ignited excitement among the journalists attending the press conference. Mr. Wei Xiongmao, just 5 days ago, you led your team to a victory against the third-ranked Sevilla in La Liga. However, today, the team's performance has drastically differed. What could possibly account for such a situation? One reporter boldly inquired. Wei Xiongmao shrugged his shoulders. Our players performed exceptionally well. The defeat in this match is solely my responsibility. I have been at the helm for less than 10 days, and I require the players to intensify their training to adapt to my tactics. Under such circumstances, the rigorous training has adversely affected their condition, leading to this unfortunate loss. All blame should be directed at me, not the players, Wei Xiongmao responded. We never intended to target the players. Countless reporters silently pondered, questioning the utility of such an approach. Player performance invariably fluctuates. The true focus should be on you, especially given your arrogance following the previous match. So, you imply that the failure in this match rests entirely on your shoulders. Is that correct? Another reporter probed. It is my fault, but not my responsibility. Every day, countless matches are played around the world, with numerous teams facing defeat. If every loss were to be attributed to the coach, it would be most unjust. I merely led my team to one loss. Is there a coach in existence who has never lost a match? If there is, then you may justifiably criticize me, Wei Xiongmao asserted, with unwavering conviction. This logic rendered the reporters speechless. We are discussing the responsibility for this match, yet you divert the conversation to coaches around the globe? The outcome of a single match does not dictate the success of an entire season. The defeat in this match is merely the cost we must pay to ensure a better performance in the future. For Atletico Madrid, while the Copa del Rey holds significance, we have not yet escaped the relegation zone. The league is the competition that concerns our fate and future. Thus, its importance is vastly heightened. In such circumstances, I must reluctantly sacrifice our potential progress in the Copa del Rey to secure our league performance. With such a statement from Wei Xiongmao, what more could the reporters possibly say? It is evident to everyone that, compared to the league, the Copa del Rey is indeed of lesser consequence. Moreover, it is merely the first leg. We have not been eliminated from the Copa del Rey, have we? Wei Xiongmao seemed to add a superfluous comment. 3 goals down in the away leg, yet still stubbornly believing we are not eliminated? One reporter could not contain himself and exclaimed loudly. What La Corua can achieve in the Champions League, must we be incapable of in the Copa del Rey? Wei Xiongmao retorted. Chapter 15. What is your name? The reporters departed the press conference, filled with indignation. The so-called Panda team, despite suffering a disheartening defeat of 3 goals, remains obstinate, using the legendary record of Deportivo La Corua as a feeble excuse for their shortcomings. Indeed, La Corua managed to overturn a 1-4 deficit against Milan with a commendable 4-0 victory at home. But such extraordinary comebacks are rarely witnessed in the annals of professional football, if it were indeed so effortless. The remarkable performance of Super Laka would not be deemed a miracle, while Atletico Madrid may have regained some semblance of form in their last match. Reclaiming 3 goals is no simple feat. Your unwavering certainty now appears to be an attempt to evade accountability, as you utter whatever comes to mind. We shall patiently observe as you continue to falter in subsequent matches, eager to hear the justifications you will conjure then. Should you fabricate too many excuses? Even the most devoted fans may grow weary of your rhetoric. Winning a high-stakes match by mere chance, only to succumb to a 3-goal defeat against a lesser team, only serves to underscore the notion that the individual in question lacks genuine capability and relies primarily on fortune. It is worth noting that nearly all journalists concur that the management of Atletico Madrid must have lost their senses to appoint someone devoid of any coaching experience as the head coach. What kind of team is Atletico Madrid? In terms of league titles, they rank as the 3rd strongest team in Spain. While Valencia and La Corua may have challenged Real Madrid and Barcelona during the turn of the century, it is Atletico Madrid that stands as the most formidable traditional powerhouse in Spain, aside from the aforementioned giants. Such a team, even in the unfortunate event of the head coach sustaining an injury and being compelled to resign, could patiently seek out a coach of considerable repute. Yet, they hastily opted for the inexperienced Wei Xiongmao. Such matters can solely be attributed to the management of Atletico Madrid, who have once again succumbed to folly. It appears that such lapses in judgment are a recurring tendency among the club's hierarchy, a practice that has persisted since the days of the late Hill. When the team falters, the response is merely derision. In this match, our performance was lacking. However, it primarily stemmed from a stroke of misfortune. The 3 goals conceded by our opponents were significantly aided by chance, while our counterattacks were thwarted by the remarkable display of their goalkeeper. Therefore, despite the 3-goal deficit, there is no need for undue concern. Apart from taking full responsibility during the press conference, Wei Xiongmao similarly assumes accountability on the training ground, alleviating the pressure on the players. Such an approach has undoubtedly brought joy to the players, for no one desires to follow a leader devoid of responsibility. When the coach is willing to shoulder the burden, the players experience diminished pressure and are more inclined to exert themselves. On the surface, we currently hold a 4-point lead over the relegation zone, rendering our position in the league temporarily secure. The prospect of contending for the relatively accessible Copa del Rey to secure a championship seems advantageous. However, I beg to differ. The significance of the Copa del Rey title pales in comparison to the imperative of securing a top 4 finish, which guarantees qualification for the Champions League in the upcoming season. Presently, the gap between us and the top 4 stands at 13 points, with 22 league matches remaining, leaving ample room for miraculous achievements. A cup victory that lacks substantial impact, while it cannot be deemed entirely inconsequential, it certainly diminishes in importance when juxtaposed with our objective of recalibrating our form and conserving energy. I must admit, the magnitude of our defeat in this match took me by surprise. However, the lessons gleaned from this loss shall undoubtedly yield greater benefits for us. Sensing a subtle shift in the players' mentality, Coach Wei promptly seized the moment to invigorate their spirits. Over the subsequent 2 days, he focused on tactical training. The strategies employed by Coach Wei were not overly complex. Rather, they hinged on a foundation of relentless movement, through vigorous running and continuous passing. The intention was to dismantle the opponent's defensive line. The players of Atlantic Tico possess the requisite skills for such passing, and as their stamina increases, the spaces they can exploit expand, facilitating smoother transitions. Moreover, Fran, as the sole forward, is not a traditional center forward. Instead, he frequently withdraws to receive the ball, launching attacks through long-range shots and precise passes. This dynamic allows the midfielders behind him to make incisive runs, completing offensive maneuvers with minimal interference. In essence, this tactic revolves around constant positional interchange, rendering the defenders bewildered and thereby creating more space for striking opportunities. Though only trained for 2 days, all ATL Tico players began to perceive that, should this offensive strategy come to fruition, it would not only be aesthetically pleasing, but also yield numerous goals. While such an attacking style may compromise defensive solidity, their current capacity for movement would significantly enhance their defensive performance. Ultimately, they can compensate for any defensive frailties with an abundance of goals. Atlantic Tico's opponent in the 17th round is Valladolid. This is not a formidable team. One might even categorize it as a relegation candidate. Currently, their points tally is just 1 less than that of ATL Tico Madrid. However, it is noteworthy that even in the previous season, when Atlantic Tico secured the 4th position in their most impressive form, they were once defeated twice by Valladolid in the league. From this perspective, Valladolid can be regarded as a nemesis for ATL Tico Madrid. The ability to be a nemesis is, of course, rooted in certain factors. Valladolid boasts a commendable defense and a potent counterattack, epitomizing the classic small team strategy of defending and countering. While they may falter against offensively dominant teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona, they find success against ATL Tico, whose attacking prowess, though commendable, does not quite reach the heights of Madrid or Barcelona, and whose defense often falters, if fortune smiles upon them. Securing a victory against ATL Tico through counterattacks would not be surprising. In fact, ATL Tico has consistently found such encounters to be quite vexing. For journalists, the hope now is for Valladolid to strike again against ATL Tico, whether through a draw or even a victory. Should this occur, the reputation that the recently triumphant manager has painstakingly built through a comeback against Sevilla may soon teeter on the brink of collapse. The world of football is indeed ruthless. When the manager achieved a comeback victory over Sevilla, his standing among Atlantic Tico fans began to solidify. However, should they suffer 2 consecutive winless matches, such esteem would swiftly evaporate. These journalists do not harbor animosity towards Wei Xiongmao. Rather, their actions provide them with ample material to write about. During the pre-match press conference, a journalist from Marca, who is known for his pro-Real Madrid stance, posed a rather insidious question. Just 3 days ago, you suffered a defeat against the 2nd division team, Velva, and now you face another away match. Do you feel confident about securing a victory in this game? He inquired, microphone in hand. I am always confident in my ability to win any match. But as we all know, football is unpredictable, Wei Xiongmao responded, seemingly lacking conviction. The journalist pressed on, however. After losing to Velva, you claimed that defeat would pave the way for a better performance in the league. Wei Xiongmao raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the reporter. What is your name? He asked. Upon hearing this, the reporter, rather than feeling angered, was instead filled with delight. In this day and age, the human heart has grown cold. Even legitimate sports journalists often seek to provoke a certain coach in hopes of garnering fame, as it is a rather expedient route to notoriety. For instance, criticizing a renowned coach to elicit resonance is an endeavor reserved for prominent columnists. However, for lesser journalists, who must attend press conferences to submit their articles, such actions often yield little significance. Should they incur the wrath of a distinguished coach, who then refuses to grant interviews, they would lose a valuable avenue for their work. Yet, offending an obscure coach like Wei Xiongmao, who possesses neither fame nor a notable track record, holds little consequence. Perhaps, before long, he will be dismissed and fade into obscurity within the realm of professional football. Such occurrences are quite commonplace. Thus, the journalist promptly introduced himself. I am Juan Sanchez, a reporter for Marca. Wei Xiongmao nodded in acknowledgement. Marca is a highly esteemed newspaper, and I have great admiration for many of its reports. However, even the most prestigious publications are not exempt from employing journalists of questionable caliber. Are you implying that I am one of those journalists? Juan Sanchez retorted without displaying any irritation. Indeed, for anyone with a modicum of discernment, it is evident that our performance midweek was subpar, our physical condition was lacking. Nevertheless, our young players showcased commendable skills. While losing by 3 goals may appear disheartening, the reality is that we were not significantly outmatched. After a few days of adjustment, our form has markedly improved, and I am confident in our ability to secure victory in this match. My earlier comments were merely a gesture of respect towards our opponents. Yet your current assertion implies that I am incapable of leading the team to triumph in this encounter. No. I merely pointed out the inconsistency between your previous remarks and those made after the last match. Sanchez's response was astute. Such platitudes are often uttered post-defeat to safeguard the player's dignity. Is this your first experience as a journalist? Haven't you encountered such clichés before? Wei Xiongmao remarked. Sanchez was momentarily at a loss. The notion of losing without compromising one's integrity and offering words of encouragement to uplift the team's morale after a defeat is indeed a common practice. How had he overlooked this? Some individuals remain mere junior reporters well into their years, and it is clear why. Failing to contemplate how to approach the task at hand, no matter how fervently one writes, will yield little benefit. Wei Xiongmao glanced at the thinning crown of Sanchez's head and sighed. Mr. Wei, I must insist that you choose your words more carefully, Sanchez retorted. I did not direct my comments at you. Why are you so agitated? Wei Xiongmao replied. Sanchez, now seething with indignation, had completely lost his earlier composure. A few words had defeated this challenger who had dared to confront him, and Wei Xiongmao was disinclined to prolong the exchange, since there are no further inquiries. I shall take my leave. In any case, I approach this match with unwavering confidence in victory, and you may convey this to the Atletico fans. They yearn for a resounding triumph, and I am here to fulfill that mission. Is this yet another platitude? A journalist inquired loudly. Indeed, it is another platitude. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Later that evening, he was summoned to the room of the club president, Cerezo, who had accompanied the team on their away trip. President, do you require my assistance? Wei Xiongmao inquired. Cerezo, somewhat exasperated, regarded Wei Xiongmao. This Chinese coach had orchestrated a remarkable turnaround upon his arrival, and he had initially felt fortunate to have discovered such an obscure yet talented coach. However, what followed? A humiliating 3-goal defeat to a second-division team, and now, Juan Sanchez has lodged a complaint against you. Cerezo inquired. Who is that? Wei Xiongmao appeared utterly bewildered. Cerezo gazed at him in disbelief. Had he truly forgotten that he had just reprimanded someone earlier that day? The journalist from the press conference, Cerezo felt compelled to remind him. Oh, Wei Xiongmao suddenly recalled. What did he say to me? He accused you of insulting him at the press conference and sent a letter to our club through a lawyer. I had our legal department handle it, and I brought you here merely to advise you to exercise caution in the future, Cerezo replied with exasperation. Thank you, boss. However, I can manage such matters myself in the future. Although I lack a law degree, I possess a deeper understanding of the law than many attorneys. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Your attitude is rather frivolous. Atletico Madrid is a prestigious club, As the head coach, you must refrain from causing trouble for the club. Cerezo could no longer contain his frustration. Rest assured, I will not behave this way again, Wei Xiongmao assured, patting his chest. Cerezo shot him a stern glance. If it weren't for my daughter's approval of your appointment, I would have been more severe in disciplining you over this trivial matter. We must secure victory in tomorrow's match. Do not worry, the players are in great form. We are certain to win this game, Wei Xiongmao declared confidently. He was cautious in public, but did not hesitate to boast before the chairman. The Jos Zarilla Stadium was not particularly large, accommodating just over 26,000 spectators. Valladolid was not a formidable team, and they were perilously close to the relegation zone. Nevertheless, their supporters were eagerly anticipating a victory against Atletico Madrid. Buoyed by the confidence instilled by last season's double triumph, there seemed to be a historical connection between them and Atletico. Currently, Atletico's primary goalkeeper, Sengoku, had risen to prominence at Valladolid. Although his performance since transferring to Atletico had not been remarkable, it was still commendable. Furthermore, Valladolid boasted a young forward who had emerged from Atletico's youth academy. Is that tall striker Diego Costa whom we loaned to them? Wei Xiongmao inquired, observing the imposing forward on the opposing side. Indeed, though it was not a loan but a transfer, however, we retain a buyback clause, Domingo clarified. Wei Xiongmao nodded, recognizing that such situations were commonplace. As a prominent club, Atletico often saw young players lacking opportunities. He contemplated the match as a chance to observe the opponent. Though Diego Costa's appearance left much to be desired, his towering physique certainly aligned with Wei Xiongmao's preferences. He had not anticipated that the newly appointed Atlantic Tico coach would hold him in such regard. Yet, he understood that a strong performance against his former club might very well alter the trajectory of his fate. Chapter 17. Costa and De Gea. As the sharp whistle of the referee pierced the air, Diego Costa found himself momentarily stunned. Observing the writhing figure of Sengoku before him, he lamented not only his unfortunate luck, but also his own misfortune. Within a mere 5 minutes of the match's commencement, he had inadvertently injured Sengoku while vying for a corner kick. Injuring another player was regrettable enough, but Costa was acutely aware that it was not intentional. After all, such misfortunes were part and parcel of the game. Yet, the fact remained, he had injured Sengoku. Sengoku was arguably the most promising talent to emerge from Valladolid in recent years. And even after his transfer to Atletico, many Valladolid fans continued to hold him dear. Atletico retained the option to repurchase him, and now, having offended both sides, Costa pondered his prospects. Was there truly a future for him? In his heart, the handsome player mourned his ill fate. At that moment, he hazily glimpsed Atletico's new head coach, who, accompanied by the team doctor, dashed onto the pitch. The coach's trench coat billowed dramatically in the wind, fluttering as he ran with an urgency that astounded the Valladolid supporters, who marveled at the spectacle of a coat being so animated by speed. Indeed, a remarkable sight. Upon assessing Sengoku, the coach realized that the injury was genuine, not a mere act. With a sigh, he reflected on Sengoku's previous match performance, which had been rather unremarkable. However, stability in a goalkeeper was a rare commodity. Should Sengoku be sidelined, the team's forthcoming results would be precariously uncertain. The coach then noticed Diego Costa standing nearby, visibly flustered. With a resigned sigh, he placed a reassuring hand on Costa's shoulder. Startled, Costa turned sharply, his expression one of wariness. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not here to lay blame. I clearly saw your movement for the corner was clean. And your collision with Sergio was merely shoulder to shoulder. His injury was due to the fall, and you bear no responsibility, the coach reassured him. Costa's tension eased. And how is Sergio? After comforting Costa, the coach leaned towards the team doctor, inquiring about Sengoku's condition. The prognosis is not promising. It appears serious. I hope for the best but prepare for the worst, boss. You may need to find a new goalkeeper, the doctor responded softly, careful that Sengoku did not overhear. Damn it, the coach muttered under his breath, bending down to pat Sengoku gently. Sergio, take a breather, don't overthink it. You'll be all right. Upon uttering these words, he dashed off the field with fervor. The goalkeeper position at Atletico Madrid finds itself in a rather delicate predicament this season. The primary goalkeeper from last season, Franco, alongside the backup, have both departed, leading to the acquisition of the prodigious talent, Sengoku. Given his youth, it appears that Atletico need not fret over their goalkeeping situation for the next decade. Consequently, preparations for a backup goalkeeper were minimal. The 24-year-old Roberto possesses only average skills, while the third-choice keeper is an aging veteran. Both had previously been out of form and were omitted from the substitute list by Coach Wei Xiongmao. Currently, the only goalkeeper seated on the bench is the under-20 David De Gea. However, during recent training sessions, Coach Wei discovered that despite David's towering stature, he exhibited remarkable agility and commendable goalkeeping technique. Initially, Coach Wei contemplated loaning him out to prevent hindering his development, considering he is merely a year younger than Asenjo. Without match opportunities for growth, it would be a tremendous waste. Yet now, he had no choice but to rely on him. David, take the field, remain composed. And do not let nerves overcome you, understood? Coach Wei gently patted De Gea's shoulder. De Gea, feeling somewhat anxious, nodded in response. As he had previously been competing in the second team, and now faced this sudden turn of events. This aspect closely parallels Kirk's psychological journey, albeit with a more dramatic flair. It is noteworthy that even if he were to join the first team, he would merely serve as the fourth goalkeeper. However, the second and third goalkeepers are essentially there to fill the roster. Now, with the first-choice goalkeeper injured, it is his moment to shine as the fourth goalkeeper. A new goalkeeper, it seems I must seize the opportunity to score. At this moment, Costa, having emerged from the shadows, contemplated within himself. He felt immense gratitude towards Wei Panda for his earlier counsel, which had spared him from the predicament of being caught between two sides. However, the only way he could repay Wei Panda was through a superior performance on the field. Had Wei Panda been privy to Costa's thoughts, he might have chosen his words more carefully. As the match resumed, the initial 5 minutes showcased Atletico Madrid's dominance in attack. Wei Panda had made slight adjustments to the lineup, with Coke stepping in for Thiago as a starter, positioned deeper as a playmaking defensive midfielder, allowing Garcia to exploit space alongside him, while Gallardo darted around in the attacking front. Entrusting such a pivotal role to a young midfielder seemed rather illogical, and even Coke himself felt somewhat ill-suited for the task. In those opening minutes, he completed several passes. However, misfortune struck when Arsenio sustained an injury and had to leave the pitch, which allowed Valladolid to seize the momentum and launch an aggressive assault. Consequently, Atletico's defenders were compelled to focus more intently on their defensive duties to shield the newly introduced goalkeeper from undue pressure. Following a series of swift passes in midfield, Valladolid quickly directed the ball to Costa on the flank. As he received the ball and faced the approaching defender Lopez, Costa suddenly shifted the ball laterally and made a powerful drive forward. While his footwork lacked flamboyance, it was complemented by his imposing height of 6 feet 2 inches and robust physique, giving him a decisive edge even over the seasoned Lopez. Indeed, even without that advantage, it would be a daunting task for the relatively shorter Lopez to thwart such a formidable opponent's aggressive advance. After his lateral breakthrough, just before Garcia could intervene, Costa seized the opportunity to unleash a shot from the edge of the penalty area. The quality of this shot is exceptionally high. Costa has always exhibited great confidence in his striking abilities. The ball soared through the air with a piercing whistle, then swiftly descended, evading the outstretched body of Wefalucci, and hurtled towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Costa's strike was cunning, exploiting the rapid descent of the ball to take advantage of De Gea, who had just entered the field as a tall goalkeeper, typically slower to react to ground shots. Yet, De Gea executed a magnificent save. He quickly discerned the true trajectory of the ball and leaped into action, stretching his arms as far as they could reach. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, his hand made contact, and feeling the ball beneath his fingertips, he exerted force with his palm to deflect it out of the baseline. Chapter 18. The Art of Shooting a Splendid Shot. A Remarkable Save. The 20-year-old De Gea thwarted the brilliant attempt of the 22-year-old Costa. It was unexpected that after Arsenjo's injury, the relatively unknown young goalkeeper De Gea would deliver such an impressive performance upon his arrival. Atletico Madrid was indeed fortunate. Costa's shot was undoubtedly spectacular, under ordinary circumstances. It would have been a goal. However, De Gea's save made it even more extraordinary. Sometimes, a remarkable save can ignite tremendous fighting spirit among players. Launch an attack. Let them know our strength, Captain Lopez shouted, breaking his usual reserve in the locker room. At his commanding call, Atletico players immediately responded with fervor. A corner kick taken by Valladolid was headed away by Wefalucci, landing at the feet of the retreating Jurado. As Jurado received the ball, he was closely pressured by Valladolid's midfield, forcing him to turn. Just as he contemplated a forceful pivot, Coke dashed in from the penalty area to offer support. Jurado passed the ball back. Coke did not stop the ball but executed a precise diagonal pass, sending it accurately to Reyes, who had drifted wide to the right. What a splendid display of insight. Reyes now had space to maneuver. Amid the commentators' excited exclamations, Reyes began his forward surge along the flank, finding the area ahead remarkably open. Although his speed was not exceptionally swift, the situation allowed him to traverse the midfield with ease. It was only as he approached the 30-meter mark that Reyes halted under pressure from an opposing defender. He then turned and delivered the ball to the advancing Barella, before sprinting towards the sideline. Barella sent the ball back, and as Reyes made contact, he executed a brilliant dribble, deftly maneuvering past the pressing defender. Gaining momentum, he surged into the penalty area. Within the penalty area, the Valladolid defender was compelled to reposition himself in order to thwart Reyes. Reyes, once again, forcefully advanced towards the byline and delivered a pass into the central region of the penalty area. Following closely, Fren lifted his foot. But as the Valladolid defender made a desperate attempt to block, he inadvertently let the ball slip past him. At the far post, the unmarked Gelato effortlessly met the rolling ball, striking it into the Valladolid net. This was a splendid counterattack. After a series of precise passes, Gelato essentially scored into an open goal. His relentless pursuit bore fruit with this goal. After passing the ball to Coke, he continued his forward run, covering an impressive distance of over 70 meters from his own penalty area to the opponents. In just a matter of seconds, he accomplished what had been a rarity for the Gelato of yesteryears. The commentator exclaimed that Gelato has long been recognized as a prominent attacking midfielder in La Liga, showcasing exceptional technical skills, a strong ability to penetrate defenses, and some organizational prowess. However, his endurance had often been deemed average. Such a long-distance run culminating in a goal was previously uncommon for him. Gelato knew well that this transformation was intimately tied to the fitness training with Coach Panda. Despite only a brief 6-day training camp, his stamina and ability for long runs had significantly improved. Thus, upon scoring, he swiftly dashed towards the coaching bench, eager to embrace Coach Panda. Yet, Panda, brimming with even greater enthusiasm, opened his arms and rushed to the sidelines upon witnessing Gelato's goal, embracing him in celebration. Coach Panda truly exemplifies a passionate manager. Although he has only overseen a handful of matches, he celebrates each goal with fervor, as if he were a player himself. At the age of 28, his fitness is indeed commendable. A commentator jested about Coach Panda's exuberance, prompting laughter among the Atletico fans, who found joy in having such an impassioned coach. Of course, this joy is contingent upon a string of victories. Costa, with his hands on his hips, gazed at Coach Panda celebrating alongside the players, feeling a twinge of envy within. Such an impassioned coach should be quite agreeable, shouldn't he? As time progressed, Costa began to ardently seek opportunities to score. His individual prowess was commendable, and whenever he received the ball in advanced positions, he consistently managed to create openings for shots, leaving seasoned defenders like Juanito and Wifalisi momentarily bewildered. That forward performed admirably. He is indeed a fine marksman. When Costa maneuvered to create yet another angle for a shot, which narrowly sailed over the goal, Wei Xiongmao could not help but exclaim. He had transferred to Valladolid at the onset of this season, but we possess a buyback clause. Domingo remarked. Is that so? It warrants close attention. If he can improve even slightly this season, we might consider bringing him back for the next. Wei Xiongmao pondered thoughtfully. This individual is currently quite vibrant, Domingo interjected. He is in excellent form today, yet it will inevitably draw Valladolid's offensive focus upon him. There should be no issue. Our overall attacking capability far surpasses theirs. If they truly commit to an offensive strategy, it would be tantamount to courting disaster, Wei Xiongmao replied nonchalantly. Domingo paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is the case. Atletico Madrid's previous season saw them fall victim to Valladolid not due to the latter's exceptional prowess, but rather due to their tactical execution of counterattacks paired with a stroke of luck. Now that they find themselves trailing, should they push forward, Atletico would relish the opportunity to exploit the counterattack. As anticipated, after Valladolid's offensive attempts over several minutes, Atletico extended their lead through a brilliant counterattack. After receiving the ball, Costa once again attempted a forceful breakthrough but was thwarted by Garcia, who had been lying in wait, intercepting the ball with a well-timed challenge. Following his interception in midfield, Garcia delivered a precise pass to Fran, who dropped back to receive the ball and then forcefully surged past the opposing defender. Upon entering the penalty area, he unleashed a sudden shot. The Uruguayan striker's effort was of the highest caliber, the ball soaring into the net corner, evading even the goalkeeper's desperate lunge. After scoring, Fran spread his arms wide and dashed forward, pursued by his Atletico teammates. Costa observed Fran's celebration with a hint of resignation. Fran's goal showcased his seasoned shooting technique. His initial forceful breakthrough carved out the angle for the shot, and the subsequent execution was so precise that it nestled into the corner of the net. Costa realized that he still had much to learn in terms of such precision in motion. I shall certainly achieve this as well. In his mind, Costa pondered. Chapter 19. What is a marksman? Eager to excel in the upcoming matches, Costa found himself substituted during halftime. The coach's reasoning was straightforward. He had taken too many shots in the first half, monopolizing offensive opportunities without scoring, and had inadvertently allowed an opponent to intercept and score the second goal. Thus, a tactical shift was deemed necessary for the second half. Costa could only wipe the sweat from his brow in frustration, for luck had not favored him in this match. As for Valladolid, this substitution did little to alter their fortunes. Although their attacks became slightly more diverse, the Atletico players' relentless movement and interceptions limited their chances, while their defensive vulnerabilities continued to multiply. Within 15 minutes of the second half, the recently resurgent Reyes netted Atletico's third goal. After receiving the ball outside the box from Fran, he feigned a long shot, only to pass it to the onrushing Reyes. Without pausing, Reyes unleashed a powerful strike that skimmed the ground and found the far corner, placing Atletico 3 goals ahead on enemy turf. Victory for Atletico seemed assured. Just 3 days had passed, yet they exhibited remarkable form on the pitch, displaying vigorous movement and seamless coordination. It appeared that Coach Wei, the Panda, had not been exaggerating. Their previous training camp had merely drained their energy reserves, and now their focus was solely on the league. This match seemed destined for triumph, with Coach Wei poised to secure consecutive league victories since his appointment. Typically, a change in management yields a slight improvement in team morale. Yet the transformations instigated by Coach Wei were strikingly evident. The commentator marveled at Atletico's exceptional form, especially following a week filled with substantial rotation in cup matches. Coach Wei began to make substitutions. It must be noted that in recent matches, the young prospect Coke had been granted several opportunities. His movement and ability to initiate play from the back were commendable. Although still lacking in experience, he held great promise for the future. Another player revitalized by him was Reyes, who, despite appearing to be in decline, had already accumulated 2 goals and 2 assists in these 2 matches, showcasing exceptional performance. However, this raised a dilemma. How would he arrange the playing time for these individuals once Agüero returned? Agüero replaced Reyes. Standing on the sidelines, Agüero awaited Reyes' exit. The young Argentine did not perceive any threat to his starting position, for, strictly speaking, his attributes differed entirely from those of Reyes. Reyes could operate in midfield, orchestrating and penetrating defenses while he was a consummate marksman. After embracing Reyes, Agüero took his place on the pitch. "Well done, take a good rest," he remarked. Wei Xiongmao addressed Reyes, who nodded in acknowledgement. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with his performance, as if he had regained the vigor of his youth, effortlessly breaking through defenses, dribbling past opponents, delivering precise passes, and striking the ball with remarkable accuracy. As long as he maintained his physical condition and tactical synergy was in place, there was nothing he could not achieve. Rest assured, you and he belong to different archetypes. I shall utilize both of you wisely, Wei Xiongmao reassured him. Reyes nodded, harboring no doubts about this assertion. Upon Agüero's entrance onto the field, he did not rush into offensive maneuvers, having spent nearly a month recuperating from an injury. Although his physical condition had improved, he still needed to reacquaint himself with the rhythm of the game. Despite being under 22 years of age, he had long been a renowned figure in football. This season marked his 4th at Atletico Madrid, aside from a period of adjustment during his inaugural season in La Liga. He had netted 19 and 17 goals in the subsequent 2 seasons, thereby demonstrating his prowess as a top-tier striker. Such prowess is not easily overshadowed. Compared to Fran, his technical skills are more comprehensive, and in contrast to Reyes, his scoring ability is remarkably precise. He epitomizes the modern forward. After coming off the bench, he took several minutes to acclimate himself to the game, and just before the final whistle, he received a cross from Lopez, advancing cleverly to strike before the opposing defender could intervene, thus netting the 4th goal for Atletico Madrid. Agüero's shot left Costa, who was seated on the bench, utterly astonished. Though Agüero is only 4 months older than him, he has achieved great renown at an early age. Initially, Costa felt a twinge of envy. But it has become evident that while Aguero may lack in height and strength, his prowess in shooting and positioning is indeed superior. If he wishes to return to Atletico, he must recognize the valuable qualities that both of the team's main forwards, renowned for their exceptional scoring abilities, possess. This realization instilled a sense of urgency in Costa. He is not young anymore, and if he does not deliver commendable performances soon, his place in La Liga may be in jeopardy. Surely, our club must have scouts diligently tracking loan players and those available for purchase. I need footage of his matches sent to me, he remarked to Domingo while celebrating with open arms. Absolutely, Domingo replied, somewhat bemused by Wei Xiongmao's interest in this forward, yet he nodded in agreement. With a resounding 4-0 victory, Atletico Madrid decisively triumphed over Valladolid away from home. Unlike the previous match, which seemed fortuitous, this win was indisputable. With 2 goals scored in each half, contributions from the attacking midfield and both main forwards, and Aguero, who came on as a substitute, also finding the net. De Gea, called upon in the wake of Asenjo's injury, upheld the integrity of the goal. One might attribute this success to Wei Xiongmao's good fortune. However, sustaining such luck is, in itself, a commendable trait. When Wei Xiongmao, alongside Fran and Aguero, graced the press conference, the attending journalists found themselves at a loss for words. Ladies and gentlemen, do not hesitate to praise me. As an exceptionally talented coach, I am indeed worthy of commendation, he quipped with a chuckle as he took his seat. Fran and Aguero could not help but laugh. Having encountered numerous coaches, they found this newcomer's antics during press conferences amusingly provocative towards the reporters. Many coaches harbor disdain for journalists, yet they feel compelled to engage due to the inherent pressures of their profession. Ill-willed reporters can exacerbate that stress. However, Wei Xiongmao appeared unfazed by such concerns. Previously, a reporter expressed a desire to witness the results of my training. Now, he has seen it for himself. The impact of my training on the players is evident. Today, we achieved a resounding victory, and moving forward, we shall continue to seize every opportunity for success. At present, the season has yet to reach its midpoint, and Atletico Madrid still harbors the opportunity to contend for several significant honors. Chapter 20, The Art of Promotion. The press conference transformed into a one-man show for Wei Xiongmao. He expressed his condolences regarding Asenjo's injury, asserting that Costa's actions were unintentional. He lauded several Atletico players, declaring that Forlan is an exceptional striker, Aguero possesses greater potential than he currently exhibits, and Reyes is a vital component of the team. However, when pressed on how to position these remarkable forwards on the field, he deftly sidestepped the question, stating that Atletico's issue lies not in having too many talented players, but rather in a lack of sufficient numbers. Mr. President, you see. Such balanced remarks can be uttered by anyone, Wei Xiongmao remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Isn't it splendid? Everyone is content. Cerezo appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet that renders it rather mundane. Football is an exhilarating sport. The more entertaining we make it, the happier the fans will be. You see, had I not previously engaged in disputes with those journalists, they wouldn't be as candid today. Being a newcomer, I am inevitably subjected to their jest for the sake of sensationalism. The news thrives on hype. And so must our club. This approach benefits everyone, Wei Xiongmao said with a hearty laugh. We are a prestigious club, Cerezo thought to himself, feeling a touch of a headache. Despite his own expertise in the realm of promotion, being not only the president of Atletico but also the owner of a film production company and a prominent figure in the Spanish film industry, he understood that promotion often serves the interests of all parties involved. Nevertheless, hearing Wei Xiongmao's unabashed expressions left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Real Madrid and Barcelona have also engaged in promotional tactics. Without delving into Real Madrid, just consider Barcelona. Prior to the 1990s, they had merely secured 1 or 2 more league titles than Atletico, and neither club had won the Champions League, rendering their overall honors quite comparable. Yet, after clinching a title in the 90s, they began to promote the concept of the Dream Team, effectively distancing themselves from us. While their achievements laid the groundwork, it was the elevation of public perception that allowed them to be regarded as a rival to Real Madrid. Cerezo paused, contemplating. From this perspective, Barcelona primarily benefited from their successes, particularly over the past 2 decades. I do not dispute that, Wei Xiongmao replied. However, if Atletico does not cultivate the image of a formidable club, even if we were to secure several league titles, or even a Champions League victory, who would regard us as a top-tier team? Wei Xiongmao chuckled. You make a valid point. Very well, I shall not impose restrictions on your methods moving forward. However, I must caution you. Should you find yourself embroiled in legal troubles, the club will not shield you. Cerezo issued a warning. Wei Xiongmao merely shrugged. Mr. President, you need not worry. After engaging in dialogue with Cerezo, Wei Xiongmao felt a sense of reassurance. It appears that the management of Atletico Madrid exhibits a commendable degree of tolerance, particularly considering the consecutive victories he has ushered in since his appointment. True to his character, Wei Xiongmao prefers not to draw excessive attention to himself, as he harbors his own secrets. However, given the necessity to break free from the relentless cycle of demands, which threatens to disrupt all significant progress, he recognizes that he must exert his utmost effort in the matches in which he participates to effectively prevent unfavorable outcomes. It is essential for him to command the respect and adherence of all team members, thereby enabling them to perform at their best. Thus, he must adopt a more prominent stance, continually underscoring his own excellence while instilling confidence in his players. Failing to do so would render them ill-equipped to contend with the formidable Barcelona and Real Madrid this season. Following their 2 consecutive victories, Atletico now finds itself 6 points clear of the relegation zone, having extricated itself from dire straits. Nevertheless, to pose a genuine threat to Real Madrid and Barcelona, they still have a considerable distance to cover, with their current tally standing at 20 points. Compared to Barcelona's 43 and Real Madrid's 41, numbers that are more than double their own. This year, Real Madrid and Barcelona have exhibited an astonishing ferocity in their pursuit of points. In 17 rounds of competition, they have each secured 13 victories. However, Barcelona remains undefeated, while Real Madrid has suffered 2 defeats, placing them 2 points behind their rivals. The 2 teams are gradually evolving into some of the most formidable forces in the world. However, for Wei Xiongmao to compete with such teams, the journey remains arduous. Nevertheless, upon returning to Madrid, Wei Xiongmao was greeted with 2 promising pieces of news. Rodriguez has signed with Liverpool, who paid a buyout fee of €1.5 million. His contract was set to expire in just 6 months. Simultaneously, Pengler has transferred to Sporting Lisbon for a fee of €6.5 million. Gallia indicated that this €8 million could be allocated for the winter transfer window, and the club might even provide additional funds to bolster Wei Xiongmao's capabilities. Gallia, it seems, would not have considered such an investment had she not witnessed the commendable performance of my team. Wei Xiongmao silently criticized Atletico Madrid's financial director, yet upon reflection, it is understandable. In the previous seasons, Atletico Madrid's annual investments reached around €70 to €80 million, which imposed significant financial strain on the club. With Gallia's recent appointment, her primary objective has been to achieve a more balanced financial expenditure for Atletico. UEFA has long emphasized that clubs must adhere to the principles of financial fair play, spending only as much as they earn. Although the exact implementation timeline remains uncertain, it is evident that the previous model of operating under debt is no longer permissible. Thus, Gallia's appointment aims to proactively reform Atletico's wage structure. During this summer transfer season, Atletico Madrid invested merely over €8 million in the transfer market, a figure that amounts to only 1/10 of the previous season's expenditure. This has been regarded as a pivotal factor in Aguirre's departure and discontent. Following the appointment of Wei Xiongmao, Gloria has not uttered a single word regarding the prospect of winter transfer fees. The lack of allocated transfer funds implicitly signifies the management's waning confidence in the coach. After all, player acquisitions necessitate the coach's discretion if the coach's position is precarious. Any newly signed players risk becoming redundant should they be dismissed shortly thereafter, as it is rare for successors to utilize players advocated by their predecessors. The current willingness to negotiate suggests the club intends to extend some support to him, especially considering that a key midfielder and a backup forward have departed. Failing to replenish the squad would be rather untenable. At the very least, €8 million. With Wei Xiongmao likely to secure a maximum of just over $10 million in transfer fees, is insufficient to procure renowned talents during the winter transfer window. However, it is feasible to address the squad's deficiencies. A thoughtful consideration of how to reinforce the lineup is imperative. In the depths of his mind, Wei Xiongmao contemplated. Chapter 21. I desire this individual. Wei Xiongmao held a dual sentiment of satisfaction and dissatisfaction regarding Atletico Madrid's current roster. In terms of numbers, the team was sufficiently equipped, boasting a total of 25 players, including 4 promoted from the reserve squad, available for his utilization, albeit with 4 of them being goalkeepers. The departure of an attacking midfielder and a forward had led many to believe that Atletico needed to bolster their offensive capabilities. However, to Wei Xiongmao, he felt adequately staffed in these positions. Both Fran and AG Aero were exceptional attackers, and with Reyes regaining form, he could serve as a valuable asset, whether partnering with either of the aforementioned or providing firepower off the bench. Additionally, young Borja could serve as a substitute or a surprise element, ensuring a robust defensive lineup. Though the winger position appeared somewhat lacking with Reyes shifted to play as a forward, leaving only Simon, Wei Xiongmao did not intend to employ a dual-wing strategy. One winger sufficed on the pitch, and young Keiko also filled the role of a winger, making it sufficient. In midfield, although there was only one attacking midfielder, Gelato, both Reyes and Keiko, as well as Simon, could adeptly assume this role. Gark, Coke, Tiago, and Asuncel were all commendable defensive midfielders, with Asuncel possibly being the least favored in Wei Xiongmao's eyes, as besides his prowess in free kicks, his overall performance was rather mediocre. Nevertheless, the other three were competent enough for rotation, with Coke needing more playing time for growth. Conversely, the defense, which seemed adequately manned, required a thorough reinforcement. Currently, Atletico's two primary fullbacks were Barella and Captain Lopez, with Pablo serving as the right-back substitute. Once a remarkable fullback, Pablo's performance had significantly declined following a severe injury. And with age not on his side, he could only serve as a backup, though Barella remained a reliable right-back. The left-back substitute was Domingos, who Wei Xiongmao was gradually transforming into a center-back. While the flanks did not presently appear to lack personnel, the center-back position was indeed strained. Juanito was a dependable center-back. Yet at 34, his form had diminished. Czech center-back Ujafalusi, though currently in his prime and fairly well-regarded, was also experiencing a gradual decline in performance. The duo of these two second-tier center-backs constituted Atletico's main pairing, as finding more reliable options proved challenging. Domingos showed promise, yet required time for transformation, while another Colombian center-back, Pereira, displayed only average capabilities. Atletico's numerous goals conceded in the first half of the season were significantly attributable to the lackluster quality of their center-backs. Nevertheless, this had long been a recurring issue for Atletico, whose defenders had never been particularly outstanding. With a budget of 10 million, acquiring a top-tier center-back seemed implausible. One could only hope for a worthy candidate to emerge. In his heart, Wei Xiongmao contemplated the league matches. He believed that victories could be secured merely through offense and scoring more goals. However, if he aspired to achieve commendable results in the UEFA Europa League and the King's Cup, enhancing the defense became an inevitable necessity. The exhaustion of his accumulated stamina points weighed heavily upon him, and as he gazed at the 1,000 stamina points he had painstakingly gathered in the system store, tears welled up in his eyes. The system store offered not only buffs but also the assistance of scouts, albeit under stringent conditions. The more specific the requirements he wished to specify, the higher the stamina points needed. With the 1,000 stamina points he had saved, he could afford to set only 3 conditions: a central defender with excellent defensive skills and a modest market value. Should he wish to add supplementary criteria, such as a minimum height or age range, the required stamina points would increase exponentially. Of course, Wei Xiongmao could opt for a simpler request and ask for a central defender, which would only cost him 100 stamina points. Yet, there remained uncertainty as to whether he would be recommended a defender he could not afford or one of mediocre quality. If he merely requested a defender with outstanding defensive skills, he might even end up with a defensive forward. Thus, the higher cost was justified, after all. The expensive options were inherently superior to the cheaper alternatives. After reluctantly investing all of his hard-earned 1,000 stamina points, the system presented him with a commendable candidate, João Miranda, a 25-year-old central defender standing at 6 feet 1 inch, a Brazilian national. He had previously won the Confederations Cup with the national team and secured 2 league championships with São Paulo. Although he had consistently played in the Brazilian league, his performance as a central defender had been remarkably impressive. The reason such a promising defender remained in Brazil was often attributed to the questionable defensive standards within the league, which typically showcased formidable attackers but left doubts regarding the defender's caliber. However, since the system assured Wei Xiongmao of this defender's exceptional defensive capabilities, he felt confident in the recommendation. After viewing a couple of recent international matches online, Wei Xiongmao was convinced this was indeed a suitable choice. He then sought out Gloria. "Mr. Wei, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Our scouting department has recommended a young winger. I wonder if you might be interested, Gloria said with a smile. It was evident that Wei Xiongmao's recent victories had brought pride to Gloria, who had consented to his coaching. Miss Gloria, I do not require a winger at this moment. We already possess excellent wingers, and attackers are typically quite expensive. I believe our priority now should be to reinforce our central defense. Wei Xiongmao replied, without even glancing at the player Gloria had suggested. This left Galia momentarily taken aback. Are we not in need of attackers? She inquired. No, in truth. What we lack are defensive players, particularly center backs. Currently, none of the center backs meet my satisfaction. Thus, I hope to acquire this defender, Miranda. A 25-year-old Brazilian international who plays for São Paulo. He is a seasoned player, ready for immediate deployment, and his price is quite reasonable. I estimate we could secure him for no more than 5 million, replied Wei Xiongmao. His confident demeanor prompted Galia to nod in agreement. It sounds like a sound choice. But what of the young South American winger? Do you not require one? I do not need a winger, particularly a young South American one. Youth often equates to inconsistency. A young winger from South America would necessitate time to adapt to La Liga, which I cannot afford. I would prefer to promote Coke from the reserve team. At least he is already accustomed to the style of La Liga, Wei Xiongmao responded. I had anticipated you would be a tad more courteous, Galia sighed. My performance must exceed expectations to validate your earlier decision, he retorted. Wei Xiongmao chuckled softly. Galia attempted to maintain a serious demeanor. Yet she could not suppress her laughter. Chapter 22. A rare opportunity. Once Wei Xiongmao departed, Galia commenced her actions. However, her role was merely to handle the finances. The responsibility of acquiring players lay with the technical director. Soon enough, Emiluta began to take action. This technical director was actually affiliated with Cerezo, which expedited Galia's directives. For São Paulo, there were no players deemed untouchable. Certainly, Brazilian clubs have become financially robust, unlike in the past when a few million could secure the best young attacking talents. However, this primarily pertained to forwards rather than defenders. In Brazil, attacking players, especially youthful ones, have always commanded a premium, while defenders tend to be undervalued. Moreover, although Miranda is a Brazilian international, the nation produces numerous internationals each year, rendering the title less significant. Furthermore, at 25 years of age, he has already showcased his abilities, lacking the evident prowess of a stalwart defender like Thiago Silva. With the Brazilian league currently in its off-season, Miranda's contract has just over a year remaining, and he has no intention of renewing. Even if Atletico Madrid did not approach him, he would venture to Europe as a free agent, using Portugal as a springboard to secure a higher salary than what Brazilian clubs can offer. Thus, when he learned that a prominent La Liga club, Atletico Madrid, was interested in him, Miranda felt no dissatisfaction. After all, Atletico is a traditional powerhouse. Despite their underwhelming performance this season, they remain a significant club with a rich heritage, and playing for such an institution is undoubtedly a boon for Miranda. Initially, São Paulo contemplated negotiating a higher price, but Atletico was not inclined to prolong discussions, promptly offering €3 million and informing São Paulo that they would not exceed this amount, clarifying that they were merely acquiring a defender, not a prodigious forward. São Paulo readily accepted the offer, leading Galia to believe she could have negotiated for an even lower price. Upon learning that the club had agreed to Atletico's proposal, Miranda swiftly affixed his signature to the contract. He had initially planned to delay his trip to Europe, but Atletico's transfer department staff informed him, "We hope you can travel to Madrid at your earliest convenience, as our head coach is eager to utilize you." Upon hearing this, Miranda felt a mix of surprise and flattery. Although he was still on holiday, knowing that the new team's coach valued him so highly instilled in Miranda a renewed confidence for his forthcoming journey in Europe. Like the majority of Brazilian players, Miranda ventured to Europe at a young age. At just 20, after showcasing his talents in Curitiba, he joined the French club Socox. Unfortunately, he was ill-prepared for the challenges of European football and returned to Brazil in disgrace. It was in São Paulo that he gradually honed his skills. Now, as he embarks on his second journey to Europe, the stakes are high. Should he fail this time, he may find himself playing in Brazil for the rest of his career. Thus, his transfer to Atletico Madrid holds immense significance for him. The transfer transpired swiftly, taking merely 3 days in total. Additionally, Miranda himself exhibited great enthusiasm. Thus, on the early morning of January 15th, the plane he was aboard touched down at Madrid airport. "Thank you for your hard work. I am a member of Atletico Madrid's staff, specifically assigned to welcome you," said the attendant. "We have a Copa del Rey match today, So Coach Wei is unable to receive you personally. He has instructed me to ensure that you rest well. The hotel has been prepared. Please follow me." Observing the courteous demeanor of the welcoming staff, Miranda felt genuinely valued, which deeply touched him. "Is there a match today?" Miranda inquired during their journey to the hotel. "Indeed, it is a Copa del Rey match at our home ground. The match will commence at 9 o'clock in the evening. You should rest during the day so that you can enjoy the game tonight," the staff responded. Miranda nodded, contemplating that watching this match would be an excellent opportunity to familiarize himself with his new club, as it would be challenging to immediately participate in a game, given his current vacation status and unadjusted physical condition. However, he believed that getting to know his teammates during this process would be invaluable. Miranda placed great importance on this second journey in Europe. After resting throughout the day, Miranda began to seek information regarding the evening's match. Although the Brazilian was accustomed to speaking Portuguese, the negligible difference between Portuguese and Spanish enabled him to quickly grasp the nature of the game. Initially, he had paid little heed to the Copa del Rey match, as it was widely acknowledged that league and European competitions held greater significance, and cup matches were somewhat lesser in stature. However, upon learning that Atletico Madrid had suffered a staggering 3-goal defeat to Almeria in the first leg, he was utterly astonished. How could a Copa del Rey match against a second-tier team result in such a humiliating loss? Is Atletico Madrid truly in such disarray? No wonder the coach is eager for me to join the team post-haste, yet I am merely a defender. Can I really salvage the squad? As Miranda contemplated, she began to review Atletico Madrid's current league standings, and upon doing so, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they were far from the relegation zone. After glancing at the results of the last 2 matches, both victories, Miranda felt even more reassured. As she prepared to watch the game on television, Coach Wei Xiongmao was already in the locker room making final preparations. Although I had mentioned that the Copa del Rey was not a particularly significant tournament, given our previous 0-3 defeat away, it was imperative that we redeem ourselves with an offensive display at home. The last match had drained our energy during training, but this time, there would be no such issue. The starting lineup would remain unchanged from the previous away game. Each of you is a player I have chosen, and I have absolute faith in your abilities. Wei Xiongmao shouted in the locker room. Following 2 consecutive league victories, his stature within the team was steadily growing. While Sevilla and Valladolid may not be regarded as formidable opponents, one was previously third in the league, and the other had achieved a double victory over Atletico last season. Thus, securing 2 victories against such rivals was indeed uplifting. In this match, he retained the previous starting lineup, utilizing numerous substitutes, further demonstrating his trust in the players. For young talents like Keiko, Koke, De Gea, and Borja, it was essential that they reciprocate Coach Wei Xiongmao's faith by giving their all on the pitch. As Miranda had surmised, for these young players, encountering a coach who believes in them and offers opportunities is a rare and cherished experience. Chapter 23. The Ironclad Defense of Vélez. Welcome, everyone, to the second leg of the 5th round of the Copa del Rey. Atletico Madrid faces Vélez at home. Following the shocking 0-3 defeat in the first leg, Atletico seems to be fighting solely for honor now. Coach Wei Xiongmao's chosen starting lineup appears to reflect this sentiment. Goalkeeper De Gea, right back Pablo, left back P, and center backs Domingos and Pereira, who has shifted to a central role. In midfield, young Koke continues to start, partnering with Brazilian defensive midfielder Sancel, while the wings are occupied by Keiko and Simon, and up front, Agüero and Borja form the attacking duo. Compared to the first leg, aside from the injured goalkeeper Asenjo being replaced by De Gea, the starting lineup remains identical. From this perspective, it seems Coach Wei Xiongmao intends to provide these young players with more opportunities, yet it also indicates a willingness to concede this match. This is understandable, as the upcoming league matches are of greater significance. Following 2 consecutive victories, Atletico still has a chance to challenge for a European spot. And with the second half of the season featuring Europa League matches, the Copa del Rey pales in comparison. It must be said, regardless of whether Coach Wei Xiongmao has offended too many people in his brief tenure of half a month, he has nevertheless brought a positive change to Atletico Madrid. Historically, the youth training program at Atletico has been commendable, yet those talented young players have often been deprived of opportunities. Indeed, we can comprehend the situation. After all, the management possesses substantial wealth, enabling them to acquire superior players in their prime, rather than exhibiting patience in nurturing young talent. This year, amidst tightened financial constraints, Wei Ming has refrained from complaints and instead embraced the extensive utilization of youthful players. In this match, he fielded 4 players under the age of 20, De Gea, Koke, Keiko, and Borja. Among them, De Gea capitalized on the opportunity presented by Arsenio's injury, delivering a commendable performance in the previous match. Should he maintain this level of play, he may pose an even greater challenge to Arsenio. Koke has established himself as a pivotal figure in Atletico's midfield, with his remarkable stamina and playmaking abilities granting him an advantage over Thiago and Asino. Although Keiko and Borja have had fewer opportunities, expectations remain high for their potential contributions. Various commentators have begun to assess Wei Ming's starting lineup, with some eager to find faults or to mock him should Atletico face elimination. Conversely, a faction supports Wei Ming's decisions, predominantly comprising commentators sympathetic to Atletico. Wei Ming's reliance on youth development and offensive tactics resonates well with their preferences. In fact, Atletico fans are gradually acknowledging Wei Ming's commendable efforts. Their expectations are modest. Winning is the hallmark of a good coach, particularly outside the realms of Real Madrid and Barcelona supporters. However, this trust is still fragile and can only be solidified through consistent victories. Wei Ming is acutely aware of this, and in this match, he intends to showcase his tactical acumen. Recovering from a 3-goal deficit away from home is undeniably challenging, especially when the team has yet to score. Nevertheless, it is not impossible. The crux lies in whether the attack can consistently generate opportunities. As for reinforcing the defense, Wei Ming does not seem overly concerned, as Atletico's defense has never been particularly robust. And with a makeshift backline, the focus must remain on offensive strategies. Compared to the formations utilized in the previous 2 league matches, this starting lineup exhibits a more aggressive approach with increased offensive presence on the flanks. Nonetheless, Wei Ming's tactical arrangement employs more intricate positional exchanges. If the opposing team, Vervia, focuses on defense, the back-and-forth positional shifts could create opportunities, leaving it to the attackers to seize their chances. Agüero is actively warming up, having scored upon his substitution in the last match, which has somewhat alleviated his concerns. Despite his previous achievements, he should not harbor worries regarding his starting position. However, it is not uncommon for a player to lose their place following a coaching change due to injury. After all, even the most exceptional players may find themselves overlooked by a coach. His recent goal as a substitute has provided him with reassurance and has demonstrated that Wei Ming holds no bias against him, as long as he performs well. His starting position remains secure. There is no need for anxiety. Remember the task assigned by the coach, focus on executing it well. Do you understand? Agüero offered some words of comfort to his striking partner. Borja nodded. Compared to several of the other youthful players, his opportunities were quite limited. However, this was hardly surprising, as Atletico boasted a wealth of talented forwards, such as Fran, Agüero, and the now recovering Reyes, leaving him to occupy the role of the 4th striker. His last start in the Copa del Rey had been disappointing. He squandered a golden opportunity by striking the ball against the post. Likewise, in the league, chances had eluded him, and it was only natural for Borja to feel anxious. Yet, upon hearing Agüero's words, he still nodded in agreement. I am a center forward. Even if I do not score, I can assist my teammates in finding the net. I lack the scoring prowess of Fran and Agüero and cannot create chances through dribbling like Reyes. However, I possess attributes that are distinct from theirs. As a tall center forward, I can offer something they cannot. Observing the exchange between Agüero and Borja, Wei Xiongmao nodded slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. The forwards of Atletico were not particularly tall, making a center forward like Borja undeniably valuable. However, if he failed to harness this unique characteristic, it was likely that opportunities would remain scarce in the future. This match serves as a significant test for Borja. The game has commenced. From the outset, Atletico Madrid launched a vigorous assault, while Almer adopted a strategy of full defensive withdrawal. This is not to suggest that Almer is lacking in ambition, rather. They are acutely aware of their limited capabilities. They recognize that the prospect of securing an away goal may be elusive, especially with a 3-goal lead to defend. Thus, their focus remains on fortifying their defense. If you possess the skill, then breach our ironclad defense. Indeed, penetrating such a formidable barrier is no easy feat. Atletico's offensive approach is straightforward. They aim to create opportunities through sheer volume. Koke persistently distributes the ball through the center, passing it to the flanks where Sim-O and Keita attempt to generate chances via breakthroughs and crosses. Inside the penalty area, Borja engages in a physical contest with the opposing defenders, while AG Arrow roams in search of scoring opportunities. This tactical approach is undoubtedly sound, even verging on the orthodox in terms of offensive strategies. However, such a simplistic tactic becomes significantly easier to defend against. With an ample number of defensive players, Villarreal effectively neutralized the two forwards, rendering Atlético Madrid's offense as mere thunder without rain. Crosses incessantly soared into the penalty area, only to be met by resolute defensive headers that cleared the ball away. Despite enjoying a commanding possession advantage, Atlético could not muster a single shot on goal. Chapter 24. The unjust yellow card. Atlético's urgency in executing this uncomplicated crossing strategy proved counterproductive, even though Villarreal is a team from the second division. Creating opportunities under such circumstances is a formidable challenge. I suspect this is the rationale behind Coach Wei's decision to retain the 186-meter-tall Borja in the starting lineup. However, compared to the seasoned defenders of the second division, Borja's physical advantages are not particularly pronounced. Although Villarreal belongs to the second division, the distinction between the second and first divisions is not stark. All players are professionals, and sheer physicality alone cannot breach their defenses. If Coach Wei is placing his hopes on Borja, it may be somewhat presumptuous, as Villarreal's defenders once again executed a splendid clearance of Simon's cross. Several commentators began to critique Coach Wei's tactics. While facing a solid defensive formation is indeed challenging, persistently relying on crosses only complicates matters further. At the very least, a blend of wing play and central penetration should be attempted. Yet, Coach Wei made no adjustments. Atlético continued to dominate possession, with the ball consistently finding its way to Koch, who then distributed it to the flanks. The wingers and overlapping fullbacks relentlessly collaborated to deliver crosses into the penalty area in a bid to create scoring opportunities. The offensive efficiency may not be particularly high, yet the pace is remarkably swift. Velva quickly shifted their focus to a diligent defense, pressing in the midfield to reclaim possession from Koch, while the flanks maneuvered to thwart the opponent's advances. Simultaneously, they closely marked the two opposing forwards in the center, poised to intercept and clear any potential threats. Such defense is not particularly challenging, yet it can be quite exhausting. Consequently, amidst this fatigue, they began to adopt somewhat mechanical patterns of thought. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless assault, Keiko received the ball on the flank, feigning a pass to the advancing Pablo before swiftly cutting laterally and surging into the center. The sudden shift momentarily bewildered the defensive line of Villarreal, causing them to falter before responding. A defender approached to challenge Keiko, who executed a sudden stop, pivoted, and dispatched a lateral pass. Agüero, sprinting from within the penalty area, arrived at the flank and received Keiko's delivery. As he received the ball, Borja advanced toward the near post, seemingly poised to meet a cross. Villarreal's defenders closely followed, but Agüero lifted his foot to deliver a cross. However, the ball was not directed to the near post. Instead, it found its way to a slightly deeper area where Simon, having deftly evaded his marker with his movement, met Agüero's pass and unleashed a shot. A nearby defender attempted to intercept, but was a step too late, helplessly watching as the ball soared into the net. The goal was scored. Simon's timely strike within the penalty area broke the deadlock. Atletico had clawed back a point. The positional interchange was masterful, with right winger Keiko drawing attention as he moved toward the center, allowing Agüero to emerge from the box to receive the pass, while Borja's movement created space within the defense, enabling Simon to capitalize and score. This was evidently a premeditated tactic. While the concept of positional interchange may seem straightforward, its execution is anything but simple. Following the goal, Simon triumphantly raised his fist. He had been a consistent starter in recent matches, appearing in nearly every game without finding the net, making this goal particularly gratifying. As an offensive player, even as a winger, he relished the opportunity to score. Well done. Coach Wei Xiaomao, arms outstretched, began to sprint along the sidelines. In an instant, numerous cameras focused on him. He would fervently celebrate each team goal with exuberant runs. Initially, many found it difficult to adjust, perceiving this relatively unknown coach as overly eager for attention. However, as they grew accustomed to his antics, they began to appreciate his spirited demeanor. The wind rustled his coat. The young coach's athleticism while running left a lasting impression. Let us keep playing like this. Next, let us focus on passing, executing overlapping runs, and shooting whenever the opportunity arises. We will exhaust them. Even against tight defenses, they will expend considerable energy. At that point, their capacity to resist will be diminished. Wei Xiongmao declared while celebrating with the players. After the jubilation subsided, he returned to his position with a beaming smile, only to realize the referee was approaching him, brandishing a yellow card. "What's the matter?" Wei Xiongmao asked, taken aback. "You stepped out of the coaching area?" The referee replied succinctly. Looking down, Wei Xiongmao realized he had indeed crossed the boundary. He had ventured beyond the coach's zone during the goal celebration, although he had typically remained just within the limits. The main referee often turned a blind eye to such occurrences, but on this occasion, Wei Xiongmao had pushed his luck, nearly reaching the touchline. "Understood, referee. I will be more mindful in the future." The panda coach, Wei, nodded in apology, observing his swift admission of fault. The referee initially contemplated issuing a second yellow card should the coach protest further. The referee acknowledged Wei with a nod before returning to the field. To everyone's amusement, Wei received a yellow card. He had strayed too far from the coaching area, evidently having forgotten this stipulation. In the previous match, he had also dashed onto the field when Arsenio was injured, and the referee perhaps overlooked that infringement, leading Wei to believe he could freely leave the coaching zone. According to the regulations, even during a dead ball, coaches are prohibited from exiting their designated area. It seems that Wei lacked experience in this regard. The commentator erupted in laughter, while Wei sat in his seat, pouting slightly. He was indeed aware of this rule during those long years. He had read the football regulations countless times out of boredom, yet in the heat of the moment, he had momentarily forgotten. He resolved to be more cautious about receiving cards in the future. The players of Atletico Madrid were startled by this incident, but soon they reacted. "I thought our coach had a good rapport with the referee, allowing him to roam freely," Coke remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle directed at Keiko, who burst into laughter. After this interlude, the match resumed, and the voices of Atletico Madrid supporters grew ever louder. Although it was merely a Copa del Rey fixture, they yearned for a victory at any moment. Moreover, in the face of a 3-goal deficit, a comeback would become a topic of conversation for Atletico fans for years to come. The significance of the Copa del Rey paled in comparison. Had it been a more prestigious competition like the Champions League, such a turnaround could be celebrated for decades. After all, a dramatic comeback remains one of the most stirring spectacles in football. If it were not for the exhilaration of such reversals, CCTV would not consistently highlight AC Milan in their retrospectives of remarkable turnarounds. Chapter 25. A beautiful collaboration. Despite conceding a goal, Atletico's attacks grew increasingly diverse and patient. However, Alaves, through their relentless movement and tenacious defense, managed to prevent Atletico from extending their lead during the remaining minutes of the first half. Atletico attempted 7 shots, yet only 2 were on target, resulting in just 1 goal, while Alaves had not a single shot on goal. Nevertheless, as they left the pitch at halftime, the Alaves players wore expressions of joy. Having conceded only 1 goal in the first 45 minutes seemed to suggest they would withstand just 1 more in the second half. A 3-goal advantage seemed ample to secure their victory over 2 legs. Football is not merely arithmetic. They had withstood our attacks in the first half, but it came at the cost of their energy and stamina. Our offensive plays had sufficiently burdened them. In the second half, we would continue to press, and their defense would likely not maintain the same level of concentration. Tactically, we needed to interchange positions frequently, seize opportunities to break through, and pass the ball when chances were scarce. Understood? Upon returning to the locker room, Wei Xiongmao exclaimed while raising his fist. The players nodded in agreement. Since Wei Xiongmao took charge, his conditioning regimen had proven effective. Most of those on the field today were players who had not participated in the previous league match. Thus, their physical condition was satisfactory. If you become fatigued, signal for a substitution. Do not force yourself to persist, Wei Xiongmao instructed Sim-O and Coke. They were the only players who had participated in the weekend's match, and Wei Xiongmao's tactics demanded high physical exertion. If one could not run, even the best techniques would be futile. "Rest assured, I can still run," Coke reassured, patting his chest. "I will request to be substituted if I can no longer continue." Sim-O, donning the captain's armband, affirmed. Wei Xiongmao nodded, offering no further commentary. The halftime break concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the pitch as the second half commenced. At this moment, the Atletico Madrid supporters in the stands remained unaware that they were about to witness a second half that would be the talk of the town for a considerable time. As the second half commenced, Villarreal anticipated that Atletico Madrid would initially hold back before launching their offensive. However, right after the kickoff, Atletico Madrid immediately initiated a fierce press in the attacking third. Under such relentless pressure, Villarreal had no choice but to continuously pass the ball back. When the last defender received the ball, Borja was already charging towards him from less than 2 meters away. In a moment of haste, the Villarreal defender could only lift his foot and send the ball flying away. Domingos, closely marking the opposing forward, leaped in unison with him and managed to secure the first contact, directing the ball downwards. This central defender showcased commendable leaping ability, although he appeared somewhat inexperienced. Miranda mused while watching on television. The ball, deflected by Domingos, rolled towards Coke, who was just shy of intercepting it ahead of the opposing midfielder. Yet, Coke made a valiant effort, executing a sliding tackle to snatch the ball and pass it to the adjacent Asensio. A splendid tackle. Coke exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm on the pitch. The commentator praised Coke, noting that this young player had swiftly secured a position in the starting lineup after the appointment of the new coach, reassuring, which was quite astonishing. However, witnessing his relentless movement, interceptions, and occasional long passes or wide distributions, it was evident how remarkable his performance on the field truly was. Observing Coke's courageous display, reassuring smiled subtly. Coke's strengths were identified during training. His exceptional stamina, strong running ability, extensive coverage, and ball distribution skills. Compared to Thiago, his passing ability was equally commendable, while his defensive prowess slightly outshone it. In contrast to Asensio, his only shortcomings lay in experience and set-piece execution. The most common issue for young players is inconsistency in performance. However, whenever Coke's form dipped slightly, reassuring would grant him a focus boost. Recognizing that the fluctuations in young players' performances often stem from a lack of concentration. If young players start strong, it is highly likely that their performances will stabilize over time. Asensio distributed the ball to the flanks, where AG Arrow dropped back to receive it, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders. AG Arrow's previous instances of retreating to collect the ball had posed significant threats. Although he was a striker, his ability to dribble and break through was equally formidable. Being one of the successors to the footballing crown, at this moment, Borja had quietly drifted to the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Keiko feigned a move towards the center but deftly passed it to the wide Borja. Simultaneously, AG Arrow, who had originally drawn the defenders away, made a sudden stop and turned, dashing towards the penalty area. AG Arrow's burst of speed allowed him to swiftly evade the central defender who had been marking him, while Borja, without pausing to control the ball, received Keiko's pass and sent a low cross into the heart of the penalty area. In a moment of brilliance, Agüero received the ball unmarked, deftly adjusted his stride, and executed a feint that sent the Velva goalkeeper sprawling to the ground. With a swift lift of his foot, he sent the ball soaring into the opposite corner of the net. 2-0. A cross from Borja on the flank saw Agüero dart into the box, showcasing exquisite positional play and movement. This ensemble of attackers, who had scarcely played together, exhibited a stunning synergy. As the joyous roars of the Atletico Madrid supporters echoed from the stands, the commentators' excitement mirrored the crowd's elation. This goal was a masterpiece from any angle. Stemming from a counterattack initiated from the back, transitioning from flank to center and back again, culminating in a series of passes that rendered Velva's 10-man defensive line utterly impotent. The aggregate score now stood at 3-2, with Atletico Madrid trailing by just a single goal. Merely 3 minutes into the second half, Atletico's lightning-fast offensive strategy bore fruit. They now had the luxury of patience, knowing that another goal would level the aggregate score. Although still in the lead, Velva found themselves in a precarious situation. Should they press forward or maintain their defensive stance? Clearly, Velva was in a quandary. Continuing to defend was sensible, as a one-goal advantage was hardly substantial, especially with ample time remaining in the half. Yet, launching an attack posed risks. Failing to score could invite a counterattack and further jeopardize their position. For Velva's coach, however, the decision at this juncture was rather straightforward. We must attack. Securing just one goal would allow them to reclaim the two they had just conceded. The coach summoned a player and whispered instructions. Chapter 26. Courage does not equate to skill. Velva's coach made a bold choice. Yet, this was hardly surprising, as Velva found themselves in a middling position in the Segunda Division, with little hope for promotion and a slim chance of relegation. The Copa del Rey might be their sole opportunity for a surprise this year, given their previous home advantage. What reason did they have to shy away from a fight on the road? Furthermore, in terms of away goals, should Velva manage to score again, it would equate to the value of Atletico's 2 goals. With the game resumed, Velva launched a full-scale offensive. They had made a courageous choice. Atletico, at this moment, seemed to need to tighten their lines and evade the oncoming threat. ESPN's commentator assessed the situation, noting that it is typical for commentators to make judgments during a match. Getting it right lends an air of professionalism, while errors usually go unnoticed. However, in this instance, his conventional judgment proved misguided. Atletico did not retreat. Initially, they intended to fall back, but their coach, animated on the sidelines, gestured vigorously for them to apply pressure. Force them. Mark tightly. Everyone, get moving. The panda, filled with fervor, roared from the sidelines. Upon catching the gaze of the chief referee, he swiftly pivoted and darted back to his coaching seat. It was not fear that compelled his retreat, but rather a concern that the referee might brandish another yellow card in his direction. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The players of Atletico Madrid commenced a frantic display of determination, relentlessly pursuing their opponents. Each player marked their target closely, and even if one was momentarily evaded, they would promptly resume the chase. The intensity of their pressing is such that even teams with superior offensive capabilities find it quite troublesome. After all, Sevilla previously struggled to mount an attack due to similar pressing, let alone Villarreal. They exhibit considerable courage, yet courage cannot substitute for skill. Under Atletico Madrid's relentless pressure, their passing becomes increasingly difficult. Each time they attempt to deliver the ball into the 30-meter zone, they are thwarted by overwhelming pressure, ultimately resorting to long balls into the penalty area in search of opportunities. Domingos once again secured the first touch, directing the ball away. Wei Xiongmao nodded slightly. Domingos, though inexperienced and youthful, possesses commendable physical attributes, standing nearly 2 meters tall, which is undoubtedly his advantage, compared to the 183-meter Juanito and the 185-meter Wifalusi. His height is a significant asset. Moreover, both of Atletico's primary center backs are aging. Juanito is 34, and Wifalusi is 32. While age is not necessarily an insurmountable issue for central defenders, Juanito's capabilities are somewhat limited, and Wifalusi's form has notably declined over the past 2 years. If the defense is not reinforced, achieving better results will be challenging. Although they have acquired Miranda, Wei Xiongmao has yet to observe him closely. At this moment, a commendable performance from Domingos would undoubtedly be welcome news. The ball Domingos cleared was once again retrieved by Koch, as Villarreal pressed forward in their half. Koch shielded the ball before returning it to the supporting Asuncion, who then distributed it to the retreating Simo on the flank. Simo advanced, beginning a breakthrough along the wing. Villarreal's players began to withdraw like a receding tide, and seeing no opportunity for a swift counterattack, Simo opted for caution, passing the ball back to Koch, who then switched play to Keiko. Keiko aggressively attempted to break towards the byline, delivering a cross that was deflected out by the opposing defender, resulting in a corner kick. Atletico earned a corner, their fourth of the first half. Although few posed a genuine threat, Villarreal held a height advantage, as Atletico's players are generally not very tall. The commentator jested that this was indeed the case. While Atletico's overall height is not lacking, most players stand between 170 and 180 meters on the field. The only players with notable height are the young Domingos and Borja, making them relatively easier to mark. The corner kick was no exception, whether it was Borja or Domingos. Both were tightly marked within the penalty area. Samayo positioned himself at the corner arc and began his approach. Suddenly, Agüero accelerated within the box, darting out of the area towards the corner. His movement captured the attention of the opposing defenders, and at that precise moment, Samayo delivered the ball. The sphere soared into the sky before swiftly descending towards the near post. Borja, who had been making a run through the center, also surged towards the near post, skillfully shaking off his marker as he leapt high. A defender from Velva leapt alongside Borja, attempting to interfere despite Borja's advantage at the near post. Yet, rather than heading the ball towards the goal, Borja expertly flicked it to the far post. Following closely was Domingos. After drawing attention twice, Domingos temporarily evaded his defender and connected with Borja's header, directing it straight towards the goal. Velva's goalkeeper made a valiant attempt to save it, but it was just out of reach. The ball found the net. A relay of strikes from Atletico's two towering players. Domingos scored the third goal for Atletico. The score was now 3-3. Just one more goal, and Atletico could complete a remarkable comeback, with over 30 minutes remaining in the second half, providing ample time. Within less than 10 minutes of the second half, they netted 2 more goals. It seemed that the earlier words of Wei Xiongmao held true. That match was not a testament to Atletico's limitations, but rather their lack of physical condition. Now rejuvenated, they faced Velva with an unstoppable force. Domingos laughed joyously as he sprinted across the field, beginning to relish his position as a center back. He possessed height, physicality, leaping ability, and heading skills, coupled with commendable stamina. After all, he had previously played as a fullback, accustomed to running up and down the pitch. As a fullback, his defensive play often felt awkward. But now as a center back, he merely needed to focus on what lay ahead, engaging in more direct confrontations that suited his strengths. Most importantly, as a left back, he had been the third substitute. Now, in the center back role, he had become a key substitute. This goal would further solidify his position. The match was not yet over. They needed to maintain their pressure and score more goals. Understood? Wei Xiaomao shouted from the sidelines. The Atletico players nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was merely a tie. They aimed for a fourth, a fifth, to secure victory and advance to the quarterfinals. This year's Copa del Rey had seen many strong teams falter. Real Madrid had already been eliminated, and in this round, Barcelona faced Sevilla, while Valencia encountered La Coruña. If Atletico played well, could they not seize the Copa del Rey? After all, it was still a championship. Chapter 27, The Question of Luck in a Brief Span. They lost their third ball and consequently their lead, which dealt a significant blow to Villarreal. From the onset of the match, Atletico Madrid exerted a comprehensive dominance over them, an overwhelming pressure that easily sapped the players' confidence. Was their victory in the first leg merely a stroke of luck? Even Atletico's substitutes, when they find their rhythm, can unleash such devastating effects. Once this notion took root, the spirits of the players from Almería plummeted significantly. The Atletico Madrid players, keenly perceptive, detected this shift. On the field, players often possess an instinctive ability to sense the state of their opponents, whether they're in good form or faltering. Even Coach Panda, observing from the sidelines, noted this change. Thus, he animatedly gestured for his players to maintain their intensity, urging them to press forward and capitalize on the situation. Atletico Madrid renewed their relentless pursuit. At this juncture, Almería's defense appeared to crumble. Following a successful interception, Atletico Madrid launched an aggressive assault, registering 3 attempts on goal within a mere 5 minutes. Simo's angled shot, after cutting inside, narrowly missed the target. Kiko, after a breakthrough on the flank, delivered a cross that Borja met with a header. But the ball soared just above the crossbar. Koch made a penetrating run, only to be brought down by the opposing midfielder, leading to Asano taking a free kick that struck the crossbar with a resounding thud. In this brief span of 5 minutes, Atletico Madrid crafted 3 splendid opportunities. Yet their failure to convert left the fans lamenting and pondering whether such squandered chances might lead to unforeseen repercussions. However, at this critical moment, Agüero emerged, assuring everyone that there was nothing to fear. Koch advanced with the ball and distributed it to Kiko, who, despite the narrow angle, resolutely unleashed a shot. The shot veered away from the goal, soaring towards the far post, where Simo, with remarkable speed, intercepted the ball just before it crossed the baseline. He deftly redirected it back into the penalty area, and Agüero, executing a sudden stop and turn, evaded the defender marking him. He positioned himself perfectly in the ball's trajectory and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball rocketed into the net of the Villarreal goal, bringing the score to 4-3 as Atletico Madrid surged ahead. In that instant, the roar of Atletico fans reverberated through the stands, a cacophony that seemed to shake the very ground. It was the 63rd minute of the match, just 18 minutes into the second half. Atletico had scored 3 consecutive goals. Following the opening goal, Agüero solidified his status with his second strike of the match, 4-3. Atletico had overturned the 3-goal deficit from the first leg. Agüero, beaming with joy, sprinted towards the sidelines, reveling in the match. He was free to roam the pitch. Showcasing all his technical prowess, he was not merely a striker, but also a player once deemed the successor to Maradona, adept in both dribbling and passing. Well done. Wei Xiongmao vigorously raised his fist, then glanced towards the substitutes bench. Simo had made a timely run, appearing to possess good stamina. Yet Wei Xiongmao discerned the heavy breaths he was taking. His energy would likely not last much longer. After some contemplation, Wei Xiongmao summoned Reyes to warm up, preparing to substitute him for Simo. Also called up was Garque. Although Asuncio had performed admirably thus far, his defensive abilities remained lacking. Now that a 4-goal lead had been established, strengthening the defense was wise to prevent the opposition from scoring an away goal. What took Wei Xiongmao and Atletico fans by surprise was that Villarreal, previously devoid of spirit, unexpectedly shed all burdens and launched a fierce offensive. After regaining the lead, Atletico's players indeed seemed somewhat relaxed. During Villarreal's attack, They did not press as tightly as before, and their resistance to Villarreal's advances was not as robust. Wei Xiongmao overlooked this shift, as he believed that after the fourth goal, Villarreal's morale would have crumbled, and even if they did not collapse, their offensive capabilities would struggle to breach Atlantic Tico's defenses. However, the reality of the football pitch has never been dictated solely by reason and logic. Sometimes, it adheres to logic, while at other times, it defies it. The goddess of victory is notoriously capricious. One may prepare meticulously, nearing her grasp, only for her to elude with a playful turn. Conversely, one might chase without hope and unexpectedly seize her. Of course, preparation is often essential to pursue her successfully. Yet there are instances when exceptions abound. Such an exception could provoke ire even in the most accomplished of coaches. The attack from Almeria penetrated Atletico Madrid's penalty area, only to be cleared by Domingo's header. As Sengoku received the ball, he failed to notice the surrounding circumstances. Just as he lifted his foot to advance the ball forward, Almeria's forward, Carmona, intercepted it. Following the interception, Carmona surged into the penalty area. Atletico's defense reacted swiftly, with Pereira and Pablo blocking his path. Faced with limited options for advancement, he could either attempt a forceful strike to earn a corner or pass the ball out of the box to reorganize the attack. Yet, at that moment, Carmona unexpectedly shot. The angle was narrow, with players obstructing his view, and the preparation for the shot was insufficient, resembling a haphazard attempt. It seemed improbable that such a shot would find the net. However, the ball took an inexplicable deflection off Domingo's thigh, altering its trajectory. Originally aimed at the far corner, it veered towards the near post, leaving De Gea, who had anticipated the save, unable to react in time, as he helplessly watched the ball nestle into the net. Oh, the ball has found its way in. Almeria scored a goal steeped in fortune. Sengoku had made an error, but it was not an irredeemable one. Atletico's defensive response had been timely. Yet, Carmona's seemingly desperate shot fortuitously found its way into Atlantic Tico's goal. Indeed, Atletico's luck seemed to have deserted them. The aggregate score now stood at 4-4. However, thanks to their away goals, Almeria had once again taken the lead in the two-legged tie. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, his tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It was evident to all that Atletico had performed adequately, while Almeria had been remarkably fortunate. Yet, the ever-boisterous Wei Xiongmao, often the subject of disdain, now found himself enveloped in misfortune, making it all the more gratifying for onlookers. Damn it, Wei Xiongmao cursed, then shouted to the players on the field, "Don't lose heart. There are still 20 minutes left. We can score again." Chapter 28. From leading to trailing once more, merely shouting from the sidelines would not suffice. Initially, he intended to substitute Sengoku, but now he reconsidered. Firstly, Sengoku's free kicks might prove useful at any moment during the match. Secondly, following a recent mistake, substituting him would be a considerable blow to the morale of a player who was already a substitute. Wei Xiongmao did not perceive Sengoku as an extraordinary player. However, given the limited recruitment options, every player in the team was crucial. It was imperative to harness the collective strength of the squad to perform more admirably in the latter half of the season. This season, the Panda Warriors do not anticipate achieving remarkable success. However, it is imperative that they engage in a fierce contest against the extraordinarily talented teams of Barcelona and Real Madrid. Even if they cannot secure greatness for themselves, they must strive to thwart the potential triumphs of these giants this season. Reyes entered the fray, replacing Simon, to maintain the momentum on the flanks and enhance the team's breakthrough capabilities. Additionally, the Panda Warriors made another substitution, bringing on attacking midfielder Gerardo in place of fullback Pablo, preparing for a vigorous thrust through the center. In this match, Atletico Madrid's offensive efforts were predominantly focused on the flanks. However, at this juncture, it is imperative to intensify the play through the central area. This was initially a strategic maneuver by the Panda Warriors for this match, employing flanking assaults to exhaust their opponents through a series of positional exchanges. Atletico Madrid's 4 goals thus far, all struck within the penalty area, have followed a remarkably similar pattern, relying predominantly on lateral passes that culminate in central strikes. The midfield duo of Asuncel and Coke has primarily focused on distributing the ball rather than making penetrating runs. However, with the introduction of Gallardo, a player capable of making incisive runs into the box has bolstered their offensive dynamism. As the game progressed, the visitors from Velva began to regroup. They now see a glimmer of hope. If they can endure the remaining 20 minutes, they might advance to the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey, leveraging their away goals advantage to eliminate Atlantic Tico. This latest goal has significantly uplifted Velva's morale, providing them with the impetus to strive until the final whistle. While ATL once enjoyed a considerable advantage, they now find themselves in a precarious position. Analysts have commented on the unfolding situation. This analysis appears remarkably credible, after all. Morale, though seemingly intangible, is indeed quite substantial. When morale is elevated, even physical disadvantages can transform into advantages. A positive mental state enhances performance on the field. Similarly, their head coach has introduced 2 fresh players, replacing 2 of the hardest runners, with the intention of steadfastly enforcing a defense. There is no need to fear mistakes. One must attack boldly and deny the opponents any opportunity to regroup. As Halada took the field, Wei Xiongmao addressed him. Now is the opportune moment for a vigorous assault. Although such an aggressive approach may inadvertently elevate the opponent's performance and fervor, the match has progressed swiftly thus far. Even the resilient players of Villarreal may find their limits tested. What Atletico Madrid needs to seize now is merely a singular opportunity. Coach Wei Xiongmao's timely substitutions have steadied the emotions of the Atletico players, prompting them to initiate their offensive maneuvers. Faced with a formidable defensive formation, they have employed every tactic at their disposal: crosses following breakthroughs on the flanks, incisive short passes from the edge of the penalty area, and direct long-range shots after positional interchanges. Atletico has utilized all 3 of their essential strategies to penetrate the tightly knit defense. However, while these offensive methods are theoretically effective against dense defenses, they do not guarantee success. Witnessing the fervent yet ineffective assault on the field, Wei Xiongmao scratched his head and subsequently introduced Fran onto the pitch. Take your chances with long-range shots, and if there's a free kick, let Asunso take it, he instructed as he substituted Fran for Borja. Exhausted, Borja exited the field, having expended considerable energy throughout the match, particularly given his size and the relentless confrontations with the opposing center-backs. Fran's entry signified that Atletico was preparing to unleash their final reserves of firepower, and indeed, this proved to be the case. Upon his arrival, Fran immediately unleashed a threatening long-range shot. After Reyes broke through, he passed to Fran, who struck without taking a touch, the ball sailing just over the crossbar. The Villarreal goalkeeper, taking his time with goal kicks, was cautioned by the referee, who issued a yellow card after observing his delays. After a brief exchange of words, the keeper finally dispatched the ball downfield. Pérez headed the ball down, and the retreating Coke collected it, turning to advance until thwarted by an interception, at which point he passed to the returning Reyes. Upon receiving the ball, Reyes began to weave through defenders, showcasing his regained confidence and dribbling prowess. Only when confronted by a double team did he release the ball. Halada made an intermediate play, allowing the ball to roll to Fran, who prepared to unleash another long-range effort to test the opposing goalkeeper. In a desperate moment, a Villarreal midfielder crashed into Fran, prompting the referee's whistle. A free kick was awarded, positioned 25 meters from the goal, directly in front of it. Wei Xiongmao exhaled deeply. The match has reached the 85th minute. Although the final moments have yet to arrive, this free kick, taken from such an advantageous position, may indeed represent the best opportunity that lies ahead. As the ball rests on the ground, it is undoubtedly in the capable hands of Ah Sang, a rather eccentric figure. Ah Sang hails from Brazil. Despite his position as a defensive midfielder and his moderate skill level, he has maintained his presence in top-tier leagues without achieving significant accolades. His longevity in such esteemed competition can be attributed solely to his remarkable proficiency in executing free kicks. His conversion rate for free kicks approaches 30%, an astonishing statistic. Over the past few decades, only a handful of renowned players, such as Juninho and Mihailovic, have boasted free kick success rates exceeding 20%. Even David Beckham, famed for his free kick prowess, recorded a rate of merely around 10%. The inherent difficulty of free kicks cannot be overstated. Ah Sang confidently steps up to take the shot, a task he usually executes with precision. However, it was a prior miscalculation on his part that had led to Atletico conceding that goal. At this moment, he felt an immense pressure. As Amason entered his 30s, his days in the European League were numbered. Uncertain of what match would signify his conclusion in Europe, he yearned to etch a definitive mark on this particular game. The referee's whistle pierced the air, prompting Amason to gather momentum and strike. A perfect arc was formed. Amason's free kick trajectory had always been exquisite. The only question was whether it would find the net. The players forming the wall for Vervar leaped into the air, yet the ball soared effortlessly over their heads, plummeting rapidly thereafter. A soft thud resonated, heralding a thunderous cheer from the Calder Inn Stadium once more. Amazon spread his arms wide. This is his full stop. Chapter 29. I personally seized the physical training. An exhilarating match. The final score was 5-1. Atletico Madrid, having trailed 3-0 away, triumphantly defeated Almeria 5-1 at home. Given Atletico's prowess, overcoming a mid-table team like Almeria isn't particularly remarkable. However, considering they had been 3 goals down away from home, this match is nothing short of a miraculous turnaround. Following that 3-0 deficit, Atletico has achieved 2 consecutive victories by a margin of 4 goals, a stark contrast to their previous erratic form, resembling 2 entirely different teams. What enchantment has the newly appointed coach, reassuring, cast upon Atletico? The halftime score was a mere 1-0, yet within 20 minutes of the second half, Atletico netted 3 goals, taking the lead in the aggregate score. Just when it seemed the outcome was sealed, Almeria's fortunate goal pushed Atletico once more to the precipice of danger, while Asunción's free kick secured the decisive final goal for Atletico. As commentators marveled at this match, reassuring had already led his players to salute the fans. In truth, he held little hope for this match. Otherwise, he would not have continued to employ the previous Cup's substitute lineup. The impressive performance was beyond his expectations. Not only has the King's Cup reached the quarterfinals, but Agüero also found his form once again with a splendid brace, while several young players have gained valuable experience and bolstered their confidence. The team, under the guidance of our new coach, has begun to believe in their potential for a successful season, especially after securing consecutive victories. Young Hill watched with a glimmer of admiration as the players expressed their gratitude to the stands. After all, when the 5th goal was scored, he celebrated with Cerezo with immense fervor. Such a thrilling comeback will undoubtedly provide Atletico Madrid fans with much to discuss for a considerable time. Young Hill is no exception to this sentiment. After all, he harbors a certain affection for Atletico, albeit not as fervent as that of his father. It is hoped that he will perform admirably in the future. Our club is neither lacking in funds nor revenue, but rather in the presence of a stable and top-tier coach, lamented Cerezo. Sitting behind her father, Gloria nodded slightly, wholeheartedly agreeing. From a financial perspective, a stable coach could prevent the club from incurring unnecessary expenditures. Coaches tend to have their preferred players, and frequent changes in management often lead to an influx of players who do not meet the new coach's standards. Disposing of such players can prove to be a formidable challenge. Sometimes, parting ways with a high-salaried player who does not fit the tactical framework is no less difficult than acquiring a suitable one. In this context, continuity in coaching becomes paramount. Unfortunately, the position of a coach is notoriously precarious. It is premature to make any definitive statements, as he has only managed 4 matches thus far, Hill remarked, shaking his head. However, he is cautious. After I hinted that winter investments might exceed 10 million euros, he only brought in a Brazilian center-back for 3 million. Refraining from making excessive demands, Gloria noted, his careful budgeting suggests that he wishes to remain at Atletico for a while longer. In any case, our contract is favorable. Let us first observe his performance over the next 6 months, Cerezo concluded. At this moment, Miranda, recently mentioned by the club's financial director, had just turned off the television, his heart racing from the exhilarating match he had witnessed. Such a remarkable comeback would stir excitement in anyone with an interest in football. However, what thrilled Miranda even more was the display showcased by Atletico Madrid during the game. Their defense was undeniably lacking, although both starting center-backs were sidelined. The substitutes were not much younger, with the primary defenders being in their 30s. This surely meant ample opportunities for him. Domingo looked promising but was too young and inexperienced, while the other substitute center-back, Pereira, despite being 30, stood at just over 1.8 meters, clearly relegated to the role of a backup. In contrast, Miranda, at the prime of his career and standing 1.86 meters tall, possessed both strength and agility, coupled with sufficient experience. He was poised to secure a starting position. The fact that Atletico, having parted ways with 2 attacking players during the winter break, prioritized acquiring him spoke volumes about their regard for his talents. With aspirations for the future in mind, Miranda endeavored to adjust his sleep schedule, essential for overcoming the time difference. Consequently, the following day, he arrived punctually at Atletico's training facility. Such enthusiasm is commendable. I appreciate players like you, remarked Coach reassuring. Today, the team has a day off, but I will take you for a physical examination. Later tonight, we will adjust your routine, and after ensuring you are well rested, I will commence your physical training." Upon seeing Miranda, Wei expressed his admiration for the player's eagerness to report for duty, then spoke earnestly. Miranda nodded. "Coach, I played a match at the end of December. It has only been half a month of vacation, and my physical condition is still quite good." Wei chuckled, "Of course. But undergoing a few days of physical training will be beneficial. Matches in Brazil are numerous, which may lead you to habitually conserve energy during games. This contrasts with European competitions. I need you to elevate your physical limits, enabling you to exert yourself fully in matches. Do you understand?" "Understood, Coach," Miranda affirmed, nodding. "You can call me boss or Coach Wei. There's no need to be overly formal." Wei acknowledged with a nod. As Miranda departed, he felt that the coach underestimated his physical conditioning. Thinking to himself, after playing 50 to 60 matches a year in Brazil, do they really believe I have stamina issues? That's absurd. However, when he reported to the training ground the following day, he found himself somewhat bewildered. The next few days consisted of ball training, with Domingo overseeing the group. "Pay attention. No slacking off," he cautioned. "I may not direct your training directly, but I will be monitoring your condition. If you perform poorly, you won't secure a starting position. Remember that." Wei Xiongmao addressed the other players of Atletico Madrid. The players nodded in agreement, although he had only been the head coach for a fortnight. His remarkable insight displayed on the training ground had already astonished nearly all the athletes. What kind of perceptive ability must one possess to accurately discern whether an athlete has truly reached their physical limits? Training in the presence of such an individual invites no room for lethargy. Ultimately, training is a means to enhance one's condition and fortify one's capabilities. Indulging in laziness may provide momentary relief, but persistent sloth leads to mediocrity. "Follow me. I shall personally oversee your physical training," Wei Xiongmao instructed Miranda in conclusion. Chapter 30. Relying solely on oneself. Miranda felt utterly despondent. He was not on the verge of vomiting from exertion, for nausea signifies surpassing one's physical threshold, a natural response of the body. Instead, he simply wished for an end to his suffering. He found himself precisely trapped at the juncture of physical exhaustion. Although his stamina was inherently commendable, he had never experienced such a sensation. Yet, surrender was not an option. Firstly, this was his inaugural training camp with the new club. He could not afford to be underestimated. Secondly, his teammates were presumably enduring the same rigorous training. If they could persevere, he had no justification for faltering. Thirdly, the head coach was participating in the training alongside him, matching his efforts stride for stride. The cumulative weight of these factors compelled Miranda to endure. Even when tears threatened to spill, he remained oblivious to the hushed murmurs of his teammates. Aguero remarked, "This Brazilian possesses impressive stamina. It seems he can endure longer than we can." Simo added, "Impressive, indeed. The intensity is at least 10% greater than my own training." Koch observed, "I believe the head coach is even more formidable. The new guy is on the verge of vomiting, yet he remains unfazed." Had Miranda known that his superior stamina led to greater suffering, he might have burst into tears. "I am in dire straits." After the day's training concluded, Miranda initially desired to explore the vibrant nightlife of Madrid. However, he quickly lost interest and returned to his hotel, collapsing into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Miranda felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had completely rejuvenated. Given his youth, he was able to recover his stamina with remarkable speed. This instilled him with confidence as he made his way to the training ground. However, he found himself on the verge of tears after enduring an intense session under the rigorous guidance of Wei Xiongmao. He managed to persevere longer than the previous day, which consequently extended the duration of his torment. Wei Xiongmao, however, expressed his admiration for this effort. "Indeed, your physical endurance is commendable. I believe with another day of training tomorrow, you will be well prepared for the competition," Wei Xiongmao remarked. This statement bestowed newfound hope upon Miranda. Indeed, with merely one day remaining, although tomorrow may prove to be more arduous, I shall persevere. However, the third day of training brought yet another surprise. Despite the intensity of the training remaining high, he found it to be bearable, even relatively effortless, as he successfully completed all the tasks set by Wei Xiongmao. "Excellent. You will not participate in the next match. However, you may join the upcoming training sessions. I hope your strength can be swiftly put to use," Wei Xiongmao remarked, patting Miranda on the shoulder. Miranda nodded emphatically. Although it had only been 3 days of training, after enduring those 2 nightmarish days, his physical condition had indeed improved significantly. He had never encountered such a miraculous method for enhancing physical fitness. That is also due to the fact that this fellow has a solid foundation. My training is tailored to the individual, Wei Xiongmao mused to himself. During the past 3 days of training, Wei Xiongmao has focused his attention on Miranda. This is not due to any contempt for the upcoming league opponents, but rather a recognition that, given Atletico Madrid's current circumstances, extensive tactical training holds little significance. The players are in good form, and intricate strategies cannot be resolved in just a few days of practice. Instead, it is the issues within the defense that require urgent attention, prompting Wei Xiongmao to concentrate more on Miranda. At the very least, it is evident that this individual possesses commendable stamina, aligning well with his tactical approach. As for defensive capabilities, the system's assessment of his exceptional defensive skills is undoubtedly accurate. Atletico currently ranks 11th, with a considerable gap from the top 2 positions, necessitating a focus on one match at a time. While other games may present challenges, the matches against Real Madrid and Barcelona demand outstanding performances. Although the first half of the season is not yet concluded, Atletico's encounters with Barcelona and Real Madrid have been rather disheartening. They suffered a 5-2 defeat away to Barcelona and subsequently lost 3-2 at home to Real Madrid. Wei Xiongmao understands that while other matches may have minor setbacks, the outcomes of these two formidable teams must be addressed with utmost seriousness. In less critical matches, he can experiment, akin to the King's Cup loss against Villarreal, but in these two encounters, he must create significant difficulties for his opponents, thwarting their quest for a remarkable season. Given the current winning percentages of these two teams, the likelihood of them achieving an extraordinary season is alarmingly high. However, prior to Atletico's upcoming match against Sporting Gijón, Real Madrid faced an unexpected defeat, losing 1-0 away to Athletic Bilbao, marking their 3rd league loss of the season. If Barcelona were to falter as well, our chances would increase. Atletico's match is delayed by a day, allowing Wei Xiongmao to engage the players in superstitious activities at the training base, fervently hoping for Barcelona's defeat. The possibility of Barcelona losing this match is not insignificant, as they are set to face Sevilla. Despite suffering a heavy blow from Atletico and an unexpected home defeat to lower-ranked Racing Santander, Sevilla still possesses considerable strength and could indeed pose challenges for Barcelona. After all, Barcelona's performance in the 2 matches since the new year has yielded 1 victory and 1 draw, indicating their subpar form. Despite the current 23-point gap in standings between Atletico and Barcelona, which renders them far from direct rivals, Wei Xiongmao's earnest prayers for Barcelona's defeat have brought a sense of amusement to the players. Although remaining in 11th place while contemplating competition with the champions may seem laughable, it undeniably reflects the ambition of our head coach. Indeed, we are Atletico Madrid, one of the prominent forces in La Liga. What kind of strong team would we be without the aspiration to contend for the championship? Thus, they fervently followed Wei Xiongmao in prayer. 90 minutes later, what a dismal display from Sevilla. With such a lackluster performance, how could they hope to thwart Barcelona? It seems that only we can stand in Barcelona's way. Observing the score of 4-0, the despondent Sevilla players, and the jubilant Barcelona team, Wei Xiongmao found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of Barcelona's formidable prowess this season, having achieved the remarkable feat of a treble last year. This season, they swiftly claimed the Spanish Super Cup, the UEFA Super Cup, and the FIFA Club World Cup, transforming their accolades into an unprecedented 6 titles, leaving even Real Madrid overshadowed in their presence. However, to dismantle a team of Sevilla's caliber with such ease was truly unexpected. Sevilla's underperformance was of no concern to us. If anyone were to impede Barcelona this season, it would have to be ourselves, Wei Xiongmao declared. Chapter 31. No thanks for the players of Atletico Madrid. The prospect of hindering Barcelona seemed a distant goal. After all, they had nearly a month before facing Barcelona, and prior to that, they needed to accumulate more points in the league. Their next opponent was Sporting Gijón, a team renowned for its youth academy, which had performed admirably in La Liga this year, currently ranking 2 places above Atletico. For a club that had long oscillated between the Segunda División and La Liga, this season's performance was commendable. Even a modestly skilled team can prove to be a formidable challenge. Wei Xiongmao refrained from utilizing buffs in this match, as his current stamina reserves are dwindling. In preparation for the upcoming clash against Barcelona, he aims to conserve every precious point of energy, for that encounter holds paramount significance in his mind. The lineup includes goalkeeper De Gea, defenders Barella, Lopez, Juanito, and Lucy, midfielders Koch, Garcia, Gelato, and Simo, along with forwards Fran and Agüero. At present, Atletico Madrid boasts a relatively complete starting lineup, particularly in the midfield and forward positions, where their attacking play and synergy have gradually developed into a harmonious rhythm. Reyes serves as a pivotal substitute, showcasing his versatility as an invaluable asset. For Reyes, being a starter is not an absolute necessity under ATL Tico's current tactical framework. Participating in one match per week allows him to optimally harness his capabilities. Players like Reyes, Keiko, and Borja are crucial components for offensive adjustments. Such talents are indispensable for any team. Beyond a relatively stable starting lineup, having several capable substitutes and surprise players can yield the most favorable outcomes. Conversely, the defensive line requires no rotation. Rather, it demands steadfastness. From the outset, ATL Tico's offensive organization delivered a formidable challenge to Sporting Gijón, following some tentative engagements. The two principal forwards executed a splendid combination. After receiving a pass from Gerardo, AG Aero skillfully maneuvered the ball amidst the pressure from two defenders, deftly evading their defense before delivering a pass into the penalty area. The advancing Forl-In met the rolling ball with precision, striking it directly into the net, marking his second goal in consecutive league matches. Although Forl-In's form had been somewhat lacking in the first half of the season, since the appointment of Coach Panda, he has netted 2 goals in 3 matches, with his shot also contributing to an own goal by Sevilla, demonstrating a resurgence in form. Moreover, AG Aero, upon returning from injury, has exhibited his caliber, scoring as a substitute in the previous match and netting a brace in the cup game. In this encounter, he initiated an assist right from the start, a performance that attests to the fact that his prior injury has not hindered this young prodigy. Coupled with Reyes, who has rejuvenated himself over the last 2 rounds of league play with 2 goals and 2 assists, ATL Tico appears to have no cause for concern regarding their attacking prowess. Upon witnessing Forl-In's goal, Coach Panda began to jubilantly pace the technical area, eliciting laughter from the Atlantic Tico fans in the stands, who are increasingly fond of him. This energetic young coach infuses a vibrant spirit into the team, rendering ATL Tico Madrid exceedingly lively. Observing the players he favors, apart from Sim-O and Forl-In, most are quite young, suggesting a promising future for ATL Tico Madrid that beckons anticipation. However, Sporting Gijón is by no means a weak team. They currently sit in 9th place, 4 points ahead of ATL Tico Madrid, proving they are no mere pushovers. In the first half, after a series of relentless attacks, Gijón managed to equalize. A pressing move by Wefalusi created a gap in the penalty area, allowing Castro to break through. De Gea was compelled to charge out and collided with him, prompting the referee to award a penalty, which Castro converted to level the score. Wei Xiongmao shook his head, acknowledging that such defensive errors are often inevitable. Both Wefalusi and Juanito are not particularly young anymore. Despite their wealth of experience, they tend to lose focus in a match that demands significant mobility, leading to occasional mistakes that are challenging to rectify. However, Wei Xiongmao had no intention of criticizing them, recognizing that such tactical demands might exceed their capabilities. To impose further expectations in this situation would only exacerbate the players' performance. He advised them not to dwell on the conceded goal and to remember that mistakes are a natural part of the game, urging them to maintain focus and not become distracted. In the second half, we shall continue our offensive efforts. Gijon's performance in both attack and defense is not particularly formidable. As long as we play to our potential, securing victory should not prove difficult, Wei Xiongmao stated during halftime. In this regard, his assessment was indeed accurate. ATL Tico Madrid's offense was something Gijon simply could not withstand, especially given that ATL Tico's attacking combinations had recovered from previous injuries. Shortly after the second half commenced, Fran provided a brilliant assist to AG Aero, who scored following a cross from Barella. Fran seized the first touch at the back post, directing the ball into the center, where AG Aero finished with a precise shot to regain the lead. Observing a slight decline in AG Aero's stamina, Wei Xiongmao promptly substituted him for Borja. Upon entering the field, Borja immediately seized an opportunity. Reyes, also a substitute, received a through ball from Huledo, breaking free on goal. Reyes' shot was bravely parried by the opposing goalkeeper, but Borja followed up and scored into an open net, extending the lead to 3-1, thereby solidifying Atlantic Tico's dominance. However, just before the final whistle, Gijon managed to pull one back with a long-range strike. Although ATL Tico ultimately triumphed with a score of 3-2, the overall performance and final score left much to be desired. In this match, we made some defensive errors, yet we still emerged victorious, did we not? Wei Xiongmao remarked casually at the post-match press conference. Mr. Wei, You have been in charge for 5 matches, and in 4 of them, your team has conceded goals, and not a few at that. What solutions do you propose for ATL Tico's defensive issues? A reporter inquired. Is it necessary to address this? I believe not. We possess excellent attacking players. And before we fully exploit their offensive capabilities, we can continue to improve. Of course, defensive issues must be resolved. However, my primary focus is on enhancing our offensive strategy. ATL Tico has always been a team that relies on attacking prowess to secure victories, and we have never been lacking in great strikers and formidable offensive abilities. My 2 predecessors erred in a similar fashion. They overlooked the attacking prowess of ATL Tico Madrid and insisted on fortifying the defense, ultimately compromising the offensive play. I shall not repeat such a mistake, replied Wei Xiongmao. Your words are rather impolite, murmured a reporter. What is there to be polite about? Together, they managed a mere 3 victories in 15 matches, while I achieved 3 wins in 3 rounds. This is precisely because I understand what ATL Tico requires and what the fans desire. Chapter 32. The club's patience this era is never short of controversial coaches. Exemplified by Jose Mourinho, who currently helms Inter Milan and has swiftly garnered the attention of a majority of fans with his astonishing feats. However, the newly appointed coach of ATL Tico Madrid, Wei Xiongmao, has adopted a different approach. After leading the team to 3 consecutive victories in the league, he felt compelled to validate his tactics, even at the expense of criticizing his 2 predecessors. This conduct, without a doubt, lacks moral standing and necessity. Juan Sanchez, a journalist from Marca, penned a critique of Wei Xiongmao's remarks during a press conference following the 18th round of matches. Wei Xiongmao promptly accepted an interview with AS and countered Sanchez's assertions. I wonder when it became unacceptable for a coach to comment on the tactical shortcomings of their predecessor. If the tactics were sound, why did the previous matches yield so few victories given ATL Tico's caliber? If this is deemed as an attack, then we ought not to speak at all. Coaches often need to express their tactical insights, and such expression is entirely justifiable. Anyone literate would comprehend that my comments post-press conference addressed the matter at hand, rather than constituting a personal attack. Of course, Juan Sanchez has cleverly reported that I attacked the 2 former coaches without mentioning personal attacks. Attack can be interpreted in myriad ways, and I cannot resort to legal measures to defend my rights. Thus, I hereby announce that I shall no longer accept interviews from Marca until they extend a sincere apology for Juan Sanchez's report. Is it reasonable to refuse an interview with a newspaper due to a journalist's report? The journalist from AS smiled and inquired. As a specialized sports media focusing on football, the rivalry between AS and Marca is well known. In contrast, Marca appears to maintain a neutral stance between Real Madrid and ATL Tico Madrid, while has leaned somewhat more towards Real Madrid. However, AS has had a strained relationship with the current president of Real Madrid, Florentino Pérez, particularly since Calderón's departure and Pérez's return to power, which has further soured their ties. Under these circumstances, AS has begun to cultivate a closer rapport with Atlantic Tico, given that the majority of football fans in Madrid are either supporters of Real Madrid or ATL Tico Madrid, with Real Madrid frequently threatening to blacklist them, as has naturally gravitated towards ATL Tico. Presently, Atlantic Tico's head coach has publicly declared a refusal to accept coverage from Marca, which undoubtedly benefits AS. Given that Juan Sanchez's report was published in Marca, it indicates that Marca, to some extent, endorses Sanchez's narrative. Therefore, I have no obligation to grant an interview to Marca. I am unwilling to have my words published by a newspaper that harbors bias against me. This, I believe, is my prerogative, responded Wei Xiongmao. Of course, that is indeed your prerogative, the AS journalist chuckled. Soon, fans in Madrid learned that ATL Tico's newly appointed head coach had announced a personal boycott of Marca. Some supporters laughed, considering the coach's stance somewhat amusing, while others were incensed, feeling that the coach was overstepping his bounds. Additionally, some fans vented their frustrations on forums, criticizing Marca for consistently opposing the club and blaming them for many issues. In truth, the relationship between Marca and us is still manageable. Cerezo felt compelled to summon Wei Xiongmao for another discussion. It's just my personal opinion. The club will proceed as it sees fit, Wei Xiongmao replied with a grin, showing no signs of anger. However, boss, don't you think that establishing a broader cooperation with AS could be a worthwhile choice? Cerezo paused, then fell into deep thought. That's a good idea. As currently has a poor relationship with Florentino, constantly stirring trouble within the Real Madrid locker room. If we were to extend an olive branch, they might lean slightly in our direction, which would be advantageous for enhancing our influence. Galia pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands in appreciation. You're absolutely right. Director, although I personally refuse to accept an interview with Marca, ATL Tico can still maintain collaboration with them. After all, ATL Tico cannot compel SJ to apologize to me, nor can Marca force the club to dismiss me. In this context, increasing cooperation with us is not a bad idea, especially since AS's voice holds considerable weight in Madrid. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. That makes sense. Cerezo nodded thoughtfully, however. This means that the pressure rests solely upon your shoulders, suggesting that our club does not support you as the head coach. It is of little concern. I can endure it, Wei Xiongmao replied with a smile, then nodded to Cerezo and Galia before taking his leave. Cerezo marveled at how Wei Xiongmao bore the burden alone while leaving the benefits for the club, but Galia could no longer contain her laughter. Father, have you forgotten? The intention was to teach him a lesson, to prevent any conflict with Marca, Galia remarked with a smile. Cerezo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. He had meant to remind him not to become too contentious with the media, lest it affect the club. Yet, this fellow had come forth claiming to shoulder everything. As if the club were at fault for his troubles. What a cunning individual, were it not for his team's 3 consecutive victories. I would not have been so lenient this time, Cerezo exclaimed in frustration. Given his commendable performance, we must indeed treat him with a degree of courtesy, Galia chuckled. What he said at the press conference was quite gratifying to hear. Cerezo couldn't help but laugh as well. Indeed, those 2 individuals, despite being part of a well-assembled team, have achieved little. From that perspective, Wei was not entirely wrong. Although we currently sit in 11th place, we are already 7 points clear of the relegation zone, and merely 10 points shy of the Champions League spots. The season is not yet half over. We still have hope. Let us hope he maintains such a winning streak. For if his penchant for controversy leads to a decline in performance, we shall undoubtedly have to part ways with him, Galia stated. Cerezo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wei Xiongmao's current success was pivotal for his retention. However, after only a few matches, he had already caused a fair share of minor troubles, which left the higher-ups at ATL Tico somewhat troubled. The club's patience with a troublesome coach is invariably limited. Chapter 33, Pursuit of the Treble. Mr. Wei. ATL Tico will soon compete in the Copa del Rey. Could you share the club's objectives for this tournament? Certainly, we aim to perform admirably, having reached the quarterfinals. Our opponent is a team from the Segunda División. While Celta has a proud history, they are currently just a second-division team, comparable in ranking to Almería. We won against Almería by 4 goals at home, a testament to our true capabilities. Therefore, there should be no reason for us to falter against Celta. Since we've reached the quarterfinals and teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona have been eliminated early, why shouldn't we strive for the championship? Our fans have longed for a title. We should endeavor to fulfill their desires. Before the reporters from AS, Wei Xiongmao spoke eloquently. The olive branch extended by Wei Xiongmao was swiftly grasped by AS, particularly given their long-standing strained relationship with Florentino, which had begun 7 or 8 years prior. Calder's successful coup against Florentino was significantly aided by AS, yet Calder's mediocre performance during his tenure ultimately led to Florentino's triumphant return. A scenario that has solidified over the years, making it increasingly difficult for AS to acquire news from Real Madrid through conventional channels. In light of this predicament, AS began to adopt a more adversarial stance towards Real Madrid, often delving into the locker room's privacy, which frequently left the club in a precarious position, exacerbating their already fraught relationship. However, it is essential to note that for a prestigious publication like AS, their conflict is primarily with Florentino himself rather than an all-out war with the club. In this context, fostering a better relationship with ATL Tico Madrid proved advantageous, serving both to undermine Florentino and to further their own interests. Thus, they sent a well-known journalist, Angel, to conduct an interview, effectively providing Wei Xiongmao with a platform. Despite coaching a prominent club like ATL Tico Madrid, Wei Xiongmao remains relatively inexperienced in the coaching realm. So being interviewed by such a distinguished newspaper is quite beneficial for him. Following a formal interview, Wei Xiongmao showcased his eloquence, articulating his aspirations for Atlantic Tico's future and setting victory as a goal for the season. In doing so, he skillfully praised AS, ATL Tico Madrid, and its supporters, while subtly disparaging Marca, Real Madrid, and Barcelona. Such reports indeed bring great joy to ATL Tico Madrid supporters. Although they are fierce rivals of Real Madrid, they harbor an equal disdain for Barcelona. Regarding the assertion by the commentator that the Copa del Rey should be pursued with the ambition of winning, The fans share in this enthusiasm. After all, the last time ATL Tico secured a notable accolade was during the 1995-96 season when they clinched the double. Since then, they have not attained any substantial honors, and at one point, even faced relegation. One cannot rightly consider the Segunda División title as a worthy achievement. Thus, even a singular Copa del Rey victory would be a cause for celebration among ATL Tico's faithful. Upon reading this interview, Gloria initially anticipated that Atlantic Tico would field a portion of their key players in the upcoming Copa del Rey match. However, during the home game against Celta, the commentator opted to deploy a reserve lineup, allowing all the starters who had participated in the weekend league match to rest. Even Simeone was rotated out. Apart from the newly signed defender Miranda, who partnered with Domingos in central defense, the midfield comprised Thiago, Asuncel, and Coke, while the forward pairing was formed by Borja and Reyes. Gloria, who had harbored high hopes, felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing the starting lineup. After all, this was Celta. Although they have now fallen to the Segunda División, for an extended period, they were a staple team in La Liga, consistently delivering remarkable performances, including a stunning 5-1 victory over Real Madrid, an achievement that ATL Tico, even in their finest years, had never accomplished. This team is certainly not as easy to contend with as Almería. In fact, Celta has adequately prepared for this match. Much like Almería, they currently find themselves in the mid-table of La Liga 2, with slim hopes of promotion and minimal risk of relegation. At this juncture, having reached the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey, they may well opt to temporarily forsake 1 or 2 matches in La Liga 2. Yet they will undoubtedly exert every effort in the Copa del Rey. This exemplifies the advantage of smaller teams in cup competitions, as they can pour their entire essence into a single match, while stronger teams often find themselves caught in a web of distraction, particularly a squad like ATL Tico Madrid, which appears to lack sufficient depth on the bench. However, in this match, ATL Tico's substitutes exhibited a remarkable performance. De Gea, who conceded 2 goals in the previous league match, made a stunning save that thwarted Celta's most threatening attack. Meanwhile, Miranda, making his debut for ATL Tico, showcased his defensive prowess, winning several key aerial duels and effectively marking the opposing forwards, leaving their main striker with little opportunity throughout the match. Observing Miranda's performance, the vigilant Panda nodded slightly. In recent training sessions, Miranda had demonstrated his precise positioning, excellent jumping ability, strong mobility, and impressive physicality. Although his coordination with teammates has yet to reach a level of harmony, he proved to be exceptionally suited for marking the opposing team's key players. This match presented an opportunity for him to shadow a top-tier forward from La Liga 2, allowing him to acclimatize to the level of competition. Celta's offensive performance this season has been rather lackluster, primarily relying on their key striker for goals. Once he is effectively marked, Celta's attacking prowess diminishes significantly. Conversely, breaking through Celta's defenses proved to be a formidable task for Atletico Madrid. Their defense remains robust, particularly in away matches where their focus is predominantly on containment. They withstood Atletico's relentless assaults for an extended period before Reyes, through a deft breakthrough, earned a penalty, which he converted, finally breaking the deadlock. Just before the final whistle, Borja, who had been searching for a scoring opportunity, received a pass from Keiko inside the penalty area and skillfully slotted it home. Atletico secured a 2-0 victory over Celta on home soil, establishing a solid foundation for the two-legged tie. Such a performance was commendable, and I am highly satisfied with the players' display. We have over 20 players capable of taking the field, rather than just the mere dozen of starters. Concerns regarding insufficient winter reinforcements? I disagree. We currently possess ample manpower. In the latter half of the season, I will lead the team in pursuit of the 3 championships still within our grasp. Should we succeed in claiming these 3 titles, it would indeed mark us as a treble-winning side. Chapter 34, Why Not Embrace It? Wang Xiangmeo's remarks at the press conference left many in fits of laughter. Indeed, while Atletico has exited the Champions League, they still have the opportunity to compete in the Europa League, where a treble title could still be considered a minor treble. However, the notion of claiming the league championship? Surely, you jest. In previous years, such statements were more plausible, especially considering that less than half of the league season has elapsed. With Atletico still having 20 rounds to play, theoretically, they could secure 60 points, totaling 83 points, a tally that, in past seasons, would have sufficed for a league title. After all, during the season when Deportivo La Coruña clinched the championship, they amassed a mere 69 points. Yet, in recent years, The competition for the league title has intensified. 2 seasons ago, Real Madrid achieved 85 points, last season Barcelona secured 87 points, and this season, after just 18 rounds, Barcelona has already accumulated 46 points while remaining unbeaten. From their scoring rate, it seems that achieving a perfect score this season is hardly an extraordinary feat. Given Atletico Madrid's current circumstances, the notion of clinching the championship feels somewhat farcical. However, the form displayed by Atletico does lend itself to a hopeful pursuit of victories in the Copa del Rey and the Europa League. After all, Real Madrid and Barcelona appear to be feeling the immense pressure of this year's league, having almost voluntarily relinquished the Copa del Rey in order to focus wholeheartedly on their campaigns in the league and the Champions League. In the Europa League, the competition is decidedly less fierce than that of the Champions League, and for Atletico, vying for these two titles would be a commendable achievement, especially considering their prolonged drought of genuine silverware spanning over a decade. In response to this situation, Marca's commentary, though not using the exact terms, insinuates that the strategist, referred to as the cunning panda, aims to seize these overlooked titles while the stronger teams are preoccupied with more significant pursuits, akin to hyenas in a hunting ground. This group of individuals, perhaps due to my lesser fame, exhibits such arrogance, the strategist muses internally. Establishing an adversary early on does not concern him. He recognizes that his current lack of renown allows for a strategic engagement with major publications, paving a potential shortcut to prominence. Should he secure some early victories and solidify his standing, even the largest of newspapers would find it prudent to reconcile with him, for they inherently rely on coaches and players for their insights. The strategist is confident that he will soon emerge as a uniquely significant figure in European football, even more so than the illustrious Jose Mourinho. However, in the subsequent league match, Atletico faced a disheartening defeat away against Getafe, currently positioned 8th in the standings. Initially, Atletico's performance seemed unproblematic, yet in the 13th minute, the dynamic Coke received a red card for a foul on an opposing player, leaving Atletico a man down. Despite their vigorous efforts on the pitch, they found themselves increasingly subdued by Getafe. Ultimately, De Gea was unable to stop an opposing shot just before the final whistle, leading to a narrow defeat of 0-1. Coke's red card was justified. His tackle from behind warranted such a sanction. However, we must not be overly harsh on a young player. In retrospect, his actions did not stem from malice, and the opposing player was unharmed. It is essential to encourage the enthusiasm of young talents, and thus, I hope that no further suspension is imposed on him. As for Getafe, they performed exceptionally well, and I have little more to add. At the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao candidly acknowledged the defeat and offered a defense for Cork. His manner was sincere, reminiscent of a congenial figure in the football arena. However, the journalists were not inclined to let him off easily. For a young player like Cork, receiving a red card is hardly surprising, and not even a malicious foul. It is merely a price of maturation in the tribulations of growth. Nevertheless, Wei Xiongmao faced a loss. Following 3 consecutive victories since his appointment, his team succumbed to defeat, particularly against a potential rival, Getafe. The journalists immediately began to sharpen their inquiries. Given this loss, should you not bear some responsibility? One reporter asked. What responsibility? It is merely one match that we lost. What responsibility is required? Wei Xiongmao feigned ignorance. With both Barcelona and Real Madrid victorious in this round, Atletico Madrid was further distanced, trailing by 26 and 21 points respectively, rendering the aspiration for the league title increasingly bleak. Shouldn't you, with the goal of winning the league, take on some responsibility? Another journalist probed. Oh, is that what you mean? Wei Xiongmao feigned enlightenment. I was awaiting your response, the reporter replied politely. That is merely rhetoric aimed at unifying team morale and boosting fan confidence. Is this your first day as a journalist? Can't you discern that? Wei Xiongmao retorted. The journalist's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Of course, such platitudes are commonplace, even among relegation-threatened teams who audaciously proclaim ambitions of victory. Yet, one cannot chastise them for their courage in doing so. Since it is mere rhetoric, questioning the head coach with such phrases is inappropriate. Who does not utter a few clichés? There exists no invincible team, nor one that can triumph perpetually. Atletico's current situation necessitates stability, and I shall bring that stability while striving for commendable results. The management will not dismiss me over a single defeat, nor will the fans boo me for one loss. Hence I am indifferent to your opinions. Do you understand? I am a professional coach. My obligations lie solely with the management and the fans, not with you. Wei Xiongmao has always relished seizing opportunities, and this occasion was no different. Despite the defeat, at that moment, he bore the demeanor of a victor. The interviewing journalists found themselves at a loss for words. Wei Xiongmao had no need to appease them. Conversely, they thrived on the narratives crafted by coaches and players. Though previous coaches were often reluctant to express this truth directly, occasionally allowing for misconceptions to arise. They imagined they could forge stars through publicity, regrettably. In the realm of football, true stars are never born solely from such promotion but rather through genuine prowess. A coach must lead their team to victory. And a player must excel on the field. Even if they are not favored by the majority, they can still carve a niche for themselves in the world of football. This is also the source of Wei Xiongmao's confidence. Engaging with reporters not only allows him to voice his opinions, but also enhances his fame. Why not seize the opportunity? Thus, Wei Xiongmao feels entirely justified in his actions, as long as he continues to achieve victory. Chapter 35. 3 consecutive matches the following morning. While Wei Xiongmao was diligently working in his office, Coke knocked on the door and entered with an apology. Wei Xiongmao looked at Coke with some surprise. The Spaniard was accustomed to rising late and sleeping in, a routine shared by the players. Atletico Madrid typically commenced training at 10 in the morning, engaging in 2 hours of practice before breaking for lunch around 2 or 3, followed by an afternoon session that extended until 8 in the evening. Given that there had been a match yesterday, there was no training scheduled for this morning. Wei Xiongmao, however, had a habit of rising early, preferring not to sleep in. Observing Coke, Wei Xiongmao noticed his pallor, indicating that he likely had not rested well. Poor young man, Wei Xiongmao mused internally. There's no need to apologize. I've said before, your foul was not malicious. That red card was rather harsh. Your exuberance led to this consequence, a necessary part of growth. Therefore, there's no need for apologies. Focus on training diligently, and when your suspension is over, perform well in matches. Yet, Coke still harbored some regret about the match that should have been secured. In the upcoming Copa del Rey match, just give it your all, move around a lot, and allow your teammates to conserve their energy, Wei Xiongmao said with a smile. Coke nodded earnestly. For the Copa del Rey match that week, Wei Xiongmao had planned to continue utilizing Coke. For a young player with such exceptional stamina, the more matches he played, the quicker his improvement would be, as he lacked only good positioning and experience. 3 days later, during the Copa del Rey match, Coke performed remarkably well. His relentless running not only stifled the opponent's offense but also facilitated constant opportunities through his distribution. Reyes and Kiko each scored during the match, leading Atletico Madrid to a comprehensive 4-0 victory over Celta, propelling them into the semifinals. The semifinal matchups were Sevilla against Getafe and Atletico Madrid against Racing Santander. This certainly favors Atletico Madrid, as Sevilla remains the last formidable team in the Copa del Rey, while Getafe has recently triumphed over Atletico in the league, making both opponents quite challenging. They will have to face each other in a fierce contest, whereas the level of Santander's competition appears somewhat inferior. However, Wei Xiongmao seems rather dissatisfied. I lost to Getafe unfairly in that match. Regrettably, we did not encounter them in the semifinals. I hope to face them in the final, he remarked, which left the players of Santander feeling aggrieved, as if he held them in low regard, presuming Atletico is already assured of reaching the final. It is worth noting that the 2-legged Copa del Rey matches are scheduled for February 5th and February 12th, and in between. Atlantic Tico's opponent in a La Liga match will be none other than Santander. Thus, within that week, Atletico will contend with Santander 3 times. This is a mere coincidence, while the Panda deliberately seeks to provoke the ire of its opponent. Once the adversary loses their composure, they become considerably easier to handle. The coach of Santander Athletic, Mandia, is quite infuriated. Before the commencement of this season, Santander Athletic bid farewell to 3 key players. Argentine central defender Garay returned to Real Madrid, while Serbian striker Djikic rejoined Valencia. This exodus inflicted significant losses on both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, they appointed a new head coach, Mandia, who possessed only experience in the Segunda Division, marking his inaugural foray into La Liga. Prior to the season's start, many prognosticators identified them as strong candidates for relegation. However, as the season has progressed past its midpoint, they find themselves level on points with Atletico Madrid, each amassing 23 points and maintaining a 6-point cushion above the relegation zone. Unlike Atletico, whose recent 9 points stem from their last 3 matches, Santander's steady accumulation of points has secured them a relatively safe position. Despite the notable depletion of their core lineup and a palpable decline in strength, Mandaya has performed commendably. Consequently, he harbors a certain resentment towards Wei Xiongmao, as they both lack a La Liga coaching history. Mandaya, having accrued experience through several years in the Segunda Division, feels it unjust that Wei was able to step directly into a position with Atlantic Tico. However, such sentiments are not for public discourse. With the match against ATL Tico still on the horizon, he refrains from any commentary, preferring to let the upcoming 3 encounters demonstrate whether his team can withstand the challenge posed by ATL Tico. After expressing these veiled sentiments, Mandaya turned his attention to the next league match, fortuitously against Getafe, who had recently triumphed over ATL Tico under Mandaya's stewardship. Santander Athletic managed to secure a goalless draw against Getafe, a result that brought him considerable satisfaction. He is acutely aware of his team's diminished strength this season, relying primarily on veteran stars Luis Garcia and Muniz for offense, while their defense has faltered compared to last year. Thus, his primary focus this season has been on accumulating points, as securing even a single point is paramount to their survival. Getafe's victory over ATL Tico juxtaposed with his team's draw could be interpreted as a testament to Mandaya's superiority over Wei. Regrettably, despite the absence of the new key player Coke, Wei successfully steadied his team, substituting Thiago for Coke. Though Thiago, being older and more experienced, felt some dissatisfaction regarding his position being usurped by Coke, he nonetheless excelled in his role as a substitute. Ultimately, the outcome of this league match rested upon Atlantic Tico's 2 forwards, Foil In and AG Aero, who each netted a goal, leading ATL Tico to a 2-0 victory against relegation-threatened Malaga, thereby maintaining their 11th position with 26 points. The gap between them and 4th place Sevilla remains substantial. Santander Athletics' tactical approach this season has lacked innovation, and their decline in strength is evident. After 20 matches, they have scored a mere 21 goals while conceding 27. Both figures reflecting mediocrity. Their impressive points tally is largely attributable to a stroke of good fortune, as they have managed to secure victories primarily by a slim margin. With the exception of a resounding 4-0 triumph against Espanyol, most of their wins have been by a single goal, 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, indicating that their success is a combination of diligent effort and serendipity, rather than a testament to their exceptional prowess. Furthermore, their starting lineup remains stable, with the substitutes offering little in the way of surprise. Consequently, the physical strain on their primary players has been significant, particularly in their offensive play, which relies heavily on 2 veteran wingers to initiate attacks. If these players are effectively marked, their options become severely limited. In our 3 consecutive encounters, we can approach them as a single match aimed at depleting their stamina. In the first match, we must employ extensive movement and a tug-of-war style of attack to exhaust their energy reserves. Chapter 36. Mandia's provocation. Byunwavering has no intention of engaging in what might be deemed a fair contest against Santander Athletic. Strong teams and weaker ones each have their moments of advantage. However, facing them 3 times in quick succession within a single week significantly favors Atletico Madrid, who possess a deeper bench. For a weaker team to triumph over a stronger one, a critical factor is that their players must exhibit relentless effort on the pitch. Without this, they lack the foundation to defeat superior opponents. Yet, if the stronger players are equally diligent in their running and pressing, it becomes the moment for their exceptional talents to shine. Atletico Madrid boasts remarkable players like Agüero and Forlan, who can alter the course of a match. However, in the Copa del Rey, Byunwavering intends to withhold their participation, entrusting the responsibility to Reyes instead. In the first match at our home ground, Santander Athletic will likely adopt a defensive strategy against us. As a pivotal player in our lineup, you will be their primary target. Thus, your positioning must remain fluid, run more, interchange positions frequently, and create gaps in their defense to dismantle them. We can perceive the 3 matches as one continuous game. They will likely adopt a similar mindset, conserving some of their energy in hopes of prolonging the contest. Therefore, we must strike with thunderous intensity in the first match, defeating them decisively to extinguish their hopes from the outset. This will set the stage for a more manageable experience in the subsequent 2 matches. Do you understand? In the final rally in the locker room, Byunwavering declared, raising his fist. Absolutely. The players began to chant, as the starting lineup for the Copa del Rey had consistently been comprised of substitutes who exhibited superior stamina and an unwavering competitive spirit. From the outset of the match, they accelerated the pace, leaving their opponents scrambling to keep up. In terms of physical endurance, it was Atletico Madrid that held the advantage, rather than Racing Santander. Although Atletico had played 6 more matches than Racing in the first half of the season, their schedules had aligned equally after the new year. Moreover, Atletico's players rotated in and out, participating in 1 match per week. Coupled with the rigorous physical training from their coach, the average distance covered by players, excluding the goalkeeper, had approached 12 kilometers per match, effectively granting them the equivalent of an additional player on the field. In terms of age, Atletico's average did not significantly differ from that of Racing, yet the 2 primary attacking players for Racing were considerably older, Luis Garc at 32 and Muni is at 34. Their positions, closer to the flanks, demanded substantial physical support. Under such circumstances, if these 2 core offensive players were neutralized, the source of their attacking prowess would be extinguished. What Manda did not anticipate was that, despite having played 3 consecutive matches, the coach aimed to establish a decisive advantage in the very first encounter. This tactic was unforeseen by Mandilla, who intended to rely on the experience of his players to wear down the opponent. However, he did not anticipate that Wei Xiongmao had no intention of engaging in such a battle. From the outset, Atletico Madrid adopted an aggressive offensive strategy against the defensively poised Santander. Initially, Mandilla felt a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Atletico's immediate attack, as he had planned to utilize defense to diminish their offensive momentum and subsequently strike back, hoping to secure a surprise goal, even if that did not materialize. A minimal loss away from home could still be deemed a victory. After all, Santander intended to focus more on these upcoming matches. If this game went well, they might even consider relinquishing the league in favor of allowing substitutes to play while their main players prepared for the decisive second leg. Securing a place in the Copa del Rey final could potentially lead to a spot in next season's UEFA Europa League, which for a team like Santander would be a significant triumph. Maintaining their league status while advancing through the cup competition would already constitute a victory. Atletico's offense was exuberantly dynamic. Coke continuously distributed the ball from midfield, while the fullbacks surged forward in tandem with the wingers, creating opportunities through intricate positioning and swift movements. Each chance culminated in a shot on goal or a cross aimed at Borja, seeking to capitalize on any openings in the box. Their play was vigorous yet simplistic. Observing the rather rudimentary nature of Atletico's attacks, Mandilla felt reassured. Despite Santander's aging and inexperienced roster, their defensive line was seasoned, making it challenging to breach their fortifications with such straightforward assaults, particularly with 3 defensive midfielders deployed. They provided robust protection both inside and outside the box, posing difficulty for Atletico to penetrate their defense, whether through short passes, long balls, or long-range efforts. After Borja's powerful header was thwarted by a tight marking from Santander's defenders, Mandilla clapped his hands in appreciation of his team's defense. As he turned, he gestured towards Atletico's coaching staff with raised hands and shrugged his shoulders. Was Mandilla provoking Atletico, or perhaps Wei Xiongmao? Both were newcomers to managing in the top league this season, yet their styles were markedly different. Mandilla had maintained a low profile, conducting his duties without controversy while performing commendably, whereas Wei Xiongmao had been embroiled in contention since his appointment. As the match reached the 30-minute mark with the scoreline still tense, Mandilla chose to instigate a provocation toward Wei Xiongmao. It seemed he had been harboring frustration over Wei's previous remarks. This reaction was understandable. While Atletico had reached the semifinals, Wei had consistently focused on discussions of the final, clearly underestimating Santander. Even a wooden figure has its temper. Mandilla's prior modesty stemmed from his lack of recognition, which had led him to coach in La Liga. Now, having proven his capabilities halfway through the season, it was time for him to make his mark. The unappealing Wei Panda, and his opposition to the Wei Panda, inadvertently brings joy to others. From this perspective, the previously seemingly honest Mandilla also possesses her own thoughts. After the broadcast of this scene, the commentators immediately began their analysis, inciting a sense of shared indignation among the supporters of both Atletico Madrid and Racing Santander. Let's vanquish those audacious challengers who dare provoke us in our own territory. In an instant, countless Atletico fans in the Calder Inn stood up, unleashing a chorus of furious roars. They raised their fists, shouting loudly, and the atmosphere in the stadium transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 37. Identical movements. The supporters of Atletico differ markedly from those of Real Madrid. The latter's fans have always maintained a lofty standard, demanding not only victories but also an aesthetically pleasing style of play. If this is not met, Renowned Italian coach Fabio Capello would not have been dismissed twice in succession despite leading the team to league titles, simply due to the simplicity and dullness of his tactics, which displeased the Madrid supporters. Conversely, Atletico fans lack the privilege of such scrutiny. If Real Madrid supporters are akin to the affluent elite, then Atletico fans represent the hardworking populace. They rejoice in their team's victories, and should they triumph over Real Madrid in the league, their joy knows no bounds. However, despite their animosity towards Real Madrid, they acknowledge the latter's status as a formidable team. As ardent supporters of a strong club, they can tolerate their own team's shortcomings but cannot abide any team that looks down upon them. In the Calderon, few teams dare to show disrespect towards Atletico. Yet now, Mandy has chosen to provoke their team directly. This incited their anger, provoking a roar from them. The response from Wei Xiongmao allowed them to immediately vent their emotions. Upon noticing Mandia's movement, Wei Xiongmao cast a glance at him. Mandia, undeterred, met his gaze. Then, Wei Xiongmao flashed a grin, baring his teeth, and raised his right hand to signal an OK gesture, as if receiving an unspoken signal. The players of Atletico Madrid intensified their aggressive pressing. Most of their players remained in the front line, marking their opponents closely, while defenders succeeded one after another in shadowing all the players of Santander. The players of Santander, of course, were not foolish enough to be easily cornered. They began to move about, seeking spaces to receive the ball. Yet, they remained tightly marked by Atletico's players. Goalkeeper Tony, after scanning the field for a considerable time, found himself at a loss for whom to pass to. With the backline's options appearing perilous, he reluctantly opted to clear the ball far downfield. The ball soared towards the front line, where forward Zeit aimed to seize the first touch, but was effectively contained by Miranda. Neither could leap for the ball, and Domingo seized the opportunity, controlling it before passing to Coke. As Coke received the ball, he swiftly executed a turn and passed it to the advancing Pablo on the flank. Pablo, known for his commendable assist capabilities, advanced with the ball, especially as Keiko continually stretched the defense with his movements. It was not until he crossed the halfway line that an opponent finally approached him. Pablo then passed to the supporting Keiko, who threaded a ball near the baseline. Without pausing, Pablo accelerated, ensuring he reached the ball before it crossed the goal line, sending it forcefully into the penalty area. In the center of the box, Borja leapt high, drawing the attention of two Santander defenders, yet allowed the ball to slip past him. Following closely, Reyes struck the descending ball with power before the defender could clear it. The goalkeeper barely had time to react as this shot within the penalty area zipped into the corner of the net. Goal! What a splendid finish from Reyes. Mandia, having just taunted Atletico's bench, witnessed the team score. It seemed almost like retribution for his earlier provocation. Let us observe how Wei Xiongmao will respond. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, the broadcast camera did not focus on the celebrating Atletico players, but instead turned to the home team's coaching staff. Wei Xiongmao did not disappoint. As the camera panned, everyone witnessed him shrugging at the Santander bench, then gesturing with his hands in a manner identical to Mandia's earlier action. Ha ha ha, Wei Xiongmao truly is a talent. Mandia had just performed such a gesture, seemingly asking, is that all? After Atletico Madrid scored, the Panda mascot mirrored the exact same gesture, as if to say, is this all you've got? Mandia was indeed quite unfortunate. Atlantico's attack involved a degree of luck, yet they managed to find the back of the net, rendering his actions remarkably ill-timed. Had Atletico failed to score, his gesture could have exacerbated the anxiety among the team. Achieving a favorable result away from home would have been considered normal. At that moment, Mandia was exceedingly vexed. His earlier gesture was intended to provoke Atletico. Yet maintaining composure is essential in offense. Once the opposing side becomes agitated, the situation can quickly deteriorate. Ironically, Atletico scored, making him appear foolish. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his emotions and continued to defend, reminding himself not to grant them excessive opportunities. After all, it was merely the first match. Mandia summoned his captain, Muniz, and spoke to him. Muniz nodded. He had encountered numerous situations before. Although he had risen to prominence with Racing Santander, he swiftly transferred to renowned clubs like Real Madrid and La Cara, also representing the national team in the 2000 European Championship, thus possessing ample experience and understanding the necessity of patience. However, Mandia failed to notice that his captain was already showing signs of fatigue. The relentless pressing from Atletico compelled Muniz, as the core of Santander's attack, to exert himself significantly more in order to gain possession. leading to a considerable increase in his physical exertion compared to usual. Few teams have suffered from Atletico in this regard, but that number is destined to rise in the future. The panda mascot remained vigilant, possessing an acute sensitivity to human responses, which is why he could precisely gauge during physical training whether each player had reached their limit. Under his scrutiny, he could accurately analyze the player's physical conditions on the field. This rendered his substitutions more targeted. Though not akin to cheating, they bore a similar effect. Muniz's physical exertion was notably greater than usual, a fact he discerned. However, this alone was trivial. While Muniz held great significance for Santander, he remained merely an offensive player. In this match, Wei Xiongmao envisioned a resounding victory, one that would cripple the opponent's main lineup, thereby laying a solid foundation for the subsequent matches. As the first half progressed, Atletico continued their offensive assault. Yet Santander's defense remained steadfast, thwarting any further goals from Atletico. When the halftime whistle blew, Mandy let out a sigh of relief, trailing by only a single goal. That was manageable, and there was still hope for the second half. Wei Xiongmao, however, expressed no outward reaction, instead striding directly towards the players' tunnel, seemingly dissatisfied with the first half performance. Chapter 38. The offense of Santander in the second half. We must not allow ourselves to become anxious, for we cannot afford to match Atletico's urgency. We must perceive these three matches as one singular entity. We are merely in the initial 30 minutes. Our objective is to stall their momentum, to wear them down. A narrow loss away from home should be regarded as a victory. This strategy would enable us to better contend with them in the league, thereby amplifying our advantage for the second leg. Do you understand? Mandy meticulously outlined the tactical approach for the second half within the away team's locker room. In his assessment, Atletico's first half offense had been exceedingly aggressive, depleting considerable energy. Coupled with their lead, they might very well slow their pace in the second half to avoid conceding at home. A score of 1-0 in the first leg on their home turf would indeed be a commendable outcome. In this regard, Santander Athletic still possesses an opportunity for a cunning strike. Should they manage to secure an away goal, the subsequent proceedings would be far more manageable. As the second half unfolds, they should continue their offensive, exhausting their opponent's key players through relentless pursuit, thereby paving the way for triumph in the forthcoming matches. Inside the home team's locker room, the vigilant panda cheerfully remarked that although only one goal was scored in the first half, he placed greater emphasis on the fact that despite being on the defensive, Santander Athletic, albeit appearing less active, had their players' stamina significantly depleted due to Atletico Madrid's constant maneuvering and expansive transitions. More crucially, among the two key figures in Santander Athletic's offensive lineup, Luis Garcia remains relatively fit, given his youth and ability to sustain his energy levels. However, the nearly 35-year-old Muniz has already exhausted himself considerably during the first half. Once he falters completely, Santander Athletic's offensive threat will diminish significantly. In this regard, he holds greater significance than Luis Garcia. After all, Garcia only transferred from Atletico Madrid to Racing Santander this season, and his impact on the overall offensive and defensive dynamics of Racing Santander is certainly not as profound as that of Muniz. Muniz is, without a doubt, the soul and cornerstone of Racing Santander. This is a fact that Wei Xiongmao holds with utmost certainty. However, Mandaya, as the head coach of Santander Athletic, appears to be rather indifferent to this notion. Perhaps in his eyes, he has already placed considerable importance on Muniz. Yet he still fails to position Muniz's significance at the forefront of Santander Athletic's priorities. This perhaps illustrates the distinction between him and Wei Xiongmao. Wei Xiongmao possesses an innate ability to grasp the essence of matters at a glance, a skill honed over a millennium of experience. In terms of observational prowess, no one can rival Wei Xiongmao. As the second half of the match commenced, Atletico Madrid launched a fierce offensive, leaving Mandaya utterly astonished from the outset. The relentless approach of Atletico Madrid, seemingly indifferent to physical exertion, was indeed unexpected for Mandaya. Although Atletico had demonstrated considerable stamina in recent matches, Mandaya did not believe that Wei Xiongmao had significantly enhanced the overall fitness of the team. After all, such an achievement is exceedingly challenging, and it could merely be attributed to the enthusiasm of the players under the new coach's leadership. It is quite normal as professional athletes, although one is theoretically expected to exert maximum effort in every match. The reality is that players' motivation to fight vigorously varies depending on their esteemed coach or when a new coach takes the helm. Thus, witnessing Atletico Madrid's fierce determination brings unexpected delight to Mandaya. Their relentless drive raises concerns that the physical stamina of Atletico's players may significantly diminish. If they can withstand the onslaught of their attacks, Santander might just seize the opportunity to triumph away from home. Consequently, Mandia began vociferously urging everyone to retreat defensively, emphasizing the need to endure this onslaught first. Even Garcia and Muniz, who typically refrained from defensive duties, fell back to fortify the defense. As success in defense necessitates collective effort, Atletico launched a vigorous assault, their attacking strategy remaining largely unchanged, marked by continuous interchanging of positions and swift transitions, seizing every opportunity to shoot. Such an offensive strategy, when confronted with a formidable defense, proves to be rather ineffective. After several minutes of attack, the desired results remain elusive. Thiago's long-range shot from outside the penalty area soared above the crossbar, yet the Atletico Madrid players did not retreat. Instead, they pressed forward aggressively. Let them attack, and we shall see the extent of their stamina. Mandia exclaimed loudly from the sidelines, unable to contain himself. The referee cautioned him, urging him to refrain from shouting and disturbing the players on the field. Reluctantly, Mandia stepped back, casting a disdainful glare at Wei Xiongmao. His frustration was palpable, and his composure was wavering. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao merely chuckled. The head coach's emotions can, at times, resonate with the players. When the coach is impatient, the players tend to become equally restless. Although Santander Athletic has grown accustomed to being overwhelmed, the players are still filled with youthful vigor. Surrounded and attacked by Atletico Madrid, they yawned a mount of formidable offensive. Thus, as the goalkeeper launched the ball forward, many players surged ahead, intent on orchestrating a threatening attack to quell Atletico Madrid's arrogance. This approach can, at times, prove quite effective. When besieged, launching a couple of well-timed counterattacks can significantly alleviate the pressure on one side. Zayt valiantly secured the first touch, and the following Muniz, though not frequently in possession throughout the match, managed to pose a considerable threat with each opportunity, relying on his experience and skill. His marker, Pablo, found himself struggling to contain him on that flank. Once again, Pablo endeavored to keep pace with Munoz. Although he was not at a disadvantage in terms of speed, he fell significantly short in experience and technique. After evading him with a series of deft maneuvers, Munoz broke past him and continued to advance along the flank. At that moment, Keiko withdrew, complicating matters for Munoz. Though Keiko's defensive skills were average and he was youthful, his speed and stamina surpassed that of Munoz. While Munoz could frequently shake him off, Keiko would swiftly retract and persistently cling to him. Although Keiko was not particularly robust, Munoz was unafraid of physical confrontations. However, such exchanges were exhausting. Realizing that he could no longer create opportunities through breakthroughs, Munoz abruptly halted and passed the ball. Santander's attack ultimately bore fruit, with the veteran Luis Garcia decisively striking after penetrating the penalty area. His shot was swiftly intercepted by De Gea, who quickly dove to the ground and secured the ball. Chapter 39. Tactical attrition. Seeing the attack fail to yield a goal, Mandia lamented as he leaned back, noting that Atletico's focus had clearly shifted to offense, resulting in a noticeable decline in defensive intensity. It was indeed a pity not to have scored. Nonetheless, Mandia felt a flicker of satisfaction. Such an offensive endeavor might instill a sense of caution in Atletico during their subsequent attacks. After all, conceding a goal at home in a two-legged tie was a significant disadvantage that everyone sought to avoid. He then watched in astonishment as Atletico's players rapidly launched a counterattack. Their defensive line surged past midfield, adopting an unyielding stance of relentless aggression. It must be said that since the appointment of Wei Xiongmao, the transformation of Atletico had swiftly begun to bear fruit, or rather, it had returned the club to the right path. The previous 2 seasons, Atletico had secured a top-4 finish not through their defense, but through their offense. Their poor performance in the first half of the season was linked to their forced defensive play, which had neither improved their defense nor sustained their offense, resulting in numerous avoidable defeats. Now, Wei Xiongmao had steered Atletico back towards an attacking strategy, albeit perhaps excessively so, allowing their true potential to flourish. The Atletico fans in the stands erupted in cheers. They genuinely reveled in the current attacking style of their team, which radiated an indomitable spirit. Was this not what the Atletico supporters desired? If Real Madrid's hallmark is nobility and grandeur, then the reason Atletico could consistently contend with such illustrious clubs in Madrid was their unwavering resilience. From players to fans, this embodies the club culture of Atlantic Tico Madrid. Should this culture be lost, Atletico would cease to be Atlantic Tico. De Gea initiated an attacking move with a hand throw, and after receiving the ball, Koch passed it to Asensio before making a forward run. Asensio deftly maneuvered the ball directly to Koch's feet. Upon receiving the ball again, Koch chose not to advance but instead passed it to the supporting Thiago. Despite their deeper positions, these three midfielders possess notable attacking prowess, enabling them to create threats during their forward movements. Santander Athletic commenced a pressing strategy in midfield. Reyes retreated to collect the ball, showcasing superior dribbling skills compared to Koch and his counterparts. As he received the ball, he executed a smooth turn to evade a midfielder, feigning a direct advance into the penalty area. After drawing sufficient defensive attention, he suddenly halted and passed the ball to the advancing Keiko on the flank. Keiko, glancing up to assess the situation within the box, decisively delivered a cross. Borja leapt as he ran, although the opposing center-back was of considerable height. He lacked the agility to effectively counter Borja's dynamic movement, while stationary defense could utilize experience to manage Borja's positioning and impact. It proved challenging to control him in full flight. After clashing with the opponent's defender in midair, Borja aimed a powerful header towards the goal. Given the distance, the goalkeeper had little time to react. Regrettably, Borja's effort was slightly too central, leaving him no opportunity to adjust his angle in time. The Santander goalkeeper instinctively raised his hand, deflecting the ball out of bounds for a corner kick. Upon landing, Borja clasped his head in frustration, thinking how a slight adjustment could have changed the outcome. No matter, the attack must continue. The mascot panda also jumped onto the field, exuberantly shouting for the corner kick. Reyes positioned himself at the ball, while ATL Tico's center-backs, Miranda and Domingos, surged forward. Both possessed impressive height, with Miranda standing at 1.86 meters and Domingos nearly 1.90 meters. Compared to the two main center-backs, their youth also provided a significant height advantage. Alongside the towering Borja, ATL Tico boasted a notable aerial presence in the penalty area. Reyes surveyed the situation within the box, then took a running start, striking the ball with force. Borja leapt high at the near post, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, but allowed the ball to slip through. Miranda retreated while Domingos charged forward, both attracting considerable defensive focus. However, Reyes's corner sailed directly to the far post. Keiko emerged from the crowd, anticipating the ball's descent, and deftly redirected it into the net before any defenders could react. 2-0. Splendid. Wei Xiongmao swung his fist, achieving precisely the effect he desired. His relentless assaults not only wore down his opponent, but also caused their defense to become increasingly disjointed. While they may have conserved some physical energy, their mental state remained perpetually strained. Such sustained tension inevitably exhausts the players, resulting in significant additional physical depletion. Mental exertion is indeed laborious. Take, for instance, the recent goal. Had it been scored when the match commenced, and focus was only then sharpened, Keiko might not have been afforded such an opportunity, as his positioning skills are not particularly strong. However, at this juncture, Santander's defense within the penalty area revealed a chink in its armor, with a lack of tight marking allowing Keiko to effortlessly secure the goal. With arms outstretched, Keiko raced towards the sidelines, as Atlantic Tico Madrid's players hurried to join him in celebration. Borja, while running to revel in the moment, sighed in disappointment, realizing he had created several opportunities, yet always fell short in terms of scoring. Wei Xiongmao noted that Borja possessed commendable physical attributes and displayed great effort on the pitch. Nonetheless, his scoring ability evidently left much to be desired. This is not something that can be rushed, although shooting can indeed be honed through practice. Many forwards who lack an inherent talent for scoring must rely on the gradual accumulation of experience over time to enhance their goal-scoring abilities. Unfortunately, Borja possesses the physique of a quintessential center forward, yet falls short in this regard. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to become a starting striker. After all, in comparison to the two primary forwards, his physicality and height provide him with advantages that Agüero and Fred do not possess. At this moment, Wei Xiongmao involuntarily recalled the match featuring Diego Costa, in which Costa exhibited an entirely different style. Although he stood at a height comparable to Borja's, his physical confrontations did not reveal any significant differences. However, his fervent desire to score was strikingly evident. In recent matches, Costa has had limited appearances for Valladolid, and one hopes he will perform better in the upcoming games. This would provide the Panda a valid reason to bring him back during the summer. With Fran not being in his prime anymore, Atletico Madrid must prudently prepare for their attacking reserves. Chapter 40. the petty coach after Atletico Madrid extended their lead to 2-0. Santander faced considerable difficulties. Their predicament was quite awkward. If they continued to defend, trailing by 2 goals away from home without scoring, it would be exceedingly challenging to recover in the second leg. Conversely, should they opt for an offensive strategy and allow Atletico to score again, the prospects for the second leg would appear bleak. Mandy found himself in a quandary, never anticipating that, with nearly all his players engaged in defense, they would concede 2 goals so early. Reflecting on the previous match where Atletico, playing at home against Almería, scored only once in the first half but then unleashed a flurry of 3 goals in the second half, sealing their victory, was this match to follow the same pattern? Yet, our capabilities far exceed those of Almería. It is time to counterattack and demonstrate our strength, Mandia shouted fervently from the sidelines. Simultaneously, he substituted an attacker, replacing the heavily marked Sit to bolster the offensive force. Just as he completed the change, he noticed the celebrating Wei Xiongmao, who distantly gestured with an exasperated shrug. Mandia was infuriated. He intended to express his ire towards Wei Xiongmao, but found himself quite vexed instead. As the match resumed, Santander's Athletics sought to launch an offensive, creating some threats immediately after the kickoff. Utilizing wing play, they managed to suppress Atletico's 2 substitute fullbacks, whose capabilities were merely average, rendering them overwhelmed. However, after dominating Atletico for 5 minutes, Santander's attacks gradually lost their potency. The reason was straightforward. Their linchpin, Muniz, was beginning to tire. His earlier defensive efforts had depleted his stamina considerably. As a seasoned player, he typically managed his energy wisely, but in this match, the relentless pace of Atletico's attack forced him into excessive running. Consequently, with barely 60 to 70 minutes elapsed, Muniz found himself almost entirely ineffective on the field. Mandia had no choice but to substitute the captain, watching helplessly as Atletico regained control of the game. Muniz was undeniably crucial to Santander. In recent years, the club's survival in La Liga had been largely attributed to his leadership and performance, which were vital in securing points for relegation battles, an irreplaceable role for any player. For a modest team like Santander, staying in the league was paramount. Faced with Atletico's relentless onslaught, they could only retreat continuously. Atletico's formation had limited methods to breach a fortified defense, yet for a demoralized Santander, each of Atletico's attacks sent shivers down their spines. Even when Reyes was injured and substituted by Fran, Atletico's offensive momentum did not waver. The frequency of positional exchanges increased, and with opportunities to penetrate the penalty area, Atletico played with an air of reckless abandon, bolstered by their physical advantages. Moreover, with Fran positioned outside the box, Atletico's attack gained an additional powerful asset, compelling Santander to divert some defensive attention away from the area, thus rendering their interior defense even more vulnerable. Borja seized an opportunity within the penalty area. Just as he prepared to shoot, he was abruptly collided with by a hastily retreating defender, prompting the referee to decisively award a penalty. Fran executed the penalty effortlessly, bringing the score to 3-0. The defeat was as swift as a collapsing mountain. Wei Xiongmao brandished his fist, this time refraining from confronting Mandia, perhaps because he now deemed it unnecessary. Haladu replaced Coke, and Wei Xiongmao intended to adjust the strategy through substitutions. As soon as Haladu entered the fray, he crafted a splendid opportunity, penetrating the penalty area with the ball. The defenders of Santander were once again compelled to commit a foul, granting Atletico Madrid their second penalty of the match. Fran converted the penalty, scoring his second goal, making it 4-0. In response, Wei Xiongmao simply shrugged towards the Santander coaching staff. With a first-leg score of 4-0, it was virtually assured that the second leg would merely be a formality. However, in the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao sought to provoke the opposition. We have merely secured a single victory, for goals are insignificant. Perhaps we might concede 5 on their turf. Thus, we cannot declare our entry into the King's Cup final. For now, we have merely seized the initiative, he commented. The journalist couldn't help but chuckle at his remarks, recalling how, prior to the first leg, he had eagerly anticipated the final, and now, with one foot, no, more than half his body, in the final, he was gravely suggesting the possibility of losing by 5 goals. Was this not amusing? Atletico's offense was commendable, providing us with a valuable lesson. They indeed possess remarkable players and substantial strength. However, losing by 4 goals was unexpected. The 2 penalties awarded in the second half were certainly debatable, though I do not wish to evade responsibility, as we had already trailed by 2 goals beforehand. I can only say that in the forthcoming matches, Santander will fight for honor, Mandia stated expressionlessly. I too regard the upcoming matches with great seriousness. I shall never underestimate Santander, Wei Xiongmao asserted gravely. Mandia then departed with a flick of his sleeve. His relentless pursuit was evidently not to the liking of the journalists, prompting one to change the subject. The last time Atletico reached the King's Cup final was in the 1999-2000 season, during which they unfortunately relegated to the second division. Of course, the likelihood of relegation now seems quite minimal. What are your thoughts on this final? Until we truly reach the final, I shall not speculate, Wei Xiongmao replied, then waved his hand, exiting the press conference, leaving the journalists in a state of bewilderment. He is indeed a rather petty coach, several journalists began to grumble. Though it was merely a moment of venting, Atletico had nearly dismantled Santander, providing ample material for reporting. Furthermore, the sequence of Mandia's provocations followed by Wei Xiongmao's continuous humiliation was itself a compelling narrative. However, Wei Xiongmao's refusal to grant them any grace left them feeling quite vexed. If this fellow continues to win, we shall have no choice but to find ways to appease him, one journalist suddenly remarked. The sudden silence that ensued was palpable, causing a collective chill among the others. This is truly terrifying. Chapter 41, the new contract. The recent match, ending in a decisive 4-0 victory, has undoubtedly eased Atletico Madrid's path in the forthcoming contests. Regardless of whether the coach, Wei Xiongmao, emphasizes that they have yet to reach the Copa del Rey final, the reality is that this match has rendered the subsequent series of 3 encounters somewhat perfunctory. If one were to perceive these 3 matches as a singular contest, it would be as if only a third of the time has elapsed, with the remainder already slipping into inconsequentiality. In merely 4 days, Atletico will face their 21st league match, an away challenge against Racing Santander. The second leg will also take place at Racing's home ground, prompting Wei Xiongmao to decide that the team would remain in Santander without returning midway, intending to complete both matches before returning. The atmosphere surrounding these encounters is notably relaxed for Atletico, with Wei Xiongmao even engaging the players who will not feature in the upcoming league match in 3 days of physical training, while allowing those who will play to merely maintain their form, an approach that reflects a confidence in securing victories in the latter 2 matches. While Wei Xiongmao does not overtly presume such certainty, the reality is that Atletico performed with ease in the subsequent matches. In the league, they triumphed over Racing Santander with a 3-1 scoreline, showcasing the excellent condition of the main squad, who, despite limited training, displayed vibrant energy on the pitch. With Agüero's brace and Forlan's contribution, they overcame their opponents. In the midweek Copa del Rey second leg, although the substitutes' performance dipped and they faced a 3-2 defeat, the aggregate score was sufficient to propel Atletico into the final of the Copa del Rey. 10 years later, Atletico Madrid once again finds itself in the Copa del Rey final. During the 1.5 months from January to early February, Atletico participated in 6 Copa del Rey matches, securing 4 victories and 2 losses, thereby advancing to the final. In the league, they also played 6 matches, achieving 5 victories and 1 defeat, elevating their ranking to 9th with 29 points. They now stand 8 points behind the 4th-placed Mallorca and have distanced themselves from the relegation zone by 11 points, effectively eliminating any relegation threats. With 17 league matches remaining, their aspirations for a top 4 finish remain robust. The Copa del Rey final is scheduled for May, which means Atletico's immediate focus will be on both the league and the Europa League. Competing on 2 fronts has always posed challenges, and although the team will not have the Copa del Rey task midweek, the Europa League duties will commence anew. Our squad has grown accustomed to a demanding schedule, and while we may experience fluctuations in league performance due to the stronger opponents in the Europa League, Wei Xiongmao addressed the inquiring Gloria, stating, "The responsibility of leading the team rests on your shoulders. We understand your commitments are substantial. This visit is not intended to add pressure, but rather to renegotiate our contract." Gloria smiled in response. Wasn't it agreed that the automatic transition to a formal contract would occur at the end of the season? Must we finalize it now? Wei Xiongmao inquired. Over the past month and a half, you have led the team in 12 matches, and both the style of play and the results have left us thoroughly satisfied. Naturally, we cannot allow you to receive merely a salary of 250,000 for half a season. If word gets out, we would be the laughingstock of our peers. Given your annual salary of 150,000, what do you think? If you agree, we can convert the contract to a 2.5-year term. Julia smiled and remarked, This would triple my salary. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Indeed. Jilia nodded. In truth, this figure is rather modest. Yet I firmly believe that as long as your coaching prowess remains exceptional, we will elevate your compensation to align with your esteemed position. After all, the club's contractual obligations towards the head coach are not particularly stringent. Should your salary be too low, other clubs could easily entice you away. I am confident that if I do not wish to leave, no one can pry me away. However, I also hope that when I do wish to depart, the process will be somewhat smoother. Therefore, I would prefer the contract to be implemented in another manner. Wei Xiongmao pondered before speaking. Oh, do tell, Jilia responded with interest. She had no objections to Wei Xiongmao's words. As she had stated, the club's restrictions on coaching contracts were indeed minimal, and if a coach is determined to leave, they are often hard to retain. The base salary should remain at 500,000. Anything more would be unnecessary. However, if I lead the team to success, I would like to have stipulated bonuses. This way, the club can also benefit from tax savings, correct? Wei Xiongmao smiled. That is a clever approach. But are you truly so confident in your team's performance? Jilia inquired curiously. Wei Xiongmao's request, from a financial perspective, was certainly advantageous. The taxes on salary and bonuses differ, providing a substantial benefit to the club. However, typically, head coaches are reluctant to tie their income to performance, as no one can guarantee the extent of their success. League performance. Entering the Europa League zone, 500,000. Reaching the Champions League zone, 1 million. Winning the championship, 2 million. Securing the King's Cup, 500,000. Obtaining the Europa League, 1,500,000. And, in the future, winning the Champions League, 3 million. Other competitions like the Super Cup can be disregarded as they are too unpredictable and not indicative of skill. Winning should be expected, Wei Xiongmao contemplated. Jilia considered this. So, if you lead the team to secure a treble this season, your total income would amount to 4,250,000? Wei Xiongmao nodded. If we extend it over the entire season, that would be 4,500,000. Jilia thought further. If we include the Champions League in that treble, then it would total 6 million euros. Exactly. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Indeed, it was quite a bargain, which made Jilia unable to contain her laughter. The last individual to secure a treble was Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United, a coach whose worth transcends mere salary. The previous treble winner before him was Pep Guardiola, who led Barcelona to glory last year with a modest annual salary of 1.5 million euros. However, shortly thereafter, Barcelona promptly renewed his contract, elevating his salary to 8 million euros. In contrast, Wei Xiongmao's acquisition of the treble came at a mere 6 million, an exceptional value. Yet, Jilia never truly believed that Wei Xiongmao could actually achieve such a feat under such conditions. No club would dare to decline. Jilia nodded, but in that case, your interests may be easily compromised. No, I will achieve remarkable results. And to be honest, money is of little consequence to me. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. Jilia laughed once more. Chapter 42. The forming Atletico Madrid. Jilia's laughter was not born from the belief that Wei Xiongmao was a person of lofty morals and ideals, solely devoted to truth and dismissive of wealth, immersed in his work without regard for personal compensation. Wei Xiongmao merely shrugged. Honestly, I speak from the heart. Believe it or not, after signing his name on the new contract, he paid it no further mind, for he had yet to secure an agent and deemed it unnecessary to scrutinize the contract. Such matters were child's play for him. Zaragoza, Galatasaray, Almeria, and then back to Galatasaray, followed by Valencia. The forthcoming trio of matches would be considerably more challenging than those preceding them. Wei Xiongmao gazed at the schedule, lost in contemplation. Both the league and the UEFA Europa League needed to be prioritized, as the latter, while offering lesser financial rewards, was still a prestigious European competition. Atletico Madrid was not in dire need of funds, but rather sought honor. Furthermore, for Wei Xiongmao himself, genuinely leading the team to 2 championships would solidify his standing significantly. Equally significant was the league, even if the prospects of clinching the league title appeared slim. Striving for a top 4 finish to secure qualification for the next season's Champions League was paramount. Following this stretch of matches, Atletico would enjoy a week's respite before facing Barcelona on the weekend, a match that Wei Xiongmao held in high regard. Barcelona remained undefeated thus far, boasting an impressive win rate. They had already achieved a treble last season, and in the first half of this season, they had transformed that treble into a sextuple. Such accomplishments were undeniably remarkable. Yet if they could maintain their unbeaten league run to claim the title this season, they would be an unprecedented force. It is worth noting that the legendary Milan dynasty, during its 58-match unbeaten streak, never attained the honors of a treble or sextuple. Although Barcelona secured a treble last season, they still suffered several defeats in the league. What of this season? As of now, they have achieved 17 victories and 4 draws in 21 rounds. Given their current form this season, it is entirely reasonable for them to aspire towards an undefeated campaign and a perfect season. In the past, regardless of Barcelona's illustrious achievements, Wei Xiongmao remained indifferent. However, this season, should Barcelona desire to shine, they must inevitably be vanquished by him. It is rather implausible to rely on others to undermine Barcelona's greatness. During the first leg of the historic derby, Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid at home. And considering their current state, it would be a formidable challenge for Real Madrid to secure a victory against them. To break this cycle, he must exert his efforts to thwart Barcelona, a task fraught with difficulty. Wei Xiongmao's side. Although recent adjustments have borne some fruit for Atletico Madrid, he had previously sacrificed certain methods that would have better conditioned his players in pursuit of a more stable foundation. As they face a series of consecutive matches, Wei Xiongmao feels compelled to make adjustments and sacrifices. Previously, he could implement a rotation strategy to allow players to alternate on the field and engage in conditioning training to maintain their physical growth. But that was feasible only because the King S Cup opponents were relatively weak. This year, Atletico has enjoyed favorable luck in the King S Cup. Even upon reaching the round of 16, their next 2 adversaries are teams from the Segunda Division, and the semi-final opponent, Racing Santander, is merely a mid-table La Liga team. Given Atletico's strength, as long as Wei Xiongmao avoids any blunders, securing victory should be a straightforward endeavor. The Europa League, however, presents a different challenge altogether. They are immediately confronted by a formidable opponent like Galatasaray. Although Galatasaray has not performed well in recent seasons, finishing 5th in the Turkish Super League last season and thus relegated to the Europa League and currently undergoing a squad overhaul, they have long been a dominant force in Turkish football and have even claimed the Europa League title. By their standards, they have always represented a tough nut to crack. In the league, their upcoming opponents also possess considerable strength. Zaragoza, a storied club, though teetering on the brink of relegation, is not an easy team to face. Almería, a specialist in survival for the past 2 seasons, has managed to maintain their status in the league due to their tenacity and willingness to endure hardship. Valencia, too, stands out. In light of Sevilla's recent poor performance, they are currently the only team able to keep pace with Barcelona and Real Madrid, boasting 42 points and distancing themselves by 5 points from 4th-placed Mallorca. Their performance has been steady, with an attacking line featuring Mata, Villa, and David Silva ensuring their scoring capabilities. Thus, the match against Valencia could serve as a rehearsal for their encounter with Barcelona. As Wei Xiongmao gazed at the tactical board, now a chaotic mess of his own making, he pondered deeply. Although Valencia and Barcelona exhibited entirely distinct tactical characteristics, their offensive strategies bore a striking resemblance, characterized by swift passing and sudden breakthroughs. In the forthcoming matches, Wei Xiongmao resolved to employ more rotations and adjustments, interspersing rigorous physical training amidst the games. A day of grueling conditioning would leave the players exhausted, yet able to recover swiftly. For the match against Zaragoza, Wei Xiongmao deployed what he envisioned as his starting lineup. The goalkeeper remained De Gea, a steadfast choice, since the unfortunate Asenjo suffered a torn knee ligament and would be sidelined for 3 months. De Gea had been elevated to the primary position. He showcased his caliber, surpassing Asenjo in stature and goalkeeping skills, albeit lacking some experience. Had Asenjo not been injured, he might have been loaned out for further development. Nonetheless, fate favored De Gea, granting him this opportunity due to Asenjo's misfortune. Prior to the season's commencement, Atletico Madrid had sold their 2 previous goalkeepers, thus paving the way for De Gea. The fullback positions were occupied by Barella and Lopez, both of whom exhibited a markedly higher level than the previous substitutes, coupled with formidable stamina. Wei Xiongmao harbored some dissatisfaction with Lopez's age. While his ability to assist was commendable, he faltered defensively. Conversely, Barella was in his prime, displaying tenacity in defense, albeit with limited offensive prowess. The center-back pairing comprised Juanito and Miranda. After a period of training, Miranda had seamlessly integrated into the team. Compared to Wefalucci, he was younger and of similar height. With comparable physicality, however, his defensive skills and positioning were decidedly superior to those of the Czech center-back, whose form had gradually declined over the years. Once possessing the potential of a first-rate defender, he had now become merely an average player in a top league. The midfield combination had solidified with Koch, Garcia, and Gerardo, each presenting distinct advantages over their counterparts. Koch has stamina and ability to initiate plays from the back, Garcia's relentless running and interception skills, and Gerardo's capability to receive and penetrate in the attacking third were unparalleled among Atletico's other midfielders, alongside the attacking orchestration of Simo, Fran, and AG Aero. This principal lineup was approaching completeness. Chapter 43, Different Definitions. The primary lineup envisioned by Wei Xiongmao did not exhibit particularly outstanding performance in the upcoming league round. They still relied heavily on the contributions of their two forwards. Atletico Madrid narrowly triumphed over Zaragoza with a score of 2-1, securing 3 points once again. However, post-match media evaluations were less than favorable, as they noted the absence of the previously attractive overall offensive play exhibited by Atletico in earlier matches, suggesting a regression to the old reliance on goals from forwards. Is there anything inherently wrong with depending on forwards for goals? We possess exceptional strikers, and their recent form has been commendable. Whether it be Forlan or AG Aero, both are remarkable scorers. Observing their promising performance, one naturally seeks to devise ways for them to net even more goals. The previous rotations were due to my starting lineup not being firmly established, but now we must find stability. I have identified my optimal starting 11. In an interview, Wei Xiongmao expressed that, given the current composition of Atletico, their foremost strength lies within their attacking line. Adjustments in the defense and midfield are solely aimed at facilitating greater goal-scoring opportunities for the forwards. When you have two capable forwards who can each score 30 goals in a season, collectively tallying 60, what more is there to pursue? Rijkaard, watching Wei Xiongmao's interview, found himself deep in thought. During Rijkaard's tenure in La Liga, Wei Xiongmao was yet to make his mark, rendering Rijkaard somewhat unfamiliar with this newly emerging coach. Although currently managing Galatasaray, he remains keenly observant of La Liga. It is evident to him that since Wei Xiongmao took the helm at Atletico, he has indeed revitalized the club's attacking tradition. Yet, one must wonder if his statements are to be taken at face value. Before the commencement of this season, Rijkaard took the helm at Galatasaray. Last season, the team finished a disappointing 5th in the league, prompting the dismissal of the previous coach and the recruitment of Rijkaard, a practice not uncommon for Galatasaray, which often seeks to enhance its caliber by bringing in seasoned coaches or players from top European leagues who have seen better days. At the turn of the century, they achieved notable success with stars like Hagi, Popescu, and Taffarel, who, despite no longer holding core positions in elite European leagues, guided the team to victory in the UEFA Cup, subsequently nurturing a generation of exceptional Turkish players. The current season is no exception. After a year-long hiatus following his departure from Barcelona, Rijkaard seized the opportunity to coach Galatasaray. This season, he has performed commendably, with Galatasaray trailing the league leaders Fenerbahce by just a single point, a significant improvement for a team that had previously hit rock bottom. In the UEFA Cup, they advanced to the knockout stages with resounding victories. For Rijkaard, a coach with a history of winning the Champions League, the aspiration is undoubtedly to claim every possible title. However, Atletico Madrid poses a formidable obstacle. The UEFA Europa League boasts several strong contenders this season, including Valencia, Juventus, and Liverpool, yet Atletico remains a potent force. For Rijkaard, overcoming Atletico is crucial to any aspirations of clinching the Europa League title. The interview with the assistant coach seemed to serve as a smokescreen, as Rijkaard certainly conveyed to his assistant that he had never revealed his intentions in prior interviews. Since Rijkaard's appointment, the performance of the two forwards has indeed improved. But this success hinges on the midfield's ability to consistently create opportunities. Koch has emerged as the pivotal figure since Rijkaard's arrival. His distribution and incisive passes enable Atletico's attack to bypass the midfield and reach the forwards directly, resulting in numerous scoring chances. Therefore, if our focus is solely on Forlan and AG Aero during this match, we fall into a trap. The key lies in closely marking Koch, applying pressure to him, and preventing him from receiving the ball effectively. The assistant coach nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by the astute analysis of a top-tier coach. Rijkaard felt a twinge of pride. Although he had struggled to maintain control of the dressing room during his later tenure at Barcelona, ultimately leading to his departure, he had laid the groundwork for that treble-winning team, allowing Guardiola to reap the rewards. It was frustrating that no European powerhouse sought his services after leaving Barcelona, leading him to accept the position at Galatasaray, where he intended to demonstrate how he could outmaneuver the rising star of the league. The assistant coach known as the Bear Panda. As Rijkaard arrived in Madrid with Galatasaray, he maintained an air of elegance. Each visit to Madrid had evoked fond memories, and he hoped for a similar experience this time around. During an interview, Rijkaard expressed his cheerful demeanor, instilling confidence in the Galatasaray players, as they are fortunate to have a well-versed head coach. Oh, he has fond memories of his visits to Madrid? It appears that Mr. Rijkaard's definition of pleasant recollections diverges from that of the average person. During his 5 seasons at Barcelona, he visited Madrid 3 times in 4 seasons and twice in 1, totaling 14 visits, of which he emerged victorious in only 4, drew 4, and suffered defeat in 6. In his final season at Barcelona, the 2007-2008 season, he led his team to Madrid 3 times and lost all 3 matches. Were it me, such an experience would hardly constitute pleasant memories. Rather, it would resemble a nightmare. Nevertheless, I understand that profound setbacks can lead one to fabricate comforting illusions. Hence, I implore you not to relay my words to Mr. Rijkaard, lest I shatter the pleasant facade he has constructed for himself, thereby incurring a grave sin. Wang Xiongmao's remarks provoked hearty laughter among Spanish journalists. Even Barcelona's journalists have grown somewhat disenchanted with Rijkaard, given his mediocre performance in the subsequent 2 seasons, where he was firmly overshadowed by Real Madrid, leading many Barcelona supporters to blame him for hindering the club's dominance in La Liga. Journalists from Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid harbor even greater disdain for him. Consequently, Wang Xiongmao's words swiftly reached Rijkaard, nearly causing him to faint with indignation. He had merely intended to uplift his team's morale. Yet Wang Xiongmao seemed intent on striking at the very heart of the matter. Notably, Rijkaard, who was not particularly eloquent, found himself in a verbal duel with the sharp-tongued Wang, a situation akin to self-inflicted humiliation. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and prepare to deliver a resounding performance against Atletico Madrid. Chapter 44. The Fury of Rijkaard last season. Galatasaray's performance declined significantly, which can be attributed to the departure of several veteran players, resulting in a tangible drop in results. In the Turkish league, traditional powerhouses such as Fenerbahce and Beşiktaş continue to pose formidable competition, while the emerging Bursaspor has also demonstrated remarkable prowess. The competition in the Süper Lig has intensified, and Galatasaray finds itself at a pivotal moment of renewal, making their decline entirely understandable. From this perspective, the decision by Galatasaray's management to appoint Rijkaard as head coach appears to be a timely remedy. When he took the helm at Barcelona, the club was also undergoing a period of transition. Rijkaard stabilized the team, allowing young talents like Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi to flourish, ultimately yielding significant rewards. This situation also aligns with the current circumstances of Galatasaray. This season, although Galatasaray has not demonstrated an unparalleled standard in the league, their performance is commendable compared to last season's results. Additionally, several young players have received the elevation from Rijkaard, showcasing stable performances, such as the 23-year-old captain Arda Turan and the 19-year-old midfielder Emre Olak. Turan has gradually matured this season, exhibiting comprehensive technical skills, swift pace, and remarkable dribbling ability. Along with a notable scoring capability, he is versatile enough to play as an attacking midfielder, a central playmaker, or one of the 2 wingers, a rarity in the annals of Turkish football. Emre Olak, on the other hand, easily evokes memories of the similarly named midfield prodigy. Much like Emre, Olak is a diminutive, technically gifted midfielder, known for his industriousness and exceptional passing and dribbling skills. However, his stature may pose a limitation to his further development. At times, a team can cultivate 1 or 2 younger players, and with successful acquisitions, swiftly regain their former glory. Is Atletico Madrid not a testament to this? Since the appointment of the new coach, there have been no revolutionary changes. Merely the integration of a few young talents and the acquisition of a defender. Turan serves as their offensive linchpin. His position is fluid, not confined to a specific role. Thus there is no cause for concern regarding him. The coach remarked during training, and the players initially paused, before grasping the essence of his words. Atletico's defense relies on relentless running. Each player intensifies their efforts, marking closely to disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm, thereby ensuring successful defense. Even when opponents attempt to evade their defense, they must increase their own running, leading to significant physical exertion. Consequently, as their stamina wanes, Errors naturally proliferate during their defensive phases. This represents the very essence of the tactics employed by Mr. Wei Xiongmao. He remains unconcerned about others discerning this. For even if they do, it would bear little significance. This is indeed a remarkable display of strength. Regarding the offensive strategies in this match, the Guardian Panda employed a clever ruse. On February 19th, at the Calder Inn Stadium, it was only when Rijkaard and his team arrived at the Calder Inn that he received the starting lineup for Atlético Madrid. The Guardian Panda withheld the starting roster until 2 hours before the match, ensuring that Rijkaard had no time to react. He was well aware of Rijkaard's characteristics. His ability to assemble a team is commendable, his eye for player talent is sharp, and he has demonstrated considerable skill in nurturing a team's potential. After all, it is no small feat to lead a struggling Barcelona back to prominence. However, his shortcomings are equally apparent, particularly in his ability to make real-time tactical decisions during matches. Such distinguished coaches are not without precedent, for instance. Arsene Wenger of Arsenal exemplifies this. However, in terms of tactical acumen and strategic deployment, Wenger far surpasses Rijkaard. Despite occasional shortcomings during matches, Wenger remains a premier coach. Rijkaard, on the other hand, demonstrates considerable deficiencies in this regard. Frequently, he refrains from making substitutions, and when he does, he merely adheres to a routine of replacing 1 or 2 players, a practice that is often criticized. The persistence of this flaw suggests that he is acutely aware of it yet remains unable to rectify it. Given that his opponent possesses an irredeemable shortcoming, it is opportune to exploit this weakness. In the starting lineup, Rijkaard was presented with an unexpected surprise. Indeed, Rijkaard appeared genuinely astonished. The goalkeeper, De Gea, defenders, Barella, Lopez, Domingos, and Miranda, midfielders, Garque, Koch, Reyes, and Simon, and forwards, Fran and A.G. Arrow. At first glance, the lineup seems unaltered. Yet the omission of Giraldo in favor of Reyes clearly indicates an intention to advance through the midfield and initiate an offensive thrust. In interviews, he expressed a genuine desire to maximize the potential of the 2 forwards. However, Rijkaard's tactical arrangements primarily focus on stifling Koch. By containing Koch, the frequency of Atlético Madrid's offensive maneuvers diminishes. No matter how exceptional the 2 forwards may be, they become ineffective without the necessary supply. Yet now, with the introduction of Reyes, Atlético can seamlessly traverse the midfield, distributing the ball to the flanks or directly to the forwards, allowing them to execute their attacks. This tactical approach is straightforward and lacks high efficiency. However, when the forwards are in prime form, it can transform into an almost insurmountable strategy. The essence of tactics lies not in their complexity but in their efficacy. In this match, we shall slightly adjust our strategy to launch a more aggressive offense. We will confront them primarily through our attacking prowess. Their defensive line is newly assembled, with one center back previously a substitute and the other a recent addition. In the flanks and central areas, we will find plentiful opportunities. While Wei Xiongmao's tactics indeed caught me off guard, he seems to have overlooked one crucial fact. This match unfolds at Atlético Madrid's home ground. Should we unleash our offense, we fear no one. In the locker room, Rijkaard raised his fists, proclaiming that Galatasaray's squad is now predominantly composed of young players, and Turkish players are known for their fiery tempers. His words instantly ignited the passion of all the players. On the pitch, Rijkaard is known for his fiery temperament, a trait evident throughout his coaching career. Although his on-the-spot decisions may be average, his ability to stir the players' emotions is commendable. When I clinched the double crown in La Liga, he had just begun his coaching courses. Now, with barely a handful of matches under his belt, he presumes that being a professional coach is a simple endeavor. It is imperative that you convey to him on the field that being a professional coach is a daunting challenge. Chapter 45, not suitable for us. Rijkaard's outburst indeed stirred the ire of Galatasaray's players. Their tempers, already volatile, were exacerbated by their youth, and they excelled in mobility. Beforehand, Rijkaard had accurately analyzed that Atlético's recent success is largely due to their enhanced physical conditioning, allowing them to run more vigorously than before, often covering an extra player's worth of distance in a match. With such an advantage, the likelihood of victory naturally rises significantly. Galatasaray's players are no slouches in fitness either, including the core captain Turan, who, despite being an attacker, averages an impressive distance of 10 kilometers per match. Furthermore, in terms of exertion during the league, Galatasaray has endured less than Atlético. Should it come down to a battle of stamina, they would not be at a disadvantage. As the players dispersed across the pitch, Ridgecard was engaged in a handshake with Wei Xiongmao. Compared to the nearly 9-meter-tall Ridgecard, Wei Xiongmao appeared diminutive. However, he displayed no signs of intimidation during their handshake. It is worth noting that, when faced with a nearly 9-meter former professional athlete, anyone might feel a twinge of apprehension, especially after having provoked the opponent during an interview. Yet, Mr. Wei seemed utterly unfazed. Your pre-match interview indeed perplexed me, but regrettably, my team has never feared an offensive battle. Ridgecard remarked that Galatasaray scored 39 goals in 20 rounds of the Turkish Super League, averaging less than 2 goals per match. In contrast, during my tenure at Atletico Madrid, I managed 13 league matches and 6 Copa del Rey matches, amassing 15 goals in the cup and 16 in the league. Regardless of whether it is the league or the cup, my team consistently surpassed an average of 2 goals per match, and I do not believe my squad harbors any fear of engaging in an offensive contest. The cheerful panda interjected with a laugh, leaving Ridgecard momentarily speechless once again. This underscores the significance of data. Regardless of how many adjectives you employ or how flowery your language may be in an attempt to enhance the persuasiveness of your argument, it pales in comparison to the stark and impactful nature of cold, hard statistics. When you proclaim the prowess of your team's offensive capabilities, I can simply present the data, revealing that my team averages more goals per match than yours, thus asserting that my team is indeed superior in offense, leaving no room for rebuttal. Consequently, Ridgecard could only cast a glare at Wei Xiongmao before relinquishing his grip and departing. Wei Xiongmao chuckled lightly and resumed his seat. He accurately gauged Ridgecard's psychological state. Recognizing that Ridgecard was currently brimming with frustration, yearning to validate that his capabilities could only be proven against teams in La Liga, I remained the same youth I was before, unchanged in any way. Subsequently, Wei Xiongmao informed him that he was overthinking. As the match commenced, Atletico Madrid launched an aggressive offensive, while Galatasaray exhibited no fear, engaging fiercely from midfield, determined to match Atletico's stamina. After both sides tussled in the center, Galatasaray gradually gained the upper hand. Their players demonstrated remarkable endurance and commendable physicality, in stark contrast to Atletico's somewhat fragile midfield. Although Karp proved to be a formidable defensive midfielder, capable of running and contending, Koch fell short in terms of physical duels, being merely 18 years old. Standing at only 176 meters and weighing just over 70 kilograms. He possesses speed, yet his physicality is somewhat lacking. As Atletico's new midfield linchpin, he found himself at a disadvantage in confrontations, consequently placing Atletico's midfield on the back foot. After a period of entanglement, Galatasaray gradually secured midfield superiority and commenced their offensive towards Atletico's penalty area. Turan was notably active, frequently dropping back to receive the ball and utilizing his speed and skill to launch attacks from the flanks. His personal abilities were evidently exceptional, with both technical prowess and speed being quite formidable. Within the first 10 minutes, he had already created 2 shooting opportunities through his breakthroughs along the wings, one soared over the bar, while the other was narrowly parried away by De Gea. This fellow is quite lively, Wei Xiongmao remarked from the coaching bench. Should we assign someone to mark him? Domingo suggested. It would be futile. He is also quite active in passing, so maintaining our defensive line is paramount, Wei Xiongmao replied, shaking his head. Domingo observed the field thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. The current state of Atletico was markedly different from previous matches. In the past, Atletico had been proactive in pressing during defensive phases rather than retreating into defense. However, at present, Atletico Madrid seems to be retreating into a defensive stance within their penalty area, with both Koch and Garca withdrawing significantly. Galatasaray is currently in a transitional phase, with a relatively young squad. Consequently, when they build momentum and launch their attacks, they often neglect the potential vulnerabilities in their defense. Wei Xiongmao maintains a stoic expression, yet discreetly covers his mouth with his hand and whispers something to Domingo. Had Ridgecard been attentive to Wei Xiongmao at this moment, he would undoubtedly have sensed something amiss. However, he is preoccupied with the action on the field. Galatasaray's offensive efforts are vigorous. Under Turan's leadership, they continuously initiate attacks from both flanks. Turan occasionally opts to break through for a shot himself or distributes the ball to create secondary opportunities. His capabilities are truly remarkable. Neither Koch in midfield nor the 2 fullbacks flanking him can effectively contain his prowess. What an outstanding player, Garca cannot help but exclaim. Indeed, he is exceptional. However, regrettably, he can only serve as a supporting player. If my team aspires to reach the pinnacle, such a player, despite his caliber, may not suffice. If he were merely to fulfill a role within the team, his talents would be inadequately showcased. Wei Xiongmao shrugs. A core player for a mid-tier team? Domingo reflects before posing the question. Precisely. If given the choice, I would prefer players like Coke or Keiko, who can seamlessly integrate into my team. Unless we are discussing players of Messi's caliber, I do not believe any other player could assume such a pivotal role in my squad. Wei Xiongmao chuckles. His amused demeanor, however, is noted by Ridgecard, who ponders, is there a scheme at play? Yet, he perceives nothing amiss. Galatasaray has managed to suppress Atletico Madrid, with both of their wingers beginning to retreat defensively, leaving only two forwards up front. Unfortunately, both are of modest stature and lack aerial prowess, making it difficult for long passes from the back to pose any real threat. Is he feigning ease? Ridgecard muses for a moment, then dismisses the thought, recognizing that overthinking would serve no purpose. As long as we score first away from home, all advantages will tilt in our favor. Chapter 46. Stirring emotions. Ridgecard's notion is undoubtedly valid. Having already subdued their opponents away from home, scoring the first goal would bestow all advantages upon Galatasaray. They are still playing as visitors and can afford to adopt a more liberated style. However, it is evident that he somewhat underestimates the two forwards of Atletico Madrid. Moreover, Reyes, despite retreating, positions himself slightly further forward. A counterattack does not necessarily require a tall striker. A swift exchange of passes among a few players through the midfield can yield a beautiful counterattack, even if it appears to be slow. A lack of a center forward does not preclude the possibility of executing a counterattack. During this period, Wei Xiongmao has consistently been training the players in the art of swift ball release. However, in this particular match, the execution was remarkably more thorough. As the 17th minute of the match unfolded, Atletico Madrid's counterattack quietly emerged. Turan, retreating to seize the ball, maneuvered past Coke with a deft touch, preparing to advance further. Previously, his breakthroughs had been smooth, yet he consistently found it challenging to penetrate the penalty area, thereby hindering the full realization of his potential. This time, he aimed to generate a greater threat. Yet, an unassuming defender stood resolutely in his path. Miranda afforded Turan little time to react, swiftly closing in and managing to poke the ball away just as Turan prepared to release it. Miranda's intervention was not only rapid but also precise, causing Turan to stumble. In terms of physical confrontation, Miranda certainly held the upper hand. The ball, having rolled free, was seized by Coke, and at that moment, Atletico's front line launched a coordinated assault. Coke lifted his foot to deliver a 30-meter-long pass. The ball landed flawlessly before the advancing Reyes, who, upon receiving it, deftly accelerated past his marker. While Reyes was not particularly known for his speed, the Galatasaray defenders began their frantic retreat. Just before they could catch up, Reyes skillfully flicked the ball forward to the awaiting Fran. Fran received the pass, turned, and sent the ball across to the opposite flank. Racing down the other side was Agüero, whose speed outstripped both Reyes and Fran. In full stride, he had already evaded his marking defender, and upon receiving Fran's distributions, he surged into the Galatasaray penalty area. The Galatasaray goalkeeper, Eden, rushed out with arms wide open, and Agüero, seemingly acting in haste, had to navigate the angles of potential blocks. However, Agüero, being the prolific striker he is, possessed numerous options in one-on-one situations. With a deft touch of his foot, he flicked the ball upwards as he dashed forward, sending it soaring over Eden's head and into the net, much to the despair of the Galatasaray players. The Atletico Madrid fans, long anxious, erupted in unrestrained joy at this moment. Although Atletico did not pummel their opponents as they had in prior matches and instead adopted a more defensive stance, the fans remained elated at the prospect of scoring. As long as they could find the net and secure victory, nothing else mattered. Wei Xiongmao raised a fist in celebration before turning to high-five Domingo. Witnessing the effectiveness of a tactical retreat against a team like Galatasaray, which can become chaotic yet vulnerable, was gratifying. It was crucial, however, not to allow them to maintain relentless pressure. If a goal was not achieved through counterattacks within half an hour, they would need to press forward, for otherwise, the challenge would only intensify. Wei Xiongmao spoke to Domingo, who nodded with a sense of reluctant acceptance. As an assistant coach for Atletico Madrid, his tenure had been brief, and for someone young like him, experience was something to be cultivated. Wei Xiongmao, however, was more than willing to share insights with him. Upon witnessing Atletico Madrid take the lead, Ridgecard was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that his emotions had been somewhat manipulated by Wei Xiongmao. He had been consistently provoked by him. The changes in the starting lineup led him to believe that Atlantic Tico would engage Galatasaray in a head-to-head offensive battle, prompting him to adopt a more aggressive approach to suppress their opponents. Instead, they were caught off guard by a swift counterattack from the other side. Overall, such tactics were not particularly novel, yet together they precisely tugged at his emotional strings. In the midst of his astonishment, Ridgecard's ire inevitably began to surface. Is it truly a jest to toy with my emotions as if I were a fool? What further incensed him was the fact that he had indeed followed the opponent's strategy step by step. He continued his assault relentlessly until they were vanquished. Ridgecard summoned Tehran and, in a fit of rage, addressed him. Sensing the coach's fury, Tehran's own temper flared. Although he was an offensive player, he embodied the fiery spirit typical of Turkish athletes. It was only after Ridgecard's arrival that he became the focal point of Galatasaray's attack. Prior to that, he had been a regular player but far from a central figure. Ridgecard had significantly aided him, and now it was time for him to repay that support. Thus, as the match resumed, Tehran began to move more vigorously, determined to contribute to Galatasaray's efforts to equalize the score. Conceding a goal away from home was not insurmountable. Scoring was what truly mattered. However, at this moment, a figure began to shadow him. Miranda, who had previously intercepted the ball leading to that goal, now steadfastly trailed him. As mentioned earlier, Tehran's range of motion was extensive. He was the offensive linchpin for Galatasaray, commanding the entire midfield and forward area. Employing a man-marking strategy against such a player was often ill-advised. Thus, when Tehran noticed Miranda keeping pace with him, he merely sneered. He had never believed he could be contained by the opponent's marking tactics. That was simply implausible. If you follow me, will you still maintain your defensive position? Tehran began to expand his running range, knowing it would be advantageous to shake off his pursuer. If he could not break free, there would still be an exploitable gap in the opponent's defense. Miranda clung closely to Tehran, matching his movements and challenges, excelling particularly in physical confrontations. Although he appeared slender, his physique was composed entirely of muscle. After several collisions, Tehran felt as though his entire body was bruised from Miranda's relentless engagements. Once Miranda had locked onto him, Tehran found himself bereft of opportunities to receive the ball, and ATL Tico's defense showed no signs of vulnerability for Galatasaray to exploit. Chapter 47. Ridgecard's choice. Is this a strategy of universal man-marking? Ridgecard observed the field, barely able to believe his eyes. While he understood Atlantic Tico's current prowess in movement, he had not anticipated such an extreme approach from them. Universal marking, with each player assigned to another, rendered the opponent's ability to run and receive the ball exceedingly difficult. This represents the theoretically most formidable defensive strategy. However, in practice, its execution is virtually impossible. Evading defenders through movement is significantly easier than adhering closely to offensive players, as human reaction times necessitate a delay, rendering defense perpetually reactive compared to offense. Nevertheless, ATL Tico Madrid employed this tactic, with the majority of their players retreating to compress defensive space, launching fierce and tenacious close marking against the Galatasaray players. In the scenario where Tehran was tightly marked by Miranda, Galatasaray's offensive efforts were rendered ineffective. With their core player closely monitored, the remaining players found themselves deprived of a breakthrough opportunity. Furthermore, the difficulty in receiving the ball compounded their challenges in mounting an attack. Consequently, ATL Tico Madrid swiftly seized possession and initiated a counterattack. Rather than retreating further, they advanced directly, except for Miranda, who continued to shadow Tehran. Elpez surged forward along the left flank, exhibiting considerable speed. Upon nearing the center circle, he passed the ball to the advancing Sim-O, who cut inside before distributing it to the wide-open Agüero. Agüero executed a long pass to the opposite side, where the advancing Barella received the ball and promptly returned it. Following up, Fran unleashed a powerful long-range shot without breaking stride. The difficulty of executing a long-range shot while in motion is well known, yet Fran has grown accustomed to such circumstances and often manages to produce extraordinary goals. The quality of the shot is remarkably high. The ball soared into the air, gliding swiftly for a brief moment before executing a subtle curve. Heading directly towards the top left corner of the goal, Elche Ting had stretched his arms to their utmost limit in midair. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past his fingertips and into the net. 2-0. Shortly after the goal, ATL Tico launched another exquisite attack, with Fran's stunning strike extending their lead to 2 goals. Wei Xiongmao leapt into the air once more. This goal undoubtedly contained an element of fortune, however. It is also a fact that the two forwards are increasingly in fine form. Fran opened his arms and sprinted towards the sidelines, having scored in nearly every match recently, which has rekindled the invincible sensation reminiscent of when he claimed the European golden shoe. No matter how he plays, he always finds the net. Rijkaard realizes that his team is now in a predicament, with only one avenue left to pursue, the offense. After all, they are playing away. This was his sole advantage. However, what Rijkaard did not anticipate was that Atletico Madrid had altered their strategy. They did not continue to retreat. Rather, they initiated a fierce pressing from the midfield. A clash of strength. Regardless of whether they were attacking players or defenders, they relentlessly pursued Galatasaray with vigorous movements. Although Galatasaray's players were not lacking in stamina, such confrontations resulted in a notably diminished offensive efficiency. Both sides exhibited reduced effectiveness, yet Atletico Madrid held a 2-goal lead. This presents quite a challenge. The remaining time in the first half concluded amidst such chaos, as Atletico Madrid's pressing significantly hindered Galatasaray's offensive efforts, resulting in a lack of efficiency. However, at the end of the first half, they departed the pitch with laughter and camaraderie. As the second half commenced, the directive was clear: continue to engage them in midfield and seize every opportunity to attack. Galatasaray is not particularly formidable at this moment. By closely marking Tehran, they would be considerably diminished. Ruah, feeling strained, Wei Xiongmao inquired of Miranda in the locker room. Rest assured, boss. This level of exertion pales in comparison to my physical training. Miranda responded emphatically, raising his fist. His words elicited laughter from his Atletico Madrid teammates, with Reyes chuckling. Ruah, in truth, the boss pushes you harder during practice than he does with us. Miranda looked astonished at Wei Xiongmao, who nodded in affirmation of Reyes' statement. Why? Miranda displayed a wounded expression. Because your physical capabilities surpass those of your peers. My inability to restrain myself stems from this. Allowing you to keep pace with the team's fitness level, which is indeed a positive outcome, Wei Xiongmao clarified. The others erupted in laughter, leaving Miranda to sulkily gesture at them, though he refrained from doing so to Wei Xiongmao. All right, as we proceed into the second half. Some of you played a league match just 3 days ago, so your stamina may be a concern. However, fret not, should anyone tire, I will substitute them. Just focus on your running, Wei Xiongmao concluded. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere in Atletico's locker room, the mood among the visiting team was far less cheerful. For the young players of Galatasaray, having performed commendably in both the League and the Europa League this year had bolstered their confidence. Yet, faced with an Atletico Madrid side that merely occupies mid-table in La Liga, they found themselves trailing by 2 goals at halftime. This is inconceivable. This situation has incited considerable anger among them. Rijkaard, lost in thought, realized that there seemed to be no alternative but to launch an offensive. Otherwise, given Galatasaray's formidable attacking prowess this season, a 2-goal deficit at home would be insurmountable. However, he was uncertain whether they could surpass Atletico Madrid's goal tally in the second half. Ultimately, the first half had inexplicably seen them push forward, only to be struck by a counterattack. Rijkaard resigned himself to the fact that Fran's long-range effort was a goal that could not be thwarted merely by the defense's performance. Continuing the assault would be necessary, yet Atletico's defense was remarkably adept, not as feeble as it might appear, as they had experienced in the first half. This team is relentless when attacking. Only during offensive plays does their backline reveal vulnerabilities that can be exploited. This is the crux of our strategy, to compel them into a shootout and seize more opportunities than they do. Do you understand? After Rijkaard's words, the players of Galatasaray nodded in agreement. However, if they were to focus solely on defense, it would be rather intolerable for them, for given their age and characteristics. Confronting their opponents boldly is what they excel at. Chapter 48. One cannot expect everyone to be like me, although Rijkaard falters in real-time management. His ability to assemble a team remains commendable. He possesses a keen eye for talent. He firmly believes that Tehran is the cornerstone of Galatasaray's reconstruction, and in this regard, he has not erred. While Tehran may not yet match the brilliance of Ronaldinho during Rijkaard's previous reconstruction of Barcelona, he is sufficiently capable for Galatasaray and will prove valuable against other European powerhouses. Exceptional players are inherently exceptional, regardless of their environment. At this moment, however, Tehran has yet to truly shine. He still relies heavily on his individual prowess to initiate attacks, despite creating some opportunities under Miranda's close marking. He has yet to genuinely unsettle Atletico's defense. To make matters worse, amidst the relentless physical confrontations, he sustained an injury. Standing 10 centimeters shorter and 5 kilograms lighter than Miranda, and being 2 years younger, he found himself at a disadvantage in physical duels. Following a particularly forceful clash, Tehran injured his thigh and was compelled to leave the field. With a stern expression, Rijkaard substituted Tehran with Emre Olak, another young prodigy with remarkable technical skills and exceptional dribbling ability, albeit still too young for Rijkaard's liking. However, with Tehran injured, Rijkaard had no choice but to field him. The moment Emre stepped onto the pitch, Garcia set his sights on him. Compared to Miranda, Garcia's defensive capabilities may be somewhat lacking, yet he compensates with a more aggressive demeanor. The individual stands at a height of 1.84 meters and weighs 81 kilograms. His physique is a testament to youthful vigor, radiating with sinewy muscle, precisely the archetype that young Emre finds most intimidating. Initially, Emre managed to carve out a few opportunities through his dribbling prowess. Yet after enduring a fierce collision from Garcia, he became hesitant to seize the ball, cognizant of his tender age and the perils of injury during this crucial growth phase. As Galatasaray's offense found itself ensnared in a quagmire, Atletico Madrid's attack began to flow with remarkable fluidity. Reyes, in possession, was brought down, and he took it upon himself to execute the free kick. The ball arced beautifully, finding its way into the net's far corner, 3-0. Although he soon succumbed to injury and was replaced by Halado, the latter quickly seized an opportunity. A long-range shot from Fran was blocked by the opposing defender, redirecting the ball to Halado's feet. He feigned a long-range shot, enticing the defender to commit, before deftly maneuvering into the penalty area and unleashing a shot, 4-0. Atletico's relentless assault left Rijkaard pale and aghast. He had never anticipated such a massacre for his team in this match. He had initially believed that commencing with an away game would confer an advantage, yet under the stewardship of the ever-volatile Panda, Atletico consistently thrives at home. Whether it was the comeback against Sevilla or the two emphatic 4-goal victories in the King's Cup, all of these remarkable performances unfolded on home turf. An often overlooked statistic is that since his appointment, the Panda has only suffered 3 defeats, all of which occurred away from home. Thus, his record at the helm of Atletico in home matches remains impeccable, with a significant margin in victories. As the final whistle blew, Rijkaard's heart felt as chilled as it did after the first leg against Mandaya, having conceded a disheartening 4-0 away defeat. There seems to be no precedent for overcoming a 3-goal deficit on the road, let alone a 4-goal shortfall. Such a deficit effectively renders Galatasaray's chances of advancing to the round of 16 exceedingly bleak. This undoubtedly represents a significant blow for the resurgent Galatasaray, as well as for Rijkaard himself. Transitioning from a prominent coaching position at a prestigious club such as Barcelona to finding oneself without employment is a considerable dent to his reputation. Galatasaray presented a commendable opportunity for him. He not only needed to lead the team to reclaim the championship in the Turkish Super League, but also to achieve commendable performances in European competitions to aspire for a chance to coach at a top-tier club once again. After all, for someone like Rijkaard, who began his career coaching the Dutch national team, taking charge of an underperforming or mid-tier team is far from appealing. Ideally, he would prefer to lead a competitive team. However, the unfortunate reality is that no strong teams are seeking his services, and weaker teams cannot afford his salary. In such circumstances, Galatasaray emerges as a fitting candidate. They are indeed considered a strong team, financially capable, and offer opportunities to gain recognition in Europe. If he leads the team to better performances, it is likely that stronger clubs will consider him when in need of a coach. Nevertheless, Galatasaray is not known for its patience. While his team had been performing reasonably well in the league, a solid performance in the UEFA Europa League could have secured his position. However, following this disheartening defeat, it remains uncertain whether Galatasaray will continue to exhibit the same level of patience they previously had towards him. Yet, he must maintain his pride. Mr. Wei, you performed admirably in this match, but we still have a second leg, Rijkaard managed to say as he rose with some difficulty, seeing Wei Xiaomao approach him. After a handshake, Wei remarked, "We just need to focus on defending away. It's a good opportunity to practice our defensive lineup." Rijkaard felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that Wei spoke the truth. In the Copa del Rey, having a 4-goal advantage in the first leg, Wei had opted for a controlled approach in the away match, resulting in a narrow defeat. With such a significant lead, any competent coach should be able to secure victory over 2 legs. In the post-match press conference, Rijkaard embodied the poise of a distinguished coach, attributing the defeat solely to his misjudgments. He asserted that Galatasaray's true capabilities would never allow for such a loss, and that this setback would accumulate invaluable experience. The Galatasaray of the second leg would not yield and looked forward to a resurgence the following year. Rijkaard is indeed an exceptional coach, and I believe Galatasaray should extend him a greater measure of patience. Modern clubs are increasingly intolerant of their coaches. Not every coach possesses the genius like myself, who can swiftly acclimate to the team and forge a formidable unit upon arrival. Time and adjustments are essential. Clubs ought to afford their coaches more opportunities rather than expect all coaches to perform as I do. Chapter 49. The Anticipation of the Journalists with a Smile. Wei Xiongmao astonished all of Europe with his audacity. On the surface, his remarks appeared to exonerate Rijkaard. However, in reality, they served to elevate his own standing while subtly belittling other coaches. Yet, those coaches could not take offense, for they were acutely aware that they could not replicate the feats achieved by Wei Xiongmao. While it is true that many coaches require time to showcase their capabilities, a number of exceptional coaches have demonstrated remarkable proficiency right from their inaugural seasons. Take Guardiola from last season. For instance, he acquired his coaching license in 2006 and began managing the elite Barcelona team in 2008, leading them to a treble that very year. Of course, to date, Guardiola remains unparalleled, yet there are indeed coaches capable of swiftly uniting a team to achieve results. Wei Xiongmao may be able to boast for now, but considering it has only been a little over a month, one might wonder if he is being overly hasty. This has led many to scrutinize him with the utmost rigor, harboring a silent determination to point out his flaws. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao reveled in his own triumph from the confines of his dormitory, unperturbed by darkness. After all, darkness is merely a form of intensity. Although his position as the head coach of Atletico Madrid inherently attracts attention, the speed of such scrutiny is unprecedented. As long as he continues to secure victories and achieve remarkable results, he will undoubtedly garner increased acclaim and elevate his prominence. With fame comes the opportunity to coach stronger teams, thereby enhancing his own greatness, while simultaneously acquiring the chance to thwart the ascendance of those illustrious squads. Every action taken by Wei Xiongmao is directed towards this goal, whether it be inciting controversy to amplify his reputation or laying the groundwork for future coaching of prestigious clubs. In essence, he strives to consistently forge extraordinary accomplishments, and with such achievements in tow, any attempts by others to attain greatness will inevitably pale in comparison. Besides tangible championships and feats unattainable by others, sustained visibility is essential for greatness, a realm in which Wei Xiongmao excels. He is adept at stirring the emotions of others and knows precisely how to draw attention to himself. Following their sweeping victory over Galatasaray, Atletico Madrid continued their relentless pursuit in the league, securing a 2-0 win against Almeria even with a degree of rotation in their squad. Agüero and Fren each netted a goal, propelling their league tally into double digits for the season. When one possesses a pair of exceptional forwards, happiness is almost a given. Of course, facilitating their performance is a testament to my own capabilities. At the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao continued to extol his own virtues, leaving the journalists at a loss for words. Yet, they were compelled to document his statements, for the words of a victorious coach carry significant weight. Fans yearn to hear the coach's perspective, unable to fabricate narratives themselves. At most, they might slightly alter the essence. However, with Wei Xiongmao's candid expressions, any subtle adjustments would be glaringly evident. Atletico Madrid has quietly ascended to 8th place in the standings, while the top spots, aside from the steadfast Real Madrid and Barcelona, have seen frequent fluctuations. Mallorca, previously in 4th, has now slipped to 6th, merely 2 points ahead of Atletico, while Sevilla has reclaimed 4th place, leading Atletico by 7 points. Following this league victory, Wei Xiongmao indeed led a cadre of substitutes to Istanbul, where they faced a vengeful Galatasaray. The substitutes valiantly defended, establishing an impenetrable barrier that denied Galatasaray even a consolation goal on home soil. Instead, through a splendid counterattack, Borja set up Keiko, who surged through to score the only goal of the match, allowing Atletico to triumph with an aggregate score of 5-0 over Galatasaray, advancing to the round of 16 in the Europa League. The recent painful defeats in 2 consecutive matches have severely depleted Galatasaray's morale. Although they had begun to regain some strength, their performance in the subsequent Per League deteriorated, ultimately resulting in a 3rd-place finish, relegating them to the UEFA Europa League. This led to Rijkaard's quiet dismissal after more than a year in charge of Galatasaray, and he ultimately never returned to the position of head coach. Though that is a tale for another time. As the Galatasaray supporters sought to vent their frustrations, the Panda quietly departed Istanbul with the Atletico Madrid players. Returning to Madrid. Having secured victory, there was no need to provoke the opposition. Turkish fans are known for their fervent passion, and any untoward incident could prove troublesome. Consequently, during the post-match press conference, he offered little more than brief responses to inquiries, merely expressing his aspirations for the upcoming Europa League matches. Champions, of course, champions, remarked the Panda. Upon returning to Madrid, he prepared for the match against Valencia. This period saw Atletico Madrid engaged in a demanding schedule, with back-to-back matches over consecutive weeks. Only after facing Valencia would they enjoy a week's respite and adjustment before confronting Barcelona. 2 consecutive matches against the third and first-place teams indeed posed a considerable challenge for the Panda. The journalists are eagerly anticipating the opportunity to present a formidable challenge to Wei Xiongmao. Are you not being rather arrogant? In the forthcoming matches against these 2 formidable teams, securing even a single point would be a testament to your prowess. Even if fortune favors you with a victory in one match, should you falter in any subsequent game, we shall inundate the media with articles that could subject you to relentless criticism, potentially influencing the perceptions of both the Atletico Madrid management and its supporters. Did you not assert that garnering favor with the media is unnecessary, as long as you have the approval of the Atletico Madrid hierarchy and its fans? Allow us to demonstrate that their approval is, to a significant extent, contingent upon our reports and coverage. No coach is immune to the occasional misstep. A cordial relationship with the media can provide a buffer during challenging times, granting you the respite needed to navigate through adversity. Conversely, a strained relationship with the media could result in a deluge of scorn and derision at the slightest misstep, leading fans to harbor doubts. Is there truly a coach who remains invincible? Is there one who can consistently triumph? Even you, Wei Xiongmao, have succumbed to defeat 3 times in just over a month. Albeit 2 of those losses were in the Copa del Rey, which did not impede Atletico Madrid's progression to the final. Your swagger necessitates a lesson from us, reminding you that crossing our path yields no favorable outcome. Various journalists within the Spanish sports sphere ponder this quietly. Chapter 50. No one can match our offense way. You must exercise caution. Many journalists are eagerly awaiting your downfall. Ngel, and as reporter, twirled his cup in contemplation before suddenly speaking. Wei Xiongmao, who was savoring a sip of whiskey, set his glass down and nodded in acknowledgement. I can foresee that, Wei Xiongmao replied. You should indeed be wary, Ngel cautioned. As a member of the press, he had no obligation to warn Wei, yet after several interviews and casual drinks with him, a semblance of camaraderie had blossomed. Wei Xiongmao, lacking friends at Atletico Madrid aside from Domingo, found solace in inviting Domingo and Ngel for occasional relaxation. I have already conveyed this to him. Yet our head coach remains obstinate. Domingo interjected from across the table. Wei Xiongmao chuckled heartily. If I can lead the team to victory, they will have no opportunity to confront me. Gradually, they will realize that opposing me is futile, and nurturing a positive relationship will yield favorable coverage, Wei Xiongmao declared. I sense you are implying something, Ngel laughed. No need for implications. You can write tonight that the Atletico Madrid head coach possesses ample confidence in achieving consecutive victories in the upcoming league matches. Wei Xiongmao laughed heartily. Should you pen that, you will surely attract attention once more. Angel sighed in resignation. I believe Wei is precisely aiming for this effect, Domingo muttered softly. Oh, have you guessed my thoughts? Wei Panda couldn't help but chuckle. Provoking the opponent prior to the match allows one to roughly anticipate their strategies, making it rather straightforward to counter them. However, making accurate judgments about the opponent's tactics and formulating targeted strategies is considerably more challenging. Domingo shrugged and remarked, there is truth in that. The finest coaches often excel in these 2 aspects, setting them apart from the ordinary. Angel nodded in agreement. As a professional football journalist, his insight and judgment in this domain were indeed commendable. Valencia is not an easy adversary to contend with, and if Emery were to feel angered by this, it would make dealings with him considerably simpler. Wei Panda grinned mischievously. This season, Valencia has indeed demonstrated commendable performance. It is the 2nd season under the stewardship of Emery. At the onset of the previous season, Valencia faced a severe financial crisis, enduring a prolonged period during which player salaries were significantly delayed. Under such challenging circumstances, achieving a commendable 3rd place in the league with a group of distracted players is a remarkable feat. Unfortunately, this season, Valencia's financial situation has not improved, leading to the departure of several players. While their expenditure in the transfer market amounted to a mere €5 million, even less than that of Atletico Madrid. All of this stems from the burden of the renovation of the Mestalla Stadium, which ultimately could not be realized due to the economic downturn, profoundly impacting the performance of this formidable team. This predicament extends beyond Valencia's CF alone. The entire Valencia region has experienced economic turmoil over the past couple of years. In such trying circumstances, managing to retain stars like Villa, Silva, and Mata is an admirable feat, particularly in the case of Mata. After 2 seasons of remarkable performances, Valencia, due to financial constraints, refused to grant him a salary increase, leaving him with a meager annual salary of merely €600,000. It is noteworthy that Mata, now a 21-year-old prodigy, has delivered 2 stellar seasons, yet continues to be compensated as if he were a reserve player, which is hardly conducive to retaining talent. It is only due to the character of players like Mata, Villa, and Silva, who are not excessively focused on monetary gains, that they choose to remain with Valencia. Financially, Valencia has faced significant hardships in recent years. However, the foundations laid in previous years still hold firm, bolstered by an influx of young talent. Following Villa, the emergence of David Silva and Mata, both of whom were acquired without any financial outlay, has been instrumental in maintaining the team's competitive stature, unlike their old rivals, Deportivo La Coruña, who have steadily declined. Despite being a team worthy of admiration, there remain numerous areas ripe for exploitation. Unai Emery represents an atypical head coach for Valencia. Previous managers, from Ranieri to Cooper, Benitez, Flores, and Koeman, shared a common trait: a proficiency in defensive training, closely tied to the club's long-standing defensive tactics. Emery, in contrast, exhibits a greater affinity for offensive strategies. The current situation at Valencia is markedly different. Following the departures of Albiol to Real Madrid, Collado to Zaragoza, and Moretti to Genoa, the previously sturdy defense has been left to the sole stewardship of Marchena. Despite the presence of midfield stalwarts Baraja and Albelda, it is evident that a robust defense cannot rely solely on midfielders. In response to these challenges, Emery has astutely adapted, opting for a more aggressive attacking strategy to leverage the talents of his proficient offensive players. This approach has yielded commendable results. Valencia conceded only 22 goals in the first 23 league matches, averaging nearly 1 goal per match, an astonishing statistic for a team traditionally recognized for its defensive prowess. Yet, during the same span, they scored 41 goals, ranking 3rd in La Liga, trailing only the exceptional Barcelona and Real Madrid, and outpacing attacking teams such as Sevilla, Villarreal, and Mallorca by a margin of 5 or 6 goals. When Atletico Madrid appointed their current manager, their scoring rate was modest, averaging less than 1.5 goals per match. However, following his arrival, they swiftly increased their average goals per game through several high-scoring matches, achieving a total of 41 goals in the same 23 league matches as Valencia. While Valencia has embraced an attacking strategy this season, their offensive capabilities still fall short of Atletico's. Indeed, our current ranking is considerably lower. However, it is noteworthy that in the first 15 rounds, Atletico Madrid managed to score only 21 goals, whereas under my stewardship, we netted 20 goals in just 8 matches. This clearly indicates that, under my leadership, Atletico possesses the most formidable offensive capabilities, undeniably the strongest. During the same period, Barcelona scored 19 goals and Real Madrid 18, both falling short of my team's tally. Not to mention Valencia, who could only muster 14 goals in 8 rounds. No team can rival the attacking prowess of mine. The following day, AS published an interview with the esteemed journalist Angel, featuring remarks on the formidable Valencia. In the report, both Barcelona's coach Guardiola and Real Madrid's coach Pellegrini chose to remain silent. Although the interview included references to both coaches, it was evident that Atletico's primary focus was still on their upcoming opponents, Valencia, who had no need to involve themselves in this discourse. After all, their only competition at this moment is one another. Barcelona currently leads Real Madrid by 5 points, yet with such a high win rate. Those 5 points are merely the equivalent of 2 matches. Valencia now stands as the sole team capable of threatening their positions, while Atletico still has a considerable distance to cover. In these 8 rounds of the league, Atletico has indeed performed remarkably well, boasting the highest number of goals in La Liga, a fact supported by statistical evidence, without a shadow of a doubt. Of course, a high goal tally does not necessarily equate to superior offensive strength, as many factors can influence outcomes. While I respect the perspective of the journalist, I cannot dictate his sentiments. He is entitled to his joy. Guardiola, when interviewed, smiled and remarked, "At present, Atletico is not our rival." I understand the rationale behind the journalist's desire to uplift his team's morale through such statements, which is entirely justifiable. However, our sole aim remains the championship, with little regard for anything else. Pellegrini, with a more subdued demeanor, echoed similar sentiments, albeit with less politeness compared to Guardiola. It would be peculiar for the Real Madrid coach to extend courtesy towards Atletico's coach. Emery, on the other hand, opted for silence. While the coaches at Valencia were frustrated and felt compelled to retaliate against the audacious newcomer, Emery chose to remain composed. There is no need to engage in a verbal skirmish with this upstart. He is indeed talented, yet his success is largely attributed to provoking his opponents into a frenzy, thereby exposing their weaknesses for him to exploit. I have no intention of falling for his tricks, Emery confided to his assistant coach. However, it was clear that while he managed to maintain his composure, his youthful players might not possess the same restraint. Atletico's recent performances have been commendable, and I have many friends among them, yet their coach is truly difficult to appreciate. During an interview, Villa remarked that he was relieved that the opposing players did not admire him. He has always believed that being liked by opponents, whether players or coaches, signifies a certain failure. When opponents begin to appreciate you, it feels like a profound insult. With a smile, Wei Xiongmao countered during the discussion, noting that he had observed the opposing coach beginning to confront his own players, prompting Emery to step into the fray. As the match was about to commence, he deemed the verbal sparring pointless. "We have all participated in UEFA matches, and it is not as if we hold any advantage, even in an away game." The young men from Valencia would demonstrate their prowess. Wei Xiongmao found no reason to refute Emery's comments. Firstly, the opposing remarks were rather balanced and warranted no response. And secondly, the match was imminent. After musing to himself about Emery being quite a dull individual, Wei Xiongmao led his team onto the field. The goalkeeper De Gea, defenders Barella, Lopez, Juanito, and Miranda, along with midfielders Koch, Garcia, Gerardo, and Simon, and forwards Fran and Aguero were set to play. The choice of Juanito over Domingos was due to the relatively short stature of the opposing attackers, allowing for a more agile approach, and Juanito's experience would be invaluable. Valencia's starting lineup remained largely unchanged, adhering to their customary 4-5-1 formation. The goalkeeper Cesar, who had previously played for Real Madrid, was not the Brazilian. The defenders Miguel, Alex, Machina, and Delbert were in place, while the double pivot of Baraja and Albelda was absent due to their advancing age. Emery opted for Fernandez and Banega as the double pivot, with Joaquin on the right wing, Silva on the left, and Mata serving as the attacking midfielder, while Villa took the position of lone striker. This lineup is not Valencia's starting formation. After all, Baraja and Albelda are absent due to accumulated yellow cards and injuries, leaving Valencia's backbone somewhat weakened. Nonetheless, their splendid attacking midfield remains intact, which is often sufficient. You see, they will undoubtedly resort to offense against us, as they possess a limited number of reliable defensive players. Currently, there are 4 defenders and 2 midfielders on the field, with only Marchena being somewhat dependable. If it turns into a shootout, their attackers might very well dismantle our defense utterly. However, we are employing a counter-attacking strategy, as Wei Xiongmao remarked to Domingo while covering his mouth. "So, you are deliberately trying to provoke them into attacking?" Yet, it seems Emery is not easily deceived. Domingo realized with sudden clarity, how could such a soft-spoken coach fall for it? "I merely wish to entice his zealous attackers into a trap. The more fervently they attack, the further forward their defenders must position themselves, allowing our counterattacks to capitalize on their vulnerabilities," Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Valencia's attackers are indeed quite irritable. They're all relatively young. Mata, the youngest, is merely 21, while Silva has just turned 24. Villa and Joaquin are slightly older, both nearing their late 20s, yet they still embody youthful exuberance. Coupled with Valencia's financial struggles over the past 2 years, their decision to remain is fueled by a sense of pride. The fans are aware that their continued presence is somewhat of a sacrifice, thus it is only natural to shower them with praise. After all, if they are compensated less, why would they expect accolades? When one hears praise often, they become less receptive to criticism, particularly while Wei Xiongmao did not explicitly state their inadequacies. His comments regarding Valencia's offensive capabilities imply a deficiency in the skills of their attackers. How could they possibly tolerate that? They are eager to demonstrate who possesses superior offensive prowess. Hence, as the match commenced, Valencia immediately launched a fierce assault. for over a season. This has been their accustomed style of play. After the gradual departure of players from their once stable defensive tactics, Valencia has relied heavily on their formidable offensive lineup. Although Joaquin has yet to fully realize the potential that many anticipated, his ability to break down defenses and deliver threatening crosses from the flanks remains significant. David Silva, still as swift as ever, poses a greater immediate threat compared to his future self. Mata, fearless in his youth, and Villa, who continues to be one of the most efficient strikers in Europe, bolster this attacking force. With such a talented group, they are more than capable of matching the offensive prowess of teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona. Chapter 52. The defensive Atletico Madrid, while Valencia presses forward in attack. Atletico Madrid fortifies their defense. This situation sounds rather discordant. For the past decade, Valencia has embraced an Italian style, earning the reputation of being the La Liga team most akin to Serie A, renowned for their impenetrable defense and swift counterattacks, which have gained them acclaim across Europe. In contrast, Atletico Madrid's performance over the years has paled in comparison to that of Valencia. Nevertheless, whether before their relegation or upon their return to La Liga, Atletico has been celebrated for their attacking prowess. Despite their inconsistent results, their unwavering commitment to offense commands respect. However, in this particular match, the roles were reversed. From the outset, Valencia unleashed a fierce offensive onslaught, while Atletico retreated to adopt a defensive stance. Previously, such a tactic would have undoubtedly dismayed Atletico's supporters. Yet, following their match against Galatasaray, they discovered an unexpected satisfaction in the effectiveness of this counterattacking strategy, scoring rapidly in succession, much to their delight. Emery was not oblivious to this fact. However, he could not afford to diminish his own capabilities. The current Valencia relies heavily on their offensive prowess, as their defense proves to be rather unstable. Conversely, the attacking players are in exceptional form, particularly Villa, Silva, and Mata, who could effortlessly be integrated into the Spanish national team as a formidable attacking trio. In such a team, if they fail to unleash their offensive prowess, what is the point of implementing defensive strategies? Although Atletico Madrid initially retreated, suggesting a cunning scheme, they found themselves with few options. Scoring first would undoubtedly provide a modicum of advantage. Moreover, they firmly believed their offensive capabilities far surpassed those of Galatasaray. While Atletico could stifle Galatasaray's attack, attempting to contain Valencia's offensive onslaught would be utterly preposterous. A solitary Miranda could extinguish the threat posed by Galatasaray's linchpin, Turan, but even if Miranda could subdue Villa, there remain Silva and Mata, not to mention Joaquin. Even Banega's attacking prowess is commendable. This was precisely the outcome that the coach sought. Had he not been aware that Baraja and Albelda were unavailable, he might not have resorted to such overt defensive counter-strategies. Valencia's defense has been faltering this season, with a makeshift lineup featuring 3 of the 4 defenders newly inducted into the starting 11, and only one, Marchena, exhibiting commendable performance. Their ability to concede merely 1 goal in a match can be attributed to the midfield's expansive coverage, which alleviates the pressure on Valencia's backline. Although Baraja and Albelda are advancing in years and have faced criticism for their declining performances, their contributions on the pitch transcend mere statistics. They function like a filter, mitigating the impact of opposing attacks and thereby reducing the strain on the defense. A stellar backline has never been solely reliant on the defender's performances. The protection and filtration provided by the midfield are equally vital. With both players absent, the starting center-backs found Banega, who primarily operates as an attacking midfielder, showcasing exceptional organizational and defensive skills, yet his defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. Fernandez, although vigorous in his pursuit and fiercely intercepting, has been plagued by injuries since the beginning of the season, only recently returning to fitness, making today his first appearance of the season. Such a combination of defensive midfielders significantly weakens the protection of the backline. Meanwhile, the attacking players of Atletico Madrid are increasingly synchronized in their counterattacks. The greater the space available in Valencia's defense, the more effective their counterattacks become. Even in the absence of counterattacking opportunities, pushing forward in attack yields splendid results. The players of Atletico possess the capability to score from outside the penalty area. Silva, receiving the ball on the flank, faced Barella's defense with a swift stop-and-go. He evaded Barella and forcefully advanced towards the baseline. Barella hurried to cover, but Silva executed another sudden stop, pulling the ball back and evading laterally. Once more, Barella found himself outmaneuvered by Silva. Fortunately, Koch intervened just in time, blocking Silva's path into the penalty area. Aware that Barella was closing in, Silva promptly lifted his foot and delivered a pass to the center. Mata, upon receiving the ball, swiftly unleashed a long-range shot before Garcia could defend, only for De Gea to make a spectacular save. Silva is truly a remarkable player. His technical skills and ability to break through defenses are unquestionable. Additionally, he possesses a calm demeanor and sound decision-making on the field. It is regrettable that such a talent might not be utilized by me, should he transfer. It will likely be to a strong team like Real Madrid, Barcelona, or abroad. In his mind, Wei Xiongmao contemplated this with endless lamentation. Although their tactical foundation relies heavily on vigorous running, players like Silva hold significance in any team. Barcelona's unprecedented success through possession-based tactics still often hinged on moments of breakthrough from players like Messi or Iniesta to alter the course of a match. The impact of top-tier players frequently resides in this very aspect. Fortunately, while Atletico may lack their own Silva, they do possess an Agüero, a top-tier forward capable of holding the ball, breaking through defenses, scoring, and assisting. Atletico quickly mounted another attack, under Koch's orchestration. Semedo received the ball on the flank, skillfully evading the opposing defender Miguel before passing to the center. Agüero, following in, shot just before Marchena could intercept. The ball skimming the ground towards the near post, narrowly deflected by Caesar. Keep attacking. Wei Xiongmao clapped and shouted from the sidelines, while Emery cast a distant glance at him, feeling somewhat relieved. Since it was a battle of offenses, there was little to worry about. If you score one, I shall score one too. I refuse to believe my team will truly score fewer goals than yours. In terms of offensive prowess, we surely have the upper hand. Wei Xiongmao couldn't help but chuckle. While Valencia may currently boast a slight advantage in attacking strength, in terms of overall offense and defense, we undeniably excel. After all, you are missing two key defensive midfielders, while we have all our main players intact. Regardless of whether we retaliate or launch an offensive, we are truly unafraid of you. Shimong executed a corner kick, and the advancing Miranda attempted a header, which, slightly hindered by the opposing defender, sailed just over the bar. Upon landing, Miranda shook his head in disappointment before turning to retreat. Although he is not renowned for his goal-scoring prowess, having often gone an entire season without finding the net during his time in Brazil, he remains hopeful for a goal since joining Atletico Madrid, where he has secured a starting position. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that opportunities will arise in the future. Chapter 53. Individual performance following this offensive attempt. Atletico was once again pressed back by Valencia. The Valencian attack was orchestrated by Banega, positioned as a defensive midfielder, who then relayed the ball to the forwards to execute their offense. Among them, Silva emerged as the fulcrum of their attack, demonstrating exceptional skills in both dribbling and passing. Joaquin, primarily active on the flanks, despite not fully meeting the high expectations placed upon him, still possesses a unique crossing ability. Mata posed a greater threat to the goal, showcasing remarkable precision in both direct shots and midfield through balls. Although Villa is Valencia's sole forward, he does not conform to the archetype of a traditional center forward. Rather, he is a sharpshooter, known for his vigorous movement, expansive range, and accurate finishing. Contending with such a team renders man-to-man marking quite challenging, as their extensive movement can leave significant gaps in the penalty area. The fluidity and positional interchangeability in Valencia's offensive play can be regarded as a hallmark of the club's tradition. Ever since Benitez led Valencia to a league title with this no-striker tactic, the team has maintained this dynamic approach in their attacking third, characterized by versatility and incisiveness. Consequently, Atletico Madrid has opted for a zonal marking strategy in defense. Regardless of the positional shifts, their focus remains on safeguarding their designated area within the penalty box. Although Valencia's forwards possess the capability for spectacular long-range shots, they lack the extraordinary accuracy that players like Forlan exhibit. All rely on a certain degree of unpredictability. Yet Forlan's success rate in those unpredictable moments is significantly higher. Silva, Villa, and Mata are all adept at striking from distance. However, the probability of scoring from such attempts is inherently low. Observing Atlantic Tico's resolute defense, Valencia's young attackers began to unleash a flurry of long-range efforts. Yet Atletico's players were relentless in their movement. Even if they could not entirely thwart the shots, timely disruptions proved sufficient. Long-range efforts, when unchallenged, yield higher accuracy for skilled players, but when contested, they become a gamble. Thus, despite Valencia's lively play and multitude of shots, they remained unable to find the net. In contrast, ATL Tico's subsequent counterattack nearly posed a threat. After receiving the ball, Simo surged down the flank and, as he approached the covering defender, Mche, he was brought down by a tackle, resulting in a yellow card for Mche. Continuing this counter could escalate pressure on their defense. WICNGMO. Smiling, remarked to Domingo, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Valencia's defenders lacked both cohesion and individual prowess. Often, they relied on Mche to extinguish fires. But with him now cautioned, Valencia's defense was significantly compromised. Confident, WICNGMO soon faced a considerable setback. Silva, in possession within 30 meters of the goal, feigned a long-range shot to lure Coke into pressing him, only to deftly maneuver past him. In comparison to Silva, Coke appeared considerably younger, lacking both experience and seemingly the innate talent. In that fleeting moment, the 24-year-old David Silva shone brilliantly. After gliding past Coke, he approached the penalty area, where Juanito stepped up to defend. Silva executed a masterful feint, evading Juanito's interception and penetrating the box. His deceptive shooting motion was so convincing that even a seasoned player like Juanito was momentarily deceived. Once inside the box, Silva swiftly unleashed a shot. Miranda's attempt to intercept came just a beat too late, and the ball, skimming the ground, hurtled towards the near corner of the goal. De Gea made a spectacular save, extending his body to deflect the ball away with a single hand. As ATL Tico Madrid fans exhaled in relief, Silva, who had just taken the shot, surged forward with remarkable speed. He deftly regained control of the ball, which had been parried by De Gea near the goal line. With a graceful flick, he maneuvered the ball away from the on-rushing Miranda and, with minimal angle, unleashed another shot. De Gea, still grounded, was utterly unable to react as the ball soared with precision towards the far corner of the net. Before Lopez could execute a desperate slide tackle, it found its mark within Atlantic Tico's goal. A splendid goal, a magnificent display by David Silva. He single-handedly dismantled Atlantic Tico's defense. The commentator's voice soared with fervor, echoing the thrill of such a remarkable goal, stirring excitement in anyone who witnessed it. Even the Atlantic Tico fans in the stands were momentarily stunned, shaking their heads in resignation. While they may not rise collectively to applaud this brilliant strike, their anger had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of disbelief. Such a goal was truly magnificent. After deftly maneuvering past two defenders, he surged into the penalty area, promptly followed up his shot, and once again cut in to score. Coke, Juanito, and Miranda, three ATL Tico defenders, were effortlessly outwitted by him. On the sidelines, Wei Xiongmao could only shake his head in resignation. Players of such caliber are evidently on a different level than his own team, and they had done their utmost. There was no blame to be placed upon them. Alas, he pondered whether there might be a chance to recruit him, though he deemed it rather implausible. Although ATL Tico is a formidable team, they are not devoid of financial resources, yet for a player like Silva, his market value has never been a concern. Having been with Valencia, a prominent force in La Liga, what reason would he have to join ATL Tico, a club that arguably does not surpass Valencia? Players of Silva's stature, if they were to transfer, would likely gravitate towards elite clubs like Real Madrid or Barcelona, or to other strong teams in different leagues. Valencia would release players to their rivals or foreign clubs, but not to their direct competitors. After contemplating this, Wei Xiongmao decided not to dwell further on the matter. He gestured to his players to maintain their previous tactics, to capitalize on any opportunity to attack, and to defend and prepare for a counterattack in the absence of such opportunities. The advancing Valencia would certainly be more manageable. Moreover, Valencia was compelled to press forward. Their player composition dictated that they could only employ an attacking strategy. Emery hoped for a back-and-forth struggle between Atlantic Tico and Valencia. While ATL Tico's offense is not weak, it pales in comparison to the prowess of Valencia's players, and the larger the space, the more threatening Valencia's attack becomes. Therefore, even if they found themselves unexpectedly trailing due to Silva's individual brilliance, Wei Xiongmao resolved to adhere to their established strategy. Chapter 54. The red dot package. Such a genius can sometimes be exceedingly vexing. As the match resumed, Wei Xiongmao mused internally. The brilliance of individuals endowed with exceptional abilities continues to hold immense value, even in an era where collective tactics are increasingly paramount. Those who possess outstanding personal skills can still shine remarkably within the framework of overarching strategies. This phenomenon is akin to Pep Guardiola's implementation of a near-perfect style of play at Barcelona. characterized by possession and pressing that seemed to suggest that any number of players adhering to Barcelona's tactical philosophy could perform exceptionally well. However, the reality is that it was Messi's incisive dribbling and the masterful orchestration of midfield maestros like Xavi and Iniesta that were pivotal to Guardiola's tactics, sweeping the competition with unparalleled dominance. No matter how brilliant the strategy, it requires the presence of elite players to function effectively. Following the departures of Xavi and Iniesta, Barcelona's midfield control remained ostensibly the same. Yet the efficacy of their control diminished significantly. At this moment, the Panda remains unaware, yet he is acutely aware that, beyond effective tactics, the presence of elite players is essential to elevate the game to its pinnacle. Fortunately, he does possess such players at his disposal. Atletico Madrid initiated an offensive through precise passing. The defensive pressure they faced was not overly formidable, although Valencia's players exhibited commendable zeal in their defensive movements. The sense of pressure they exerted was not particularly overwhelming. Naturally, against mid to lower-tier teams, Valencia's intensity and mobility would suffice. But when confronted with the caliber of Atletico's players, their level of effort in running and defending proved inadequate to contain the onslaught. Amidst the cover provided by players like Sim-O and Juan Fran, Coke delivered a splendid through ball that found Agüero at the edge of the penalty area. Agüero deftly maneuvered the ball, enticing Mascherano to extend his leg for a challenge, only to swiftly reclaim possession, slipping past Mascherano and penetrating the box. Once inside the area, Agüero immediately took a shot, the ball striking the outside of the near post with a resounding thud before soaring out of play. Agüero ran a hand through his hair, his expression one of disappointment. The Panda also waved his arm in frustration, shaking his head in dismay. Agüero's attempt was no less spectacular than Silva's previous effort. Alas, fortune was just a fraction lacking. The offensive onslaught must continue to maintain the pressure. Similarly startled by this attack, Emery shouted instructions from the sidelines. Recalling the successful suppression of Atletico earlier, retreating into defense would only cede control to the opponent. From the recent offensive display, it is evident that Atletico Madrid's attacking prowess is indeed formidable. Despite their advancing years, both Sim-O and Forlán, seasoned veterans of La Liga, exhibit remarkable technical skill and an exceptional ability to seize opportunities. As for Agüero, he is undoubtedly one of the premier young forwards in the game. Coupled with the dynamic midfield presence of players like Huerta and the adept distribution skills of Coke in a defensive role, Atletico's attacking combinations pose a significant challenge for Valencia's current defensive capabilities, which are likely insufficient to withstand such pressure. With the realization that they may struggle to contain Atletico's attack, Valencia quickly initiated a counteroffensive. Wei Xiongmao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat apprehensive about Valencia retreating into defense, given the effectiveness of their diminutive forwards in counterattacking situations. Moreover, under the guidance of Machina, their defensive line is quite capable of holding firm. Wei Xiongmao did not wish to rely solely on long-range shots, as aside from Forlán, who possesses commendable capabilities in front of the goal, the other attackers are far more threatening within the penalty area. When faced with a densely packed defense, opportunities to penetrate the box become scarce, and this is a scenario Wei Xiongmao aimed to avoid. Concealing one's strategy while maximizing strengths is crucial in contests between teams of comparable caliber. Although Atletico may currently lag behind Valencia, the difference is marginal, particularly in terms of their respective strengths, which are nearly on par, with Valencia perhaps holding a slight edge. In such circumstances, one must exploit their superior qualities. While Atletico's defense may be average, it still surpasses that of Valencia at present, necessitating an aggressive approach from Valencia. Emery fell into this trap. Nevertheless, Valencia was not without opportunities. They created numerous chances during their offensive maneuvers. Joku N's breakthrough led to a corner kick, which Silva executed, allowing Villa to head just wide at the far post. Silva's exquisite distribution found Mata, who, after a slight adjustment, unleashed a powerful long-range shot that was narrowly deflected by De Gea. After generating several chances, Valencia's defenders began to push forward, recognizing that maintaining sufficient pressure required the involvement of multiple attacking players. Thus, as the game approached the 30th minute, when Atletico launched another quick three-man counterattack, Valencia's defense could only muster 3 players in response. Simo received a pass from Forlán, forcefully breaking through the opposing defense before delivering the ball to Agüero just before Machina could recover. Agüero surged into the penalty area, with Machina desperately attempting to reposition himself. Executing a feint followed by a deft touch, AG Arrow skillfully evaded Machina's challenge before taking a shot. Machina, sprawled on the ground, extended his arms, only for AG Arrow's strike to connect directly with Machina's hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, both Wei Xiongmao and Emery leapt to their feet, simultaneously realizing two critical truths. Machina committed a handball within the penalty area. Simultaneously, he was already holding a yellow card. Emery silently implored, "Do not show him a card." Given the blatant nature of the handball, a penalty was undeniably forthcoming. His hope rested solely on avoiding a card. Equalizing the score was one thing, but playing a man down was an entirely different challenge. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao audibly declared, "Penalty. Red card." Emery, infuriated, cast a fleeting glance at Wei Xiongmao before returning his gaze to the field. The referee hastily approached, gesturing emphatically towards the penalty spot. Atletico Madrid supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, while Valencia's players began their protests. In the next moment, the referee dispersed the Valencia players and beckoned Machina over. Reaching into his pocket, a chill swept through Emery's heart. Yellow card, a red penalty trifecta. 2 yellows transformed into a red. Valencia's captain Machina was sent off. Machina vehemently protested, but to no avail. After his departure from the field, Fern stepped up to take the penalty, converting it effortlessly and leveling the score for Atlantic Tico. It was clear to all that they not only equalized but also gained a numerical advantage. This is far more significant than merely equalizing the score. Chapter 55, Perseverance in Attack. As the first half drew to a close, the Atletico Madrid players left the field with a spring in their step, while the Valencia players descended with a palpable heaviness. In the remaining moments of the first half, the tide turned, as Atletico unleashed a relentless barrage on Valencia. Though no goals materialized, it was evident that Atletico now held a considerable advantage. In the second half, we would be defending with one fewer player, and our stamina diminished more than that of our opponents. If we could secure even a single point, it would be deemed a victory. Emery lamented in the away team's locker room, expressing his reluctance to utter such words, yet it seemed the only recourse to avoid a disheartening defeat. Given Valencia's defensive capabilities, pushing forward while a player down would render the backline a sieve, allowing Atletico's forwards to exploit it at will. The only path to salvaging a draw lay in retreating and regrouping. As we shifted to attacking in the second half, bear in mind the importance of ball possession and strategic distribution. We must exhaust their players, who had already expended considerable energy in the first half. Should their stamina wane, our chances of triumph would significantly improve, remarked Wei Xiongmao with a smile in the locker room. He was not overly concerned with the scoreline. Rather, he prioritized the overarching momentum of the match. As long as we maintained the upper hand in momentum, victory would naturally follow. Even if fortune did not favor us and we lost, statistically, if he could consistently harness the flow of the game, our chances of victory would vastly increase. Football does not necessitate perfection. It merely requires one to outshine their adversary, and victory will undoubtedly ensue. As the second half commenced, Valencia's players took to the field with a sense of tragic determination. In truth, they were 4 points ahead of fourth-place Sevilla and 8 points clear of fifth-placed La Coruña, making their position relatively secure even with a loss. However, succumbing to defeat in the wake of pre-match banter would be infuriating. Moreover, many of Valencia's attackers were youthful, brimming with fervor and an unyielding desire to win. Thus, even while adopting a defensive strategy, aside from the substituted Joku in, whether it be Silva, Villa, or Mata, they were all inclined to seek counterattacks. Whenever an opportunity for offense arose, even if their teammates could not follow suit promptly, they would rely on their own prowess to forge an attack. This is the indomitable spirit of youthful prodigies. Regrettably, Atletico Madrid's defense is predominantly composed of seasoned veterans, who, when confronted by these young talents, often appear quite flustered. Nevertheless, their defensive performance tends to be commendable. However, their offensive efforts have failed to alleviate the pressure on their defense, as they can only muster sporadic opportunities to launch an attack. In stark contrast, Atletico's offense surged like a tempest, relentlessly battering the opposition, seemingly intent on venting the frustrations accumulated during the first half against Valencia. Giraldo's header, after penetrating the penalty area, soared over the bar. Reyes, who replaced Garque, received the ball in the box and attempted a volley, only to be thwarted by Valencia's goalkeeper, Cesar. Semen cut inside his shoot, but Cesar deflected it with his leg, while the substitute defender Maduro cleared the ball with a powerful kick. Atletico's offensive onslaught intensified, and Valencia's counterattacks became increasingly scarce. By dominating the midfield and orchestrating their attacks, Atletico rendered it exceedingly difficult for Valencia to retain possession. Whenever they managed to gain the ball in their own half, they would be met with Atletico's relentless pressing, ultimately forced to clear the ball far afield. Such hasty clearances rarely found the feet of Villa and his counterparts, instead falling into the hands of Atletico players, who promptly initiated another offensive. Atletico thrived on exploiting the width of the pitch, and with an additional player, they could maneuver even more freely, leaving Valencia's defense scrambling to keep up. In this scenario, Valencia's defense displayed glimpses of its former glory, valiantly blocking Atletico's advances, while their goalkeeper Cesar, facing an average of one save every 2 minutes, tenaciously kept Atletico from scoring. Aguero, Follin, Reyes, and Simen took turns firing shots, yet Cesar, in remarkable form, thwarted each attempt. Emery anxiously observed the unfolding game. He had already lost hope for a point, but now, it seemed that securing a draw was not entirely out of reach. Glancing at the clock, Emery noted that 30 minutes of the second half had elapsed, with perhaps only 20 minutes, including stoppage time, remaining. Valencia had endured for 30 minutes. Could they hold on for another 20? Emery made his second substitution, bringing on defender Navarro for Mata. Reluctant to exit the pitch, Mata's discontent was of little concern to Emery at this moment. Preserving a point was the utmost priority, especially with one player down. Following this change, the opposing coach swiftly made his second substitution as well. Center-back Juanito departed, and striker Borja entered the fray, adding height to the penalty area and increasing their offensive opportunities. Upon witnessing this substitution, Atletico's fans in the stands momentarily paused before erupting into a deafening cheer. They were not content with a draw. They yearned for more attacking fervor. Perhaps Borja's presence on the field did not yield particularly favorable results for the offense. Nonetheless, at this juncture, it undoubtedly conveyed to the players the imperative to persist in their attacks. Sometimes, it is merely a matter of maintaining that vital momentum. If the head coach lacks confidence, how can the players be expected to exert themselves on the pitch? A minute later, Aguero slightly twisted his ankle while contending for the ball, limping for a few steps before regaining his composure, simultaneously gesturing to the sidelines to indicate that he could continue. Wei Xiongmao observed that Aguero's injury was indeed not severe, thus opting not to utilize the third substitution. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Atletico Madrid to seize the lead in the match. Reyes made a determined breakthrough down the flank, earning a corner kick. He took the corner himself. Borja feigned a strike at the near post, allowing the ball to sail over his head. As the ball began its descent, Aguero threw himself into the fray, executing a diving header. The ball surged into the far corner of the net. 2-1. In the 78th minute of the match, after an astounding 15 attempts on goal, Atletico finally breached Valencia's defenses. The previously stellar Caesar could only lament in vain at that moment. Countless Atletico supporters raised their arms high, a sea of outstretched limbs filling the Calderon Stadium. Chapter 56. Truly popular. Wei Xiongmao utilized the third substitution of the match, bringing Thiago onto the field in place of Aguero. It is evident that Aguero was substituted to take a breather, especially after his audacious goal, which showcased his relentless spirit. Following that goal, the tension he had been holding began to dissipate, making it beneficial for him to rest. Aguero did not resist the decision. Amid the applause of the crowd, he left the pitch. This goal marked his 11th of the season, yet for him, it is merely a milestone. This season represents his 4th year at Atletico Madrid, and aside from his initial season, where he scored only 6 goals while acclimatizing to European football, he has since exhibited his true caliber, with impressive tallies of 19 and 17 goals in the subsequent seasons. Although he has missed several matches this season due to injury, his recent form suggests he has a genuine opportunity to surpass his own record for league goals in a single season, potentially reaching 20. At present, Aguero brims with confidence. Under the new coach's training and tactics, he feels in splendid form, consistently finding opportunities to shoot and score. While it is commendable for young players to exert themselves, they must also remember to safeguard their well-being. Wei Xiongmao embraced Aguero before speaking to him. Aguero nodded in response, but despite his modest stature, he is not a fragile player and has rarely faced injuries. Over the years at Atletico, he has developed a physique capable of standing firm in European football, which is a testament to why so many have high hopes for him. When compared to the veteran Saviola, Although their styles may be similar, Agüero's physicality and striking prowess are notably superior. After taking the lead, Wei Xiongmao did not settle for a mere single goal. Valencia possessed the capacity to counterattack. To secure victory, it was imperative to maintain pressure on them. Emery contemplated a counteroffensive, yet he could only watch as Atletico swiftly pressed forward, reclaiming possession and launching another attack. They sought to deny the opposition any chances, continuing their offensive until they had a lead of at least 2 goals. The already faltering Valencia defense could no longer withstand Atletico's relentless onslaught. In the 86th minute, Gelato received the ball and delivered a splendid through pass. Fran made a forward run, taking a quick shot aimed at the far corner, successfully finding the net in the dead angle, 3-1. In the 88th minute, Reyes received a lateral pass from Simon outside the penalty area. After a slight adjustment, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot that nestled into the corner of the net, 4-1. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, after a breakthrough, Fran returned the ball to Gelato, who, following up, scored once more within the penalty area, 5-1. In a mere 15 minutes, Atletico utterly dismantled Valencia's defense, netting 4 goals. When the final whistle blew, Valencia's players collapsed onto the pitch, as they had never endured such a devastating defeat in recent years. Although Valencia has conceded more goals in recent seasons, conceding 1 or 2 in a match has become frequent, while allowing 3 or 4 has been a rare occurrence. The last time they conceded 5 goals in a league match was 3 years ago, during a season when they suffered humiliating defeats of 5-1 against both Real Madrid and Athletic Bilbao. In the subsequent 2 seasons, they rarely exceeded a 4-goal deficit. Today, however, they found themselves conceding 5 goals once more. Despite this disheartening loss, they remain in 3rd place. Yet, such a staggering defeat poses a significant threat to their confidence. Meanwhile, the Atletico Madrid players were fervently celebrating. Under the leadership of their new coach, they have consistently scored in every match. But achieving 5 goals in a single game remains a rarity. Previously, they secured a 5-1 victory against Almer in the Copa del Rey. But one must consider the disparity between Almer A and Valencia. A 5-1 win over Valencia holds far more weight than a similar scoreline against Almer A. Although Atletico only managed to score 1 penalty before the 78th minute, their ability to net 4 goals in the final moments of the match is a testament to their explosive offensive potential. The new coach, with hands on hips, gazed defiantly at the stands, eliciting fervent cheers from the Atletico supporters. By this point, a significant number of fans had begun to warm to this previously obscure coach. During his appointment, there were widespread doubts about the club's decision to entrust the team to someone with no coaching experience, not even as a former player, and lacking any background in managing youth teams. Isn't this sheer nonsense? It is solely due to their affection for the club that they refrained from causing a disturbance or protesting from the very beginning. This has led to the delightful aroma we experience today. This head coach is truly remarkable. The team boasts a high winning percentage, scores abundantly, and plays with an aesthetic appeal. Although there are moments when their performance may not be as visually pleasing, the likelihood of victory remains substantial, does it not? In the league, the Copa del Rey, and the Europa League, they have made significant strides. They reached the finals of the Copa del Rey and advanced to the round of 16 in the Europa League, having played 9 matches in the league. They have emerged victorious in 8, including triumphs over formidable teams such as Sevilla and Valencia. Isn't such an achievement remarkable? Meanwhile, Real Madrid has secured 7 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, while Barcelona, after their recent draw, stands at 7 wins and 2 draws, failing to accumulate as many points as Atletico Madrid during this period. From this perspective, the accomplishments of coach Wei Xiongmao are nothing short of miraculous. Despite the departure of key player Rodriguez and semi-regular PN Jijilu, alongside the acquisition of merely 1 defender and the promotion of 4 young talents from the reserve team, he has managed to achieve such results with this lineup. It is rumored that his annual salary amounts to a mere €500,000, a testament to extraordinary cost-effectiveness. While the club has yet to grant him a raise, we can certainly offer him a round of applause. The resounding appreciation echoed throughout the Calderon. This individual is indeed quite beloved, as little Sierra couldn't help but exclaim. Such commendable results are undoubtedly beyond reproach. I believe it is time to announce our decision to formalize his coaching contract, Cerezo mused, addressing Gallia. Gallia nodded in agreement, recognizing this as an imperative course of action. After all, formalizing the coaching contract, though not entirely binding Wei Xiongmao to Atletico Madrid, would at least instill sufficient confidence in the fans. The current circumstances of ATL Tico, in stark contrast to their situation during Christmas, have undoubtedly improved significantly, solidifying fan confidence and garnering greater support for the team. Chapter 57. Guardiola's troubles despite Emery's criticism of the officiating during the post-match press conference, asserting that the early dismissal of Machina was the root cause of Valencia's dismal defeat. ATL Tico's resounding victory of 5-1 over Valencia is sufficient to raise alarms throughout La Liga. After all, this is Valencia we are speaking of. The defensive framework crafted by Ranieri, Cooper, and Benitez may now be a relic of the past. Yet Valencia seldom concedes such a multitude of goals, and ATL Tico has achieved just that. Following this resounding triumph, ATL Tico, which had been lingering in mid-table, has now equaled the points of the recently defeated La Coru and, thanks to their superior goal difference, has ascended to the 6th position in the league, considering that they were merely 2 points away from the relegation zone before their winter break. Their remarkable ascent to this position in just 2 months is nothing short of astonishing. However, reflecting on their frenzied performance in which they secured 8 victories out of 9 league matches, their current standing is indeed commendable. Had they not suffered a narrow defeat of 1-0 against Getafe midway, they might very well have achieved a remarkable streak of 9 consecutive wins by now. Following their loss to Getafe, they have maintained an impressive run of 5 consecutive victories, further complemented by triumphs in the Copa del Rey and the UEFA Europa League, showcasing their extraordinary form. With such formidable opponents looming ahead, Barcelona's head coach, Pep Guardiola, finds himself somewhat troubled. To date, Barcelona's performance has been exemplary in 24 league matches. They have amassed 19 victories and 5 draws, remaining unbeaten. Furthermore, they advanced effortlessly from the group stage of the Champions League. And although they faced elimination in the Copa del Rey due to 2 draws, it was a result of fewer away goals. Thus, it can be said that since the inception of this season, Barcelona has yet to experience a loss across all competitions. This is an unprecedentedly formidable Barcelona. Nevertheless, despite their remarkable performance, they have not managed to distance themselves significantly from Real Madrid. Currently, Real Madrid has secured 19 victories, albeit with 3 additional losses and 3 fewer draws, resulting in a mere 3-point deficit compared to Barcelona. 3 points, equivalent to a single match. It must be acknowledged that following a fervent recruitment spree, this season's Real Madrid has demonstrated exceptional strength. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Benzema. These elite players enable Real Madrid to achieve victory despite their overall tactics not necessarily surpassing those of Barcelona. Were it not for Real Madrid's commendable performance this season, Barcelona's current achievements might have allowed them to distance themselves significantly atop the standings. For instance, Valencia, currently in 3rd place, trails Barcelona by a staggering 16 points. Unfortunately, Real Madrid remains a formidable presence. Hence, Barcelona cannot afford to rest on their laurels in the league. Under these circumstances, facing a recently resurgent ATL Tico Madrid indeed poses a challenge for Barcelona. This year, Barcelona has had a considerable number of matches in comparison to ATL Tico. They have played fewer Copa del Rey matches and 1 less knockout round in the Europa League, but have participated in 2 Super Cups and the Club World Cup during the first half of the season. The intense schedule of matches, coupled with the departure of several players from Barcelona this year, has left the team somewhat stretched thin. A glance at their list of injured players reveals the gravity of the situation. Alves, Abidal, Piku, Marquez, Chagrinsky, and Yaya Toure. Initially, the first team boasted only 8 or 9 defenders, a figure that, under normal circumstances, suffices. However, the sudden injury of 5 key players, 2 starting fullbacks and 1 central defender, along with injuries to 2 backup center-backs and the pivotal midfielder Yaya Toure, has caused Guardiola considerable concern. Facing the formidable ATL Tico Madrid with such a depleted squad, Guardiola recognizes the necessity of approaching the match with utmost seriousness. In their encounter with Valencia, ATL Tico adopted a strategy centered on solid defense followed by swift counterattacks. By neutralizing Valencia's captain, Marchena, they gained a definitive advantage. Valencia's situation mirrors that of Barcelona. Their defensive capabilities are commendable, yet various factors, including the absence of key players, have led to significant vulnerabilities in their backline during their customary forward pushes, which ATL Tico's exceptionally skilled attackers exploited with relentless counterattacks. As Guardiola reviewed the match footage, he remarked on the tactical vulnerability. His assistant coach nodded in agreement, acknowledging the ease with which their own team could fall prey to such a strategy. Guardiola empathized, recalling that when his primary defenders were all present, he felt less apprehensive about this approach. Abidal's industriousness and physical prowess, Alves's offensive acumen complemented by his relentless energy, and Piqué's height and strength, along with the fearless leadership of Captain Puyol, formed a defensive line that was instrumental in Barcelona's previous successes. Not to mention, Yaya Tour's contributions in breaking up play were invaluable. With their mainstays absent, only Puyol remains as the stalwart of the defense. The absence of a suitable substitute for Alves poses a significant dilemma. Since Puyol can cover both fullback positions, it would be imprudent to assign a dedicated substitute for Alves, whose stamina is robust enough to last the entire season. Barcelona currently struggles to find a reliable right-back. Should they shift Puyol to the right, the partnership of Milito, a substitute, and the young Bartra as central defenders would be precarious at best. The midfield's lack of Tour drastically diminishes their ability to disrupt opposing plays, rendering their defense even more porous than Valencia's. Thus, it is imperative for us to leverage our advantages in ball possession to circulate the ball effectively, and to exercise caution during offensive maneuvers to minimize counterattacking opportunities for the opposition. A gradual build-up is essential, culminating in a decisive strike from Messi. Guardiola articulated his thoughts slowly, a habit of his, methodically analyzing the situation and inviting his assistant coaches to assist in identifying any oversights, a method that often yields fruitful results. His analysis prompted a nod of agreement from the assistant coaches. They had no objections and could conjure no alternative strategies. With so many injuries plaguing Barcelona's defense, their focus could only shift more intently towards offense. Who should we deploy as the right back? One assistant coach inquired. The other positions were manageable, but the right back conundrum loomed large. If Puyol were to be spared from the flank, they would have to consider other options. Let us field Heflorn. At least he can be relied upon offensively, Guardiola mused after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 58. Bold adjustments. We are fortunate. Barcelona's defense is in shambles, quite a dismal sight, remarked Wei Xiongmao, holding a dossier of intelligence. Indeed, it mirrors our last encounter with Valencia. We faced two formidable teams back-to-back. Yet both times we were at home, and our opponents were severely depleted. Our luck has certainly favored us, Domingo concurred. Had they not been missing two key defensive midfielders in the last match, our victory might not have been so straightforward, Wei Xiongmao continued. Straightforward? Domingo queried, somewhat perplexed. We only scored 4 goals in the final 10 minutes. Had fortune favored us less, a draw could have been the outcome. Not quite. The late goals were inevitable. Though the quantity was uncertain, Wei Xiongmao countered. The red card for Machina was an unexpected turn, yet their defenders' errors in response to our counterattacks were highly probable. Once they were down a man, it was merely a matter of time before they succumbed to us. Scoring 4 in the last minutes was indeed excessive, but netting 1 or 2 was absolutely assured. It was simply a question of how many we would ultimately win by. He waved his finger dismissively, adopting an air of superiority. So, prior to the goals, was the outcome already predetermined? Domingo pondered. Precisely. Emery excels at offensive tactics. Yet his defensive strategies and overall cohesion are lacking, and I capitalized on that weakness, Wei Xiongmao affirmed. Thus, for our upcoming match against Barcelona, we can apply that same tactical approach. Their defense is severely undermanned, Domingo reflected. Not quite the same. The tactics used against Valencia cannot be directly applied to Barcelona. Why? That is for you to contemplate, Wei Xiongmao chuckled, leaving Domingo to grapple with the enigma left in his wake. Not the same? Why is that? Domingo mused. Lost in thought. I find it nearly identical. Both teams showcase a plethora of technical prowess in their forward positions, while the beleaguered defense leaves Domingo cradling his head in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Wei Xiongmao has retreated to his chamber, perusing the recordings of several matches, humming a tune with an air of nonchalance, utterly devoid of any apprehension in the face of formidable adversaries. It is indisputable that Barcelona stands as the most formidable team in these past 2 seasons, sweeping through their competition with the ferocity of a tiger. Following their sextuple triumph, the prospect of achieving even greater accolades seems nearly impossible. In the relentless pursuit of championship glory, for Guardiola, it is paramount to sustain some remarkable feats, such as an unbeaten season, accumulating over 100 points, or extending their winning streak. These are honors worth striving for. Although such accolades are often remembered only at specific moments, they are sufficient to forge greatness, particularly if they can maintain their undefeated streak throughout the season. It would be even more remarkable. Having already secured such prestigious accolades, it is only fitting to pursue even more extraordinary records, is it not? To contend with a formidable Barcelona, one must indeed invest additional effort. Wei Xiongmao perceives that this match against Barcelona may be his sole opportunity to disrupt their unbeaten run this season. In other matches, regardless of whether other teams have the potential to challenge Barcelona, it remains beyond his control. For Wei Xiongmao, he cannot rely on others to fulfill his mission. It is a task he must undertake himself, as self-reliance is the most dependable approach. After all, if the endeavor fails, who can say when another chance to escape that endless cycle will arise? In the ensuing 3 days, Wei Xiongmao engaged in extensive physical training, pushing the players to their limits. Endure this. This is our only opportunity for comprehensive training in the second half of the season. If your fitness falters, we shall not achieve commendable results this season. If we fail to attain good results, do you truly have the heart to contemplate a vacation? Wei Xiongmao shouted on the training ground. Fortunately, the players lacked the energy to argue with him. Otherwise, they would have surely retorted. However, following 3 days of rigorous physical training, the subsequent ball drills and tactical coordination sessions brought them immense joy. Such training felt akin to paradise. Thus, as the 25th round of the league commenced, the Atletico Madrid players were in peak form. De Gea, Barella, Lopez, Juanito, Miranda, Garcia, Koch, Reyes, Simon, Fran, and Agüero comprised Atletico's starting lineup. Surprisingly, Wei Xiongmao deployed an entirely offensive formation for this match, showcasing remarkable boldness. In recent years, no team has dared to engage Barcelona in an open contest. No one can rival Barcelona's attacking prowess. After having subdued Valencia with a counter-attacking strategy in the previous match, everyone assumed Atletico would persist with that tactic. Barcelona's starting lineup was also revealed, and their defensive line was indeed significantly affected. Goalkeeper Valdez, left-back Maxwell from Brazil, and right-back Heffron, a 22-year-old substitute for the right-wing position, were all in place. Today, Guardiola had chosen him to play as a right-back. It would be intriguing to observe his performance. The center-back pairing consisted of Captain Puyol and the younger Milito. While this duo possessed commendable skills, they appeared to lack in height. However, given that Atletico did not have a tall striker, this was not a significant issue. Midfield injuries to Keita, Busquets, Xavi, and Yaya Touré provided young Busquets with an opportunity to shine. The forward line features Messi, Ibrahimovic, and Iniesta, while Henry now plays a more supplementary role at Barcelona, with Pedro positioned ahead of him in the hierarchy. The commentator expressed surprise at the starting lineups, noting that Barcelona's selection was rather predictable. However, it was indeed unexpected to see Heffron deployed as a right-back. Given the current state of Barcelona's defense, it is not unusual for an attacking player to assume that position, especially considering that the primary right-back, Alves, is known for his minimal defensive contributions. Having Iniesta play as a winger is also justifiable, as Pedro has yet to secure a consistent starting spot, and Henry has unfortunately fallen to the bench this season. Thus, the lineup poses no significant concerns. In contrast, Atletico Madrid's starting 11 exhibits a more notable change, with Reyes replacing Gerardo, indicating a more aggressive approach in their offensive strategy for this match. Is this a battle of wits against Barcelona? Chapter 59, Bluster. For both Atletico Madrid and Barcelona, their coaches made audacious adjustments for this match. However, for the stable lineup of Barcelona, Guardiola's alteration seemed more like a whimsical inspiration or perhaps a reflection of favoritism. The inspiration was born from the fact that Heffron had consistently played in an attacking position, which is entirely different from that of a right-back. It is crucial to understand that even for purely assisting fullbacks, the considerations differ greatly from those of wingers. Merely assigning a competent attacker to the role of a fullback does not guarantee success. While instances exist, such as Ashley Cole of the England national team, who transformed from a lackluster winger into an outstanding fullback, or Germany's Captain Lahm, who similarly excelled after switching positions, such cases are indeed rare. Heffron's inclusion in the starting lineup, without prior systematic training or the requisite characteristics, was purely a desperate measure by Guardiola due to a lack of available options. Additionally, Heffron was a favored player of Guardiola during his tenure with Barcelona B. Although Guardiola's position at Barcelona is now secure, having a few trusted individuals on the team is undoubtedly advantageous. Various factors led to Heffron being placed in this unfamiliar role. On the other hand, the adjustments made by coach Wei Xiongmao were not hasty decisions. Since his appointment, the first player to regain form was Reyes. although not consistently fixed in a starting position. Reyes has frequently appeared as the primary substitute in the attacking line, contributing significantly with goals and assists, and his form has been steadily improving. Allowing him to start in this match was the result of long-term preparation. Of course, Guardiola was not yet aware of these 2 points. As the match began and the two coaches shook hands, Guardiola regarded Wei Xiongmao with respect. He did not underestimate him, for before managing Barcelona, Guardiola had merely 1 year of experience coaching Barcelona B. Although Guardiola was a captain of Barcelona and a prominent figure in the world of football prior to becoming a coach, his coaching credentials before taking the helm at Barcelona may not significantly surpass those of his contemporary, Wei Xiongmao. The realm of coaching is diverse, and those who ascend to the ranks of top-tier league managers typically possess a background rooted in elite youth academies. Many either fail to make a mark as players and thus embark on coaching courses early, or they begin their coaching journey within the club's youth or reserve teams, gradually rising through the ranks based on their performance. If fortunate, they may temporarily assume the role of first-team coach, and should their results be commendable, they quickly gain recognition. Guardiola, in contrast, began with an exceptionally high starting point. He obtained his coaching license in 2006, and by 2007, he was managing Barcelona B, swiftly progressing to the first team in 2008. Such rapid advancement is indeed rare in the annals of football history. While many coaches in similar positions often grapple with instability and a lack of experience, Guardiola defied this norm, clinching a historic treble in his inaugural season in a top-flight league, a feat unparalleled in history. Wei Xiongmao, on the other hand, presents an even more audacious case. He holds a coaching license yet possesses no prior coaching experience, not even with youth teams, yet finds himself at the helm of a premier club like Atletico Madrid. His performance has been commendable, even exceptional. Now, as these two coaches face off, Guardiola certainly does not underestimate Wei Xiongmao. If Barcelona aspires to an unbeaten season, they must contend with the formidable presence of Wei Xiongmao. During their handshake, Wei Xiongmao exuded his characteristic bravado, a demeanor that often provokes ire in others. Yet Guardiola remained unperturbed. As a player, he was regarded as one of the midfield maestros, and as a coach, he swiftly ascended to the ranks of renowned managers, embodying the poise expected of such stature. While many esteemed coaches may possess volatile temperaments, Guardiola has always exhibited a calm demeanor, both as a player and now as a coach. When I managed Barcelona, I never claimed that a treble was guaranteed. Actions must precede words, Guardiola stated calmly. I, however, am different, for I possess the foresight. Mr. Guardiola, your tactics in this match will face unprecedented countermeasures, and should other teams take note, do not hold it against me. Wei Xiongmao released his grip, followed by a mischievous smile. Guardiola furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving Wei Xiongmao's words as an attempt to undermine his resolve. However, upon contemplating the potential reality of Wei Xiongmao's statement, he realized that the meticulously crafted Barcelona dynasty, which promised dominance for at least 3 to 4 years, could very well encounter greater challenges. It is worth noting that over the past year, Barcelona has truly been nearly invincible. Although they suffered defeats last season, those losses were largely fortuitous. Their victories, however, became a foregone conclusion. With high pressing, spatial compression, and ball control firmly in their grasp, they minimized the opponent's possession time, maximizing their own control to its zenith. This strategic mastery not only curtailed the adversary's offensive maneuvers, but also augmented their own, leading them to triumph with remarkable consistency. Undoubtedly, this tactic represents a remarkable innovation. Over the past year, regardless of the number of esteemed coaches or powerful teams, none have succeeded in deciphering this strategy. However, Guardiola is acutely aware that even the most formidable tactics cannot remain invincible indefinitely. Ultimately, a solution will be conceived. Nevertheless, before that eventuality, Guardiola led Barcelona to achieve a plethora of honors, which is more than sufficient. No one can triumph eternally, yet the splendor experienced during a certain period is indeed ample. At this juncture, according to Guardiola's expectations, there should be at least 3 to 4 years ahead. However, it has only been a little over a year. Is the Panda Guard merely posturing? Yet, it is undeniable that Barcelona is currently in a state of weakness. The absence of nearly the entire defensive line poses immense pressure on any team, regardless of how exceptional the overall performance may be. The primary players are deemed as such precisely because their capabilities surpass those of the substitutes or because they are better suited to the current tactics. Now, only Puyol remains. Will the Panda Guard adeptly exploit this situation? If he intends to counter us with a defensive strategy, he may be mistaken. But could it be as straightforward as mere counterattacks? Guardiola, while making his way to his position, contemplated this in his mind. Chapter 60. Pressing upon returning to his position. The panda guard paid no heed to Guardiola's scrutinizing gaze. His focus was fixed on a singular individual, Messi. The Messi of now is not yet the one who, in the ensuing years, would transform scoring into a mere numerical game. However, from the panda guard's observations, it can be asserted that the current Messi is, without question, at his most formidable. The efficacy of the tactical approach in this match hinges primarily on Messi's ability to penetrate the defenses orchestrated by the strategist, known as the panda. Another critical factor lies in the presence of Ibrahimovic. A striker of Ibrahimovic's caliber can significantly streamline offensive maneuvers. After all, for a forward of his stature, creating a one-on-one opportunity combined with a high ball can yield miraculous outcomes. His towering height poses a considerable threat to Atletico's defensive line. However, in an effort to stifle Barcelona's overall attack, the strategist cannot forego Juanito's experience by opting for the taller Domingos, as that would be counterproductive. Regrettably, the strength of our defensive line has yet to reach its potential. The strategist muses with a tinge of regret. Atletico has ample room for improvement, but alas, time is not on their side. Thus, encountering a Barcelona side weakened by absences is a stroke of fortune for the strategist. Amidst the fervent cheers of the supporters at the Calderón Stadium, Atletico swiftly initiates their offensive. Despite a moment of camaraderie between Agüero and his friend Messi prior to the match, it is Agüero who takes the first offensive initiative. Following a series of swift passes, Atletico rapidly transitions the ball through the midfield before distributing it to the left flank, where Sim-O becomes the focal point of the initial assault. This passage reflects the emphasis placed by Wei Xiongmao upon witnessing Barcelona's starting lineup in the locker room. Guardiola, if you intend to position a winger as a right back, then do not fault me for exploiting this point. Compared to Heflin, Shimon is 7 or 8 years a senior. Although Shimon has not achieved significant accolades, he has nonetheless had a tenure at Barcelona and a prolonged career in La Liga. While not a top-tier player, he is certainly a seasoned veteran. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately surged past Heflin, showing no regard. Shimon understands that on the football pitch, there is no room for sympathy towards one's adversaries. Such notions are non-existent. When a seasoned player faces a younger counterpart, their objective is to find ways to undermine and torment them. Delivering a profound impact that makes it clear the football field is no easy terrain. Only those young players who can rise after such trials and tribulations will endure longer on the pitch. The truth that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse do not last is evident in football. After forcefully breaking past Heflin, Shimon sensed Heflin closely pursuing him from behind, prompting him to deliberately decelerate, followed by a sudden halt. Heflin, believing he was on the verge of catching up, sped past Shimon, who then deftly maneuvered the ball laterally and advanced towards the penalty area. After the defense on this flank was breached, Keita promptly returned to his position. He started the match with a crucial responsibility to support Heflin, especially considering that Barcelona's right back has always been primarily focused on assists. During Alva's tenure, the midfield on this side was also expected to provide support. Busquets predominantly engaged in defensive duties and distribution in the center, while Xavi served as the orchestrating core, undertaking the less glamorous tasks. However, Keita did not anticipate that Heflin would be so easily deceived by Simon, which led to a somewhat hasty retreat on his part. Upon seeing Keita positioned in front of him, Simon refrained from advancing further and instead lifted his foot to deliver the ball directly to Agüero, who was making an incisive run into the penalty area. Just before Puyol could offer his support, Agüero struck the rolling ball with a shot. The shot struck the ground and soared toward the upper corner of the goal. During his years at Atletico Madrid, Agüero's most notable improvement has been in his shooting technique. While his precision is undeniable, he occasionally unleashes a shot that defies reason, posing a significant threat. Valdes executed a remarkable save, narrowly tipping the ball over the goal line, resulting in a corner kick. Reyes took the corner, and Forlan made a swift attempt with a header, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. Atletico Madrid initiated the match with 2 threatening shots, inciting wild cheers from their supporters, although they sensed that the team would soon revert to a defensive stance. However, Atletico did not retreat. As Valdes prepared to take the goal kick, he was astonished to find that nearly all of Atletico's attackers had remained forward. With only a few players stationed in the back, most pressing forward to contest the ball in the attacking third. Such audacity. Valdes pondered the possibility of a long pass to Zlatan, yet he swiftly dismissed the idea. For more than a year, Barcelona has predominantly employed a ground-based offensive strategy. Although Ibrahimovic possesses an imposing stature, his aerial prowess is not particularly remarkable, despite being shorter by 5 to 6 centimeters. The opposing Brazilian defender finds it challenging to contest the initial drop. Therefore, short passes seem more prudent, with our ball control. Advancing through precise exchanges becomes a more feasible approach to mounting an attack. Valdes delivered the ball to the oncoming Maxwell, who, upon receiving it, found himself quickly pressured by Reyes. As a Brazilian fullback, Maxwell's technical skills are commendable. He refrained from hastily distributing the ball, instead maintaining possession while assessing the positioning of his teammates amidst Reyes's relentless pursuit. Maxwell's physicality may not be his strongest asset, yet Reyes's challenges are equally unimpressive, allowing him the luxury of observation. However, his assessment brought forth a startling realization. Whether it was Puyol, Melito, Heffernan, or Busquets, each was closely shadowed by an opponent, with even an additional player poised to converge upon him. Astonishingly, their defensive numbers were fewer than Barcelona's attacking force. A long pass would be easily intercepted under such circumstances. As the advancing Coke approached, poised to create a 2-on-1 situation with Reyes, Maxwell, left with no alternative, had to pivot forcefully and pass the ball to the approaching Xavi. Xavi, despite his remarkable movement and receiving capabilities, found himself closely marked by Garcia, who relentlessly pressed him, leveraging his physical advantage to obstruct Xavi's escape. Were Xavi in possession of the ball, he might have effortlessly outmaneuvered Garcia, but at that moment, he was not. After a struggle to receive the ball, even Xavi could not easily turn, when suddenly, Keita executed a sharp stop and turn, shaking off Lopez's challenge, and moved to request the ball from Xavi. Xavi passed it forward and immediately turned to anticipate Keita's return, only to witness a heavy collision between Keita and the supporting Coke. Chapter 61. Collective buff. When the referee's whistle pierced the air, everyone assumed it was merely a routine foul. After all, Atletico's pressing had indeed been fierce. Had it not been for the exceptional technical skills of Barcelona's players, they might have lost possession amidst the relentless onslaught. Now, with Keita in possession and an opportunity to advance, Atletico's decision to foul was understandable given their numerical disadvantage in defense. However, upon the whistle, a foul was indeed called against Lopez for his challenge, yet Keita lay on the ground, unable to rise. As Lopez jogged back, he spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, claiming it was merely a standard physical contest. He felt unjustly aggrieved by the situation. The spectators in the stands voiced their discontent, believing Keita was feigning injury. Was such an impression warranted? In your half, the movements were minimal. Such defense, even if deemed a foul, would not warrant a card. Yet, Wei Xiaomao chuckled. Indeed, we are fortunate, he remarked to Domingo. Domingo was taken aback. Is Keita truly injured? Wei Xiaomao nodded affirmatively. He is indeed hurt. Domingo, incredulous, responded, Antonio has never been a particularly rough player. Keita seems rather fragile. Oh, this has nothing to do with Antonio, Wei Xiaomao countered, shaking his head. Just now, Simon broke through Heflon, and when Keita rushed to cover, he likely strained something. With the continuous running and intercepting, colliding with Antonio was bound to cause an injury. Upon hearing Wei Xiaomao's analysis, Domingo suddenly understood, feeling an even greater admiration for him. You were able to observe that? Such observational prowess is truly formidable. Or were you merely boasting? But that seems unnecessary. There's no point in such boasting. On the field, the unfortunate Keita was carried off, and Guardiola, in disbelief, rushed over to inspect the situation, unable to fathom that his key midfielder had sustained an injury. The most crucial aspect was that, among Barcelona's midfielders capable of adding physicality, Keita was the only one left. Touré had already been injured, and while Busquets had performed adequately, he was not the type to roam and intercept effectively. Keita's positioning was vital to Barcelona's defense, and now that he was off the pitch, Guardiola found himself devoid of a robust midfielder to substitute in. Within less than 2 minutes of the match's commencement, an irreplaceable player had been forced to exit, leading Guardiola to feel that his luck in this match was truly abysmal. However, regardless of the misfortune, the game had to proceed. After glancing at the bench, Guardiola opted to send on Pedro to play as a left winger, replacing Iniesta's position, while Iniesta retreated to midfield, forming a trio alongside Xavi and Busquets. This scheduling is rather conventional. Over the ensuing years, the classic midfield trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets, collectively known as Xabi, would secure numerous championships for Barcelona. Regrettably, while Xavi had reached maturity, Iniesta had not yet attained the same level of sophistication. More crucially, Busquets, the most unassuming among the trio, played a pivotal yet understated role in intercepting and distributing the ball during these forthcoming years, though he was far from fully developed at this stage. As the match resumed, upon noticing Barcelona preparing for a set piece in their defensive half, Atletico Madrid opted to refrain from pressing in the forward line, instead withdrawing en masse. Barcelona, previously struggling to advance into the attacking third, now effortlessly navigated their way forward. As they traversed the midfield, they appeared quite at ease, with nearly all Atletico players retreating, allowing Barcelona to pass through unimpeded. However, once Barcelona's offense encroached upon the 30-meter zone, the seemingly tranquil Atletico defense transformed. Akin to a school of sharks lurking beneath the ocean's surface, swiftly launching a ferocious counterattack. Each player moved vigorously, engaging fiercely in duels, closely marking nearly all of Barcelona's attacking players. Messi, in particular, found himself closely shadowed by both Juan Fran and Coke, while the backline boasted ample personnel. Their strategy extended beyond mere marking, often a passive approach. They proactively sought out their targets, confronting them directly, running alongside them, and disrupting their rhythm. In light of the incessant physical contact, attempting to regain possession of the ball became a considerably more arduous task. This rendered Barcelona's offensive efforts exceedingly arduous. Their passing exhibited a commendable patience. However, when the flow of their passes was continually obstructed, their attacks became immensely challenging. While the Atletico players expended considerable energy in their relentless running, they too were drained by their attempts to evade their opponents. Despite the appearance that Barcelona's offense merely involved passing back and forth with apparent ease, allowing their adversaries to run in vain, the reality was that man-marking and severing passing lanes are tactics employed by any competent team. The essence of Barcelona's possession strategy hinges upon ceaseless movement, creating opportunities for receiving the ball, and fostering a harmonious interplay between players to conserve running space. The more aggressively the opposition pressed, the greater the effort required to find openings for receiving the ball, leading to increased physical exertion. Even if Barcelona expended slightly less energy than their rivals, the mental toll was far from negligible. Under Atletico's relentless pressure, Barcelona's attack persisted for 3 to 4 minutes, yet they could only maneuver around the periphery, unable to penetrate. Is this truly the strategy to counter us? Guardiola mused inwardly, finding little to marvel at. Meanwhile, the opposing strategist reveled in his triumph with an unmistakable smile. This particular tactic is indeed unremarkable, and other teams find it challenging to replicate, as it relies heavily on the substantial expenditure of physical stamina. Without a distinct advantage in endurance, even with knowledge of this strategy, one cannot execute it effectively. Regrettably, no one comprehends the nuances of stamina training better than Wei Xiongmao, nor does anyone possess a deeper understanding of the methodologies for enhancing human physicality. This is the method of exercise that the giant panda, Wei, has discovered through his own training over the course of a millennium. This is also the greatest advantage of Wei Xiongmao, rather than the buff store. The buff store is more of a resource to be utilized at critical moments, such as in this match. One cannot rely on it regularly. It is important to note that even the current Atletico Madrid cannot sustain such exertion throughout the entire match, after all. Wei Xiongmao's physical training has not been fully realized due to the lack of training time. Therefore, during this period, all the stamina points accumulated by Wei Xiongmao have been invested in a collective buff. The basic collective buff requires 1,000 stamina points and lasts for 10 minutes. The intermediate collective buff necessitates 3,000 stamina points and endures for half an hour. The advanced collective buff demands 10,000 stamina points, sustaining the entire match, including extra time. Unfortunately, Wei Xiongmao has only managed to amass 3,000 stamina points, which have all been allocated to the intermediate collective buff. This buff is reserved for the last 30 minutes of the second half, enhancing the player's stamina and allowing Atletico's athletes to run without reservation until the very end of the match. Chapter 62. Pressure from both ends. If Guardiola were to know how much effort Wei Xiongmao has expended for this match, he would undoubtedly curse in his heart. It is excessive. Not only are the tactical surprises overwhelming, but taking advantage of our injury-ridden squad with buffs is unjust. What grievance do I have with you? Wei Xiangmao would surely respond with conviction. Who prompted you to aspire to create a magnificent season? Coaches with such ambitions are my adversaries. Barcelona's attack on this occasion ended rather hastily. They displayed considerable patience. However, when faced with nearly no space and after several minutes without generating opportunities, their patience swiftly waned. Ultimately, the attack was entrusted to Messi, who, upon recognizing the lack of breakthrough opportunities, opted to cross into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic, hindered by Miranda, headed the ball over the bar. When confronted with a relatively tall defender in close proximity, Ibrahimovic often finds himself at a disadvantage, especially when there is ample space within the penalty area. To deal with such defenders, he typically relies on forceful breakthroughs after gaining possession, rather than attempting to engage in a direct contest of strength. Frustrated, Ibrahimovic returned, reflecting on his commendable performance since transferring to Barcelona this season. Yet, overall, his individual style seems somewhat at odds with Barcelona's collective tactics. Not to mention, following a string of goals, he appears increasingly restless, yearning to assume the role of the leader. This is somewhat excessive. Messi has held his prominent position after enduring several years of dedication and showcasing his exceptional abilities. Yet, Ibrahimovic, a newcomer, dares to vie for Messi's esteemed status. It is not merely Messi who feels discontent. His teammates share the same sentiments. However, for the moment, everyone remains focused on pursuing the new treble and the remarkable unbeaten season record. Intentions have yet to reach a breaking point. Atletico Madrid has launched an offensive. While Ibrahimovic is still gradually retreating, Atletico has already initiated their attack. This is similarly one of Ibrahimovic's concerns. His pace is relatively slow, whereas Barcelona's tempo is notably swift. This often left Ibrahimovic detached from the collective play of Barcelona, where both offense and defense function as a cohesive unit. He only managed to integrate himself into the attack, while his contribution to defense was virtually non-existent. Naturally, a forward of Ibrahimovic's stature expends energy at a quicker rate. Having him focus on defensive duties would undoubtedly diminish his offensive threat significantly. Yet, when Messi is an integral part of the defensive effort, how could Ibrahimovic demand special privileges? De Gea dispatched the ball forward to Juanito, who, without pausing to control it, swiftly passed to the winger, Sim advanced with the ball, then suddenly delivered a pass to Koke, who seamlessly relayed it to Reyes in the center. As Reyes received the ball, Atletico's attack quietly commenced. Iniesta rushed to defend against Reyes, and in comparison to Iniesta, Reyes' relatively ordinary physical attributes surprisingly granted him an advantage. After withstanding Iniesta's pressure, Reyes feigned a breakthrough towards the flank, drawing Iniesta's attention before deftly maneuvering the ball for a central advance. Iniesta miscalculated his timing, stumbling momentarily. Reyes evaded him and began to accelerate forward, exposing the vulnerability of Barcelona's midfield after Iniesta was bypassed. Xavi, although still striving to retreat, found himself positioned too far forward, causing a delay in his recovery. Only Busquets remained in the midfield, stepping forward to confront Reyes. For the 21-year-old Busquets, this season marked rapid progress. He had already celebrated a treble with the team last year and was steadily establishing himself as a key player in Barcelona's midfield, often sharing the pitch with top talents like Yaya Toure. In this moment, the future maestro felt a surge of confidence, looking down upon Reyes. Despite being only 27, Reyes was clearly past his prime. After rising to fame with Sevilla, he had joined elite clubs like Arsenal and Real Madrid, only to find himself at Atletico. Such a career arc was indeed a tale of high expectations followed by a steep decline. Busquets believed his own prospects far surpassed those of a player like Reyes, and as he approached, his heart brimmed with superiority. Yet, in the next moment, the self-assured Busquets recognized the prowess of a seasoned player like Reyes. Perhaps Reyes lacked future potential. Perhaps he would only continue to decline. But under the tutelage and training of the revered coach, his physical condition had returned to its peak, allowing him to perform at a level reminiscent of his prime. Although he was not regarded as the pinnacle of players during his youthful rise to fame, he certainly qualified as a top-tier athlete. Now, Busquets has come to appreciate the artistry of a premier attacker, capable of executing exquisite breakthroughs when granted ample space. As Reyes surged forward, he feigned a directional change with a swift lift of his foot. Busquets, caught in the ruse, had no choice but to react. When defending against a player in rapid motion, one's instinct must be to keep pace. However, as his weight shifted, Reyes deftly pulled the ball back and then advanced from the opposite side. By the time Busquets managed to turn, Reyes had already left him in the dust. A breakthrough does not always necessitate completely outpacing an opponent. Merely gaining a favorable position can suffice. After skillfully navigating past two players in midfield, the vulnerabilities in Barcelona's defense began to widen significantly. Puyol was compelled to confront the threat, while Milito focused on tracking Agüero's movements. He had initially been marking Fran, but it was evident that Reyes could not be allowed to advance any further. Heffron timely retreated into the penalty area to ensure Fran was not left unmarked. As he moved into position, Reyes deftly delivered a magnificent through ball. Fran intercepted it ahead of Heffron. Puyol, turning in desperation, rushed back as Heffron attempted to cover. Yet he was impeded by Fran, making it exceedingly difficult to obstruct a shot from that angle. Regrettably, he was too late in his recovery. Just before Heffron could complete his defensive action, Fran swiftly unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The shot executed within the penalty area left Vault-S helpless as the ball zipped along the ground into the corner of the net. Vault-S, twisting his body, could only watch in resignation as the ball sailed into the goal. It was a goal, Fran's 13th league goal of the season. He has scored in 5 consecutive league matches. Splendid. Atletico Madrid took a 1-0 lead against Barcelona at home. On both offensive and defensive fronts, Atletico displayed remarkable prowess. Chapter 63. Compression. Again, the Panda coach waved his fist from the sidelines, then turned to the stands, beckoning continuously. His gestures were highly provocative. Even if he had not yet fully established his prestige among Atletico's fans, such a stirring goal was bound to elicit a fervent response. In an instant, the movements of Atletico fans in the Calder Stadium rose and fell like waves. Atletico's offensive was executed with astonishing speed. Initially, it seemed rather innocuous. However, after passing to Reyes, he suddenly accelerated. Once he deftly evaded both Iniesta and Busquets, the subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. This reminded me of some matches played by Barcelona, characterized by swift passes, culminating in a sudden acceleration by Messi, leading to a goal. The sensation I derived from this Atletico goal was strikingly similar. Indeed, Reyes had just embodied the role of Messi. This once promising prodigy had faced difficulties over the past few years, but under the stewardship of the Panda coach, he has rejuvenated. Capable of breaking through, shooting, and passing, his individual skill is invaluable in pivotal moments. The Panda coach emphasizes overall teamwork, yet grants ample space to geniuses like Reyes and Agüero. It is perplexing that such a previously obscure coach has emerged. Atletico is fortunate to have encountered him. The executive members of Atletico in the box were also celebrating with applause. The outcome of this match was of little concern to them, having claimed victory in 8 of their last 9 league games. Atletico's performance is a testament to their return to form. If they can secure the matches they are expected to win in the upcoming fixtures, their chances of returning to the top 4 remain promising. It is evident to all that, given the current state of Real Madrid and Barcelona, the championship will undoubtedly be contested between these two teams. Other clubs will merely vie for a spot in the Champions League. Had the Panda coach taken charge from the first round, a championship challenge might have been feasible. Now, however, hope must be placed in the next season. In such circumstances, they are able to approach the match with a more tranquil mindset. Of course, even with this calm demeanor, the sight of Atletico Madrid taking the lead still brings them great joy. If the Panda can secure victory in this match, I shall gladly invest more next year. Cerezo exclaimed with laughter. Indeed, I wouldn't mind contributing a bit more either. It has been quite some time since Atletico has claimed any significant honors. Little Hill nodded in agreement. Gloria cast a glance at the two elders. Although Little Hill is referred to as Little, he is actually in his 40s. A good 20 to 30 years her senior. From a financial perspective, we should focus on investing more in the youth team next season. While we must also allocate funds in the transfer market, it is prudent to proceed with caution, Gloria reflected. The president and vice president of Atletico simultaneously sighed. They understood that Gloria's plans were essential to adhere to the forthcoming stringent financial fair play regulations, yet it still left them feeling rather disheartened. On the field, Atletico's celebrations had concluded, and Guardiola cast a glance at the Panda, appearing unperturbed. He was mentally prepared for conceding a goal for. As the Panda had previously mentioned, since his appointment, Atletico had scored more goals in the league than any other team, surpassing even Barcelona with Messi, Ibrahimovic, Xavi, and Iniesta, as well as Real Madrid with Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema, and Valencia with Villa, Silva, and Mata. not to mention Sevilla with Canout, Fabiano, and Navas. La Liga boasts an ample attacking atmosphere, and the leading teams possess exceptional offensive lineups. In truth, Atletico's attacking formation is commendable. Yet the fact that they could outscore teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona speaks volumes about their offensive prowess. Against such a team, even if Guardiola is confident in his tactics, which indeed bolster defense, he would not assume that conceding a goal is out of the question. The crucial factor lies in the manner of the conceded goal, a pressing strategy followed by a counterattack. Barcelona had already begun their defensive retreat. Yet Atletico's swift offensive maneuvering outpaced Barcelona's recovery, resulting in a goal. Would Atletico continue to employ defensive counterattacks? With a one-goal lead, they would surely execute their strategy with greater ease. Guardiola resolved to observe closely. Atletico's pressing in the attacking third had revealed certain insights to him. As the match resumed, Messi passed the ball to Ibrahimovic, who then returned it to the back to Xavi, who distributed it to the advancing Heffron on the wing. Barcelona prepared to gradually transition the ball forward. Meanwhile, Atletico's frontline players surged across the halfway line, launching an aggressive pressing attack. Not only were the defenders under pressure, but even Barcelona's midfielders found themselves closely marked. Here they come again. The players of Barcelona felt somewhat disheartened. Throughout this season, they have never experienced such frustration. The ball cannot be circulated, rendering their possession tactics ineffective. Xavi is compelled to retreat from the midfield to the defensive line to retrieve the ball by dropping so deep. It becomes increasingly challenging for the opposing team to press and disrupt him. However, once Xavi secures the ball, the players from Atletico Madrid swiftly retreat like a receding tide. Prior to the match, the coach repeatedly emphasized the importance of pressing in the attacking third, urging them not to fear the vulnerabilities that may arise behind them. Yet, if Xavi descends to collect the ball, they must immediately fall back. The pressing must occur before he gains possession. Pressing him after he has the ball serves little purpose. Thus, when Xavi turns with the ball, he finds the Atletico players already retreating. This unexpected shift momentarily stuns Xavi, who had intended to initiate a swift counterattack with a long pass. During the opponent's defensive transition, they effectively severed his passing options, leaving Xavi with no choice but to advance with the ball and reorganize the attack. Subsequently, Barcelona's advancement beyond the midfield became remarkably smooth. However, once they reached the attacking zone within 30 meters, Atletico's players resumed their frenetic running and pressing. A relentless pressure both in the front and back lines? Guardiola watched in astonishment. This defensive strategy was indeed something he had never encountered before. In the attacking third, the intensity of pressing is paramount. If they are unable to regain possession, they must swiftly retreat and implement vigorous pressing within their own half. Although this approach may seem ineffective in stifling the opponent's attack from the midfield, it has further constricted the already limited offensive and defensive spaces that Barcelona was facing. In Chapter 64, seizing the opportunity to strike, the previously compressed space was one that Barcelona navigated with ease. However, after being once again squeezed by Atletico Madrid, Barcelona found themselves needing to readjust. For Barcelona, while they aimed to compress the opponent's space during defense, they also required room to maneuver when orchestrating their own attacks. Without such space, their advantage rooted in passing could not be realized. Within the 30-meter zone, Atletico Madrid once again employed their disdainful defense and relentless movement to disrupt Barcelona's offensive efforts. The Barcelona midfield boasts masters like Xavi and Iniesta, and even Busquets. Now an esteemed player, excels in his role, adeptly delivering the ball to Xavi and others to facilitate the final assault. Regrettably, Atletico Madrid provided little room for them to receive or pass the ball. Even when a Barcelona player managed to evade an opponent to gain possession, they found it challenging to break through. Attempting to pass to a teammate often revealed that those teammates were under tight surveillance by the opposition. A pass could easily be intercepted, and even if teammates managed to create space through their relentless efforts, they would still face daunting challenges upon receiving the ball. Frustrated, Barcelona's players could only retreat and pause their offensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Atletico's defenders took a moment to regroup, biding their time for the next attack. The relentless sprinting was exhausting for all, yet as Atletico players pursued, Barcelona's players were also compelled to run to evade capture, resulting in similar levels of fatigue on both sides. On the sidelines, Guardiola stood in astonishment. He now realized that Atletico's defensive strategy could effectively stifle Barcelona's offense. What lies at the heart of Barcelona's attacking prowess? It is their ability to pass, orchestrated by several elite players, allowing others to engage in the build-up and ultimately exploit openings. The synergy of movement and positioning is the key to the invincibility of this tactic. However, under Atletico's vigilant marking, Barcelona's passing game faced significant disruption. Previously, Guardiola deemed such a defensive strategy impossible, as it undoubtedly demands significantly more physical exertion than attacking play. In essence, even if an ordinary team is willing to press, they can only manage to contain the receiving capabilities of average players. However, with a player of Messi's caliber, they would inadvertently relax their defensive pressure, thereby creating an opportunity for Messi to shine. Yet, Atletico Madrid's relentless pressing not only segmented the other Barcelona players, but also maintained a rigorous defense against key figures like Messi. It is crucial to recognize that in today's game, the individual abilities of players have become increasingly comparable. Barcelona's dominance last year was undoubtedly attributed to their advanced tactics. But the exceptional prowess of players such as Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, and Alves played an equally significant role. Effective tactics merely allow these pivotal players to conserve their energy and maintain their form for crucial moments when breaking a stalemate becomes imperative. The hallmark of a superior strategy is its capacity to enable elite players to maximize their potential when it is most needed, rather than squandering it frivolously. All teams field 11 players. If one possesses the capability to ensure that each player far surpasses the opponent's counterparts, success will naturally follow. However, Barcelona has yet to reach such heights, as Atletico Madrid's players are equally formidable. Under their relentless pressure, Barcelona's offensive efforts have become exceedingly arduous. This immediately left the players of Barcelona somewhat at a loss. It was not due to their fragility, but rather because, for more than a year, they had been virtually invincible. Even in the rare instances of defeat, they had never encountered a situation where their offensive strategies were rendered utterly ineffective. The psychological blow dealt to them was rather severe. After all, even the most composed and rational individuals, having enjoyed a seamless journey for over a year, are bound to be taken aback or at a loss when faced with sudden setbacks. The players of Barcelona were exhibiting such reactions at this moment. As they launched another offensive, they found themselves ensnared in persistent difficulties, leading to a sense of urgency in their attacks. Iniesta, receiving the ball on the left side of the penalty area, attempted a delicate pass to the far post. However, Messi, under the pursuit of Juanito, found himself devoid of space for a controlled touch. He opted for an audacious volley, the ball sailing just above the crossbar. Fortunately, it did not find the net. In his mind, Wei Xiongmao contemplated that such instinctive combinations among elite players often yield remarkable results, though the execution of such a play would be a stroke of fate. Given that even the synergy between Messi and Iniesta rarely produces such a goal, Messi shook his head and sprinted back. That shot was indeed a formidable challenge. He had to strike before Juanito could recover, and the lack of adjustment space compounded the difficulty. Iniesta's cross, hurried to evade the interception of Atletico's players, was executed with urgency. In such circumstances, shooting without stopping the ball truly relies on the whims of fortune. However, Atletico's players remained unfazed by this missed opportunity. Swiftly launching a counterattack, Wei Xiongmao's pre-match admonition echoed in their minds. When on the offensive, one must be resolute. Following a series of passes, Atletico pierced through the midfield. Barcelona's players pressed aggressively, compressing their opponent's attacking space, a new hallmark of their defensive strategy developed over the past year. Koke, in midfield, first feigned a pass to Reyes on the right side, then abruptly pulled the ball back and sent it to the left flank. Simo received the ball, opting not to control it, but rather to push it directly behind Barcelona's defensive line. Agüero made a timely run, finding himself one-on-one. The Atletico supporters erupted in cheers. Agüero's insertion was impeccably timed, although Simo's through ball leaned closer to the sideline, preventing him from facing the goalkeeper directly. A moment's adjustment could have allowed Barcelona's defenders to recover. Yet, in the center, Forlán was advancing as well. Upon reaching the ball, Agüero wasted no time in delivering a pass towards the center. The ball was destined to fly past Puyol, who was racing back. The Barcelona captain executed an extraordinarily brilliant interception, diving in to thwart Agüero's pass with an acrobatic clearance. A collective sigh rose from the stands of Atletico supporters. While Agüero clutched his head in despair, had that pass succeeded, Forlán would have been one-on-one with the goalkeeper. What a pity. Puyol, true to his reputation as the steadfast anchor of Barcelona's defense, elicited a resigned sigh from Wei Xiongmao, who then shouted towards the field, "Continue the attack." Barcelona is still in the process of acclimatization, and it is imperative to seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault before they can adapt, thereby creating a more significant advantage. The fervent cheers of Atletico Madrid supporters reverberated throughout the stands. After missing a promising opportunity moments ago, Atletico did not relent in their offensive efforts, but instead intensified their attacks, relentlessly pressuring Barcelona within their own half. Defensively, Atletico employed a pressing strategy both in the attacking and defensive thirds, the former aimed at transitioning swiftly from defense to offense, while the latter sought to stifle the opponent's advances. Nonetheless, their offensive maneuvers remained unaffected. Initially, the focus of their attacks centered on Sim-O, targeting the vulnerability of Hefforen, while Alves, during his time on the pitch, exhibited a tendency towards offensive play at the expense of defense. His background as a fullback often sufficed in mitigating defensive shortcomings, particularly with midfielders like Keita or Yaya Toure providing support. However, Hefforen is a quintessential attacker. He possesses speed, yet his defensive capabilities are notably lacking. With Keita absent to offer assistance, Busquets' attention concentrated in the midfield, and although Iniesta is a maestro of the midfield, expecting him to defend stretches his abilities too thin. Consequently, Hefforen found himself repeatedly overwhelmed by Simo's advances. After enduring relentless breakthroughs, Hefforen's morale suffered greatly, while Simo's performance flourished. The offensive player operates in this manner. As continuous breakthroughs succeed, one's form tends to improve. Reyes, under the guidance of the Panda, has also experienced a notable uplift in his performance, following the same principle. After once again surpassing Hefforen, the young talent could no longer restrain himself. As Simo attempted to penetrate the penalty area, he unceremoniously brought him down, earning himself a yellow card while granting Atletico a favorable position for a free kick. Both Simo and Reyes stood over the ball, adept at executing set pieces from such a position near the penalty area. While their scoring rate may not be extraordinarily high, they often manage to net some remarkable goals. Should the distance be considerable, it would then be the time for Fran's mystical interventions. The Atletico players surged into the penalty area. A direct shot from this position was less than ideal due to the challenging angle. However, a well-placed cross into the box could prove quite threatening. Two forwards, along with Miranda, rushed into the area, joined by the supporting fullback, Barella. This provided Atletico with a slight height advantage within the box, particularly given Barcelona's rather diminutive defensive line, which featured no players taller than 180 meters. Puyol, already a shorter center-back, stood at 178 meters, making him the tallest among the quartet, with midfielders Iniesta and Xavi slightly above 170 meters. The only significant aerial presence in Barcelona's penalty area relied on the retreating striker Ibrahimovic and the defensive midfielder Busquets. Although Atletico lacked any exceptionally tall players, they still boasted several who exceeded 180 meters. In this context, the free kick posed significant pressure on Barcelona's defense. The referee's whistle signaled the opportunity to take the kick. Reyes began his run-up, drawing the attention of all, while Sim-O, standing over the ball, opted not to run up and instead executed a stunning shot before Reyes could reach him. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc as it precisely sailed over the Barcelona wall, which was notably short. After clearing the wall, the ball plummeted rapidly, finding the net before Valles could intervene. An exquisite free kick. Simo has not aged. Recently, he has exhibited outstanding form at Atletico, showcasing his ability to dribble, pass, and shoot. In this match against his former club, following 2 disappointing seasons at Barcelona, Simo left Spain for Portugal, eventually joining Atletico 2 years ago. In his first 2 seasons, he contributed 7 league goals and double-digit assists for Atletico. Although his performance has slightly declined this season, this goal serves as ample proof that the 30-year-old Sim-O remains a formidable force. Shimong laughed heartily as he embraced his teammates. His performance during the first half of the season had indeed been rather mediocre, after all. He was a winger whose prowess relied heavily on speed. The sudden burst of acceleration was his greatest offensive threat, but upon reaching the age of 30, his pace had diminished, naturally resulting in a decline in his impact on the pitch, especially when compared to a technically gifted winger like Figo. However, following a rigorous period of physical training, he felt his physical condition gradually returning to its former peak. While regaining explosive power might prove elusive, he was optimistic about recovering his initial acceleration. With improved fitness, he was now able to execute maneuvers that had previously been challenging, thus amplifying his threat during breakthroughs. Moreover, Shimong often found himself as the sole winger on the field for ATL Tico, affording him considerably more space to operate. Off the field, Wei Xiongmao once again celebrated by raising his fists, igniting the fervor of the Calder End stance, leading 2-0 against the formidable Barcelona. How long had it been since Barcelona found themselves trailing by 2 goals in a match? No one kept track, but they were acutely aware that this season, Barcelona had not only remained unbeaten but had seldom even fallen behind. Yet, merely 20 minutes into the first half, they found themselves 2 goals down. Amidst the frenzy, ATL Tico's fans could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. How wonderful it would be if this were the 90th minute rather than the 20th. Then victory would be within their grasp, bringing them ever closer to the top 4. More importantly, if they managed to defeat the unbeaten Barcelona, what a glorious achievement it would be for ATL Tico. For over a decade, ATL Tico had not secured any significant trophies, and such an uplifting match would suffice for their supporters. The Atlantic Tico fans were not demanding much. They simply wished for the team to maintain their momentum. Wei Xiongmao shouted towards the pitch. Meanwhile, Guardiola's brow furrowed deeply, trailing by 2 goals. The situation had become quite dire. However, with approximately 70 minutes still remaining, there were ample opportunities to turn the tide, as Barcelona's offensive capabilities had never been in short supply. Yet, the opponent's attacks were not merely opportunistic. They were characterized by counterattacks and direct, aggressive pressure. Given the prowess of Atlantic Tico's attackers, as long as their offensive rhythm remained intact, scoring against Barcelona's makeshift defense would not be an insurmountable challenge. ATL Tico initiated their offense from the flanks, effectively circumventing Barcelona's midfield press, swiftly advancing the ball into the attacking third to launch their assault. By evading Barcelona's tight marking in attack and compressing space defensively to diminish their passing combinations, ATL Tico was inflicting substantial damage and pressure on their opponents at both ends of the pitch. This panda, claiming to possess knowledge on how to counter Barcelona's tactics, astonishingly proved his assertion to be true. Chapter 66, expanding once more. Ibrahimovic, with a clenched fist, leaped into the air. Throughout the previous match, he had been closely marked by an unassuming Brazilian defender, which rendered his performance rather awkward. Undoubtedly, this awkwardness may largely be attributed to Barcelona's tactical approach. After all, they predominantly favor ground play and swift passing. While he is certainly capable of engaging in such maneuvers, it is not his forte. For instance, after receiving the ball, he is accustomed to pausing for a moment, allowing his teammates to create space through their movements. Or he ventures into open areas himself to enable Ibrahimovic to deliver a brilliant pass. Ultimately, this is not merely a matter of technique, but rather a fundamental issue. Regrettably, Barcelona could not provide him with that essential core. This situation has left Ibrahimovic somewhat disheartened. Although he made a remarkable start upon joining by scoring repeatedly, he has recently encountered a drought of goals. However, just moments ago, Xavi delivered a corner kick, and Melito deftly headed the ball to Ibrahimovic at the back post. Ibrahimovic skillfully evaded Miranda's defense and executed a precise volley from a tight angle, driving the ball into the net's blind spot. As Ibrahimovic celebrated, Guardiola raised his fists in triumph, while the ATL Tico Madrid supporters in the stands began to feel a twinge of concern. It was only the 20th minute of the match, and within 10 minutes, Barcelona seized an opportunity to score, narrowing the deficit. With over 60 minutes still to play, a mere 1-goal lead hardly guarantees safety. Yet, the steadfast WICNGMO remained unperturbed, calmly seated in his place without a hint of anxiety. His composed demeanor instilled a sense of calm among the ATL Tico players, who took solace in the notion that if their leader exhibited no sign of distress, then all must be well. WICNGMO was not merely bluffing. The recent goal was merely an atypical strike from Barcelona. The strength of Barcelona over the past 2 years has been firmly rooted in their tactical approach, as this goal bore little relation to their established strategy. It indicated that the targeted tactics he had devised were indeed sound. They simply needed to continue playing, as ultimate victory would ultimately be theirs. This embodies the confidence of Wei Xiongmao, a sentiment he has consistently instilled in the players of ATL Tico Madrid. The team launched their offensive, seemingly undeterred by Barcelona's goal. This instilled a peculiar sentiment within the hearts of the Barcelona players. They were astonished that this group of individuals could achieve such a feat. It is essential to recognize that a 2-goal lead possesses a certain delicacy when the advantage shifts from 2 goals to merely 1. The player's mentality often experiences fluctuations. Some may feel compelled to continue their offensive push to extend the lead, while others may prioritize defensive stability to safeguard their advantage. This dichotomy can lead to vulnerabilities within the match, which opponents may exploit. A proficient coach can adeptly adjust the player's mindset, however. The Panda coach failed to recalibrate the team's morale, and they resolutely launched a counterattack. The only plausible explanation is that the Panda coach had meticulously prepared for such a scenario, demonstrating remarkable foresight in his preparations for the match. Considering the specificity of the Panda coach's previous tactics, the joy of the Barcelona players in reclaiming a goal seemed considerably diminished. Atletico Madrid's offense swiftly navigated through the midfield. Koch's timely distribution, coupled with the flank's offensive thrusts and breakthroughs, rendered the traversal of midfield relatively uncomplicated for Atletico. Barcelona was compelled to retreat into a defensive stance. Both Iniesta and Pedro fell back to assist in the right flank's defense. Simo, in possession of the ball, drew the attention of the two players but deftly passed it to the advancing Elpez. Elpez aggressively surged towards the byline, prompting Hefren to unceremoniously bring him down. Guardiola, anxious, rose from his seat, and upon observing the referee merely issue a warning to Hefren, he cautiously resumed his position. Hefren was already burdened with a yellow card, having committed fouls repeatedly. This marked his fourth infringement. The Panda coach, on the opposite side, gesticulated emphatically, signaling for with his fingers, determined to see Hefren penalized. Guardiola felt an overwhelming urge to confront him directly. Yet, he understood that should the opposing team possess such a conspicuous weakness, it would be imperative for him to exploit it. This is not a matter of character, but rather the most effective means to achieve victory. As for whether it might dampen the enthusiasm of young players, those who are susceptible to such discouragement may lack a promising future. Nevertheless, Hefren's performance thus far has indeed been somewhat disappointing. It seems rather presumptuous to expect this attacking player to adapt to the role of a fullback. Simon took a free kick, an AG arrow, at the back post, directed a header that narrowly missed the near corner of the goal. Barcelona launched an attack but faced relentless pressure from Atletico Madrid in the final third, ultimately resorting to a desperate clearance. Miranda managed to head the ball away just ahead of Ibrahimovic, who, in a fit of anger, shoved Miranda to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding a free kick to Atletico in their defensive half. "What an atrocious act," shouted Wei Xiongmao, cradling his head in disbelief. Moments later, the referee approached him and issued a warning. "My apologies, dear referee. I merely observed their reprehensible foul and did not intend to disrupt your officiating," Wei Xiongmao replied, nodding obediently as he retreated. Observing his demeanor, one might mistake him for a seasoned coach with over a decade of experience in professional teams, adept at managing referees. Who could believe that prior to his tenure at Atletico, he had no coaching record? Commentators from ESPN remarked that while Wei Xiongmao may still be unpopular among many journalists, a number of commentators have begun to seriously analyze his coaching style and actions on the sidelines. This is a head coach who undoubtedly captivates attention and possesses distinct tactical acumen and leadership skills. Such a coach is unlikely to fade into obscurity. Even if his tenure at Atletico Madrid results in unsatisfactory outcomes leading to his dismissal, the foundation he has laid during this period will facilitate his search for another prestigious position. In other words, the commentators will almost certainly continue to narrate the matches under the guidance of this remarkable coach, thus necessitating a closer observation of his actions. Atletico Madrid launched yet another offensive, compelling Barcelona to retreat once more. As the first half approached the 40-minute mark, Barcelona sought to momentarily regroup, aiming to mount a counterattack in the second half. After all, their performance had been rather disjointed, and they hoped that Guardiola could implement effective adjustments during the halftime break. Atletico Madrid, however, persisted with their vigorous assault, showing no inclination to relent. Simeone and Koch exchanged positions, moving into the center. And before Busquets could mount a defensive challenge, they executed a precise through ball to the edge of the penalty area. Agüero, meeting the rolling sphere, did not pause to control it. Instead, he unleashed a stunning volley. The ball soared diagonally into the sky, evading the approaching Melito, plunging into the penalty area, and then rapidly descending past Valdés, finding the far corner of the net. 3-1. Atletico Madrid extended their lead once more before the conclusion of the first half. Chapter 67. Guardiola's adjustments as the second half commenced. The minds of Atletico Madrid's players resonated with the fervent, almost frenzied, exhortations of their coach during the halftime interlude. In attack, let us dominate possession. Increase our passing and movement, and entice them to advance. In defense, we must run, mark, and intercept, rendering their offensive efforts fragmented. They will be left with no recourse. This was the steadfast tactical approach that had secured them a season of consistent victories. They had no room for adjustments. They would continue as they were. And the world would witness their well-deserved triumph. Indeed, he was not mistaken. In the first half, Barcelona was tactically outmaneuvered, and ATL Tico's attackers were in exceptional form. Aside from the initial counterattack goal, the subsequent 2 goals were tinged with a degree of fortune or serendipity. Simeone's free kick conversion rate was not particularly high, thus. The brilliance of this particular strike was inherently fortuitous. Furthermore, Agüero's goal was of extraordinary difficulty, reminiscent of Zidane's legendary volley, even with Agüero's elite caliber. Scoring such a goal required an element of remarkable luck. This is the misfortune of Barcelona, yet it serves as a stroke of fortune for ATL Tico Madrid. However, mere luck is insufficient. It is the tactical counterplay that allows such fortune to flourish. Barcelona could not have spontaneously devised a method to counter this strategy. Such an occurrence is implausible. Guardiola himself could hardly envision it. Thus, he could only assert that ATL Tico's approach is not sustainable. Their strategy of pressing high and then retreating to launch an intense counterpress consumes an immense amount of energy, which they cannot maintain for long. If they manage to uphold this momentum through the first half, they will likely only sustain it for 20 to 30 minutes in the second half before exhaustion sets in. To avoid being overwhelmed, ATL Tico will undoubtedly revert to a defensive stance to preserve their lead, which would then provide the perfect opportunity for Barcelona's possession-based attacking tactics to come into play. Guardiola's assessment is undeniably sound. The players of Barcelona exhibit commendable mobility. Take their midfield maestro, Xavi, for instance, who averages over 130 passes per match and covers more than 10 kilometers in distance. The success of Barcelona is not solely reliant on possession. Their advantage in movement is equally a pivotal factor in securing numerous victories. Among the starting lineup, perhaps only Messi exhibits a lesser degree of mobility as his physical condition is comparatively diminished, while the others are remarkably diligent in their running. As for the offensive strategy in the second half, Guardiola glanced at Ibrahimovic and ultimately resolved to center the play around him, directing more passes to his feet to initiate the attack. Upon hearing this, Ibrahimovic raised his head in astonishment, his eyes brimming with delight. "Rest assured, coach, I shall dismantle ATL Tico in the second half," proclaimed the Swedish giant. Guardiola nodded in agreement. This decision was born out of necessity. After all, without Alves, the connection between him and Messi often becomes the crucial factor in breaking through deadlocked possession situations. However, in Alves' absence, Messi's breakthroughs may be stifled due to the opposition's potential full retreat. In such circumstances, orchestrating the attack around Ibrahimovic is bound to be more manageable. This also represents Guardiola's final endeavor. Before the commencement of this season, in a bid to acquire Ibrahimovic, he willingly parted ways with the esteemed striker Eto'o, aiming to devise an alternative tactical approach that could be employed during critical moments, aside from the ground-based possession play. This, of course, is a formidable challenge. Transforming a possession-oriented strategy into one reliant on aerial prowess is no trivial matter. Nevertheless, Ibrahimovic serves as an exemplary subject for this experiment, boasting an impressive height of 192 meters, coupled with exceptional technical skills and a keen sense of collaboration. Such a player is indeed a rare gem, uniquely capable of enabling Guardiola to undertake this trial. The treble won last year provided Guardiola with ample confidence to explore tactical innovations. However, upon Ibrahimovic's arrival, circumstances did not unfold favorably. Theoretically, he aligns well with Guardiola's expectations. Yet in practice, his style is markedly incompatible with the coach's tactics. To fully harness his potential would inadvertently stifle the contributions of his teammates. In the midst of employing his established tactics, Ibrahimovic often appeared as an invisible figure on the pitch. Furthermore, his distinct personality clashed with the dynamics of the Barcelona locker room, leading to a gradual escalation of tensions. This cannot truly be attributed to any individual's fault. It can only be said that Ibrahimovic is an exceptional player, yet he does not align with the style of play characteristic of Guardiola's Barcelona. In light of this, Guardiola intends to make one final attempt. Given that the ground attack has faltered due to the absence of Alves, a pivotal figure on the flanks, it might be more prudent to utilize Ibrahimovic effectively. Of course, prior to this, he must substitute a player. He replaces Heffron with the young talent Bartra. A quintessential center back will partner with Melito in the central defense, while Puyol shifts to the right flank to address the deficit on that side. Heffron, visibly disheartened, is acutely aware of his subpar performance as a fullback in the first half. He is suited for the wing position, however, with Ibrahimović's arrival this season. Messi occupies the right flank as the undisputed starter, while the left side sees a fierce competition between Pedro and Henry, with Henry struggling to outshine Pedro. Additionally, Iniesta can also play in this position, leaving Heffron in a dismal predicament, whether as a substitute for Pedro or Henry, or even for Messi. Guardiola's decision to deploy him as a right-back, while driven by necessity, also aimed to help Heffron rediscover his path. Unfortunately, it appears fruitless at this juncture. After the interval, both teams return to the pitch. Barcelona has made a substitution, while Atletico has opted to maintain their lineup. Observing Heffron's exit, the Panda mascot expresses a tinge of regret, for had Heffron remained, he could have continued to bolster the offensive on that flank. However, it is now evident that the match must proceed in a more structured manner. Nevertheless, I assure you that my players will undoubtedly surpass your expectations in their support. The victory in this match is assured. As the second half commenced, Atletico Madrid launched an immediate offensive. After Koch and his teammates drew the attention of Barcelona's defense, Reyes skillfully passed the ball to the advancing Miranda. With audacity, Miranda surged forward, breaching the midfield, and delivered a precise pass to Agüero. Upon receiving the ball, Agüero deftly maneuvered past the newly introduced Bartra and unleashed a powerful shot, which Valdes valiantly deflected out of bounds. The onslaught continued. Let them witness the ferocity of our attack. The proud Wu Xiongmao cast a triumphant glance at Guardiola and began to shout from the sidelines. His voice caused Guardiola's pupils to constrict slightly. Did this scoundrel truly intend to continue the assault? Did he possess such unwavering confidence? Chapter 68. Worth every bit of exhaustion, Guardiola felt a strong urge to unleash a tirade. He was, by nature, a composed coach. This had been evident even during his playing days. On the field, he maintained an air of tranquility, always possessing a broad perspective and never succumbing to panic. As a coach, his composure had only deepened, undoubtedly aided by his impressive track record. Success breeds a sense of stability and calm. However, at this moment, he genuinely felt the impulse to reprimand Wu Xiongmao. After the second half began, Atletico Madrid launched a fierce assault for a spell. Upon losing possession, they pressed forward in an effort to reclaim the ball. When they realized that regaining possession was futile, they retreated like a receding tide, returning to a defensive stance rather than continuing their offensive. The initial attack of the second half was merely a ruse to captivate Barcelona's attention and drain their focus. Subsequently, Atletico Madrid adopted a rigorous defensive strategy within the 30-meter zone. This situation is indeed dire. Ibrahimović's offense, dominated by his presence, finds itself in considerable turmoil within such an environment. Ultimately, he is not a prototypical center forward. Rather, he possesses the physique of a striker while exhibiting the peculiar playing style of an attacking midfielder. Despite his exceptional technical skills, he lacks the finesse and agility of shorter players who can dance on the edge of a blade. His approach to offense remains bold and forceful, necessitating ample space to maneuver. Furthermore, he faces relentless scrutiny from Miranda, who closely tracks his every move. Although Miranda stands 6 to 7 centimeters shorter than Ibrahimović, this height disparity proves negligible in terms of jumping ability and aerial duels. Throughout the match, Miranda remains tightly bound to Ibrahimović, engaging him in physical confrontations. While Ibrahimović is certainly formidable in physical duels, Miranda holds his own remarkably well. Despite his seemingly slender appearance, he is packed with muscle beneath the surface. Under Miranda's near-fouling challenges, Ibrahimović struggles to gain possession and, upon receiving the ball, finds it challenging to turn. Consequently, many times when he does manage to secure the ball, he can only awkwardly maintain control before opting for a backward pass. Although this offensive attempt was interrupted, Atletico Madrid did not squander time in their own half whenever they regained possession. Instead, they swiftly advanced to the attacking front, continuing to mount their offensive. This aggressive approach, pressing forward, effectively consumed time. After all, for Barcelona to defend, a significant majority of their players had to retreat. Atletico Madrid's offensive capabilities should not be underestimated either. Thus, the second half elapsed almost unnoticed. Initially, Guardiola remained unperturbed, believing that Atletico's tactics would falter in stamina after 60 or 70 minutes. Although substitutions were possible, often merely replacing players does not resolve the underlying issues. However, after more than 60 minutes, the intensity of Atlantic Tico's players' movements and pressing showed no signs of waning. Coach Simeone first substituted Thiago for Simo to enhance midfield dynamism, followed by bringing on Holohan for Fran to further bolster the midfield's depth. While the absence of Simo and Fran did affect Atlantic Tico's attack to some extent, the defensive and support capabilities in midfield became increasingly robust. 70 minutes passed. 80 minutes passed. The ATL Tico players continued to run, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Pep Guardiola now finds himself in quite a predicament. During the second half of the match, Atletico Madrid did not particularly engage in time-wasting tactics, however. Their strategy effectively thwarted Barcelona's offensive efforts, rendering them incapable of posing any significant threat. An attack that fails to create danger, regardless of the time allotted, proves utterly futile. Notably, Barcelona, in the preceding 10 minutes, resorted to long balls in a desperate attempt to regain composure, yet to no avail. Ibrahimovic managed to secure a few headers, but under Miranda's vigilant defense, the quality of those headers was subpar. Additionally, Atletico's exceptional protection of the second ball further diminished Barcelona's offensive prospects, leaving their efforts ultimately in vain. Many harbored hopes for a resounding comeback from Barcelona in the second half, recalling instances when they had achieved near-miraculous reversals in adverse situations. This time, fans yearned to witness Barcelona overcoming a 2-goal deficit amidst adversity. However, those optimistic supporters were met with disappointment. The second half seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, yet it also felt interminable. This paradox arose from the stark absence of encouraging moments during that period. Time slipped away as the once great Barcelona team succumbed to a suffocating silence, devoid of any semblance of resistance. In fact, in the final minutes of the second half, Barcelona failed to generate a single threatening shot on goal. As the match entered 2 minutes of stoppage time, and with only seconds remaining, the referee had no intention of prolonging the inevitable. Continuing would serve no purpose. Barcelona had not produced a threat in the past 40 minutes, and it was implausible to expect any in those fleeting seconds. Moreover, the players appeared utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of how to proceed. On the pitch, they were merely enduring torment. Indeed, when the referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match, Barcelona's players halted their movements, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. The nightmarish match has finally come to an end. Indeed, it was a truly agonizing spectacle, with the players performing in a most disjointed manner, seemingly unaware of how the game unfolded. Whether it was the pivotal Ibrahimovic in the second half, the ever-miraculous Messi, or the midfield maestros Xavi and Iniesta, none could exhibit their true potential. Regardless of their exceptional skills, fierce ball control, precise shooting, or agile positioning, they simply could not deliver. A football match is fundamentally a contest that showcases one's strengths. If a top-tier player fails to reveal his attributes and characteristics during the game, he becomes indistinguishable from an ordinary player. As the match concluded, the ATL Tico players collapsed onto the pitch, utterly exhausted. In this match, their average running distance likely exceeded 12,000 meters. Such an astounding distance was pivotal in maintaining their dominance over Barcelona throughout the game. Despite the exhaustion, each player wore a genuine smile. They triumphed over Barcelona. We are the first team this season to conquer Barcelona. With such an achievement, every ounce of fatigue seems utterly worthwhile. Furthermore, this level of exhaustion may not even surpass the rigors of their usual training under Wei Xiongmao. Chapter 69. Are you unwell? 3-1. A score that renders me speechless. In the second half, Atletico Madrid also contained Barcelona's offensive attempts. I wonder if this match will serve as a wake-up call for other formidable teams. I find it unlikely, as Atletico exerted tremendous physical effort. According to statistics, if we distribute the running distances of all players, including substitutes, across the 10 on the field, the average distance run by Atletico in this match exceeds 12,000 meters. This is an astonishing figure. Their average running distance in the first half of the season was only over 9,000 meters, marking a significant increase of 1/3. Such a feat is not easily achievable by any team. Additionally, the goals scored by Atletico had a touch of luck. Simeone's free kick and Agüero's volley could easily have missed the mark, resulting in a mere 1-1 draw. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that under Wei Xiongmao's leadership, Atletico Madrid has created a miracle. This marks their 6th consecutive victory in the league and the first defeat for Barcelona this season. It is noteworthy that this loss applies to all competitions, not merely the league. Real Madrid ought to express gratitude to their city rivals. In this round, Real Madrid secured a victory, leveling their points with Barcelona. Both now at 62. Following this match, Atletico's score reached 41 points. Although the gap to the top two remains substantial, they have climbed to 6th place, surpassing Deportivo La Coruña on goal difference, now only 2 points adrift of 4th-placed Mallorca and 5th-placed Sevilla. The distance to 3rd-placed Valencia is merely 6 points. Since Wei Xiongmao's appointment, Atletico's performance has indeed been refreshing. For this young coach, he is gradually establishing his stature among elite coaches. While he may still be a shooting star, he has undeniably begun to shine with his own brilliance. Commentators are fervently discussing the recently concluded match. Although the second half lacked excitement, the sheer intensity of the first half and Atletico's resolute struggle in the latter half provided ample entertainment. It is abundantly clear that the orchestrator of this match, the illustrious Wei Xiongmao, is presently the sole focal point. He stands upon the field, arms outstretched, exuding an air of invincibility as he faces all directions. The players of the departing Barcelona team harbor a desire to confront him physically, yet alas, they find themselves at the Calder Inn, where they can only depart in resignation, leaving Wei Xiongmao amidst a jubilant throng of Atletico players rushing forth to celebrate. "We did it," Agüero calls out to Wei Xiongmao. Though he shares a close friendship with Messi, the triumph over Wei Xiongmao's team brings him ample joy. "Indeed, we have achieved it. Regrettably, I arrived too late to lead you to this season's league championship, yet we still have a long journey ahead and numerous honors to pursue," Wei Xiongmao exclaims, his fervent shout igniting a chorus of laughter among the Atletico players. Such a delightful coach. It would be a lamentable loss if he departs after the season. Although he has put everyone through rigorous training, the results are undeniably impressive. Have we not witnessed how he managed to undermine Barcelona? The executives of Atletico Madrid in the VIP box were also celebrating, first with Valencia, and then with Barcelona, both formidable teams and inevitable adversaries for Atletico's ascent. Now, having secured a decisive 2 consecutive victories, how could the management not be elated? Moreover, since Coach Wei took the helm, no new signings have been made. The higher-ups are aware that the current squad is not particularly stellar, primarily composed of veteran players up front and similarly in defense. Apart from a handful of players, most are seasoned veterans nearing their 30s, and their performance is bound to decline over time. The remaining younger players may not necessarily shine. In light of this, next season will undoubtedly require substantial reinforcements to the roster. I shall endeavor to allocate more transfer funds for him next season. Seeing his father and young Hill gazing at him, Gloria could only sigh and respond, "This year, we have saved a considerable sum in the transfer market. Although we no longer have the income from the Champions League, overall revenue has been quite satisfactory. At worst, we shall dip into our own pockets and increase investments in other areas, thereby allocating more towards the transfer market." Cerezo chuckled. After nearly an hour of celebration, Atletico's players finally returned to the locker room. Following their showers, Coach Wei, accompanied by veterans Simon and Fran, strode confidently into the press conference. The match had culminated in a magnificent victory for Atletico. However, a reporter promptly inquired, "Coach Wei, do you believe this victory is replicable?" It is worth noting that these journalists were quite disheartened. They had hoped to see Coach Wei falter in these 2 matches, allowing them to unite in criticism and cast doubt on this individual who had seemed dismissive of their profession, thereby making his position precarious. It was not that they were intent on antagonizing Coach Wei, but rather, since he had already distanced himself from them, they felt compelled to demonstrate their prowess. Even a draw could serve as a basis to argue from various angles that Coach Wei was a subpar manager. This is a tactic they are adept at manipulating. Nevertheless, Wei Xiongmao decisively secured victories in 2 matches, triumphing over Valencia with a resounding 5-1 and defeating Barcelona 3-1. Such accomplishments are beyond reproach. Therefore, they could only approach the matter from a different angle. Winning this match is sufficient for me. Whether I can replicate it bears no relevance to me. Wei Xiongmao retorted with curiosity. What I mean is that as the first team this season to defeat Barcelona, Atletico Madrid should showcase elements that other teams can emulate. The reporter stammered, "Are you out of your mind? I led Atletico to victory over Barcelona, shattering their unbeaten record this season. That is my responsibility as the head coach of Atletico Madrid. Whether other teams can learn from it is irrelevant to me. Should I be concerned not only about Atletico's performance against Barcelona, but also about whether other teams can succeed against them? Is this question not absurd?" The reporter was taken aback, not anticipating that Wei Xiongmao would respond so fervently. Upon reflection, he realized that his inquiry indeed appeared rather misguided. Chapter 70. Exercise restraint. Your question not only insults me but also disrespects the coaches of the other 18 teams in La Liga, as well as all the coaches who will face Barcelona in European competitions. Do their teams require my concern? What nonsense! Moreover, winning against Barcelona relies on one's own capabilities. Is Barcelona so detestable that one must derive joy solely from their continual defeat? The reporter had initially intended to retaliate, as Wei Xiongmao's remark about him being unwell was a clear personal attack. However, the subsequent barrage of words from Wei Xiongmao left him speechless. Observing the reporter shrink back into his seat, Wei Xiongmao ceased his verbal onslaught. Seated nearby, Guardiola, despite his displeasure, could not help but chuckle at the scene. Wei Xiongmao indeed wielded his words like a blade. Guardiola was not particularly fond of verbal sparring, unlike the previously renowned young coaches Mourinho and Benitez. Mourinho excelled in such exchanges, while Benitez engaged in them infrequently but was articulate nonetheless. Guardiola, akin to Ancelotti, preferred to avoid confrontations. Yet, witnessing Wei Xiongmao deftly silence the reporter filled Guardiola with a sense of envy. At the very least, it brought him amusement. Moreover, he found himself in agreement with Wei Xiongmao's sentiments. Regardless of whether Wei Xiongmao's tactics were difficult for others to replicate, achieving such victories was no small feat. The reporters should not complicate matters further by questioning why his strategies could not be easily adopted by others. It was indeed absurd. In pondering this, Guardiola was struck by the realization that he was the true victim. His illustrious team's remarkable unbeaten season had been shattered. Their points had been leveled by Real Madrid. Why did he find himself sympathizing with this individual? In this match, Atletico Madrid's victory was undoubtedly justified. However, Barcelona's absence of 5 defenders and a key midfielder played a pivotal role in their defeat, with Keita's unfortunate injury occurring early in the game. These factors were indeed crucial to Barcelona's loss, were they not? A journalist, evidently eager to avenge his fellow reporters, stood up to inquire further. Yet, I cannot be held responsible for the injuries sustained by Barcelona's players. Perhaps it was merely a matter of fortune. Nonetheless, one must possess the capability to seize such opportunities when they arise. Ultimately, I secured this vital victory, dedicating it to the club's management and supporters. Which brings me great joy, chuckled Wei Xiongmao. He acknowledged the element of luck involved, leaving the journalist with little more to say, for in any contest, the factor of fortune is significant. Even the seemingly invincible Barcelona faced peril last year, did they not? In the second leg of the Champions League semi-final against Chelsea. Had it not been for Iniesta's extraordinary long-range strike, Chelsea might have eliminated Barcelona from contention. Every triumph invariably involves an element of luck. Even if a coach is perpetually favored by fortune, the accolades he attains remain undeniably genuine. Observing Wei Xiongmao's impenetrable demeanor, the reporters shifted their focus towards Guardiola, particularly inquiring about his feelings following the termination of their undefeated streak. Guardiola responded with measured remarks, stating that Atletico performed admirably and their victory was well-deserved. While lamenting the numerous injuries and acknowledging his own tactical misjudgments, he dismissed the significance of the undefeated record, emphasizing the need to recognize that Real Madrid has equaled our standing in the league, among other sentiments. Noticing Guardiola's lack of ire, the reporters found little further to discuss. Although Barcelona had relinquished their undefeated status, it did not seem to carry excessive weight. Their pursuit of League and Champions League titles remains plausible. Moving forward, we shall also strive for triumphs in the Europa League and Copa del Rey, as the honor of Spanish clubs in the Europa League rests upon our shoulders. Concluded Wei Xiongmao. This statement leaves the journalist speechless, as if only your team remains as the sole representative of Spain in the UEFA Europa League. It is worth noting that Valencia has also advanced to the quarterfinals of the Europa League. Such remarks will undoubtedly provoke discontent among Valencia supporters. However, the Panda coach remains unfazed. After all, having previously triumphed over Valencia, he has already offended them to some extent. What does it matter? Perhaps they will encounter Valencia again in the Europa League. In the round of 16, Atletico Madrid's opponent is Sporting Lisbon, a team of considerable caliber. Just 3 days after their fierce battle with Barcelona, they must host Sporting Lisbon, which undoubtedly adds pressure on Atletico. Following the match against Barcelona, it is evident, even without the astute observations of the Panda coach, that the starting players were somewhat overexerted. Such collective advantages are not easily sustained. The fatigue accumulated on the field will inevitably manifest during subsequent training sessions. Hence, The Panda coach has planned a recovery training regimen for the players over the next few days and intends to refrain from fielding the main squad in the first leg of the Europa League match. Although it is a home game, where victory is typically paramount, the Panda coach prioritizes not conceding goals over merely winning. Since his appointment, he has rarely adopted a conservative approach, but for this match, he intends to exercise caution. Prior to the game, he fervently rallied the media, insisting on the necessity of defending the honor of their home ground. Even with the exhaustion from the match against Barcelona, he proclaimed that they must demonstrate Atletico's attacking prowess, stirring excitement among fans and instilling nervousness in opponents. This is understandable, as under the Panda coach's leadership, they have consistently scored in nearly every match, often netting 3 or 4 goals, with the exception of their away defeat to Getafe. Each match, at the very least, has seen them score twice. Even with extensive rotations, this team is inclined to attack. However, as the starting lineup for the upcoming match was revealed, the coach of Sporting Lisbon began to feel a twinge of unease. The goalkeeper position will not see rotation. De Gea has seized the opportunity presented by Asenjo's injury and firmly established himself as the first-choice keeper. Not only is Asenjo still recovering, but even upon his return, he may find himself relegated to the bench. The defenders, Pablo, Domingos, Wifalusi, Pia, and the midfielders, Thiago, Asuncel, Gerardo, Koch, along with forwards Agüero and Borja, are all substitutes. It seems they will still employ an attacking strategy, especially with Agüero on the field. The coach of Sporting Lisbon clung to a glimmer of hope. Chapter 71, solely in 4th place. Atletico Madrid had indeed commenced employing a defensive strategy. Although Agüero was present on the field, he primarily occupied himself with pressuring the opposition in the attacking zone, while his teammates, including the young forwards Keiko and Borja, predominantly engaged in defensive duties. Their movements were vigorous, their stamina seemingly unwavering, and the intensity of their defense was remarkably high. Tactically, they occasionally ventured into offensive plays. However, the emphasis remained predominantly on defense. Within the 30-meter zone, they executed tight marking and man-to-man coverage, leaving no space unchallenged. This leaves Sporting Lisbon eager to attack. Yet they are unable to manifest a commendable offensive performance. This incited great ire in the coach of Sporting Lisbon, who vociferously directed his team from the sidelines to advance and attack, only to be compelled to retreat time and again due to Atletico Madrid's sporadic counterattacks. Initially, the Atlantic Tico fans were somewhat disheartened by their team's conservative tactics. However, witnessing the opposing side's frustration unexpectedly uplifted their spirits. Occasionally observing such a match can indeed be quite entertaining. Ultimately, Atletico successfully secured a goalless draw at home against their rivals. While a draw at home in the first leg is not typically regarded as a favorable outcome, Coach Wei Xiongmao appeared quite content in a 2-legged tie. Not conceding any goals at home is undoubtedly a positive achievement. Although our current form may not be optimal, we have exhausted considerable resources in those 2 matches. The league and cup competitions are being conducted simultaneously. We must prioritize accordingly. The players' conditions require adjustment, and I cannot reasonably demand that they maintain peak fitness and form at all times to triumph in every match. Did not Barcelona also strategically forego the Copa del Rey? Wei Xiongmao's remarks during the post-match press conference have drawn the ire of Barcelona fans. This individual not only shattered our unbeaten streak, but also sought to draw us into the fray. Wei Xiongmao's adjustments proved effective. 3 days later, Atletico, having rotated several key players, triumphed 1-0 over Osasuna at home, achieving their 7th consecutive victory. In this round of matches, Mallorca suffered a defeat, while Sevilla and La Coruña ended in a draw, allowing Atletico to surpass both Mallorca and La Coruña in points, equaling Sevilla, and securing a joint 4th position. Undoubtedly, this victory was exhilarating for Atlantic Tico fans, as they drew ever closer to the coveted top 4, inching nearer to next season's Champions League berth. This is of utmost importance. We have been in excellent form lately, and I intend to seize this opportunity to accumulate more points. Naturally, Atletico Madrid's objective is to secure a position in the top 4, as winning the championship has become quite challenging. While striving for a top 4 finish, we must also endeavor to claim additional titles, as this is the way I can repay the Atletico Madrid supporters. After the match, Wei Xiongmao remarked, "This has garnered him immense acclaim following the match, especially considering the evident lack of depth in Atletico Madrid's bench. Their primary lineup is indeed commendable. However, should any key player be absent, only a select few, such as Reyes, can adequately compensate for the deficiencies, while the others fall significantly short. Under such circumstances, for Wei Xiongmao to adeptly manage multiple competitions is nothing short of miraculous, even if performance fluctuates in the future. We should not cast blame upon our newly appointed head coach. When a substantial group of fervent supporters at the Calder Inn unfurled this banner, it became apparent to all that Wei Xiongmao has truly established his foothold at Atletico Madrid. This reward is well-deserved after he has led the team to a series of victories over the past 2 to 3 months. The fans display a remarkable tolerance, which alleviates the pressure on the head coach when making tactical decisions. When the coach opts to sacrifice certain matches for the greater good, the criticism is considerably mitigated. Conversely, if a coach is unpopular among the fans, any action they take is likely to attract censure, thereby increasing the likelihood of errors. For a club, if a significant number of fans disapprove of the coach, even if the team's performance is satisfactory, the coach may still face dismissal. The support of the fans is often paramount. Currently, the fans' favorable attitude towards Wei Xiongmao is something many coaches aspire to achieve, as it facilitates better results. Indeed, this has proven to be the case. In the following period, Atletico Madrid's performance exhibited slight fluctuations. In the second leg of the Europa League, Wei Xiongmao deployed a mixed lineup of starters and substitutes, with Halada standing out by scoring twice on the road, helping Atletico take the lead against Sporting Lisbon on 2 occasions. Although Sporting Lisbon valiantly equalized, the home match ended in a 2-2 draw, leading to Atletico's elimination. The advantage of away goals is indeed a benefit. Since the rules are established, we should strive to secure victory within their confines. There is no shame in that. After the match, Wei Xiongmao engaged in a spirited exchange with local Portuguese journalists, further solidifying his reputation as a formidable strategist beyond La Liga, reaching into the broader European arena. However, the continuous battles have begun to take a toll on Atletico's form. Upon returning to league play, they faced a challenge against Mallorca, who were just 1 point behind Atletico and eager for a top 4 finish. This island team is known for its tenacity and is no easy opponent. After careful consideration, Wei Xiongmao again adopted a conservative strategy for the away match. The match's outcome hinged on the strikers, with Mallorca's Gaisa scoring twice, while Atletico equalized through goals from their forward duo, resulting in yet another 2-2 draw. This point allowed Atletico to temporarily maintain a 4th-place standing, ahead of Sevilla, who had 1 game less. Was this merely a quest for a single point? Sevilla's media began to mock Wei Xiongmao's cautious approach, recalling that his first match in charge was a victory over Sevilla. Since the latter part of the season commenced, Sevilla's performance has been somewhat unstable, falling behind Valencia by a considerable margin. Now, Atletico has emerged as a competitor to Sevilla, as qualification for the Champions League signifies not only prestige but also substantial financial rewards. The media in Seville would find it strange if they could tolerate Wei Xiongmao. Wei Xiongmao merely chuckled in response, choosing not to engage. The following day, the Seville media fell silent collectively. Their team suffered a defeat on the road against Espanyol, a team fighting for relegation, losing 0-2 without putting up any resistance, despite Atletico Madrid only managing to secure 1 point in this round. That point was sufficient to propel them past Sevilla, allowing them to claim the 4th position solely for themselves. Chapter 72. A decade without victory. La Liga is currently the strongest league in the world in terms of overall quality. Every match is fiercely contested. Thus, I would never underestimate any opponent, as no match can be taken for granted before it is played. For Sevilla to aspire to greatness, not only must their performance improve, but their local sports media must also possess a deeper understanding of sports knowledge. After offering a subtle jab at Sevilla's sports journalists, Wei Xiongmao began preparing for the upcoming matches. Atletico's opponent in the Europa League would be Valencia, the only other Spanish team remaining in the quarterfinals, drawn together likely due to UEFA's desire to create excitement, especially after Atletico had previously defeated Valencia decisively. From a divisional perspective, if Atletico can overcome Valencia, they will likely face Benfica, while the other half of the draw features Hamburg, Standard Liège, Fulham, and Wolfsburg. Comparatively, Atletico's half can indeed be considered a death zone. What lies ahead? Atletico faces a grueling schedule, having just played against Mallorca, currently 6th in the league. They will then confront 7th-placed Athletic Bilbao midweek, followed by the Madrid derby over the weekend. The subsequent midweek clash will be the first leg against Valencia in the Europa League, and the weekend after that, They will face 8th place Deportivo La Coruña. The competition for the top spots in La Liga is fierce, aside from Real Madrid and Barcelona, who have both amassed an impressive 68 points. The battle for the remaining 2 positions in the top 4 involves Valencia with 50 points, Atletico with 45, Sevilla and Mallorca with 44, and Athletic Bilbao and Deportivo La Coruña with 42. The point differential among these 6 teams is merely 8, making the struggle for 2 spots quite brutal. In addition to their previous encounters with Sevilla, Valencia, Barcelona, and Mallorca, Atletico will continue to face Athletic Bilbao, Real Madrid, and Deportivo La Coruña in succession. This schedule can be deemed a devilish one. However, Atletico has no matches they can afford to relinquish. Every game is crucial, with the potential to significantly influence their fortunes in the league. Amidst a plethora of formidable teams and an incredibly demanding schedule, the adjustments made by the Pandas have allowed the main players to take turns resting. However, as the subsequent matches approach, rest will be a luxury they can no longer afford. It is likely that they will have to engage fully in every game, and only after this intense period will there be opportunities for rotation and respite. Ultimately, it boils down to a limited number of matches with determination. They shall strive to accomplish a remarkable season. On the training ground, the Pandas conducted their final rallying call. The players of Atletico nodded in agreement, fully aware that following the conclusion of the season, the Pandas are likely to remain at the helm. However, many players in Atletico's first team may soon part ways. Nonetheless, this reality does not deter them from aiming to perform admirably this season. Indeed, many key players are around 30 years of age, with notable veterans such as Captain Elpez, Juanito, Sim-In, and Fran, alongside significant substitutes like Thiago, Pie, Wifahalusi, Perea, Pablo, and Asuncion. Had Rodriguez not departed for a transfer, this number would be even greater. Over a third of the team consists of seasoned players aged 30 and above, while only a handful, including Gark A, Gerardo, Reyes, and Barella, represent the prime of their careers. There are also prodigious talents like A.G. Aero. Although the age structure of Atletico cannot be deemed entirely disastrous, it certainly lacks optimal balance. Should the club sense a glimmer of hope this season, it is certain that they will bolster their strength for the next. Meanwhile, players who feel uncertain about their future at Atletico are eager to showcase their talents and achieve commendable results, enabling them to vie for lucrative contracts for their twilight years. Young players, too, aspire to elevate their performances. With these aspirations in mind, the players of Atletico united in late March, determined to collectively pursue this grand objective as they face the daunting schedule ahead. In the 28th round, Atletico will host Athletic Bilbao. The latter has faced considerable challenges in recent years, narrowly escaping relegation by a mere point on one occasion. However, since the beginning of this season, they have shown promising form, and thus, they are poised to deliver a commendable performance against their rival, Atletico. Such an opponent is indeed formidable. However, under the astute guidance of coach Wei Xiongmao, Atletico Madrid, fresh from a hard-fought draw against Mallorca away, delivered a remarkable performance at home. With their full-strength lineup, they effectively subdued the counterattacks of Athletic Bilbao and capitalized on the opponent's vulnerabilities in their offense. Fran's long-range shot opened the scoring, and in the second half, Pularado's opportunistic rebound in the penalty area extended the lead to 2-0. Following their recent draw, Atletico swiftly secured victory, establishing a 6-point advantage over Athletic Bilbao, a substantial lead indeed. In this round, La Coruña faced defeat, while Sevilla was held to a draw. Atletico Madrid firmly secured their 4th position with a total of 48 points, but Mallorca displayed remarkable resilience, triumphing with 47 points, closely trailing Atletico. After a 3-day respite, the reigning Panda once again fielded his full squad in the league, facing their city rivals, Real Madrid. Although the Panda did not place much importance on the outcome of this match, the derby is a different matter. Failing to perform well could drastically diminish his standing among Atletico fans. Thus, despite his inclination to forego this encounter in favor of a renewed assault in the upcoming Europa League, he found himself compelled to exert every effort in this match. At the Bernabeu, Atletico's fighting spirit has always been assured. However, over the years, Atletico has endured a lengthy winless streak against Real Madrid. Since their return from the Segunda División, Atletico has spent 7 seasons in the league, and including the first match of this season, they have faced Real Madrid a total of 15 times without a single victory. At best, they managed to draw twice in one season against them. The last time they emerged victorious in the league against Real Madrid was a decade ago when Atletico triumphed 3-1 at the Bernabeu. But that season they faced relegation. This season, under the leadership of the formidable Guardian Panda. Does Atletico Madrid stand a chance of breaking their decade-long winless streak against Real Madrid in the league? When Agüero skillfully netted a delicate lob in the second half to put Atletico ahead once more, it seemed they were on the verge of achieving this feat regrettably. Cristiano Ronaldo, Real Madrid's star player, equalized with an audacious direct free kick from 30 meters out just before the match concluded. In Chapter 73, titled Simple Tactics, our players showcased their utmost capabilities, presenting a genuine opportunity to triumph in the derby. Alas, it was Cristiano Ronaldo, a player of his caliber, who rose to the occasion at the critical moment. Our sole error lay in failing to establish a 2-goal lead as we had against Barcelona. Had we done so, victory would have undoubtedly been ours. At the post-match press conference, the Guardian Panda expressed a sense of resignation, noting that the reporters, who often appeared skeptical, began to show him a measure of sympathy. It was evident that his remarks were not mere bravado. In this match, with all key players on the field, Atletico effectively utilized their movement and interceptions, often rendering Real Madrid's attacks futile. Both Kak and Ronaldo require ample space to unleash their talents, and in the confined areas, their performances paled in comparison to those of Messi and Xavi from Barcelona. Under Atletico's relentless pressing and man-marking, even Barcelona's offense was significantly hindered, let alone Real Madrid's. Nevertheless, Real Madrid's offensive strategies proved to be somewhat more varied than Atletico's. Shortly after the match commenced, a series of intricate plays culminated in Ronaldo penetrating the penalty area, only for his shot to be parried by De Gea, allowing Benzema to capitalize on the rebound. However, as the match progressed, Atletico seized the upper hand through relentless running and physicality, with Forlan's timely positioning and Agüero's deft lob allowing them to regain the lead. Subsequently, their tenacious defense stifled Real Madrid's opportunities. Yet, Ronaldo's 30-meter direct free kick transformed what seemed to be 3 points for Atletico into merely 1. Such a draw indeed evokes a sense of lamentation. However, it is fortunate that the performances of other teams have also been rather lackluster, continued Wei Xiongmao. This statement incites a slight urge to retaliate against him, leaving the journalists bewildered as to why they would feel any sympathy for such a scoundrel. It must be an illusion. However, following a draw, Atletico Madrid remained largely unaffected. The recent string of matches has indeed had a significant impact on other teams. Even though Sevilla, Mallorca, Athletic Bilbao, and Deportivo La Coruña had no additional commitments, Sevilla suffered a dismal defeat against Villarreal, while Mallorca succumbed to a narrow loss at home, 0-1, to Barcelona. This allowed Atletico to extend their lead, pulling 2 points ahead of Mallorca and 4 points clear of Sevilla. Valencia also faced defeat in this round, yet they still maintained a 4-point advantage over Atletico. This loss for Valencia was rather expected. In preparation for their midweek Europa League match, they opted to field primarily substitutes, a decision that is quite reasonable given their previously secure standings. With the top 2 positions out of reach, their third place is solid. And having already secured a spot in the quarterfinals of the Europa League, focusing on that competition is certainly a prudent choice, let alone the physical advantage they might hold against Atletico midweek, which could afford them a significant edge overall. If Valencia believes that our continuous matches will lead to any issues, they are sorely mistaken. Our players are in excellent form, and temporary fatigue will pose no problem. In the first leg, we will be the visitors, and we shall demonstrate to Valencia just how exceptional our defense can be. Prior to the match, the enigmatic Panda was laying down smokescreens, yet his words invariably create considerable confusion for the opponents. For Emery, the challenge lies in determining how to approach this home match. Should he adopt Atletico's style, maintain a clean sheet at home, and then launch an offensive away? However, replicating Atletico's defensive prowess is quite beyond his grasp. Atletico's defense is predicated on their relentless running and man-marking, and it is significantly bolstered by having an outstanding defender like Miranda. Since Miranda assumed a starting role, Atletico's defense has stabilized. After all, their backline had previously been a mix of aging veterans and inexperienced youth, resulting in numerous goals conceded even after the Panda's arrival. Now, after many matches of honing their skills, their defense has solidified, with Miranda serving as a linchpin. Although he may not be adept at organizing the backline, his resilience, mobility, and timely positioning have undoubtedly elevated Atletico's defensive capabilities to a higher echelon. And what of Valencia? In a series of alternating fortunes, Baraja finds himself sidelined by injury once more, leaving Alberta as the solitary bastion in defense, which offers a modicum of stability. Despite having endured the rigors of over half a season, their defensive line still struggles. The departure of Albiol has proven to be a significant blow. While the remaining defenders possess commendable skills, they lack a unifying force to bind them together. Should Valencia aspire to secure a goalless draw on home soil? Such an ambition seems utterly unattainable. The only recourse is to adopt an offensive approach. Nevertheless, Valencia does enjoy certain advantages. Their key players exhibit robust fitness. Unlike their Atlantic Tico counterparts who have expended considerable energy battling at the Bernabeu, in terms of stamina, they hold the upper hand among starters, while their substitutes offer an edge in capability. Triumphing over Atlantic Tico at home and claiming victory across both legs is indeed within reach. However, just before the match commences, Emery discovers that ATL Tico has deployed a mixed lineup. In this match, the team rotated out Coke, opting instead for a partnership between Giraldo and Garcia in the central defense, while the wings were manned by Keiko and Simon. Up front, the duo of Borja and Agüero brought a blend of height and speed. The defensive line remained unchanged, as defenders typically cover less ground. With this eclectic lineup, Atletico surprisingly seized control of the game away from home. Their strategy was straightforward: long passes and rapid counterattacks. With a towering presence like Borja and a technically gifted player like Agüero, complemented by the pace of Keiko and Simon on the flanks, this formation excelled in defensive counterplay. A few long balls from the back showcased Borja's impressive ability to capitalize on aerial duels, particularly as Valencia's defenders were generally shorter than him, allowing him to win headers. Agüero, Keiko, and Simon could then exploit their speed to inflict significant damage on Valencia. The two goals scored by Atletico were essentially crafted in this manner. First, following a clearance from an opposing corner, Borja headed the ball on, allowing Agüero to penetrate the penalty area. In a display of unselfishness, he squared the ball for Borja, who tapped it into an empty net, putting Atletico ahead. After Valencia equalized through a long-range effort from Silva, Atletico once again executed a swift counter, leading to another corner. Borja, once more, provided a header assist, and Lopez's subsequent poke restored Atletico's lead. Had Villa not scored in the dying moments, Valencia would have faced defeat at home against Atletico. Nonetheless, even with the final score reading 2-2, the result left Valencia's management in a state of concern. Chapter 74. Who depends on whom despite our recent successes? I must express my discontent regarding your lapses in focus during critical moments. This has occurred on several occasions now. Following the match against Valencia, the coach concluded the press conference with a calm demeanor rather than the usual bravado, which left many feeling puzzled. However, the players soon understood the reason for his unusual composure. During the training session the next day, he did not commence with drills, but instead gathered everyone for a serious talk. The players exchanged glances. In our last two matches, we have conceded goals in the dying minutes. Cristiano's free kick seemed inevitable, yet that foul should not have occurred. Coke committed the infraction, but prior to that, he was forced into a foul while covering for Garcia. Garcia, had you maintained your focus on Kaká, he would not have had the opportunity to break through with the ball. This was due to a lapse in concentration. In yesterday's match, we conceded late due to failing to mark Mata's run on the wing. Lopez erred, but the pass was delivered by Banega. Reyes, you should have tightly marked him to prevent a quality delivery. Do you understand? It is merely a minor lapse in attention, yet it can trigger a chain reaction. In the final moments, we clearly could have persevered just a little longer to secure 2 victories, yet what did we achieve? Merely 2 draws. Wei Xiongmao's words left the ATL Tico Madrid players somewhat disheartened. It was evident that his expectations were perhaps overly ambitious, yet there was wisdom in his sentiments. Had we merely focused a bit more rather than relaxing, we would not have conceded those 2 goals. My intention today is not to cast blame, but rather to express a sense of regret. In truth, I can accept these 2 draws, but it is indeed unfortunate given the opportunities for triumph. Should we wish to avoid similar regrets in the future, it is imperative that we remember to maintain our concentration on the field. If physical endurance wanes, I will certainly notice. Should a player's stamina falter, I will replace them. When you are on the pitch, it is essential to sustain your focus until the final whistle. After delivering this message, Wei Xiongmao gestured for the players to engage in recovery training, and they dispersed quietly. Having coached for nearly 4 months, Wei Xiongmao has never resorted to harsh criticism of the players, despite the grueling training regimen he enforced from the outset. He either trains alongside them or precisely identifies their mistakes without emotional bias. This dispassionate approach lends itself to objective analysis, rendering his judgments more palatable to the players. However, those familiar with him could discern that his recent criticism bore a hint of frustration. His anger did not stem from mere errors, but from a lack of focus. Mistakes are sometimes inevitable in football. However, a lapse in concentration signifies a player's disregard for the task at hand. While both types of errors may appear similar, Wei Xiongmao possesses the acumen to distinguish between them. The former does not provoke his ire. Much like a player who can lift 100 pounds should not be expected to lift 120. Conversely, the latter reflects a failure to meet expectations. As one who, capable of lifting 100 pounds, falters and stumbles even when attempting to manage a mere 90, this is something he cannot accept. On the surface, the criticism seems to be directed at Garcia and Reyes, who have distracted focus. However, it serves as an alarm for the entire team. It is not merely their two errors that are at fault, but rather the lack of concentration exhibited by other players during the concluding phase of the match. This phenomenon was evident in previous matches, albeit without dire consequences, as Coach Wei Xiongmao did not have Liu to criticize them. However, now, in consecutive matches, they conceded goals in the dying moments, one causing Atletico Madrid to lose the opportunity to defeat Real Madrid for the first time in a decade, and the other resulting in a mere draw when victory seemed attainable on the road. Although a 2-2 away draw is commendable, wouldn't a 2-1 win be even more desirable? Coach Wei Xiongmao's demeanor has made it clear to the players where his limits lie, what he can tolerate and what he cannot. During matches, it is imperative to maintain a proper attitude. Whether it stems from intentional negligence or an inability to perform, Coach Wei can discern the truth. While it is said that an overly pristine environment breeds no fish, in football, rigorous demands pushed to the limit are essential for securing victories more reliably. In the ensuing 2 days, Coach Wei arranged 2 internal training matches, meticulously identifying any players who failed to concentrate during the game. He pointed out the exact moments of distraction and the consequent repercussions, instilling a sense of intimidation among all players. Playing under such a coach is undeniably a demanding endeavor. Yet it simultaneously instills immense confidence in the players. It is evident when our focus wanes, and equally clear whether the opposing players are in good form or not. No wonder Coach Wei's tactical instructions and breakthrough strategies on the field have consistently proven effective. With such a head coach guiding them, the probability of winning surely exceeds the norm. His ability to lead this group to such a high win rate is a testament to his expertise. It is important to recognize that while Atletico Madrid has experienced a string of victories, the players previously attributed their success solely to Coach Wei's prowess in physical training, which enhanced their stamina on the pitch. They now realize that it is his acute understanding of the dynamics of the game and the conditions of both teams that has been the true key to their numerous triumphs. He has not merely improved the players, he has enabled them to showcase their talents more effectively on the field. These two aspects may appear similar, however. The distinctions are quite significant. The same player, when removed from the guidance and orchestration of the esteemed coach, may not perform as exceptionally. This has prompted the recently buoyant players to adopt a more vigilant attitude. Perhaps Wei Xiongmao does not solely rely on himself. Rather, it is he who depends on them. To aspire for accolades under the guidance of such an exceptional coach, one must adhere closely to his directives and maintain unwavering focus on the field. While Wei Xiongmao may be unaware of the players' precise thoughts, the mere fact that they dare not relax their concentration during matches signifies triumph. Chapter 75. The most challenging days have passed in the 30th round of the league. The Atletico Madrid supporters at the Calderón Stadium were elated to witness their team deliver an exhilarating performance, even with several key players rotated out. Facing Deportivo La Coruña, Atletico, despite resting half of their starting lineup, including Agüero on the bench, saw the striking partnership of Forlán and Reyes shine brightly. Forlán netted a brace, showcasing his formidable scoring prowess, while Holeto's incisive run resulted in the third goal for Atletico. The fully fledged defensive line effectively curtailed La Coruña's attacking efforts. When the final whistle blew, the score of 3-0 marked Atletico's first victory in their last 3 matches, though it was indeed the first win in this sequence. The Atletico fans did not share the same sentiment. Today, we played a flawless match, at least in my view. This was the most perfect performance from my players since I took charge, Wei Xiongmao remarked. From start to finish, they maintained exceptional focus, which is crucial in allowing them to showcase their best abilities. Many players possess outstanding talent, yet, for various reasons, They have been unable to express their capabilities on the field. This has always been something I wish to avoid, but in this match, the ATL Tico players have truly impressed me. During the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao lavished praise upon his players, leaving journalists somewhat perplexed, as he had not previously been so effusive in his commendations. While the performance was indeed commendable, was it truly deserving of such accolades? The reporters found it curious. Yet upon viewing the interview footage, the ATL Tico players realized that Wei Xiongmao was, in fact, celebrating their efforts. In this match, they truly did not let up, thus maintaining excellent control over the offensive maneuvers of La Corue. A resounding victory of 3-0 from start to finish left La Corue, a formidable team now ranked among the top 8 and vying for a position in the Champions League, with no opportunities whatsoever. This signifies that Wei Xiongmao's assertions hold true. As long as they maintain unwavering focus on the field, their chances of victory will indeed appear significantly enhanced. Crucially, Wei Xiongmao's expectations are not beyond their capabilities. They do not extend to the exaggerated demand that each player must score in every match. Rather, these are reasonable expectations that they can fulfill, which can consistently yield triumphs and accolades. What more could one aspire to? When players begin to place their trust in the head coach, the team often exhibits remarkable performance. The power of the spirit can, at times, transcend the limitations of the body. This point was profoundly exemplified in the subsequent match. ATL Tico Madrid's primary defensive line, comprising El Pez, Barella, Miranda, and Juanito, boasts an average age that cannot be deemed youthful. With a grueling schedule of midweek fixtures, they have started for 5 consecutive matches, playing 5 games within a fortnight, a taxing endeavor for any athlete. Nevertheless, they have maintained an impressive level of performance. In the midweek UEFA Europa League match, they once again displayed exceptional prowess, not only executing remarkable defensive maneuvers, but also engaging in midfield distribution, aiding Atlantic Tico in achieving a possession rate exceeding 60%. The away match concluded with a 2-2 scoreline, allowing ATL Tico to play with greater ease. They consistently dominated possession in the midfield, contrasting with their previous strategy of rapidly transitioning through it. This time, significant effort was invested in controlling the ball, with the young midfielder Coke shining brightly. His orchestration and distribution in midfield ensured that ATL Tico's passing remained fluid and seamless. Valencia's offense struggled to fully assert itself. Despite ATL Tico not scoring, they only required a single goal. Yet, that elusive goal remained unattainable. Following their previous clean sheet against La Corue, ATL Tico's confidence and defense seemed to flourish further. In this match, their defensive solidity was impeccable, whether it was Silva's organization, Mata's breakthroughs, or Jokuin's crosses. Even Villa's attempts to find space in the box were rendered ineffective. It is worth noting that these Valencia players possess remarkable long-range shooting abilities. And given space outside the box, they could strike with devastating effect, as evidenced in the previous season against Chelsea when Silva's long-range effort nearly sealed Chelsea's fate. However, in this match, ATL Tico denied Valencia even that opportunity. Their passing was already challenging, making it even more difficult to find space for long-range shots. It is widely acknowledged that for long-range shots to be effective, the shooter must have adequate space. Without room to exert force, long-range efforts lack threat. ATL Tico effectively deprived Valencia of such space. It seemed that hope could emerge with each subsequent attack, yet they consistently failed to create any threatening shots. When the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, Valencia's players stood in bewilderment, as if they had squandered their energy throughout the 90 minutes. Emery, visibly frustrated, shook hands with the opposing coach. Valencia's attack had been exceedingly lackluster, leaving the tactician, known for honing offensive strategies, with little dignity. Over the course of the match, Valencia attempted numerous shots, 11, to be precise, but only one was on target, and it posed no threat whatsoever. To have their offense constrained in such a manner is undoubtedly a source of embarrassment. Our players concentrated their attention during the match, which is the reason for such an outcome. This is quite natural. Our defense has always been commendable. However, we previously tended to make certain errors, and in this match, we committed none. It's as simple as that. In the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao underscored this point, and his words finally garnered the genuine attention of the journalists. This steadfast and error-free approach, extending defensive pressure within a 30-meter radius, can indeed be achieved as long as the defenders maintain their focus and remain undistracted. Yet, Wei Xiongmao has begun to boast once more. The reporters, secretly cursing him, swiftly recorded his words. Atletico Madrid's current form is undeniably impressive. Facing formidable opponents in recent matches, their defense has only grown more formidable, successfully preventing goals while scoring plenty themselves. The most arduous days have now passed, and the forthcoming Atletico Madrid shall surely soar to new heights. Chapter 76, Mission accomplished. The recent stretch of time was not particularly arduous. Only Real Madrid presented a significant challenge. Although the other adversaries were formidable, they invariably exhibited various flaws compared to us. By capitalizing on their shortcomings, achieving victory was not overly difficult. Observing Wei Xiongmao, who spoke with such poise before him, Angel could only manage a wry smile. If this statement were to be published, Wei Xiongmao would surely face a torrent of criticism. However, after this period of interaction, Angel has come to understand that Wei Xiongmao seemingly remains indifferent to such repercussions, perhaps believing that his words hold a semblance of truth, thus rendering him unafraid of inciting animosity from his adversaries. Nevertheless, Angel perceives Wei Xiongmao as a commendable friend, and he wishes to shield this admirable companion from undue pressure. Do not mistake my intentions as an attempt to provoke those formidable teams. I speak the truth. They will not stoop to the level of fortifying their defenses. Hence, we shall invariably find opportunities. Please refrain from publishing the latter part of my statement. For as we confront mid-tier to relegation-threatened teams, we are bound to encounter genuine challenges. Wei Xiongmao drained the contents of his glass and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current Atletico lacks offensive prowess?" Angel paused for a moment before inquiring. "Precisely. That is the crux of the matter," Wei Xiongmao replied, snapping his fingers. "If you observe the offensive players within our team, this principle should be evident." After a moment of contemplation, Angel could not suppress a chuckle. Atletico's forward, Fran, stands at a height of less than 1.8 meters, with average heading ability. His strengths lie in long-range shots and one-on-one situations. Agüero, an adept marksman, is just over 1.7 meters tall. Although he possesses heading skills, his height disadvantage means he can only excel when afforded ample space. Semedo, a diminutive winger, boasts remarkable speed yet requires space to break through. Reyes excels in dribbling, but similarly needs room to maximize his potential. Gerardo demonstrates excellent forward movement and decent shooting ability, as well as the capacity to distribute the ball, but he too relies on space. Beyond these regular starters, the substitutes include Keiko, a quintessential winger. While only Borja possesses the height necessary to challenge opposing defenses, it is indeed miraculous that such an offensive lineup has encountered minimal issues thus far. This is fundamentally a matter of mentality. Top teams often hold Atletico in disdain due to their unbalanced structure, leading them to approach matches against Atletico with an offensive mindset. Agüero and Fran benefit from ample space to showcase their elite capabilities. Conversely, when pitted against mid to lower tier teams, they perceive Atletico as a viable target for points, perhaps even for 3 points, thus granting us greater space. But that will not be the case moving forward? Angel began to grasp the implications. Indeed, at least against relegation-threatened teams, unless they are compelled to secure 3 points, they will resort to a strategy of staunch defense and counterattacks against us. Upon hearing Wei Xiongmao's words, Angel felt a tinge of skepticism, yet a sense of concern began to brew regarding the upcoming matches. It is worth noting that he is an ardent supporter of Atletico Madrid. Although the team currently occupies a secure 4th position, they only lead Mallorca and Sevilla by a mere 3 points and trail Valencia by 5. Additionally, they have the UEFA Europa League semifinals on the horizon. Any minor misstep could jeopardize their chances of clinching both the Europa League and Copa del Rey titles, potentially resulting in the loss of qualification for the Champions League, which would be profoundly disappointing. Wei Xiongmao's remarks served as a reminder to Angel not to assume that Atletico is firmly established, for, in truth, they have yet to secure any honors this season. However, knowing that Wei Xiongmao had already made preparations provided Angel with a considerable sense of reassurance. Indeed, in the subsequent 31st round of the league, Atletico failed to secure 3 points away from home, drawing 0-0 against Espanyol, who were battling for relegation. The defensive performance of Espanyol was commendable, and I have little to critique on that front. We often employ such tenacious defense to thwart our opponents. It would be illogical to assert that we can utilize this defensive strategy while others cannot. The efforts made by any team striving for survival deserve respect. The only solace I find is that we remain in 4th place, remarked Wei Xiongmao at the post-match press conference. In this round, both Sevilla and Mallorca emerged victorious, narrowing the gap between them and Atletico Madrid to a mere point. However, Mallorca triumphed over Valencia at home with a score of 3-2. thereby reducing the distance between ATL Tico and Valencia to 4 points. The competition for third and fourth places has become increasingly fierce, with 7 rounds remaining in the league. Aside from the commanding leads of Real Madrid and Barcelona, Valencia stands at 56 points, ATL Tico at 52, and both Mallorca and Sevilla at 51. While the other teams have gradually fallen behind, the remaining 2 Champions League spots are essentially contested among these 4 teams. Nevertheless, ATL Tico's draw did not generate much of a stir, as in this round, Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid in the Century Derby, once again extending their lead over the latter by 5 points. After losing to ATL Tico, Barcelona had seen their points equaled by Real Madrid. However, ATL Tico managed to draw with Real Madrid, and with their own commendable performance in this round, they have increased their lead to 5 points, establishing a favorable situation for the forthcoming title chase. It appears that the league championship for this season is firmly within Barcelona's grasp. Fortunately, we managed to defeat them earlier, ensuring they cannot clinch the title without a loss, although our own team was held to a draw. Much to the chagrin of the vigilant Panda, witnessing Barcelona overcoming Real Madrid brought a sense of relief. Thankfully, we did not pin our hopes on other teams. Otherwise, had Barcelona achieved an undefeated championship, it would have been disastrous for us. At this juncture, regardless of whether Barcelona secures the League and Champions League titles, they can no longer aspire to a treble, nor will they achieve an undefeated championship. This season, while not monumental, is certainly tinged with regrets. If the system requires me to prevent Barcelona from winning the league title to consider it a success, I must confess that I am truly incapable of such a feat. Unless I were to return to the cycle and devise a way to detonate a bomb at Barcelona's training facility, though I doubt the system would be so ruthless. Having defeated Barcelona in that match, I believe my tasks for this season are nearly fulfilled. Moving forward, I shall focus on leading the team in competitions, striving for 2 cup titles, and then progressing to the next season's Champions League, thereby having the opportunity to impede other teams from achieving greatness, the vigilant Panda mused. The recent match ended in a draw with Espanyol, confirming the predictions made by the Panda. Henceforth, it is imperative to devise strategies to penetrate dense defenses. Chapter 77. This is La Liga today. Breaking through a compact defense has perpetually posed a formidable challenge. It is not merely a global conundrum, but also a long-standing dilemma in the realm of football. The number of attacking players can never surpass that of defenders. When the defending side decides to adopt a resolute stance, they can retreat in full force. However, even if the defending team withdraws entirely, the attacking team cannot commit all their players forward. They must retain 1 or 2 to thwart counterattacks, thus inherently finding themselves at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, the defending side can leverage their numerical superiority to significantly constrict the attacking space. Not every player possesses the ability to execute offensive maneuvers within such confined parameters. Those who can do so remain exceedingly rare. Next season, it is essential to bolster the positions of strikers capable of utilizing individual prowess to forge attacks, as well as forwards adept at dribbling through and dismantling opposing defenses. As Wei Xiongmo pondered, he couldn't help but chuckle. Players of such caliber are indeed a rarity at any time. In fact, ATL Tico Madrid does possess similar talents within their ranks, such as Borja, a striker of considerable promise, and Reyes, who possesses the ability to penetrate defenses. However, despite their commendable skills, they still fall short when compared to the elite players of the sport. Borja is still in the early stages of his career and lacks the requisite physical robustness, while Reyes, despite showing potential to become a top-tier forward in his youth, has been hindered by physical frailties and a tumultuous career that deprived him of optimal development opportunities, leaving him distanced from the pinnacle of the sport. At this juncture, it is imperative to rely more heavily on both of them or to devise new tactical approaches. In the upcoming league match, ATL Tico will face the bottom-ranked Serres at home. This team, which exhibited abysmal performance at the season's onset, has somewhat regained their footing, currently amassing 23 points in the league. Although they still languish at the bottom, the 8-point gap to the relegation zone provides them with a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Wei Xiongmo resolved to experiment with the tall striker tactic in this match. Serres boasts the most vulnerable defense in La Liga, having conceded only slightly fewer goals than Tenerife, another relegation-threatened team, averaging 1.7 goals against per match. If such a defense cannot be effectively breached, it would suggest that assigning Borja as the primary striker is not entirely suitable. Indeed, evidence has shown that Borja's abilities still require refinement. While he may serve adequately as a surprise element off the bench, he lacks the finesse needed to secure a starting position in La Liga. His physicality and ability to withstand challenges are commendable. However, he struggles to leverage his physical attributes effectively against seasoned defenders. Furthermore, in terms of technical skills such as shooting, playmaking, and positioning, he does not particularly excel, resulting in subpar performance as the main offensive option. Although Borja managed to score a goal through a follow-up effort. The opening goal was credited to Agüero, whose instinctive presence in the box was evident. Ultimately, ATL Tico secured a 2-0 victory. Yet it was clear to Wei Xiongmao that both the process and the outcome fell short of his expectations. It's all right. Competing for a top 4 finish differs from vying for the championship. We need not be the best, merely better than our rivals. He maintained an optimistic outlook within the team. After all, even with a lackluster performance, ATL Tico emerged victorious, much like Barcelona in this round, while Sevilla and Mallorca displayed significantly less stability. With Mallorca drawing against Zaragoza and Sevilla suffering a defeat to Valladolid, a team fighting for survival. As the season approaches its conclusion, teams battling relegation become increasingly formidable opponents. This indeed constitutes a truth. The underperforming Seres found ATL Tico Madrid laboring through this round. However, just 3 days later, when they faced the 9th-ranked Villarreal away, ATL Tico delivered an outstanding performance. After the break, Fran, facing his former club, shone remarkably, netting 2 goals and leading ATL Tico to a 2-1 victory over Villarreal. Although the defense, which had seen some rotation, conceded a goal, their streak of 4 matches without conceding was thus interrupted, allowing the defenders a brief respite. At this juncture, the players grit their teeth, persevering through a month that will soon conclude, with 5 league matches remaining, 3 more in the Europa League if they reach the final, and 1 in the Copa del Rey final. 9 matches within a month presents a considerable challenge, yet, having come this far, would they truly abandon the fruits of an entire season's labor? Moreover, in this round, Valencia succumbed to Real Madrid, leaving ATL Tico with a mere 1-point deficit. With only 5 rounds remaining, the suspense in La Liga has intensified dramatically. This season's La Liga has undoubtedly been thrilling. Barcelona, who initially held a 5-point lead over Real Madrid, was held to a 1-1 draw by their city rivals Espanyol in this round, reducing their advantage to a mere 3 points. Although their lead remains substantial, it is sufficient to instill a sense of anxiety. In the race for Champions League spots, Valencia stands at 59 points, ATL Tico Madrid at 58, Mallorca at 55, and Sevilla at 54. The competition among these 4 teams for 2 coveted places remains unchanged. And more importantly, Valencia's position in 3rd place now appears precarious. In terms of relegation, there are at least 6 or 7 teams hovering around the 30-point mark, with bottom place Seres accumulating 26 points. It is a tangled web. Among the 10 teams vying for the title, 4 are contending for Champions League positions. And there are 3 or 4 more that are eligible to challenge for spots in the Europa League, with the least among them boasting a minimum of 44 points. The remaining 10 teams constitute a substantial relegation battalion. This distribution not only attests to the dominance of Real Madrid and Barcelona in the current La Liga season, but also highlights the presence of several commendable teams beneath them. The overall strength of La Liga is beginning to manifest as remarkably formidable. This is also the key to La Liga's steadfast position at the pinnacle of European League standings in recent years. The race for the championship is a duel between 2, while other teams possess formidable competitiveness on the European stage. This is the current state of La Liga, which, both in terms of points and the number of championships won, has undoubtedly established itself as the premier league in Europe. The old rival, Serie A, has been left behind, while the new contender, the Premier League, is gradually showing signs of decline. As for the Bundesliga, it is hardly worth mentioning, as only Bayern Munich stands out. This is the current La Liga. Chapter 78, The Most Manageable Liverpool. It is evident that the English Premier League media harbors a certain resentment towards La Liga's esteemed status. Over the past decade, La Liga clubs have secured 4 Champions League titles, while the Premier League has only claimed 2. Nevertheless, the Premier League remains unyielding, citing that for 4 consecutive years, their teams have reached the Champions League finals. Alas, only once did Manchester United triumph over Chelsea to clinch the title. The other 3 occasions ended in defeat, twice against Barcelona and once against Milan, which can indeed be deemed unfortunate. This explains their discontent. In the last 4 years, the top 4 teams from the Premier League have each taken turns finishing as runners-up, and the number of times all 4 advanced to the Champions League quarter-finals is quite substantial. As for La Liga, it is predominantly either Real Madrid or Barcelona, with occasional surprises from Valencia and Deportivo La Coruña, lacking the consistency that our Premier League showcases. Of course, in terms of Champions League accolades, they undeniably surpass the Premier League. Although only 2 clubs from La Liga have claimed the title, the mere existence of Real Madrid, with their 9 victories, is enough to evoke a sense of despair. Currently, as the Champions League progresses, Premier League teams have been eliminated entirely, with no representatives in the semi-finals, which are comprised of Bayern, Lyon, Barcelona, and Inter Milan. In this context, the 2 remaining Premier League clubs competing in the Europa League have become the focus of media attention. Conveniently, the 2 teams are pitted against different opponents. Fulham faces Hamburg from the Bundesliga, while Liverpool takes on Atletico Madrid. If both Premier League clubs triumph over their adversaries and meet in the Europa League final, it would serve as a fitting conclusion for the season. Thus, the media's perspective on Atletico Madrid has turned somewhat contentious. The English media, prone to a certain arrogance, has often instigated rivalries, and they possess a habitual tendency to evaluate opponents through their own lens without truly understanding them. In their view, despite Liverpool's recent struggles and Atletico's strong form, Liverpool is destined to miss the top 4, as Benitez has focused all attention on the Europa League, while Atletico must still contend for a top 4 finish, presenting a psychological advantage for Liverpool. Although this year has posed challenges for Benitez at Liverpool, he remains a top-tier coach with a wealth of experience. In contrast, while the young manager of Atletico has recently achieved commendable results, he lacks the same level of experience. Benitez is poised to showcase his prowess in the Europa League against his younger counterpart, despite both teams being without a key forward. Atletico's lack of a capable substitute following Agüero's suspension contrasts with Liverpool's depth, featuring formidable forwards like Babel and Quit. Observing the English media's enumeration of Liverpool's 3 advantages and Atletico's 3 disadvantages, the young manager couldn't help but chuckle. They were once again indulging in their habitual arrogance. With a smile, the young manager remarked to Domingo, "Are you also well-versed in English?" Domingo, filled with curiosity, inquired. Upon first meeting Wei Xiongmao, he was struck by the latter's fluent command of the Spanish language, leading Domingo to believe that Wei had resided in Spain for many years. "I am proficient in nearly all the globally celebrated languages, Spanish, English, German, French, and Italian," he declared. With a playful grin, Wei Xiongmao replied, "I even speak Latin." "Who speaks Latin?" Domingo retorted. "It is a language that exists only in writing. Its speakers have long since vanished." Wei Xiongmao then uttered a string of words in Latin that Domingo could not comprehend. "What does that mean?" he asked. "Do not be deceived into thinking Latin is a dead language. It still lives on," Wei responded. Domingo regarded him for a moment, uncertain whether to believe him. "Well, if you say so, I suppose." He then deftly shifted the subject. Liverpool will not be easy to contend with. In recent years, Liverpool had posed a formidable challenge. But this season was different. Wei shrugged. Their potential has been largely exhausted over the years, and they lack suitable, outstanding players to instill fresh zeal. No matter how formidable Benitez's tactics may be, he can only serve as a temporary fix. Domingo nodded unconsciously. From last year's runners-up to this year's failure to reach the semi-finals, Liverpool's performance had indeed declined significantly, accumulating nearly 20 fewer points than the previous season, a chasm of disparity, akin to a precipice. Alonso's departure marked Liverpool's most significant loss. Although not a core player, he possessed the caliber of one. The team's descent into the Europa League this year is a direct consequence of his exit. Can one truly expect to substitute a player of Alonso's caliber by merely acquiring Aquilani? What a farce. When such pivotal players depart, one must rely on fortune to replace them, unless Benitez intends to adopt a new tactical approach, which, regrettably, he does not. This season's performance has suffered greatly. The management at Liverpool is lacking. I suspect Benitez is not far from dismissal. With Torres injured and unable to play, this Liverpool side is rather manageable. Nevertheless, they have reached the semi-finals. It would be unwise to underestimate them, Domingo cautioned. Our Agüero is also sidelined due to suspension. Their strengths lie in their physicality and movement. But in terms of running, we are their equal. As for physical confrontation, we need not engage with them. Without Alonso, they cannot maintain midfield control. When the time comes, our midfield will demonstrate to them what a technical midfield truly is. No matter how much they run, they will find it impossible to wrest the ball from our feet. Observing Wei Xiongmao's confidence, Domingo began to feel uneasy. After all, This was Liverpool, a team that had secured a Champions League title and a runner-up finish in the last 5 years, consistently excelling in the Champions League. Could such a team truly be underestimated? The Panda underestimated the situation. Alonso's departure was one factor, and Torres' injury was another. These two Spanish players were undoubtedly among Liverpool's most pivotal figures. Even the captain, Gerrard, could not compare to them in terms of technical prowess. Moreover, Alonso's exit dealt a devastating blow to Liverpool's midfield organization and distribution. Mascherano excelled in defense, and although Lucas was proficient in attack, he thrived on his remarkable mobility. Benitez initially positioned Gerrard in a playmaking role, yet soon moved him forward to lead the charge, as the Liverpool captain was simply not suited for that responsibility. Such a flaw cannot be rectified merely through tactics, as long as the Panda focuses on this point and leverages its strengths. The current Liverpool truly represents the most manageable Liverpool in the past 5 years. Chapter 79, Benitez's thoughts. Benitez is indeed troubled. After departing from Valencia, he began his tenure at Liverpool, leading the team to win the Champions League in his first season. In the subsequent seasons, although he did not secure another Champions League title, achieving a runner-up position and consistently finishing in the top 4 over 4 years still renders his accomplishments commendable. After all, compared to other rivals, Liverpool, apart from Arsenal, has received significantly less investment. In modern football, limited investment makes it exceedingly difficult to attain notable results. One only needs to observe the substantial sums spent by Manchester United and Chelsea to clinch the Premier League title in recent years. Arsenal, while not spending lavishly, has not enjoyed significant success since their unbeaten season. Benitez has begun to sense that the management appears to be growing dissatisfied with him. Although he has not secured a commendable title in 4 consecutive years following his Champions League victory, the club had previously been indifferent, as he had managed to maintain a top 4 position without excessive spending, thereby ensuring a steady stream of revenue from the Champions League. For Liverpool's American owners, winning titles is not the primary concern. Ensuring annual revenue growth and enhancing the club's income is of utmost importance. Therefore, while Liverpool may forego trophies, maintaining a top 4 finish is imperative. However, this season, it seems achieving that top 4 position is no longer feasible. Benitez found himself in a difficult position. Alonso was a player he simply could not bear to part with. However, the player's desire to leave was undeniable, and the allure of Real Madrid proved to be compelling enough. A transfer fee exceeding 30 million was sufficient to satisfy the management. Thus he had no choice but to relinquish him. With key defenders like Hypatia and Arbeloa also departing, Liverpool made attempts to bolster their midfield and defense by acquiring Aquilani and Glenn Johnson. Yet, in comparison to Alonso and others, these new additions fell significantly short. Furthermore, Torres' performance in the attacking line this season had not matched his previous brilliance, and Gerrard's consistency had waned. It was almost a certainty that Liverpool's results would decline this season. Thus, Benitez had to strive for a commendable performance in the Europa League, hoping to secure a championship that would allow him to retain his position as Liverpool's head coach. Although he understood that even winning a title might not ensure his continuation, as success at Liverpool was measured by securing a top 4 finish, a championship would nonetheless be invaluable for his future employment prospects. Since the triumph in the Champions League, he had only managed to secure 1 or 2 lesser titles, such as the FA Cup or the League Cup, without claiming any more prestigious honors. If this trend persisted, the reputation he had built at Valencia would gradually diminish. With an eye towards next season, Benitez was determined to triumph over Atletico Madrid. After all, their opponents in the other semi-final, whether it be Fulham or Hamburg, were not particularly formidable, and reaching the final would present a significant opportunity for victory. However, overcoming Atletico was no easy task, as Benitez prepared to face them. He had been closely monitoring Atletico's performances, especially since he had 2 full weeks to evaluate them after the quarterfinals. During this period, Atletico was engaged in a grueling schedule of weekly matches in the league. Under such pressure, they could not afford to conserve their strength. Upon reviewing all available footage of Atletico's matches, Benitez was astonished to discover that their tactical approach left much to be desired. The same players remained, with the sole distinction being that Koch had been heavily relied upon as a midfield facilitator, though he was not the focal point. Merely a diligent runner focused on defense and ball distribution. Atletico's offense hinged primarily on Semedo's breakthroughs down the flanks, Reyes' individual efforts, and Hula's timely runs, complemented by the stellar performances of their 2 forwards. Tactically, Atletico's strategies were rather simplistic. However, their synergy was remarkably cohesive. Their relentless movement allowed for timely connections among players. In this scenario, even with a lack of perfect harmony, they could create ample passing routes and options, enhancing their attacking effectiveness. Moreover, their collective exertion often afforded them greater space in offense while restricting their opponent's opportunities in defense. This presents quite a challenge. When it comes to tactical issues, Benitez has yet to suffer defeat with his meticulously orchestrated strategies. He excels at honing in on tactical minutiae and patiently awaiting opportunities. However, the characteristics of Atletico Madrid cannot be addressed merely through meticulous tactical adjustments. To confront such a team, one must exercise patience in attack while maintaining vigorous movement in defense to thwart the opponent's offensive efforts. Nonetheless, Atletico's attacking players possess distinctive qualities. A single player can initiate an offensive, while two can collaborate effectively, and 3 or 4 can execute a series of coordinated attacks. In dealing with such a formidable team, it seems that a collective offensive strategy may not suffice. It would be prudent to entice them into striking first. Atletico's defense, once regrouped, is nearly impenetrable, particularly evident in their recent matches. It is not merely the prowess of Atletico Madrid's defenders that stands out. Rather, under such a recycling of possession, the space afforded to the opposition is inherently limited. Their relentless running and man-marking leave opponents with scant opportunities to pass, rendering any attempt to breach their defenses exceedingly arduous. Conversely, when Atletico ventures forward and their defensive line has yet to be fully established, numerous vulnerabilities become apparent. It is in this light that Benitez laments Torres' injury even more acutely. A striker of Torres' caliber possesses the ability to single-handedly execute a counterattack. His presence at the forefront would greatly enhance the effectiveness of a defensive counter-strategy. Yet, in Torres' absence, Babel remains. Although the Dutch forward has struggled to exhibit elite form since joining Liverpool, his attributes are well suited for a lone striker role. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, he boasts impressive speed, formidable power, and decent dribbling skills, making him a viable threat on the counterattack, potentially leading to goals. Moreover, given that the first leg is away, even if they fail to score, as long as they do not concede, that outcome remains acceptable. Benitez is a coach who prioritizes achieving his objectives above all else, willing to forego any semblance of face. With a resolute commitment to a defensive counterattack, he began preparations for the match. At the very least, in terms of preparation, Liverpool holds an advantage, as they are not burdened by league distractions. Chapter 80. Old teammates welcome to the Calderon. The first leg of this season's UEFA Europa League semi-finals is about to commence, with Atletico Madrid hosting Liverpool. This clash features two teams that were eliminated from the Champions League, both of whom have progressed to the semi-finals of the Europa League. However, even if they were to secure the Europa League title, it may do little to heal their internal wounds, for financially speaking. Merely advancing a couple of rounds in the Champions League would yield greater rewards than winning the Europa League. The commentator jested about both sides. For teams accustomed to competing in the Europa League, reaching the semi-finals is undoubtedly an exhilarating achievement. Yet for those who initially aimed for the Champions League but found themselves relegated to the Europa League after finishing third in their group, it is a case of making the best of a disappointing situation. The meager rewards aside, the number of matches is also a concern. For Liverpool, who find themselves in a mid-table league position, the situation is somewhat manageable, but for teams vying for the championship, the Europa League can feel rather burdensome. Nonetheless, the young panda does not perceive it as superfluous. For a newcomer like him, any title is something to ardently aspire to. In this match, both teams are deprived of their golden boy, Torres, who was originally nurtured by Atletico. However, 2 seasons ago, he transferred to Liverpool and quickly became a pivotal player. The prospect of Torres returning to the Calderon was highly anticipated, yet he is regrettably sidelined for the entire season due to an injury sustained in the league. Meanwhile, Atletico's new prodigy, Aguero, is also unavailable due to a suspension from accumulated yellow cards. In light of the absence of forwards, both teams have opted for a lone striker formation. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina, right-back Glenn Johnson, left-back Ajer, and the central defenders, vice-captain Carragher and Greek defender Kyriakos, form the backbone of the team, which is currently beset by significant injuries. Since joining Liverpool, Kyriakos has seen limited playing time, and it remains uncertain whether his extensive experience can be leveraged in this match. In midfield, Mascherano partners with Lucas, while the flanks are occupied by the versatile Dutchman Quit and the Israeli Benayoun. Captain Gerrard assumes the role of an advanced playmaker. with young Dutch forward Babel leading the attack. This lineup underscores a notable decline in Liverpool's prowess this season, rendering their lackluster performance in the league somewhat understandable. In contrast, Atletico Madrid adopts a 4-5-1 formation, featuring goalkeeper De Gea, defenders Barella, Lopez, Miranda, and Juanito, with a midfield trio of Koch, Garcia, and Gerardo. The wings are manned by Semedo and Reyes, who can also be regarded as a forward. Forwards are led by Forlan. Compared to Liverpool, Atletico's attacking capabilities on the flanks appear superior. During the pre-match handshake, the Panda did not engage much with Benitez, aware that the rather rotund manager is articulate and unflappable, making it challenging to provoke him. Since this was unattainable, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Liverpool's tactical deficiencies cannot be remedied by strategy, but rather should be exploited directly. With Alonso's departure, Liverpool's midfield has lost its metronome. Although Aquilani is a promising midfielder, he pales in comparison to Alonso and has suffered from injuries that hinder continuity, causing Liverpool considerable setbacks. Torres remains the most reliable element in Liverpool's forward line. Yet his injury leaves Babel and French forward Ngog as inadequate alternatives. Quid is an excellent forward, yet he is ill-suited for the lone striker role. Moreover, Benitez prefers to utilize him on the flanks to capitalize on his industrious nature. Consequently, Liverpool's offensive potency and organizational strength fall short compared to Atletico. The absence of central defender Skritel has further compromised Liverpool's once sturdy defense. Although Kyriakos is an experienced player, his lengthy tenure in the Greek and Scottish leagues, and his inability to secure a starting position in mid-tier Bundesliga team Frankfurt, raises concerns about his capability to step up in a Champions League contender like Liverpool. Originally, Liverpool's defensive reserves were robust, but with Skritel sidelined and Adger being a viable alternative, the situation worsened with the left-back Aurelio also unavailable. This forced Adger to occupy Aurelio's position on the left flank, thrusting Kyriakos into an unwelcome starting role. Such a glaring flaw, if left unaddressed, would indeed cast a shadow over the observational prowess of Wei Xiongmao. Moreover, Liverpool's two central defenders are towering yet lack agility. Although Forlan may not be the most nimble of forwards, he possesses valuable insights when facing formidable defenders, not to mention the contributions from the flanks. With players like Semedo and Reyes, along with Halado, who share similar attributes, a deficiency in personnel cannot be rectified merely through tactics. Over the past few years, Benitez has devoted himself tirelessly to maintaining Liverpool's performance. This year, however, misfortune seems to have befallen him, as all latent vulnerabilities appear to have erupted overnight. And Wei Xiongmao certainly would not let such a favorable opportunity slip by. It is not merely about capitalizing on his weaknesses to claim victory, at the very least. The evident shortcomings will not be overlooked by Wei Xiongmao. The strategy must focus on exploiting the flaw presented by Kyriakos. As the match commenced, Atletico Madrid did not adopt a leisurely approach. Instead, spurred on by the fervent cheers of their supporters, they launched into a fervent offensive onslaught. With relentless ball control, continuous passing, and ceaseless attacks. Aside from Forlan, Reyes frequently ventured into the central area, either dropping back to receive the ball or making incisive runs forward. Neither possesses remarkable speed, yet it is all relative. When compared to towering center-backs like Carragher and Kyriakos, both standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, their pace becomes quite impressive. Moreover, accustomed to direct confrontations, they find it challenging to adapt to a shifty and cunning forward like Forlan. After the kickoff, Forlan tested Reina with a couple of long-range shots. After all, they were teammates at one point. During Forlan's inaugural season at Villarreal, Reina was concluding his tenure there. Both were pivotal players for the Yellow Submarine that season, with Forlan netting 25 goals to secure the title of La Liga's top scorer, while Reina delivered stellar performances alongside the likes of Riquelme and Josmari, propelling Villarreal to historic heights, finishing third in La Liga and reaching the Champions League. Subsequently, they parted ways, now competing on opposite fronts. Such occurrences are commonplace on the football field. Following the second shot, which was deftly saved by Reina, Fran approached with a smile and helped him up. "Next time, I shall score," Pepe, Fran declared. "If you possess the skill, then come forth, Diego," Reina retorted. Chapter 81. Misfortune. Reina's caliber is undeniably commendable. Wei Xiongmao turned to Domingo and remarked, "Reina is quite proficient." Domingo shrugged in response. Over the years, Spain has indeed produced several exceptional goalkeepers. However, within the national team, Casillas has consistently held the starting position while Vault served as the backup. As for Reina, he has remained the third-choice goalkeeper for the Spanish national team, exhibiting remarkable stability. While Reina's skill level is undoubtedly high, he finds himself overshadowed by two contemporaries. Unlike Lehmann, who maintained an exceptional standard and could serve as the primary goalkeeper in a World Cup after Kahn's decline, Reina must rely on an abrupt drop in form from both Casillas and Vault to secure a position. Observing the rise of young talents such as Asenjo and De Gea further diminishes Reina's prospects, indicating that his most significant achievement with the national team may well be participating in 1 or 2 World Cups as the third-choice goalkeeper. Such players are abundant, and not limited to just Reina. On the field, Liverpool initiated a counterattack. However, it was evident that, lacking control, their offensive efforts became increasingly arduous compared to other teams. Atletico's relentless pressing naturally hindered Liverpool's already struggling passing game. After finally advancing into the attacking zone, Babel received a pass from Gerrard and attempted to create a threat through individual prowess, only to have the ball deftly intercepted by Miranda, who subsequently launched it forward with precision. A splendid defensive display. Since assuming command at Atletico, Reassuring has made but one acquisition, Miranda, brought in from São Paulo in Brazil. Despite the presence of numerous exceptional Brazilian defenders in Europe, such as Thiago Silva and David Luiz, Miranda's performance continues to astonish. Although he may not stand out on the field, his height seemingly average, his aerial duels, positioning, interceptions, and defensive recoveries are executed with remarkable skill. Atletico's scouting system is truly commendable, capable of identifying such a talented center-back from Brazil. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Benitez cast an envious glance at Miranda. As a coach renowned for his defensive acumen, he naturally appreciates defenders of exceptional skill. Yet during his tenure at Liverpool, he has found little satisfaction in his center-backs. Ajer, Hypatia, Carragher, and Skritel are all commendable defenders. Yet they possess a distinctly English style, unyielding in direct confrontations but lacking a certain steadiness in defensive transitions. As for Kyriakos, Benitez holds a less favorable opinion. Despite his considerable stature and solid defensive capabilities, his agility pales in comparison to the current center-backs, and, most critically, he struggles to adapt to the Premier League's brisk tempo, often appearing clumsy on the pitch. Were it not for a lack of alternatives, and given that Atletico's pace was not particularly rapid, he would not have deployed Kyriakos as a center-back. While Benitez pondered these thoughts, Koch, receiving a pass from Miranda, executed a precise through ball. Reyes, who had shifted into the central area, received the pass and began a decisive breakthrough. Lucas lunged forward with excessive fervor, allowing Reyes to deftly evade him and continue his advance. As Mascherano approached, facing this renowned defensive stalwart, Reyes hesitated to press forward, recognizing that any delay in the attack would complicate their efforts to penetrate further. With a sudden stop, Reyes lifted his foot and delivered a pass to the flanks. On the wing, Hilaro received the ball, and as Ajer closed in, he feigned a breakthrough before skillfully pulling the ball back and immediately delivering a cross. The ball soared toward the center, with Carragher's attention fixated on Fran, while Kyriakos sprinted in the direction the ball was rolling, poised to clear it. Noticing Kyriakos had already advanced, Carragher relaxed somewhat, even though Fran was also racing towards the same spot, using his speed to create a gap between himself and Carragher. Nevertheless, it was evident that Kyriakos would reach the ball first, affording him ample time to clear it. Suddenly, Carragher watched in disbelief as Kyriakos fell to the ground without warning. Whether the surface was too slippery or for some other reason, Kyriakos, with no one around, took a tumble. The ball rolled smoothly towards them, and Carragher, dumbfounded, observed Fran stride confidently after it, followed by a powerful strike. Faced with a close-range shot within the penalty area, even if Reina had the quickest reflexes, he would be unable to make a save, left only to watch the ball find the net. After scoring, Fran glanced at Kyriakos still sprawled on the ground, then spread his arms wide and ran off in celebration. Laughter erupted from the Calder stands, followed by the frenzied cheers of Atlantic Tico fans. Luck was on their side today, as their opponent had stumbled so unexpectedly. Reassuring clapped his hands and stood up. He had indeed devised a strategy targeting Kyriakos, focusing on that weakness, yet before it could take effect, Kyriakos had made such an almost elementary error. Benitez's misfortune, it seemed, was far from over. However, considering Liverpool's performances over the years, they had enjoyed a fair share of luck, having eliminated Mourinho's Chelsea on several occasions, which undeniably involved a significant element of fortune. Securing that Champions League title was a stroke of luck, certainly aided by the champagne celebration in the opposing locker room, but without luck. How could they have possibly scored 3 goals in quick succession to equalize in the second half, having enjoyed such good fortune for so long? It was indeed time for a reversal of fate. The unfortunate goal was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Benitez stared in disbelief at Kajikos, not entirely attributing the failure to him alone. After all, Kajikos had scarcely played this season, with his appearances predominantly limited to the League Cup and the FA Cup, matches he had effectively relinquished. It was only due to a lack of alternatives that he was thrust into such a pivotal role. Yet, the abrupt blunder was undeniably jarring. Kajikos clasped his head in despair during his defensive retreat. Whether due to nerves or some other reason, he had inexplicably slipped. Both Benitez and Kajikos lamented their misfortune. In truth, Liverpool had endured a season rife with bad luck, and this particular match merely encapsulated the culmination of their misfortunes. The decline of Liverpool heralded a shift in the Premier League, which had maintained its elite four for 5 or 6 years. As the competition intensified, Benitez faced the imminent threat of being ousted from the upper echelons of European football. "Let you be the first coach I eliminate," he mused inwardly while clapping his hands. Chapter 82. I am quite satisfied. Following such a demoralizing goal, Liverpool found themselves in a passive position, subsequently besieged by Atletico within their own half. In these circumstances, Liverpool managed to maintain their composure amidst the onslaught. Even Kajikos, in direct confrontations, proved to be quite formidable. Once it became apparent that Liverpool had steadied their footing, Atletico began to withdraw, opting to circulate the ball in midfield. Although Liverpool's pressing was relentless, disrupting their control, Atletico still managed to retain possession to a certain extent. When Liverpool launched their attacks, the relentless pressing from Atletico made it exceedingly difficult for them to secure the ball within the 30-meter zone, compelling them to repeatedly initiate assaults from the flanks, lofting crosses in an attempt to create threats. The aggressive tactics employed did indeed place some strain on Atletico Madrid's defensive line. However, the seasoned Juanito demonstrated remarkable judgment in discerning the trajectory of the ball, while Miranda exhibited equally commendable perceptiveness. The effectiveness of high crosses from the flanks is often limited, and under the relentless pressure from Liverpool, Atletico's defensive positioning and interference were executed with commendable precision, whether it was Babel, Gerrard, or Quit making incisive runs into the penalty area. Even when they occasionally managed to secure a few advantageous positions, they were unable to pose any significant threat due to the interference from Atletico's defenders. Furthermore, Atletico's goal was guarded by the imposing De Gea, whose ability to engage in aerial challenges was commendable. Crosses directed near the 6-yard box were frequently thwarted by his timely interventions. Observing the lack of effectiveness from this approach, Benitez wisely instructed Liverpool's players to withdraw, recognizing that a relentless assault on Atletico was not a prudent strategy, and that a counter-attacking approach would yield better results. This was indeed the strategy meticulously crafted by Benitez from the outset. However, now Atletico Madrid finds itself with an early lead. Will the defensive counterattack still prove effective? Benitez remains uncertain. He can only hope that the youthful Wu Xiongmao will be overly ambitious, failing to be satisfied with merely a 1-goal advantage, thus compelling Atletico to advance their offensive play. It must be noted that Liverpool's attack is not characterized by finesse. They possess the capability to launch direct long passes for counterattacks when opportunities arise. Regrettably, Wu Xiongmao has disappointed him. After witnessing Liverpool's attacking failure, he promptly instructed his players to withdraw and gradually initiate their own offensive through ball control, deliberately avoiding recklessness. Each offensive attempt, regardless of its outcome, must either result in a dead ball, a goal, a shot that goes out of bounds, or a decisive foul in the attacking third to disrupt Liverpool's rhythm. In essence, no matter the approach, the aim is to thwart Liverpool's rapid counterattacks. If they are to attack, they must confront our well-structured defensive formation. In light of Atletico's steadfast playing style, Benitez finds himself at a loss. Football matches typically require exploiting the opponent's weaknesses to create scoring opportunities, as many teams lack overwhelming strength. Without capitalizing on the adversary's flaws, securing goals becomes exceedingly challenging. Of course, exceptions exist. Nevertheless, with Atletico currently in the lead, Wu Xiongmao's tactical acumen and deployment appear effortlessly masterful. He need not compel his players to engage in reckless offensives. Under his guidance, Atletico maintains possession in midfield, orchestrating passes and organization. Whenever Liverpool attempts to attack, they invariably confront Atlantic Tico's formidable collective defense. Benitez, somewhat resigned, observes the young coach Wu Xiongmao, who indeed possesses the audacity to maintain composure. Initially, he had anticipated that Wu, brimming with youthful vigor, would relentlessly pursue the vulnerable Kiljakokas, whose performance was evidently lacking. Such relentless pursuit is not inherently misguided, yet advancing an attack exposes vulnerabilities within the defensive line. Benitez secretly hopes Wu Xiongmao will adopt this approach. For even if both sides were to score subsequently, it would be a far more favorable scenario than the current one. The significance of away goals in two-legged matches requires no further elaboration. This encapsulates the essence of Benitez. He possesses an innate ability to leverage even the slightest advantage to achieve his desired outcomes. However, the formidable opponent, the Panda, remains unfazed. With a home score of 1-0, he appears outwardly content. Yet, deep within, he is undoubtedly not entirely satisfied, rather than a mere 1-0 victory. He yearns for a more decisive 2-0 or 3-0 triumph. However, when compared to a precarious scoreline of 2-1 or 3-2, he would prefer the singular 1-0. Having secured a goal, the paramount objective now shifts to preserving that lead, as maintaining a clean sheet takes precedence over scoring additional goals. Against a strategist like Benitez, one must not afford him excessive opportunities nor allow even a glimmer of hope. He is patient and adept at seizing openings. Thus, it is crucial to deny him any chance to exploit. As the halftime whistle resounds, Benitez rises, reluctantly preparing to retreat to the locker room. At that moment, he noticed Wei Xiongmao making a V sign towards him. Was he prematurely declaring victory? Surely. It was intended to provoke me. Benitez smiled faintly and chose not to respond. At this juncture, as our team finds itself trailing, any response may easily be seized upon by the opposition, rendering silence the wisest course of action. Has Wei Xiongmao prematurely proclaimed victory? Or does he intend to signal his ambition for a second goal in this match? Perhaps he wishes to convey an advantage in the two-legged contest? While the commentators speculate, Wei Xiongmao has already retreated to the locker room. Boss, what does that signify? Inquired Aguero, a player sidelined by suspension, who could not contain his curiosity upon entering the locker room. The other players turned their gazes toward Wei Xiongmao. Oh, it merely indicates my satisfaction with the current situation, he replied with a grin. Is satisfaction a valid reason for such a gesture? The players exchanged glances, puzzled. In truth, it serves to remind you all to maintain this momentum into the second half. Liverpool's offensive capabilities are presently lackluster, although Gerrard occasionally exhibits brilliance. His age has somewhat dulled his finesse. By closely marking him and limiting his opportunities to receive the ball, we can stifle any extraordinary performance from him. This principle extends to the entire Liverpool squad. If we secure a 1-0 victory at home, we will prevail in the two-legged tie. For it demonstrates that as long as we focus on defense, they will find it impossible to breach our goal. Having already achieved a crucial goal, why not leverage this advantage to win the overall contest? In Chapter 83, the anticipation for the second half of the match grew, and Benitez sensed trouble looming. Atletico Madrid, while on the offensive, remained steadfastly cautious, ensuring that each attack culminated in a dead ball situation. Whether it was a speculative long-range shot from Fran that soared over the crossbar or a cross thwarted by the opposition, resulting in a corner kick, their strategy was consistent. Even when Liverpool occasionally gained possession, one or two nearby players would swiftly close in to disrupt, while the rest would retreat like a tide. Their defensive commitment far outweighed their offensive efforts. Benitez was uncertain whether this was a premeditated tactic by Wei Xiongmao or a spontaneous adjustment. Nonetheless, the control and command that Wei Xiongmao exhibited over the entire team were truly remarkable. At that moment, Benitez found himself envious of Wei Xiongmao's ability to lead. As a coach meticulous about tactical details, he yearned for his team to possess formidable execution, translating his strategic vision into practice. However, achieving this was no small feat. Liverpool's players were relatively obedient. Otherwise, after 5 or 6 years of his stewardship, there would have been unrest in the locker room. It is well known that Benitez possesses a notably low emotional intelligence when a player scores twice in a match. He is met not with praise but with a detailed account of his mistakes during the game. The Liverpool players have indeed been remarkably patient, enduring his management for so many years. In contrast, Wei Xiongmao, to a significant extent, commanded the entire team not through meticulous details but through a holistic approach to leadership. His observations of the players' conditions were astutely precise, and he assigned tasks that they could complete with focused attention, as long as the outcomes were favorable. Wei Xiongmao was less concerned about the specific methods of task completion. Furthermore, his practice of leading by example during training, meeting the standards he set for his players, naturally garnered their respect. Benitez often struggled to earn the affection of his players, largely for this reason. When he demanded they achieve certain feats, they would question whether he himself had succeeded in similar circumstances. Despite his background in Real Madrid's youth academy, his career was cut short by a severe injury in his early 20s. They might wonder if he had ever met the demands he placed upon them on the field. Though such thoughts may be misguided, for the coach and the players are fundamentally distinct entities. Once such notions take root, a rift may easily arise between them. However, the approach of the tactician, known as Wei Mao, does not suffer from such issues. Furthermore, considering that he has only recently taken the helm at Atletico Madrid, any discontent among the players is unlikely to manifest immediately. In this match, this translates to an unassailable advantage for Atletico, while Benitez may endure. Wei Mao offers him no opportunity whatsoever. As the seconds of the second half tick away, Liverpool's offense shows no sign of improvement. Quit's cross from the flank is promptly cleared by Juanito. Lucas's long pass finds Gerrard, who, after controlling the ball, forcefully penetrates the penalty area. Under the pressure of Miranda and Koch, he attempts a shot, only for the ball to strike the side netting. Gerrard's incisive pass into the box sees Johnson, under El Pez's interference, momentarily falter in his control, allowing Miranda to swiftly clear the danger with a powerful kick. 20 minutes into the second half, Liverpool has created merely 3 opportunities, one of which resulted in a shot that hit the side netting. This highlights the scarcity of chances generated by Liverpool. Fans watching from afar begin to nostalgically reminisce about those absent figures. Alonso's incisive passes and orchestrations have always been pivotal in breaking through dense defenses. Torres's ability to penetrate and score is equally a potent weapon in their offensive arsenal. Even Arbeloa's contributions from the flank would appear more reliable than Johnson's. Regrettably, these players are not present. Liverpool remains resilient but lacks the finesse in their attacks. Confronted with Atletico's formidable defense, they charge forth valiantly, yet only find themselves bruised and battered. Benitez can no longer remain passive, although this is merely the first leg. The performances during this period have illuminated a stark reality. Should Atletico maintain their current form, they may indeed succeed in preventing Liverpool from scoring even a single goal. If they cannot find the net in 10 minutes, they likely will not in 90. The same holds true across 2 legs. This represents an insurmountable flaw for Liverpool, one that can only be addressed if Torres makes an immediate return from injury, thereby utilizing his formidable impact and individual prowess to conjure opportunities for scoring. Regrettably, Torres is fated to miss the remainder of this season, as he is currently engaged in intensive rehabilitation, striving to be fit for the impending World Cup. In the upcoming match, Atletico Madrid's Agüero will make his return. Even if victory eludes them, it is imperative to explore which strategies might prove effective against Atletico. Consequently, Benitez has begun to make frequent tactical adjustments. He replaced the French forward Ngog with Babel, as the Dutch striker had failed to pose any threat during the 60 minutes he played, with Miranda neglecting to mark him closely, allowing him to remain ineffective. This young Dutch forward possesses considerable talent, yet has struggled to showcase his abilities, and there are reasons for this. Regrettably, Ngues's performance has been even more disappointing. The 20-year-old prodigy, despite his impressive height of 191 meters, displayed a rather mediocre performance on the field. While his stature seemed to afford him some advantage against Miranda's defense, he quickly faded from the game after Domingos, who stood nearly as tall, was substituted in. Subsequently, Aquilani entered the fray. However, under the relentless pressure exerted by Garcia, the Italian midfielder found it exceedingly difficult to gain possession. In desperation, Benitez repositioned Johnson to the midfield and reinstated Quit as a forward to bolster their attacking force. Yet, Atletico's defense correspondingly tightened, especially after Domingos replaced Reyes, which added another defender to their ranks. At this juncture, the vigilant Panda opted to substitute Thiago for Gallardo, enhancing midfield mobility and bolstering protection near the penalty area. They ultimately succeeded in maintaining a 1-goal lead until the final whistle. Although Liverpool's offense posed some threats during the initial 10 minutes of defense, causing moments of anxiety for Atletico's fans, they nonetheless managed to preserve their advantage until the conclusion of the first leg. A score of 1-0 marked a solid victory for Atletico at home. Recently, Atletico's performances have grown increasingly stable, and with their home match against Valencia in the Europa League, they have maintained a streak of 5 consecutive matches without conceding a goal. following the resolution of their attacking issues. The Pandas' modifications to Atletico's defense have begun to yield results. My anticipation for the Pandas' performance at Atletico next season is mounting, especially as the current team has yet to be fully fashioned according to his vision. Chapter 84. Benitez's final battle for Atletico's supporters. The excitement for the next season is palpable. Although the current season has not yet concluded and 2 championships remain within reach, the prospect of a reformed team under the Pandas' guidance, poised to challenge for the league title and the Champions League trophy next year, stirs their spirits. Naturally, this season itself is also worthy of anticipation. Following their victory over Liverpool, Atletico has encountered no setbacks in the league. This round, they face Tenerife, a team mired in the relegation zone. As long as Atletico can maintain their stamina over consecutive home matches, securing these 3 points is imperative for the Panda. The subsequent fixture pits them against Sevilla, a direct competitor for a Champions League spot. Currently, Atletico holds a 4-point lead over Sevilla, and securing a full 3 points in this match would allow them to strategically concede in the next round, while still maintaining a 1-point advantage. Although the away match against Sevilla is crucial, as it holds the significance of a 6-point swing, as long as Atletico can sustain a lead of more than 3 points, a loss would be manageable. Therefore, as the weekend approached, despite the Panda rotating some players, Atletico's squad gave their all on the pitch. Agüero, who had not played in the previous match, shone brightly, netting a hat-trick and leading Atletico to a resounding 3-0 victory over Tenerife. Following this round, Atletico Madrid's qualification for the Champions League appears to be almost assured. Mallorca was held to a draw by Malaga, and Sevilla suffered a defeat against Getafe. With 61 points, Atletico Madrid, although still trailing Valencia by 1 point, has established a 5-point lead over Mallorca and a 7-point advantage over Sevilla. This is already a significant advantage, with 4 rounds remaining in the league. Although it cannot be asserted that Atletico Madrid has secured qualification for the Champions League next season, the lead is indeed substantial. However, Atletico cannot rest on their laurels with a mere 4th place, as that position necessitates a playoff, while 3rd place allows for direct entry into the group stage of the Champions League. For the Bearcats, securing 4th place may seem assured, yet striving for 3rd is essential. Competing in the playoffs would require the team to commence preparations a fortnight in advance, which would be detrimental to their preseason readiness. It is gratifying that we have solidified our position in 4th, but we must remain cognizant of the 4 remaining matches. Having consistently fought on 2 fronts, our players have not been able to perform with undivided focus during matches. Of course, our opponents face similar challenges, thus fluctuations in our results are to be expected. Nevertheless, our ambitions remain unchanged. 2 championships and qualification for the Champions League are what we seek. In an interview with Ngel following the match, he remarked that Ngel has practically become his personal journalist. This is not particularly beneficial for Ngel, as he is already a top journalist at AS, specializing in reporting on the Bearcats, which could be seen as a step back in his career. However, Ngel is unfazed. He has come to regard the Bearcats as good friends. When asked if he had anything to say to the fans ahead of the second leg in 3 days, Ngel inquired, "Tell the fans that Atletico is undaunted. Agüero is back and in excellent form. We will not adopt a conservative approach like we did at home, but will strive to score away goals, and we are capable of doing so. Winning at home with a score of 1-0 without conceding allows us to aim even higher away, perhaps with a more aggressive offense. After all, as long as we score, even if we concede 1 goal, we can still reach the finals. We possess the ability to score at Anfield, and that is beyond doubt." Benitez closed the newspaper in his hands. The exclusive interview with the Bearcats had made the front page of AS, and it was impossible for Benitez not to notice. Keeping abreast of the latest developments concerning opponents has always been an excellent strategy for analyzing them. However, after reading the interview, Benitez could only manage a wry smile. The management had issued him an ultimatum. Winning the Europa League would be his last hope. Failing to secure the Europa League trophy would mean his departure at the end of the season. Yet, facing Atletico at home, Benitez now felt utterly unsure. In this interview, Wei Xiongmao revealed certain insights. Yet this aligns with Benitez's speculation regarding the tactical direction of Wei Xiongmao's strategy, either to maintain a slender lead through resolute defense or to secure goals through aggressive offense. In essence, although Wei Xiongmao professes a desire to attack, he may be concealing his true intentions or deliberately misdirecting Benitez's preparations. Thus, irrespective of the situation, Benitez must adopt a dual approach. However, such a strategy will inevitably squander the already limited preparation resources of Liverpool. Rarely has Benitez encountered such a perplexing dilemma, and he finds himself genuinely troubled. Were it not for the professional integrity inherent to his role as a head coach, he might have considered resigning at this juncture. During the summer, he repeatedly emphasized that Alonso should not be let go, yet the management made the opposite decision, prompting him to contemplate resignation at that moment, rather than enduring the tumultuous season that has unfolded. Nonetheless, after reflecting on these thoughts, Benitez sighed and proceeded to prepare for the match. After all, he is not one to throw in the towel. Regardless of what transpires after this season, he will depart, but he remains committed to adequately preparing for these final matches. Of course, with a limited roster and no tactical advantages at hand, Atletico Madrid's narrow victory in the first leg grants Wei Xiongmao significantly greater flexibility in tactical choices. He could initiate an offensive assault right from the start to secure an early goal or opt to prolong the game through steadfast defense, adjusting his strategy in response to the evolving scoreline. In summary, the advantage established in the first leg affords him a beneficial position in tactical planning and selection. However, this advantage is a product of Wei Xiongmao's diligent efforts in the initial match. The other players have little to add. The solitary variable Benitez can rely upon is Aquilani. Should he exhibit some mastery in midfield control, Liverpool's chances in this match would notably improve. As for the defensive line's shortage of personnel, that is a separate issue. As long as the midfield can enhance its commanding capabilities, Liverpool's offense will inevitably appear more sophisticated than in the previous match, rather than struggling against Atletico's formidable defense. It is crucial to recognize that while Atletico's defense remains robust, it is not without vulnerabilities to exploit. Chapter 85. The pitfalls of Benitez. I harbor slight concerns regarding Liverpool's offensive capabilities. However, their defensive shortcomings cannot be overlooked. In this match, we should focus more on our offensive strategy. While our defense is indeed formidable, it would be a grave oversight not to capitalize on the evident flaws in the opponent's backline. In the previous match, given the home advantage, it was prudent to adopt a conservative approach after scoring. However, in this encounter, there is no need for such restraint. Upon arriving in Liverpool, Wei Xiongmao found himself embroiled in numerous meetings. Although the home advantage was significant, with just one match remaining to reach the Europa League final, it was impossible for him to overlook the importance of this game. In the previous knockout stages of the Europa League, Wei Xiongmao did not possess an air of invincibility. While a championship was crucial to him, jeopardizing their pursuit of a top-4 finish in the league would be a costly trade-off. After all, progressing from the knockout rounds to the final required Atletico Madrid to endure a grueling 8 matches, leaving them with little time for respite. Consequently, Wei Xiongmao often adopted a riskier strategy in cup matches. For instance, after a 2-2 draw away, securing a goalless draw at home would conserve energy. However, he could not be certain that the opposition wouldn't deliver an unexpected blow that could eliminate Atletico Madrid. Yet, this was a gamble he had to take. If they lost, so be it, as long as it did not hinder their league ambitions. Now, however, they had reached the semifinals, and the final opponent was unlikely to be formidable. Coupled with a considerable advantage in the league, Wei Xiongmao regarded this match with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Liverpool's defense was severely depleted, with Skritel and Aurelio unavailable for selection, leaving Adger to occupy the left-back position and Kilgallen to fill the void in central defense. Domingo could not help but chuckle. We are fortunate. Had Liverpool not been missing so many defenders, Barcelona would not have been so easily dismantled by us. Wei Xiongmao chuckled in return. He did not perceive this as a source of shame. The depth of the squad and the frequency of player injuries were indeed critical factors in assessing a club's overall strength. It was not as if he had been the cause of their injuries. Nonetheless, Benitez proved himself a tactical genius, still managing to concoct a brilliant strategy despite the limited personnel at his disposal. Before the match commenced, Wei Xiongmao received the starting lineup for Liverpool. He glanced at the message sent by the club staff while in the car and muttered an expletive. What's wrong? The players peered curiously at Wei Xiongmao, who, despite his often light-hearted demeanor, seldom resorted to profanity in their presence. His momentary slip of language indicated that, at that instant, his composure had faltered slightly. It's nothing. Just didn't he anticipate their starting lineup? Benitez really knows how to play the game. Wei Xiongmao sighed, and at that moment, Domingo also caught sight of Liverpool's starting lineup. Echoing his sentiment, aside from a few alterations, Babel remained in the forward position, supported by Gerrard, while the flanks were occupied by Benayoun and Quit. In midfield, Lucas's partner had changed to Aquilani, and the central defense no longer featured Kijakos. Instead, Vice-Captain Carragher partnered with Adger. The left-back position had been filled by Glenn Johnson, who, although right-footed, was capable of playing on the left side, a trend in recent years where right-backs have taken on left-back roles. Although his crossing might be slightly lacking, he could effectively cut inside for a shot, and Johnson's shooting ability was commendable. As for the right-back position, it was none other than Mascherano, originally a defensive midfielder, stepping in. If Mascherano were to replace Kijakos as a central defender, it would hardly surprise me, Wei Xiongmao remarked. The defense had seen 3 positional changes, a strategy Wei Xiongmao would never employ, as it could easily lead to chaos. While each of these players could adapt to their new roles, the disruption caused by 3 positional shifts was considerable. We shall continue our offensive and overwhelm them, Wei Xiongmao declared. Their defense is bound to falter, and we shall exploit this to secure more goals. He held absolute confidence in this approach. This indicates that he has yet to fully comprehend Benitez, thus in this instance. Benitez has certainly allowed Wei Xiongmao to experience a considerable setback. Indeed, Liverpool's defense has incorporated 3 new positions. However, the impact on them has not been particularly significant. For many years, Liverpool has consistently engaged in such rotations. Benitez once established a remarkable record at Liverpool, featuring a starting lineup that differed in 99 consecutive matches, and the players have become accustomed to partnering with various teammates in different positions. The impact of such changes is undeniably significant. After all, players are human, not machines, and a shift in position can lead to inconsistent performances. However, the Liverpool players appear to be less affected by this alteration. Moreover, Adger was originally a central defender. Much like Carragher, both of whom are versatile enough to play in various positions along the defensive line. Returning to his primary role as a central defender to partner with Carragher poses no issues whatsoever. Although Mascherano typically plays as a defensive midfielder, he is not devoid of experience as a defender. He can effectively perform as a central or right back. If his duties are confined to pure defense, there should be no complications. As for Johnson, he continues as a fullback, merely switching positions without any significant alteration to his usual responsibilities on the pitch. Consequently, when Atletico Madrid launched their offensive, the results did not meet the expectations set by the defensive strategy. In this match, the Panda Warriors deployed a formidable attacking lineup featuring Reyes and Sim-O, alongside forwards Fran and A.G. Aero. However, this aggressive formation struggled to create significant opportunities against Liverpool's defense. Sim-O was effectively neutralized by Mascherano's exceptional defensive skills. Although Reyes showcased some impressive dribbling, his speed could not match that of Johnson, and once Johnson caught up with him, Reyes's breakthroughs were considerably diminished. In terms of defensive recovery, the outstanding characteristics of top center-backs Carragher and Adger were fully realized, making it exceedingly difficult for Fran and A.G. Aero to find chances in the penalty area. While attempts from outside the box rarely bore fruit, after successfully repelling Atletico Madrid's advances, Liverpool's counterattacks were vibrant and impactful. Just before the end of the first half, the match's unexpected hero, Aquilani, received a pass from Gerrard and decisively struck the ball from the edge of the penalty area, sending it skimming into Atletico's net. 1-0, leveling the aggregate score to 1-1. Liverpool had equalized. This player truly possesses remarkable talent. Fortunately, there remains an opportunity for us in the second half. The Panda Warrior cast a distant glance at the ever-composed Benitez, contemplating silently. Chapter 86. Learning from each other having been unexpectedly outplayed by the opponent. The Panda Warrior did not exhibit any signs of frustration. After all, in the realm of competition, one must endure setbacks. In the football world, encountering challenges is inevitable. Sportsmanship is replete with unpredictability. Even the legendary Michael Jordan has faced blocks, and the football greats Pele and Maradona have experienced turnovers. Coaches, too, are not exempt from the myriad factors that influence football matches, making it commonplace to encounter setbacks occasionally. Moreover, the second half presented opportunities to reclaim the momentum. Our performance in the first half was commendable. However, we faltered in our offensive approach. That was my oversight, as I anticipated their defense to falter, and thus, I adopted a balanced offensive strategy, thinking it sufficient to breach their defense. Yet Liverpool's backline proved resilient, showcasing exceptional skills. The score may be tied, but let us remember that we have not conceded a goal at home. An important detail worth repeating: we have not conceded at home. In the second half, we shall advance boldly and initiate our attacks without hesitation. Even if they score again, as long as we find the net, we shall emerge victorious. Liverpool's defense is not as impenetrable as ours, and our offensive capabilities exceed theirs. This is our advantage, especially in away matches. Do you understand? The players nodded in agreement. They had felt somewhat out of sorts in the first half, but could not pinpoint the reason, as instinct often guides players in their performance. Now, with the Panda Warrior urging them to commit fully to their offensive efforts, they were ready to act. Our first half performance was indeed commendable. In the second half, Atletico Madrid will undoubtedly launch a fierce offensive. There is no doubt about it, for their head coach will orchestrate such a strategy. Benitez confidently asserted that he has now discerned the forthcoming mindset of the Rojiblancos. Atletico Madrid naturally excels in attack and has deployed a formidable offensive lineup. However, in the first half, they prioritized defense, which hindered their full offensive potential. This error will be rectified in the second half, necessitating our defensive resilience to withstand their assault, followed by counterattacks to secure goals. Do you understand? The onus is now on us to prevent conceding. By maintaining a clean sheet, we can keep the match balanced and retain the possibility of extra time. Once we reach extra time, the stage will belong to us. The players of Liverpool nodded in agreement, recognizing that Atletico's style of play is indeed physically demanding, relying heavily on extensive movement. While Atletico may sustain their stamina during regular time, what will transpire during extra time? Moreover, considering that Atletico has been engaged in a grueling schedule of double matches each week, their depletion of energy far surpasses that of Liverpool. The players of Liverpool are equally capable of running. Furthermore, they have had more time to adjust. This is precisely the outcome that Benitez desired. It was this realization that compelled the team to launch an all-out offensive in the second half. Fear not the prospect of conceding a goal. For even if a goal is surrendered, it disrupts the equilibrium established over two legs. Regardless of who finds the back of the net in the second half, the balance will be irrevocably altered, signifying that the match is destined to conclude within the span of 90 minutes. This was also Atletico Madrid's sole opportunity for victory. As the second half commenced, Liverpool, taking the initiative, launched an offensive. Gerrard, with determination, broke through and took a shot, which was momentarily obstructed by Juanito's body. The ball deflected into the penalty area, and De Gea, reacting swiftly, smothered it beneath him. An offensive surge ensued. Wei Xiongmao shouted from the sidelines, at that moment resembling not a commander but rather a bugler. His voice served as the clarion call for the charge, prompting Atletico Madrid to launch an immediate offensive. As Koch received the ball in midfield, Aquilani pressed forward. Though no longer a youth at 26, Aquilani bore a resemblance to the former Reyes. Both having achieved early acclaim yet failing to fulfill the lofty expectations set for them, often hindered by injuries. Observing Koch, Aquilani felt a twinge of nostalgia. The 19-year-old Koch had already established himself as a mainstay for Atletico, while Aquilani, who had a similarly promising start, had made his debut for Roma at 18 and returned as a starter after a year of honing his skills in Serie B at 19. Regrettably, injuries curtailed his potential. Despite his reflections, Aquilani pressed on with determination. Although his physicality was average, Koch's stature offered him a chance in the contest. As Aquilani advanced, Koch chose not to dribble further, but lifted his foot to pass the ball. He had been consistently advised by Wei Xiongmao not to let the ball linger at his feet for too long. As a deep-lying playmaker, it was crucial to maintain precision in passing, particularly under pressure. The primary objective was to deliver the ball accurately and safely. Following this, orchestrating the attack and distributing the ball would become pivotal. Even with Garcia providing some protection, losing possession in deeper areas could lead to disaster. Having been directly promoted from the reserve team to the first team under Wei Xiongmao's guidance, Koch had become exceptionally receptive to his coach's instructions. Gradually refining his style of play, he avoided holding onto the ball unnecessarily, while a single pass might not initiate a full attack. It was always executed with safety in mind. After passing the ball, Koch made a forward run. When Simon received the ball but was unable to turn, he returned it to Koch, who advanced a couple of steps before sending a sideways pass, just as Aquilani closed in. Garcia, making a forward run, struck the incoming ball with all his might, delivering a powerful long-range shot aimed at the bottom left corner of the goal. Reina executed a magnificent save, deflecting the ball out of play with one hand. Benitez frowned from the coaching bench. During the previous defensive sequence, Liverpool's defenders had marked nearly all of Atletico's attacking players. Yet Atletico had still managed a shot through the late-arriving Garcia. The threat posed by that long-range effort was significant, A dynamic midfielder like Garcia could create such opportunities. It was evident that Wei Xiongmo had thoroughly prepared his team. During defense, ensure you retreat a bit more, he instructed. Benitez summoned the captain, Gerard, and Quit. Addressing them directly, both Gerard and Quit nodded in unison. Despite their offensive roles, they were equally adept at defense, observing their positions retreating. Wei Xiongmo bit his lip and cast a distant glance at Benitez. Are you attempting to replicate the tactics from my previous match? Let us see if we can breach your defenses. Chapter 87. ATL Tico's offensive strategy. Indeed, Benitez was emulating Wei Xiongmo's tactical approach from the last game. While the specifics of the strategy could not be identical, the overall situation bore a striking resemblance. As long as they could endure until the final whistle, the prospect of extra time would favor Liverpool. ATL Tico's stamina, under such intense competition, would not likely sustain them through extra time, whereas Liverpool could persist. This was the sole advantage Benitez could grasp, and he was determined to navigate towards this end. The lead established in the first half further emboldened Benitez to pursue this objective with greater confidence. The seasoned tactical maestro, under nearly insurmountable circumstances, managed to create an opportunity for Wei Xiongmo. Fortunately, there remained the second half of the match to rectify the earlier setbacks. With Quit and Gerard retreating, Wei Xiongmo found little to say and promptly made a substitution. Pulido replaced Juanito, given that Liverpool's counterattack now relied solely on Babel. It sufficed to retain Miranda as a central defender. Pulido's entry would not lead to an overlap in ATL Tico's attacking positions. In fact, his prowess in long-range shooting and playmaking from advanced positions is commendable. Throughout the first half of the season, he primarily served as Rodriguez's substitute. But since Wei Xiongmo's appointment, he has assumed a semi-regular starting role, alternating with Reyes, as both shared the responsibilities of a primary position, with commendable performances from each. In this manner, despite the absence of a traditional center-forward, ATL Tico Madrid's offensive arsenal is remarkably diverse. They possess long-range shots from outside the penalty area, breakthroughs, intricate combinations among players, flank incursions, and opportunistic positioning within the box. The variety of long-range efforts alone is impressive, featuring Forl's enigmatic strikes, Hilaro's mid-range attempts, Simo's lateral cuts followed by shots, and Garke's late runs into the attack, all of which can easily confound defenders. Furthermore, Aguero's agility inside the box poses significant challenges for traditional English center-backs like Carragher and Adger. Despite his height, he does not engage them physically, yet his speed, technique, and quick reflexes create considerable headaches for opposing defenders. This array of attacking talents serves as the bedrock of their confidence. During the first half of the season, their performance was somewhat subdued due to tactical constraints, yet under the stewardship of the coach, their potential has been fully realized. Not only due to tactical adjustments, but also because they have a proficient playmaker behind them. When positioned more forward, they can effectively receive the ball, thereby unleashing their attacking capabilities. An increase in offensive attempts naturally translates to greater scoring opportunities, and as their own offensive forays multiply, the opponent's chances diminish. ATL Tico Madrid's stellar performance in recent months can be attributed to these two fundamental principles. Confronting Liverpool's defensive line, ATL Tico began to unleash their full offensive repertoire. After Reyes shifted to a central position, he executed successive breakthroughs. Carragher rushed to intercept his advance, causing Reyes's pass to deflect off Carragher and veer sideways, where Simo, following up, took a long-range shot that narrowly missed the target. 2 minutes later, after Simo received the ball on the flank and cut inside, the advancing El Pez attracted some defensive attention, allowing Simo to spot the unmarked Coke and deliver the ball. Coke then unleashed another long-range effort that soared over the crossbar. Observing Atlantic Tico's series of long-range attempts concluding their attacks, Benitez felt a slight sense of relief, as the success rate of such shots is relatively low, and merely expanding the defensive perimeter wouldn't suffice to mitigate the threat. Instead of broadening the defensive area and inadvertently providing Aguero and others with more opportunities, it might be wiser to rely on a stroke of luck. However, the subsequent long-range attempt from Atlantic Tico turned Benitez's expression sour. This time, it was Fran's turn to take a long-range shot. Karp distributed the ball, and Fran, receiving it over 30 meters away from the goal, made a slight adjustment before unleashing a powerful strike without even glancing up. The shot soared high into the sky, and just when everyone assumed it would sail over the crossbar, it inexplicably began to descend. Before anyone could react, It struck forcefully just above the crossbar and then ricocheted out of play. Anfield fell into a brief silence, and after several seconds, the Liverpool supporters collectively exhaled in relief. The long-range shot was utterly terrifying, arriving without the slightest warning, and it appeared unlikely to result in a goal, yet it nearly found the back of the net. Had it been just 10 centimeters lower, it would have surely gone in. One must acknowledge that from the moment Fran received the ball to the moment he shot, a mere second elapsed. Given his range of motion, finding such shooting space is astonishingly effortless. If this style of play continues, what hope is there for defense? If one shot doesn't succeed, there will be another, and if two fail, there will be 5 or 10. Eventually, one will surely find its way in. And that would spell disaster. Stephen, mark Fran closely. Benitez stood up, shouting into the field. At this moment, only Gerrard seems truly reliable. Although his defensive skills are not particularly exceptional, his tenacity is adept at marking a forward like Forlan, who does not engage in much physical confrontation. Gerrard nodded towards the sidelines and positioned himself alongside Forlan. The astute Wei Kongmao observed that without this maneuver, Forlan would seize more opportunities by neutralizing him. Liverpool would lose their most formidable player, yet he would not be at a loss. At this juncture, Atletico Madrid's assault showed no signs of abating. Forlan began to roam, leading Gerrard on a chase. Gerrard was well aware of this tactic, yet he could not afford to stray from Forlan's side. This player possessed the capability to unleash a remarkable long-range strike from anywhere within a 30-meter radius of the attacking zone. While other players could be overlooked in terms of their long-range shots, Forlan was an exception that could not be ignored. Teams that underestimated his shooting ability often paid dearly for their oversight. Once Gerrard was drawn towards Forlan, Atletico's strategy shifted away from long-range attempts, focusing instead on relentless breakthroughs and distributing the ball in search of openings within the penalty area. Reyes, Semedo, Gerardo, and the ever-dynamic AG Aero began to exploit their dribbling skills to create scoring chances. Liverpool's defense found itself under immense pressure. They were ill-prepared to counter such incisive attacks. Both center-backs lacked agility, and Johnson struggled defensively, leaving Mascherano as the only reliable bastion of defense. Under this relentless onslaught, Liverpool's backline appeared precarious, teetering on the brink. Nevertheless, they persevered, acutely aware that Atletico's aggressive play was physically taxing. If they could endure, they might not need to hold out until the end of regular time. After 80 minutes, the threat posed by Atletico's offense would diminish significantly. Now, with 70 minutes already elapsed in the match. Chapter 88. A victory that feels like a last-minute goal. 75 minutes had passed. Benitez glanced at the clock, contemplating that if they could hold on for just a few more minutes, Atletico's offensive intensity would likely wane, at which point it would be Liverpool's time to shine. He has yet to make any substitutions, solely to mount a vigorous offensive in extra time. Of course, should the opposing team score, he would have to accept his misfortune, as this remains the only path to victory. Football matches often unfold in such a manner. A head coach must gamble. If the gamble pays off, he is hailed as a tactical genius. If it fails, he is deemed to have made foolish decisions. For instance, if Liverpool ultimately eliminates Atletico Madrid, the journalist who previously praised Wei Xiongmao for his heavy composure and securing the best victory at minimal cost may swiftly reverse their opinions, claiming that it was precisely Wei Xiongmao's conservatism at home that prevented a more decisive victory, allowing Atletico to advance on the away goals rule. Yet, at this moment, Wei Xiongmao remains impassive, having already fielded Atletico's strongest attackers. Any further substitutions would merely be superfluous. Introducing Keiko would not enhance the breakthrough capabilities beyond those of Reyes and Semedo, and Borja would find it impossible to create space against the defenses of Ajer and Carragher. The hope now rests solely on the players on the field. There are no alternatives. The Atletico players share no different thoughts. They continue their offensive efforts. Wei Xiongmao's gaze narrows on Agüero. In critical moments, it is the elite stars who must shine. Though Atletico boasts several excellent attackers, only Agüero can truly be regarded as a top-tier star. Despite his youth, it is precisely players of his caliber who can conjure miracles when the stakes are high. Wei Xiongmao eagerly anticipates this pivotal instant, trusting the ball to Agüero when uncertainty reigns. Koch, holding the ball deeper in the field, finds himself in a quandary, uncertain to whom he should pass, as each forward is closely marked by at least one defender. In that moment, he recalls Wei Xiongmao's specific instruction before the match. Just then, Agüero, having just emerged from the penalty area to receive the ball, finds himself closely guarded by Ajer and Lucas. In such a situation, what options does he truly have? Nevertheless, recalling Wei Xiongmao's words, Karp promptly passes the ball. Agüero, with his back to the penalty area, receives the ball as Lucas approaches from the side. Lucas's movements are swift. While his defense may not be overly aggressive, his speed and athleticism pose a significant threat. Agüero deftly nudges the ball to the side, protecting it close to his body, swiftly pivoting and accelerating towards the goal. Lucas, in his fervor, miscalculates, lunging too aggressively. Had he not committed so fully, he might have adjusted his steps and continued to defend. With a simple yet effective maneuver, Agüero evades Lucas, turns, and surges toward the penalty area. Ajer approached with caution. The seasoned defender was certainly not reckless enough to charge in blindly. Instead, he adeptly obstructed Agüero's path, engaging in a tactical retreat as they neared Liverpool's penalty area. Inside the box, the home side boasted a considerable numerical advantage, poised for a potential double team that could thwart even a player of Maradona's caliber. However, Agüero did not advance further. As he neared the edge of the penalty arc, he suddenly swung his right foot, unleashing a powerful shot from that position. Ajer reacted swiftly, launching himself in an attempt to intercept Agüero's strike with his body. Yet he was a fraction too late. The ball soared into the box, whizzing past Ajer before curving gracefully toward the bottom right corner of the goal. Ajer's presence had completely obstructed Agüero's shooting motion, leaving Reina with little time to respond as the ball sped past Ajer. Faced with such a well-placed and swift shot, it was evident that any attempt to save it would come too late. Indeed, in the next instant, before Reina could react, the ball had already nestled into the corner of the net. Goal. Agüero. A spectacular strike. He truly is a genius marksman. Throughout his seasons at Atletico, while his goal tally may not have surpassed that of Forlan, he consistently found the net when it mattered most. This goal broke the deadlock, proving crucial for Atletico. Amidst the commentators' exuberant shouts, Agüero spread his arms wide, sprinting across Anfield. The tens of thousands of Liverpool supporters watched in silence, acknowledging the brilliance of the goal. Yet they would never commend their adversary. After a moment of stillness, the classic anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resonated once more above Anfield. This is their final act of defiance. In the past 5 or 6 years, this year stands as the most dismal for Liverpool. They are set to miss next season's Champions League, and this season's Europa League represents their sole glimmer of hope. Yet now, even that hope seems to be slipping away. Amidst the mournful strains of a lament, the valiant panda raises its arms high, standing resolutely. Following the emergence of that goal, everything was irrevocably determined. It was not merely a last-minute triumph, but rather an overwhelming sense of finality. Following the goal, Liverpool realized that in order to eliminate Atletico Madrid, they needed to score at least 2 more goals within the remaining time. However, Atletico would not merely stand by and allow them to achieve this. Despite having introduced a sufficient number of attacking players, Atletico still had 2 substitutions at their disposal. Domingos replaced Fran, and Thiago came on for Reyes. Consequently, Atletico's formation swiftly transformed from a potent 3-5-2 into a defensively oriented 4-5-1, with only Agüero and Simo lingering in the attacking zone while the rest retreated. Cornered, Benitez found himself with limited options for substitutions. He was compelled to introduce one more forward and reposition Quit to play up front, advancing Johnson's position to initiate a vigorous offensive. Yet, their efforts proved futile. With Domingos on the field, Atletico's penalty area was bolstered with height, and the layers of midfield protection afforded them the luxury of focusing solely on defense with a 2-goal cushion. Amidst the relentless chants of Liverpool's supporters, the players launched wave after wave of attacks. Finally, during stoppage time, Gerrard delivered a delicate pass, and Benayoun, making a diagonal run into the penalty area, unleashed a fierce shot from a tight angle. Nevertheless, this valiant effort could not avert Liverpool's exit, as Atletico advanced on the strength of their away goals advantage. The final score was 1-2, with the aggregate being 2-2, leading Atletico to the final of the Europa League once more. Chapter 89. This is my first time as the final whistle blew. Benitez closed his eyes momentarily before rising to his feet. He understood that his journey with Liverpool had reached its conclusion. With only a match or 2 remaining in the league, the outcome held little significance for Liverpool. This defeat rendered the upcoming matches meaningless for him. In a sense, this was his last match with Liverpool. Regrettably, a singular world-class player dictated the course of the game. Benitez extended his hand towards the panda, who merely shrugged. He certainly would not disclose that AG Arrow's moment of brilliance was the result of a well-timed buff he had applied to him. This abstract enhancement of technique is indeed costly, requiring a substantial 500 stamina points. Were it not for the significance of this match, he would have hesitated to employ it. In retrospect, it appears to be quite a worthwhile investment, as Aguero's brilliance secured victory in this encounter. My fortune has been rather favorable, yet such luck is undoubtedly predicated upon skill, replied Wei Xiongmao. That is certainly true, Benitez nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. For the most significant honor he has achieved thus far is heavily intertwined with a degree of fortune. Throughout his numerous years in the Champions League and countless finals, only one stands out. The matches I've played over the past 6 months have provided me with considerable insight. It seems I must enhance my stamina training, Benitez remarked thoughtfully. That is indeed my unique secret, Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Benitez smiled in silence, reluctant to inquire further, for he believed that even if there were secrets to stamina training, the ultimate determinant remains consistent practice. He pondered what team he would lead next, resolved to rigorously train them and experiment with the new strategies he had observed from Wei Xiongmao. Unbeknownst to Benitez, this very hesitation would lead to his profound downfall with his subsequent team. Those who learn from me thrive, those who emulate me falter. Wei Xiongmao mused upon hearing the news of Benitez's departure. Of course, that is a matter for another time. In the post-match press conference, Wei Xiongmao did not deny that his journey to the finals, marked by elimination of 3 opponents through away goals, was tinged with an element of luck. However, he emphasized that such fortune was a result of his extensive preparations. The journalists did not critique his statements excessively, as their attention was captivated by Benitez, who, during the press conference, announced his resignation as Liverpool's head coach. He expressed that after 6 seasons in this role, he felt a sense of fatigue, attributing the decline in performance this season to himself, and he was prepared to accept this responsibility and relinquish his position as Liverpool's manager. This undoubtedly qualifies as significant news. In the past 5 or 6 years, the balance of power in the Premier League has remained stable, with the top 4 consistently occupying their positions. Rafa Benitez seemed poised to follow in the footsteps of Ferguson and Wenger, coaching a single club for an extended period. However, he chose to resign. After securing a place in the top 4 for 4 consecutive seasons, he stepped down following a single season outside the coveted ranks. This indeed evokes a sense of lament. Wei Xiongmao observed that the journalist's attention was entirely focused on Benitez, while he himself relished a moment of leisure. It was only after the press conference concluded that he exchanged a handshake with Benitez before departing the scene. During the journey back to Madrid, he remained unusually taciturn, a stark contrast to his typical demeanor. Did the sight of a distinguished coach facing such an abrupt dismissal stir something within him? Domingo pondered silently. Upon arriving in Madrid, Wei Xiongmao announced the dissolution of the team, granting the players a mere half-day off, instructing them to return to the club for training the following afternoon. This seemingly meager respite was understood by all. With the league match just 3 or 4 days away, an additional day off would hinder the players' efforts to regain their form. Thus, a half-day off was deemed entirely reasonable. As the players began to disperse, Domingo felt compelled to check in on Wei Xiongmao. He empathized with Wei Xiongmao's current state of mind, coaching a team that had evidently achieved commendable results, yet feeling inexplicably despondent indicated a deeper psychological struggle. Consequently, he suggested they go out for drinks, inviting their mutual friend Gel to join them. "Buy me a drink? Have you struck it rich?" Wei Xiongmao quipped. "What fortune comes from a drink?" Domingo replied, puzzled. Upon reaching the bar, Wei Xiongmao bellowed, "Bring us your most expensive drink, one of each." Domingo found himself speechless at the table. Gel curiously remarked, "Wei Xiongmao, doesn't he seem to be in a low mood at all?" At that moment, Domingo realized that whether one shrinks back or faces the challenge head-on, it ultimately leads to the same outcome. He lifted his head, took the drink the bartender had brought, passed one to Gel, and remarked, "Since Benitez's dismissal was announced, his words have dwindled. I worry about his emotional state." Indeed, Benitez's departure constituted significant news, and our newspaper, AS, had reported it. Interviewing the assistant coach who had a hand in Benitez's ousting was part of his assignment. Gel chuckled. "Benitez was hardly dismissed by me. Had we not finished in the top for this year, even winning the Europa League would not have secured his position." Wei Xiongmao took a swig of his drink and responded, "Surely not. Winning the Europa League would be quite an achievement, sufficient to warrant his continuation. Moreover, Benitez's performance over the past several seasons has been commendable, even without trophies. Liverpool's management had displayed considerable tolerance. How could they dismiss him for just one poor season? Domingo expressed his surprise. You're thinking like a typical management team. But Liverpool's management is no longer comprised of football-loving tycoons. They are now a consortium, a fund, investors from America. They assess a coach not by trophies, but by the team's performance and the ability to maintain financial equilibrium. A few years ago, Liverpool consistently secured a place in the top four, reaping the rewards of the Champions League. Thus, everything seemed manageable. However, this year, failing to secure a top four position renders even a quintuple victory futile. With a huff, Wei Xiongmao remarked, "So this is what makes you sorrowful?" Murmured Angel. "Who is sorrowful?" Wei Xiongmao retorted. Domingo could no longer contain himself, saying, "You've been unusually silent for quite some time. That's because I'm lamenting the fact that Benitez was the first esteemed coach I personally let go. Who knows how many more illustrious coaches I may dismiss in the future, but he remains the first. This is my inaugural experience," Wei Xiongmao proclaimed with pride. Domingo promptly spat out his drink. Chapter 90. The impulse to strike. Observing Wei Xiongmao, who confidently indulged in the expensive wine he had purchased, Domingo, despite being a man of honesty, felt a rising urge to strike him. Initially, he thought to console him, believing he was in low spirits, only to discover he was merely acting pretentious while enjoying such costly wine. Haha, I truly believe that given Wei's caliber, he will undoubtedly part ways with numerous top coaches. This occasion is indeed memorable, and Hell chuckled heartily. Indeed, well, I shall drink to this toast. There are still 4 league matches and 2 finals ahead. But thankfully we are fairly stable in the top 4, Wei Xiongmao announced as he stood up. Are you leaving already? Then why order so much wine? We cannot return what has been poured out, Domingo muttered. What does it matter? Just treat someone to a drink. Oh, this beautiful lady. May I have the honor of inviting you for a glass of wine? Wei Xiongmao raised his glass and turned to address the solitary woman in the nearby booth. The lady seemed taken aback for a moment, her body stiffening, but she quickly relaxed and turned her head slowly. Is that so? Then I would be truly honored, she replied with a smile. Both Wei Xiongmao and Domingo were momentarily startled. Golia Cerezo looked at the two coaches and could not help but laugh. What? Were you joking when you said you would buy me a drink? Oh, I didn't expect Miss Golia to be here as well. It is indeed my privilege to treat you to a drink. Wei Xiongmao quickly switched to French, charmingly conversing, while Domingo rolled his eyes, noting that wine was purchased with my money. Consequently, the trio, who had been chatting at the bar, relocated their drinks to Golia's booth, and she, unfazed, began to drink and converse with them. The Europeans indeed deserve commendation for their approach. Outside of work hours, they remain unperturbed by work matters. However, as all 4 were engaged in football-related professions, the conversation inevitably drifted back to football. Golia, specializing in finance, mostly listened attentively. When the discussion turned away Xiongmao's earlier assertion that American tycoons prioritize club revenue over championships, Golia readily agreed. The UEFA financial reforms will undoubtedly give rise to an entirely new operational framework for clubs. The era in which wealth could grant unbridled freedom is gradually fading. For a club to flourish, it requires comprehensive growth and sufficient revenue to acquire exceptional players. The phenomenon of investing $1 billion annually, transforming a team of mid-tier caliber into a championship contender, as exemplified by Abramovich, is unlikely to recur. European clubs are poised for a monumental transformation, as Gloria asserts. My assessment aligns with hers. Before stability is achieved, elevating the club's revenue to a significant level is essential to maintain competitiveness. Observe, even if Manchester United experiences a downturn in performance, they will remain formidable due to their astonishing revenue. Wei Xiongmao took a sip of his drink and added, and Bayern. Gloria interjected. Indeed, Wei Xiongmao nodded. What about Barcelona and Real Madrid? Domingo could not resist asking. These 2 clubs are distinct. They are premier membership clubs, transcending the usual club structure. No other teams possess the extensive membership base of Real Madrid and Barcelona, with hundreds of thousands of members. Even if each member contributes a mere €1,000 annually, that amounts to 100 million, their revenue is bound to be substantial, Wei Xiongmao explained. Yes, in this respect, we at ATLTCO are somewhat lacking, which is precisely what I have aimed to address in recent years. It is hardly a secret, though I hope it remains undisclosed, Gloria remarked. Angel shrugged. Rest assured, I adhere to my professional ethics and know what should remain private. Besides, if it were made public, no one would believe it. Wei Xiongmao chuckled. Gloria glanced at Wei Xiongmao and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if spoken, it would likely be met with skepticism, and those who might believe it would primarily be high-ranking officials within various clubs, especially in financial matters. They are undoubtedly aware. With 4 matches remaining in the league, I hope you can lead the team into next season's Champions League. Only then can I provide you with ample transfer funds this summer, Gloria concluded. Wei Xiongmao shrugged. Transfer fees are negotiable, whether 30 million or 50 million. The difference is negligible. The challenge lies in securing the players I desire. We shall address that when the time comes, he replied. I am solely responsible for providing the funds. The intricacies of transfers fall upon you and Mr. Amaludo, Gloria teased with a smile, then set down her glass. I must take my leave. I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Wei. It is my pleasure, Wei Xiongmao responded with polite formality. Domingo, ever the chatterbox, interjected. The drink was on me first. Wei Xiongmao patted Domingo on the shoulder. I used your drink to invite Miss Gloria. Thus, you can enjoy double the joy. Why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to strike someone upon hearing these words? Njel pondered. This is merely an illusion. You, with your refined demeanor and cultured disposition, could not possibly harbor violent impulses. Wei Xiongmao gently patted Angel on the shoulder. Observing his 2 friends lost in contemplation, Wei Xiongmao resolved to take his leave. See you tomorrow. After his departure, Angel and Domingo exchanged a glance. I suddenly feel that this guy is destined to become a remarkable coach, Angel remarked. Indeed. With such a formidable inner strength, how could someone so audaciously claim to part ways with more renowned coaches not succeed? Domingo replied. Reveling in the delight of speaking ill behind someone's back, the 2 clinked their glasses and finished the remaining wine. By the time they exited the bar, both were somewhat inebriated, their homes situated in opposite directions. They bid each other farewell and headed homeward. After taking merely 2 steps outside, Domingo was called back by Angel, who turned and looked at him with a hint of surprise. Can we secure 2 championships this season and qualify for the Champions League next season? Angel, exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, inquired from a distance. Domingo gazed at Angel and chuckled. Of course, we can achieve that. If he has made me drink this much, he better fulfill these 3 tasks, or I shall demand tenfold compensation, Domingo declared. Angel laughed heartily and waved his hand before turning to leave. While the next season is undoubtedly something to anticipate, Domingo murmured to himself, we must also persist in our performance this season. Chapter 91. Affection level rises again for the fans of Atletico Madrid. There must be a sense of reassurance now, as their team has reached the finals of both competitions. With only 4 rounds remaining in the league, the season is drawing to a close, and Atletico still has 2 championships to vie for, along with a significant opportunity to qualify for next season's Champions League. However, a glance at the schedule reveals the daunting situation Atletico currently faces. On May 2nd, they will play away against Sevilla in the 35th round. On May 6th, they will host Valladolid in the 36th round. On May 9th, they will face Sporting Gijón in away in the 37th round. On May 13th, Atletico will travel to Germany for the Europa League final against Fulham at the Hamburg Stadium. On May 16th, in the final round of La Liga, they will host Getafe. Finally, on May 20th, in the Copa del Rey final, Atletico will confront Sevilla at Camp Nou. A week filled with double matches, 6 games within 20 days, with scarcely a moment to catch their breath. Such a schedule is undoubtedly demanding, leaving no opportunity for Atlético Madrid to catch their breath at the last moment. While it might be acceptable if their position in the league were inconsequential, the reality is quite the opposite. Atletico must secure a place within the top 4, a task that holds even greater significance than contending for 2 championships. Thus, the subsequent management of player deployment is a matter of considerable importance for both Atletico and their coach, Wei Xiongmao. However, Wei Xiongmao seems to navigate this challenge with remarkable ease. In the away match against Sevilla, he made the bold decision to leave several key players behind, including forward partners Fran and Ag Aero, as well as wingers Reyes and Sim-O, and mainstay central defender Miranda. On Sevilla's home turf, he fielded an entirely substitute lineup, an assertion that is not exaggerated in the least. Aside from the goalkeeper De Gea, who remained, the right-back position was occupied by Wifalusi, with Pereira and Domingos forming the central defensive pairing and PE taking the left-back role. In midfield, Thiago partnered with Asuncel, while Gelato advanced up front. supported by Keiko and Ibrahim on the flanks, with Borja spearheading the attack alone. Excluding De Gea, only Gelato and Domingos could be considered semi-regulars, while the rest were mere substitutes, with Ibrahim having hardly featured in the latter half of the season. Wei Xiaomao's intentions are crystal clear, allowing his main players some much-needed rest, especially since they currently lead Mallorca by 5 points and Sevilla by 7, a single losses. After all, manageable. This approach does not stem from a disdain for Sevilla, rather, it has incited considerable indignation among the Sevilla ranks. Their current predicament has left them somewhat discontented, prompting a stellar performance on their home ground, where they triumphed over Atletico Madrid with a score of 3-1, delivering Atletico their first defeat in numerous matches. In this round of fixtures, Mallorca also showcased commendable spirit, overcoming their adversaries and narrowing the gap between themselves and Atletico to a mere 2 points, while Sevilla trails Atletico by 4 points. However, what left Atletico fans astounded was Valencia's unexpected stumble, as they were vanquished 2-0 by Espanyol, a team entrenched in the relegation zone. This defeat thwarted Valencia's opportunity to extend their lead to 4 points, thereby solidifying their hold on third place. They now find themselves merely 1 point ahead of Atletico. "See, I won the bet," remarked Wei Xiaomao to Domingo. "Our luck has indeed been quite favorable this season." Domingo couldn't help but express his agreement. Indeed, yet for most teams, faltering has become routine. If we aspire to compete with Real Madrid and Barcelona, we must not falter. "Just look at the astonishing records of those two teams," Wei Xiaomao stated. Domingo silently nodded, though both teams have exhibited only mediocre performances in the Champions League this year. Real Madrid was eliminated in the round of 16, while Barcelona reached the semi-finals only to suffer a shocking defeat against Inter Milan. Just days ago, Inter triumphed over Barcelona 3-1 at home and narrowly lost 1-0 away, thus securing their place in the Champions League final. Consequently, both Barcelona and Real Madrid are left with only the league title to contest. However, examining their league results reveals the stark disparity. Barcelona, after 35 rounds, boasts 28 victories, 6 draws, and 1 defeat, accumulating 90 points. Real Madrid follows closely with 28 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 87 points. In contrast, third-placed Valencia holds a mere 62 points, falling a staggering 28 points short of Barcelona and 25 points behind Real Madrid. The disparity is exceedingly vast. Over the past few seasons, both Barcelona and Real Madrid have maintained a remarkably high points acquisition rate. For Atletico Madrid to contend for the league championship against these two formidable teams, they must sustain the victory rate established since the arrival of their new coach. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity to compete with such extraordinary rivals. In the next 5 matches, we must secure absolute victories. Fortunately, our key players have largely recovered and can rest, the coach remarked. Domingo nodded in agreement. The main squad remained in Madrid to recuperate, which was a privilege for them. Yet it also implied they would face greater challenges in the forthcoming period. The coach took a significant risk by fielding an entirely substitute team in this match. Apart from the relative security of their 4th position, it was indeed a gamble. After all, if Valencia were to triumph, their 3rd place would be assured. And for Atletico, merely securing 4th place would greatly impact their preparations for the following year. Domingo had already learned from the coach that the physical training required more extensive preparation time, with fortune favoring their gamble this time. They could not afford any slip-ups in the upcoming fixtures. 3 days later, Atletico Madrid annihilated Valladolid, who were mired in the relegation zone, at home. The rested key players performed exceptionally well, with Reyes's 2 breakthroughs aiding both Fran and Aguero in scoring, followed by Jurado showcasing his ability to find the net from distance, contributing 2 goals to the team's 4-0 triumph over Valladolid, firmly securing their 4th position. Sevilla and Valencia both emerged victorious, while Mallorca succumbed to Real Madrid, leaving them 5 points behind Atletico, making it increasingly difficult to challenge for 4th place with only 2 rounds left in the league. Of course, the 4-point gap with Sevilla also presents a formidable challenge to close. In the next round, we must continue our winning streak to ensure our place in the top 4. And then we shall aim for the UEFA Europa League title, the coach stated at the press conference. His words further endeared him to Atletico fans. For whether the team qualifies for next season's Champions League may not significantly affect him personally. However, if he could secure a tangible championship, he would be heralded as a champion coach, solidifying his own legacy. It is evident that the coach prioritizes the club's interests above his own personal gain in ensuring qualification for the Champions League. Such a coach undoubtedly deserves greater respect from the fans. Chapter 92, The Grand Gathering of ATL Tico Madrid. ATL Tico Madrid, appearing at the home ground of Sporting Gijón, fielded their strongest lineup. Coach Simeone had no intention of rotating the squad, as it was indeed a crucial match.